Ming Yu found herself inexplicably transported into a world reminiscent of the ancient male-oriented harem novels, assuming the role of a minor character, a young girl named after the protagonist, destined to meet an untimely demise. Faced with the impending specter of death, she attempted to flee, but her efforts were in vain. Consequently, she was compelled to bind herself to a system, working diligently to return home. Little did she know that the system's overseer was rather unreliable. Even upon completing her assigned tasks, the pathway home remained firmly shut. Coming to terms with her reality, Ming Yu resolved to rely on her own strength rather than depending on others. She devoted herself to rigorous training, overcoming numerous obstacles, ultimately forging her own path back home through sheer determination. Chapter 1. The Transmigration. Ming Yu had crossed over into another realm. Just a day prior, she had been toiling away as a diligent employee, laboring late into the night. Now, she found herself within the pages of a novel she had recently taken on for adaptation, titled Zhu Jian Shun, The Peerless or God. The narrative, as its title suggests, chronicles the journey of a youthful hero who, after enduring countless trials, ultimately ascends to become an unparalleled sword deity. This tale encompassed a myriad of tribulations, including the loss of both parents, the annihilation of his family, slow progress in cultivation, the possession of a spatial ability, and the establishment of a harem. Yet, Ming Yu's situation was even more tragic. Among the myriad of captivating female characters, she had unwittingly become the early deceased childhood friend of the male protagonist, Long Ao Tian. Indeed, she was fated to perish. If all went according to plan, she had merely 6 months left to live. Her death would come at the hands of the demon tribe, and in her final moments, she would perform the quintessential act of a supporting character, shielding the male lead from a fatal blow, thereby awakening his latent spatial powers. To be frank, Ming Yu had felt a strong aversion upon encountering this plot twist. Who could accept that a character sharing their name would meet such an early demise, serving solely as a stepping stone for the male protagonist? Certainly not her. At one point, she even contemplated eliminating this narrative thread altogether, but as a mere editor without wealth or influence, she had to comply with the directives from above. Who could have predicted that a simple act of hailing a cab would lead her to this dismal place, especially after the driver's reckless maneuver resulted in an accident? What a cruel twist of fate. She mused. 3 days had elapsed since her arrival in this world, and each day had been spent in despair upon her do not inquire why she did not flee immediately. The truth was, escape was futile. As a rational individual, her instinct was to run upon realizing her imminent death. Yet the moment she ventured down the mountain to catch her breath, she found herself back at the starting point. No matter the direction or distance she covered, time remained unchanged. Exhausted, she resigned herself to the notion that death was inevitable. Perhaps dying would allow her to return home. Yet, this was not the primary reason for her capitulation. During one of her attempts to escape, a voice suddenly resonated in her mind, reminiscent of a child's. It urged her to stop running. But Ming Yu, steadfast in her resolve, dismissed it. The next moment, she was back at the original spot. "I told you not to run," the voice expressed, tinged with mild reproach. "Who are you?" "I am the system responsible for maintaining order across the myriad worlds. Stop running, complete the narrative as required, and I shall send you home." Resetting repeatedly is quite tiresome. Ming Yu's eyes brightened at the mention of returning home, but she soon collapsed to the ground. "How am I to ascertain the veracity of your claims? Do you dare question me, a soul from another world? Then await your fate," the voice retorted angrily before vanishing. Despite her attempts to summon it again, the voice remained silent. Resigned, Ming Yu acknowledged her predicament. She had always been one to heed advice, and now she had no choice but to remain in her room, suffering in silence during the dark hours of the night. After several more days, the system could no longer tolerate her despair. "Can you do anything besides wallowing in despair?" Anger flared within Ming Yu. "What can a modern individual like me possibly do here? Am I even permitted the right to lament in the dead of night?" The system appeared before her for the first time, its presence startling her. As an avid reader with years of experience, Ming Yu had envisioned numerous scenarios, yet she never anticipated that this so-called system responsible for maintaining order across the myriad worlds would take the form of a hamster, She scrutinized it closely, confirming its species without a doubt. With mere fingers, she lifted the creature, causing it to squeak in indignation. You, a soul from another world, can do nothing but lay about in despair, and yet you dare treat me this way. Perhaps it was the hamster's familiar appearance, or perhaps its size posed no threat. For the first time in this unfamiliar place, Ming Yu felt a flicker of safety. Then tell me, what should I do now? Cultivate, the hamster declared emphatically. If you wish to return home smoothly, you must assist me in completing the narrative. Otherwise, you shall await your demise. Ming Yu grasped the implication. She had been conscripted into service, yet it seemed that this was the only path available to her. Very well. Upon hearing her acquiescence, the system perked up. You are familiar with the general plot of this book, correct? It gazed at her expectantly. I am aware. The male protagonist, whose village was annihilated, cultivates while seeking vengeance and establishing a harem. How quintessentially male-oriented. Indeed, the male protagonist, surrounded by the demon tribe in the first secret realm where he gains his first power, is saved by you, who steps forth to shield him from a lethal strike. The system continued. After your death, you will be falsely accused of colluding with the demons, leading the male protagonist to plead on your behalf, resulting in his imprisonment for 3 years, during which his hidden spatial abilities will be unlocked. Ming Yu grew impatient. Get to the point. I am already aware of this plot. The next part is crucial. However, inexplicably, your character met an untimely demise during training just a few days ago. The system scratched its head with its tiny paws. This narrative thread has collapsed, and the world's core is now missing. Confused, Ming Yu queried. This character is only briefly mentioned in the text. Are you telling me that such a minor character's storyline can lead to such catastrophic consequences? Furthermore, typically, the male protagonist is a favored child of fortune. Surely there are others to rescue him? The system appeared aggrieved. How should I know? But the reality is that without this character, the male protagonist is doomed. I have reset the narrative several times already. Ming Yu comprehended the system's words. So you're unable to guarantee that by completing the storyline, we will recover the world's core? The system chuckled. Not to worry. We can attempt it first. If all else fails, I can assist you in feigning death, and we can endure until the male protagonist ascends to godhood, at which point we may locate the world's core. Ming Yu felt a profound sense of disillusionment. All capitalists seemed cut from the same cloth, exploiting and deceiving innocent laborers like herself. Nevertheless, she adhered to the fundamental principles of a corporate worker. You assure me that I will find a way home, correct? Indeed, with this affirmation, Ming Yu felt a weight lift from her shoulders. It mattered not where she labored. Work was work, and she would not concede defeat. Very well. Tell me how to cultivate. I will first assist you in merging with this body's memories, and you shall soon understand. The system scurried up her sleeve to her shoulder, and in a swift motion, a surge of spiritual energy entered Ming Yu's forehead. Her vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. Chapter 2. The Male Protagonist. Just before losing consciousness, Ming Yu pondered whether she had been deceived. Perhaps this was not a system at all, but rather a malevolent spirit from the demon tribe, intent on ensnaring naive souls like hers. However, her concerns were unfounded. Upon awakening, she discovered a wealth of memories from the original owner of her body, spanning over a decade. From the pain of losing her village to the struggles of learning under a master, all the emotions of the original inhabitant surged through Ming Yu. She found herself momentarily breathless. Unlike the few lines of text she had read in a novel, she had vividly relived the entirety of the original's experiences. Are you all right? The system hopped around her anxiously. I am fine. Ming Yu gasped. I now know what I must do. She rose and stood by the window, her fingers weaving a series of gestures, enveloping the entire courtyard in a surge of spiritual energy that erupted from the depths of the earth. I shall enter seclusion for a while. She turned to the system, her gaze seemingly altered. The system nodded. I shall protect you. I will inform you if anything arises. Outside the small courtyard stood another figure, clad not in the garb of the Xuanshu sword sect, but in a form-fitting dark outfit, slender and upright. Lu Yinsui deftly sorted the spiritual herbs and elixirs from his storage bag, designating a special pouch which he hung on the courtyard's door latch, sealing it with a spell. Senior brother, the time has come. called out some fellow disciples from behind, but he calmly confirmed everything was in order before turning to leave. This period of seclusion for Ming Yu lasted 2 months, and upon her emergence, it was already early summer, with the flowers in the courtyard having wilted. Additionally, a variety of fruits had accumulated in the yard, glistening faintly as if imbued with a gentle luminescence, revealing themselves to be superior spiritual fruits. The courtyard was devoid of people, and it was obvious where this bounty had originated. She first dispelled the courtyard's restrictions with a spell. During her months of seclusion, she was not only learning the methods of cultivation, but also striving to separate her consciousness from the original self's memories. She could not allow herself to be assimilated and forget everything she once was. Even though the future was uncertain, she must never forget her identity. As the courtyard door swung open, 2 bags flew in, which Ming Yu caught, sighing inwardly. Although the text did not elaborate, it seemed the male protagonist truly cherished this little childhood companion. However, she was perplexed as to why he later expanded his harem. Was this a flaw inherent in all men? Ming Yu did not comprehend. A gentle knock on the courtyard door drew her gaze, revealing Lu Yinsui entering. With sword-like brows and starry eyes, his graceful figure was accentuated by his fitted dark attire, giving him an invigorated appearance. His long hair was partially tied back, and the sunlight behind him cast a soft glow around him. Truly, he was the male protagonist, Ming Yu mused. Xiao Yu, have you made progress during this time of seclusion? Lu Yinsui approached with a smile. I have reached the mid-stage of the golden core, Ming Yu replied. Upon hearing this, a broader smile graced Lu Yinsui's face. You have always had a frail constitution. Do not rush your cultivation, and be sure to take care of your health. He was about to say more when another figure appeared behind him. Dressed in a light pink Lucian gown, her hair arranged in a bun adorned with hairpins and ribbons. Her youthful features were strikingly beautiful. Senior brother, the young girl approached, her excitement diminishing upon seeing Ming Yu, reluctantly performing a greeting. Senior sister has emerged from seclusion. I came to find senior brother because my father has some matters to discuss, she said, casting a playful glance at Lu Yinsui. In that moment, Ming Yu recognized her. She was one of the male protagonist's harem members, the daughter of the Grandmaster Chao Tianke and the third master by Bo Xianziyi. Liani-eyed, as the favored daughter within the Xuanshu sword sect, she had deep feelings for Lu Yinsui and sought to break her engagement for his sake. Ming Yu nodded in return. Since the Grandmaster has urgent matters, you should go, senior brother. Lu Yinsui was about to say something more, but Liani cheerfully expressed her thanks, and he could only add, take care. I shall visit you later. Once they departed, the system suddenly appeared, resembling a hamster, though its fur appeared much sleeker now, clutching a green fruit. Why did you let him leave? Ming Yu lifted it with one hand, observing it with a sigh. What else? Should I keep them both for tea? The system squirmed and protested. Let me go. As soon as she released it, it tumbled down. You only mentioned that I should complete the subsequent plot. You never said it included vying for attention with other characters. Currently, she was merely an unpaid worker living off simple meals. She had no intention of engaging in matters beyond her duties. The system scurried after her. Oh, do not worry. During your seclusion, I went out and found that the world's spiritual energy has increased. It will surely mend the plot. Ming Yu, however, paid it no heed. Capitalists often paint grand visions. After enduring such deceptions for years, she was well acquainted with these tactics. The original self's injuries healed swiftly, with an abundance of spiritual elixirs and herbs being poured down upon her. Ming Yu even felt her body brimming with spiritual energy on the verge of a breakthrough. The system, ever the critic, remarked, cultivation is not as simple as you think. If you wish to advance to the nascent soul stage, you are still far from it. Ming Yu smiled faintly, slapping the system off the table. Sometimes, it was necessary to teach a capitalist a lesson. Typically, disciples of the sect attended morning classes daily, covering fundamental courses in spells, talismans, and swordsmanship. However, the original self was an exemplary student, having completed all basic courses early with top marks. Additionally, due to injuries sustained during training and being a direct disciple of the Grandmaster, she was exempted from other classes. Fortunately, she did not need to attend any classes, for despite merging with the memories, her core essence remained that of a modern individual, requiring her to relearn everything from scratch. The plethora of diverse foundational courses was ample material for her to review. Moreover, the original self's aloof personality meant she had not formed deep bonds with other disciples, aside from Lu Yensui. Otherwise, the intricacies of human relationships would have exposed her true identity in no time. Furthermore, the secret realm of Qishao Du was soon to manifest. This realm was the very one where the male protagonist perished while attempting to save him. In the original text, this secret realm was formed from the residual spiritual energy of a deceased immortal, presenting a relatively low level of difficulty, even described as a land of fortune. However, it remained unclear whether someone had colluded with the demonic clan, as once they entered, communication with the outside world ceased. The male protagonist and his companions were besieged by the demonic clan after acquiring a secret technique. Ming Yu initially sustained injuries during the chaos, and at a critical moment, she took a fatal blow meant for the male protagonist, leading to her demise. As for the reasons behind her being falsely accused, it stemmed from the severed communications with the secret realm. The sect's elders were unaware of the events transpiring inside and could only rely on the accounts of surviving disciples. One inner disciple claimed to have seen a woman resembling Ming Yu sneak out during the watch, but such testimony was insufficient to hold water. Unfortunately, this statement spread, sparking debates among other sects, and even led to demands for accountability. The male protagonist was unconscious at the time, and to preserve the sect's reputation, the matter was hastily resolved. After all, the reputation of a deceased individual was not as significant as that of the entire sect. By the time Lu Yensui awakened, the situation had already solidified, and his insistence on reopening the investigation angered the enforcement elders and the Grandmaster, resulting in his punishment to the Thought Reflection Cave.as for the plot holes regarding why their masters did not emerge to defend their disciples. The author left them unaddressed. Ming Yu believed that all this was merely a means to pave the way for the male protagonist's golden finger. Otherwise, how could he have spent 3 years in the Thought Reflection Cave? Chapter 3. The secret realm in the mountains. There was neither sun nor moon, and naturally, the small courtyard also lacked light. As Ming Yu's swordsmanship and methods advanced, time passed swiftly. The system remained somewhat useful. Though it only consumed food daily, was trapped here with no ability to delete files, and could not perform spells due to its physical constraints, it still served as a mobile library in the guise of a mouse. The mouse-shaped electronic mobile library proved to be quite effective, recording countless spells and various cultivation techniques from myriad worlds. Ultimately, Ming Yu chose to focus on swordsmanship, not for any particular reason other than the original self's remarkable aptitude in this discipline, making her a talented sword cultivator. During her days of seclusion, the bags on the latch never diminished. Ming Yu refrained from touching them, unsure of how to handle the items. The system, however, expressed confusion. Just use them. After all, they were given to you willingly. Ming Yu regarded it with a serious expression. They are not for me. They are for Ming Yu. I am not her. She had just organized these items neatly, placing them alongside some belongings of the original owner. The Fuyin stone illuminated, signaling a unified message from the sect, issued by the Gongshan regarding the emergence of the Qishao crossing secret realm. At last, it has arrived, Ming Yu remarked, gazing at the message suspended in the air, her tone devoid of any discernible emotion. The secret realm's location, however, lay far within the territory of the Tianji sect. The cultivation world can be divided geographically into 5 major sects. The Liuxiu Sword sect at the center, with the Tianji sect situated by the sea in the northernmost region. To the east lies the Lanning Pavilion, to the west the Tai Palace, and to the south the Yinshan sect. Numerous families and estates intersperse these sects, and many clandestine sects reside on various islands overseas. Among these sects are some that were once prominent inland families but have suddenly relocated. Every 4 years, the sects jointly hold trials to select the most capable disciples of the younger generation. These competitions serve not only to showcase individual prowess, but also to indirectly determine the standing among sects. At times, they share information, and events like the emergence of a secret realm are typically open invitations for all sects to participate, thereby demonstrating their grandeur. And this occasion is no exception. Many inner and outer disciples aspire to partake in the secret realm trials. However, The slots are limited and require a rigorous selection process. For the direct disciples, the process is considerably simpler, as attendance is mandatory unless one is on the verge of a breakthrough. 3 days later, all selected disciples gathered at Piao Peak, where they would collectively embark on a flying vessel to the trial site. The news of the secret realm had been released in advance, and while the scale was modest, many disciples were participating for the first time, brimming with excitement. There were few direct disciples present, with many engaged in external training. Thus, the number participating was even further diminished. Ming Yu stood at the edge of the crowd, while the system perched on her shoulder, surveying its surroundings. After several months of consuming spiritual fruits, its coat gleamed with a lustrous sheen. Ming Yu cast a sidelong glance at it. Aren't you afraid of being recognized? This system is dedicated to maintaining world stability. I can transform into anything. How could I possibly be recognized by these individuals? The system replied, bouncing with confidence. Ming Yu chuckled softly, preparing to tease it further when Lu Yinsui approached. The protagonist always arrives a bit later. The team had nearly formed by then. Upon his arrival, he immediately made his way toward Ming Yu, the figure of the leading elder faintly visible in the background. He offered no further words, simply placing a package into Ming Yu's hands. These may come in handy. Keep them safe. Once inside, wait for me to find you. Hearing Ming Yu's soft acknowledgement, a smile emerged on Lu Yinsui's face. The secret realm assigns positions randomly. Do not overexert yourself. This here, is it a new pet? Quite adorable. Yes, he spoke. He seemed inclined to reach out, but Ming Yu instinctively recoiled. Their gazes met, one filled with a hint of wariness, but it quickly returned to calm. It's just a trivial pet, not a spiritual companion. Quite fierce, so be careful not to harm your senior brother. Lu Yinsui did not press further, instead taking a step back. In any case, take good care of yourself. Their conversation was interrupted by the arrival of the leading elder, prompting the disciples to line up orderly. Following the headmaster and elder's instructions, they boarded the flying vessel. The Tianji sect, located by the sea, boasted picturesque scenery, in contrast to the mountainous terrain of the Liuxiu Sword sect. This area was dotted with scattered islands, where disciples resided. They had arrived early, as the secret realm would not open until afternoon, yet the group could not disperse, maintaining the dignity of a grand sect. Amidst the gathering of disciples, Ming Yu overheard a plethora of gossip. Whispers of the Lanyin Pavilion's young master achieving late-stage golden core, the ancient sect not sending any disciples this time, and rumors of Tianji Pavilion disciples. Possessing private maps circulated, blending truth and fiction as she stifled yawns. By noon, disciples from various sects had assembled, and several families had also sent participants, signaling that preparations for the secret realm were underway. As they awaited the signal, atop a high platform, the head of the Tianji Pavilion, donned in a light golden robe and appearing to be just over 30, exuded a courteous demeanor. Eschewing any airs of superiority, he first bowed to the crowd. Esteemed guests, as you gather today at the Tianji Pavilion for the secret realm, there are 2 points to note. Firstly, this is merely a trial, not a contest of strength. Endeavor to do your best. Secondly, do not harm disciples from other sects. Keep encounters to a minimum. The audience responded affirmatively, and the entrance to the secret realm opened. Upon entering the secret realm, Ming Yu felt herself swept away by a whirlwind, landing directly in a dense forest. The thick foliage allowed only slivers of sunlight to penetrate, rendering visibility limited. The system tumbled out from her sleeve, rolling several times on the ground. Where are we? It inquired, shaking its head. Are you asking me? Ming Yu crossed her arms, her expression somewhat unfriendly. The system quickly climbed back on her shoulder. I realize now. We are on the eastern side of the secret realm, and the secret method is nearby. We should find a place to wait for the male lead to arrive. Agreed. Ming Yu responded, and together, they wandered around for a while before finally discovering a tranquil pond near the forest to take a rest. Chapter 4. The fateful soared by the water's edge. Amidst the chorus of cicadas and croaking frogs, the dappled shade of trees offered a serene refuge. Ming Yu and the system settled upon a prime location, nestled against a massive rock, gazing across the tranquil pond. The system, producing a spirit fruit from seemingly nowhere, indulged in it voraciously. Noticing Ming Yu's gaze, It pushed one towards her as a gesture of sharing. Ming Yu, unreserved, accepted and savored the small green fruit, which was refreshingly delectable with its minimal pit, quenching her thirst. They lingered in silence, expecting company that never arrived. The system, sprawled lazily upon the rock with its belly up, observed the surroundings with curious eyes. "Why don't we have a chat?" It proposed. Ming Yu, discerning its intent, chose silence. Undeterred, the system pressed on. "The male lead treats you rather well, providing spirit herbs and essential supplies. You have no reaction to that?" Ming Yu replied languidly. "What reaction should I have? He is simply good to his little childhood friend, not to me." Then, her tone shifted. "Besides, you cannot truly send me back. You wish to trick me into staying." Realizing the threat in her words, the system hastily defended itself. "I mean no harm. It's just the two of us here. I merely wish to analyze the situation." Yet Ming Yu, uninterested in its chatter, turned away to fetch water from the pond. To her surprise, bubbles began to rise in the center of the pond, initially no larger than a bowl, quickly forming a vortex deep enough for a person to be engulfed. The surrounding spiritual energy was drawn into it with alarming intensity. "System, what is happening?" she inquired. The vortex expanded, causing the trees around to sway, and Ming Yu struggled to maintain her footing as the system, abandoning its fruit, burrowed into her sleeve. "This is bad. This is the part where the male lead retrieves the secret method, but he hasn't even arrived yet. What do we do?" The system squealed in panic. Before Ming Yu could respond, both were swept into the vortex, which abruptly ceased its tumultuous activity upon their entry, restoring calm as if nothing had transpired. Ming Yu, momentarily disoriented, found herself choking on water, instinctively swimming upwards. The system emerged beside her, and a wave of spiritual energy enveloped them, forming a protective bubble. As Ming Yu coughed and regained her composure, she observed the depths of the pond, surrounded by aquatic plants and small fish leisurely swimming by. With diminishing light the further down they went. This was the spiritual abode housing the secret method, appearing rather unremarkable. Ming Yu's surroundings resembled the underwater scene she had seen in short videos, now enhanced by an authentic, immersive experience. The bubble descended to the bottom, where Ming Yu employed a water avoidance spell, while the system remained within the bubble, glowing faintly and clinging to her shoulder. Together, they navigated the muddy terrain of the pond's floor, where vague shapes of stones emerged in the distance. Upon investigation, one stone resembled a sculpture, its surface cloaked in moss, vaguely sword-like in form. Ming Yu mused if this could be the fateful sword of a bygone master, likely resting here for decades. As she prepared to continue, a long appendage suddenly emerged from the darkness behind her. Reacting swiftly, she retreated, only to find herself face-to-face with an octopus tentacle, its meter-long appendage adorned with numerous suction cups, lunging towards her. She quickly cast a spell to defend herself, sending ripples through the water that disturbed the nearby aquatic plants. In rapid succession, a second tentacle joined the first, intertwining like rope to ensnare her. Soon, she was ensnared by multiple tentacles, tightening around her until she struggled to breathe. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a surge of spiritual power erupted from within, piercing through the tentacles, causing them to retract momentarily. Breathless, she fended off the incoming tentacles with swift gestures, retreating until her back pressed against the sculpture. Without a second thought, she propelled herself backward, gracefully landing atop the octopus. Harnessing her spiritual energy, she uprooted the sculpture and hurled it onto the creature, which was caught off guard, emitting a deafening roar as the tentacles retracted. Suddenly, the sculpture radiated a brilliant light, the moss shedding to reveal its true form, a stunning sword. The silver hilt was intricately adorned, and the blade was thin and sharp, glimmering with a cold light as it floated in the air, vibrating with a low hum. Without hesitation, Ming Yu leaped to grasp the hilt and swung downward, channeling her formidable sword intent coupled with spiritual energy against the octopus's back. Another resounding roar echoed as all its tentacles withdrew, but a surge of spiritual energy unexpectedly propelled Ming Yu away. The once placid surface of the pond erupted into a whirlpool, this time expelling Ming Yu along with the sword. She fell onto the grass, coughing deeply. The system had fainted in her embrace when the octopus had attacked, and the sword lay beside her, shimmering beautifully in the sunlight. Rising, Ming Yu picked up the sword to examine it closely, noticing a character inscribed on the blade, Shu, presumably the name of its former owner. As she wielded the sword, it vibrated once more, and she felt a tingling sensation, making it difficult to maintain her grip. As the sword slipped from her hold, she knelt, clutching her arm as a sharp pain coursed through her. Was the fateful sword sentient, repelling others from wielding it? Before she could ponder further, approaching footsteps caught her attention. Quickly, she stowed the sword in her storage pouch and turned to see familiar figures, Lu Yinsui and Yi Liani. Though they had arrived together, Lu Yinsui had clearly outpaced, while Yi Liani followed closely behind. Chapter 5. Uninvited guest Xiao Yu. Lu Yinsui hurried forward, grasping Ming Yu's shoulders, scrutinizing her for any signs of harm. Satisfied that she was merely damp, he exhaled in relief. I searched for you earlier, but found no trace. Upon sensing activity here, I feared for your safety, but it appears you are well. Senior sister, how did you get soaked? Did you plunge into the water, searching for treasures? Lu Yinsui rambled, but was interrupted by Yi Liani, who interjected, Your health has always been fragile. You shouldn't have gone down. If you wish to treasure hunt, let me assist you. Ming Yu felt a twinge of annoyance, though she had taken on this project only days ago and had read the original novel several times. She didn't recall the male lead being so incessantly concerned for his childhood friend. Had her character's early exit altered his persona? Brother, I fell in accidentally, and was pushed back out by a surge of spiritual energy. Lu Yinsui's expression softened as he retrieved pills and water from his storage pouch for Ming Yu, intending to provide her warmth with his spiritual energy, but she halted him. Yi Liani's interest shifted. Spiritual energy? Senior sister, are you suggesting there is spiritual energy beneath the water? The treasure must be inside. Brother, let us hurry down. Hearing this, Lu Yinsui continued gathering the other disciples. Yi Liani, visibly incredulous, widened her beautiful almond-shaped eyes. Brother. Yet Lu Yinsui remained cool, even impatient. Hurry. Yi Lian Yu fit, casting a glare at Ming Yu as if she were a calamity, before turning to signal the others to assemble. It was common for disciples from the same sect to treasure hunt together in a secret realm, but inner disciples typically ventured alone due to the time-sensitive nature of their pursuits and the complications of sharing treasures. Lu Yinsui, feeling uneasy about Ming Yu, decided to summon her disciples, inadvertently revealing her own whereabouts. Yi Liani, being the #1 fan, naturally felt discontented. The disciples of Liu Xiu Pai arrived swiftly, gathering in less than half an hour. Lu Yinsui organized the team, leaving half of the inner disciples on the shore for defense, while the other half accompanied them into the water, which further darkened Yi Liani's expression. Faced with the sulky demeanor of the delicate girl, Ming Yu couldn't even pretend to be oblivious and could merely cough lightly, saying, Senior brother, I am not a hindrance. The situation at the bottom of the pool is complex. You should take more disciples with you. Lu Yinsui smiled gently, addressing Ming Yu and all the disciples, stating that a signal had just been sent out and other sects would undoubtedly take notice. Those remaining on the shore were instructed to patrol in groups and listen to Ming Shiji's arrangements, with everyone reminded to prioritize the sect's interests above all else. All disciples responded in unison, and he lowered his voice, speaking only to Ming Yu with tender warmth in his gaze. I trust you to oversee the larger picture. Wait for my return. Ming Yu looked up at him, and as their eyes met, a sudden realization struck her. This was the allure of the male protagonist. He was benevolent yet authoritative, and before such a person, she found herself unable to utter a word of refusal, gently nodding in acquiescence. The disciples quickly formed 2 teams, with Lu Yinsui leading one into the water. Before departing, he glanced back at Ming Yu, who was resting against a tree. Her familiar visage had softened somewhat. It still retained a hint of the coldness from her childhood. His eyes held the same unwavering resolve that set him apart from others as he turned to walk towards the pool. As the disciples descended into the water one by one, the shore soon fell silent again. The remaining disciples busied themselves with their tasks, while Ming Yu sat cross-legged, meditating. According to the plot's progression, the demon clan was expected to arrive upon their return. However, much to Ming Yu's surprise, it was not the demon clan that appeared, but rather an unexpected visitor, the young master of Tai Palace, Du Jingyan, accompanied by a significant number of elite disciples from his sect. Although Du Jingyan was the young master, he was born of a maid rather than the main wife, as Tai Palace valued merit over lineage. Among his numerous siblings, his status was the lowest, yet he was the most ruthless, having toppled one after another. It was said that his own life had been cursed, surviving by a thread to become the young master. Despite his ruthless nature, Du Jingyan was quite handsome, his hair tied back with a frayed silk ribbon, the rest falling loosely around him. He wore a long, dark purple robe that swept the ground, with brows like willows and an excessively pale complexion, giving him a somewhat frail appearance. No wonder Yeleni had referred to him as a sickly figure. He casually bowed to Ming Yu, his voice somewhat hoarse. Ming Shimmy. Long time no see. Ming Yu returned the greeting, young master. Indeed, it has been a while. Why is it that neither Yashimi nor Lu Shidi has come up? His direct questioning was rather impolite. Yes, he was still the unfortunate fiancé of Miss Ye, who had been engaged for quite some time. In the original narrative, he had displayed obsessive affection, even imprisoning Yeleni in the forbidden grounds of Tai Palace, only to be rescued by Lu Yinshui. The matter of Yeleni wanting to break off the engagement had been ongoing for several days, stirring considerable commotion, and the news had certainly reached Tai Palace. Du Jingyan's arrival here was hardly a good sign. Ming Yu felt a headache coming on and explained, senior brother and the other disciples have gone to the Lingfu trials, and Shimi has gone along with them. If the young master does not mind, you may wait here with me. Of course, I do not mind, he replied, his tone tinged with malice. After all, we will all be family in the future. Ming Yu remained silent, her expression neutral, but internally, she was filled with expletives. If you have grievances, take them out on your fiancé. Why involve me? Du Jingyan raised a hand, and disciples behind him quickly arranged tables and tea sets, creating a rather leisurely atmosphere for him as he sat down to enjoy his tea. Ming Yu's internal frustration grew. This segment was not included in the book. How could she complete the plot now? Ming Yu felt utterly defeated, yet maintained her composure, instructing the disciples to continue their patrols while silently praying for Lu Yinshui to return swiftly. Chapter 6. The Demon Clan, perhaps Lu Yinshui, while searching for treasures, genuinely heard Ming Yu's silent prayers. In just the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the disciples returned, albeit looking somewhat disheveled, yet unable to hide their joy. It must have been a success. Though Ming Yu was aware of the plot, she couldn't help but feel genuinely happy for them. She hurried over to lend a hand to Lu Yinshui, who was helping the returning disciples onto the shore, and bowed, saying, "Congratulations, senior brother." Lu Yinshui returned the gesture, inquiring, "Did you encounter any trouble on shore?" "Not really," Ming Yu replied, glancing at Yeleni, who was about to follow. "But young Master Du from Tai Palace has been waiting for Shimi for quite some time." Yeleni's expression changed, and with a cold snort, she turned to walk away in another direction. "Stop!" Lu Yinshui called out, "Where are you going?" Yeleni turned back, tears welling in her eyes, her face pale, her voice trembling. "Senior brother, if you leave now, what will happen to the reputation of Taishu Jinpai?" Lu Yinshui's tone turned serious, showing no sympathy for the young girl's feelings, firmly upholding the principles of the sect. Seeing this, Yeleni had no choice but to reluctantly walk towards the shade of the trees, casting Ming Yu a resentful glance as she passed by. Ming Yu felt unjustly wronged, lamenting the plight of her life as a worker. Du Jingyan, it seemed, was quite concerned about his fiancée, adopting a demeanor that suggested he had come to seek retribution. As he saw her approach, he softened his expression, approaching Yeleni to engage her in conversation. The disciples from both sects were perceptive and tactfully withdrew, providing them with privacy to converse. Ming Yu, of course, did not intrude, instead continuing her conversation with Lu Yinshui. While the treasure hunt proceeded smoothly, chaos ensued outside. Since the disciples entered the secret realm, the leaders of various sects had gathered in the grand hall of Tianji Zone, using the water mirror to assess the situation. Initially, no one noticed anything amiss, but soon an elder observed an anomaly. The images in the water mirror were repeating themselves. Considering that the disciples were also restricted by the secret realm's barriers and could not send messages, this posed a significant problem. Many sects had already contacted their sect leaders, and the head of Tianji Zong had not anticipated such a situation. Once the secret realm closed, they would have to wait for 3 days for it to open again. This rule, followed for thousands of years, could not be broken, leaving him in a state of agitation, his previously composed demeanor fraying. Regardless of how many elite disciples entered the secret realm, the young masters and young ladies for various clans were also among them. Tianji Zong had always been weak, relying heavily on Taishu Jianpai, and could not afford to offend so many sections. Inside the secret realm, however, the atmosphere was quite pleasant. The two sects had gathered around a fire, appearing rather harmonious from distance. Missy had displayed commendable restraint today, refraining from causing a scene, instead choosing to sit with several others. Though they exchanged no words, it was far better than an atmosphere of hostility. Lu Yinshui departed first, intending to arrange for the disciples to keep watch at night. Ming Yu quickly followed, albeit toward the opposite direction by the pool, to catch her breath. The oppressive atmosphere of the battlefield was truly suffocating, prompting the system to emerge from her sleeve, taking a deep breath. "When did you wake up?" Ming Yu inquired, somewhat surprised. "I have been awake for quite some time." "Thank you," the system replied with a hint of disdain. "Then why didn't you come out?" Feeling a bit sheepish, the system continued, "The atmosphere was too awkward. I felt quite comfortable tucked away in your sleeve." Ming Yu rolled her eyes, exasperated. "Isn't the demon clan about to arrive?" "Indeed. You've done well to step out for some air. The demon clan will arrive at midnight." With a soft sigh, Ming Yu decided to return to her post for the night. The forest was eerily quiet, with only the occasional crackling of the fire and the soft sounds of a few disciples in deep slumber. The disciples of the night watch were scattered in various directions, and Ming Yu's heart was pounding with anxiety. This was her first true encounter with the demonic clan. Even if she regarded everything here merely as a dream, a job, she found herself at a loss about how to confront the demons. To kill or not to kill, although she was not a paragon of virtue. She could hardly imagine herself taking a life. Even in the eyes of cultivators, the demons were not considered human, akin to beasts. Yet, she had never even killed a fish in her modern life. As the dawn began to break, casting a pale light in the sky, many of the night watch disciples appeared fatigued. Birds had already begun to flit through the woods, and everything seemed unchanged. Yet, Ming Yu was acutely aware that the demons had arrived. Leaning against a tree, she had already formed her hand seals, ready to unleash her powers at any moment. As a few crows swooped across the horizon, a disciple fell in the distance. "All disciples, be on guard," Lu Yinshui called out, his voice laced with urgency. The spiritual energy around them began to dissipate, and the sky, which should have brightened, appeared shrouded in darkness, with a trend towards even greater gloom. The disciples were jolted awake, hastily drawing their weapons and quickly regrouping into defensive formations. Ming Yu was pulled behind by Lu Yinshui, and as the spiritual energy dissipated, a beam of light shot towards them from the depths of the darkened realm. It struck down several disciples, sending them flying. Lu Yinshui leaped forward, gripping his long sword, and his surging spiritual power clashed against the incoming light. More beams of light surged from the distance, though their force was noticeably weaker than the first. The disciples drew their swords in defense, and Ming Yu executed her hand seals, her bluish-green spiritual energy clashing against 3 beams of light, maintaining an equilibrium. Yet more beams continued to emerge. With a determined stride, she approached Yilian Yi and pulled her towards a large tree at an angle. The remaining disciples leaped into action, as beams of light struck the ground and the trees, creating explosive sparks. Dodging the beams, Ming Yu dragged Yilian Yi to a position not far from Du Zhengyan, giving her a firm push. "Stay close to Du Zhengyan and don't act recklessly." It was not that Ming Yu wished to meddle, but this young lady had only recently broken through to the Golden Core stage, and the script provided little detail on this segment. Ming Yu needed to ensure her safety. After all, she was one of the supporting female characters destined to survive until the end. If anything were to happen to her, Ming Yu would truly have no hope of returning home. However, in the blink of an eye, shadows began to stir in the dense forest. The demons had indeed arrived. Clad in dark robes and wearing black iron masks, they wielded long scythes, resembling the grim reaper from modern cinema at a cursory glance. With swift and brutal motions, disciples began to fall. The burly man at the center, dressed similarly but of a larger stature, wielded two enormous curved blades adorned with silver mandala patterns on his hat's brim, an emblem of high-ranking demons. The arrival of a demon lord was a significant affront to the male protagonist. Lu Yansui's gaze sharpened as he observed the approaching demons. His spiritual energy surged dramatically, swirling around him as he swiftly turned his longsword, launching himself towards the demon lord with ferocity. The collision of his fierce sword aura and surging spiritual power met that of the demon lord in a fierce standoff, prompting Ming Yu to act. As more demons emerged, her initial hand seals could no longer hold. Lacking her fated sword, she drew a silver longsword from her storage bag. The sword retained its potency. Though she struggled to wield it, she summoned her strength and swung down, her palms tingling with strain. She paid no heed to her discomfort, her wrist slicing through the air as she struck at the demons. Being at the mid-golden core stage, she found it relatively easy to dispatch the lesser demons. With each leap, her sword intent severed many demon limbs, and the longsword began to feel increasingly manageable. Just as she felt a sense of mastery, an unseen spiritual force struck her from behind, knocking her to one knee. A wave of fiery pain coursed through her body, and a salty liquid surged uncontrollably from her throat. Ringing in her ears, she could barely hear Lu Yansui's urgent voice calling her name. Struggling to turn towards him, she saw him distracted by her injury, and one of the demon lord's massive blades had already pierced his shoulder. Without a second thought, Lu Yansui extracted the blade and turned towards Ming Yu. Yet, Ming Yu knew her narrative had arrived. Ignoring her pain, she leaped once more, clashing her sword against the demon lord's dual blades. In an instant, their powers collided, and she was once again thrown back, unable to maintain her grip on the sword, while the demon lord merely paused for a moment before charging forward again. As Ming Yu fell, Lu Yansui caught her in his arms. "Xiao Yu." Lu Yansui gazed down at Ming Yu, his spiritual energy surging once more as he unleashed a powerful punch at the demon lord, forming a crimson tiger that struck fiercely against him, forcing the demon lord to retreat. It was the legendary wishing Moon Qigong of the Tai Su sword sect. Before he could revel in this newfound power, he realized he was running low on energy, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Behind them, Yilian Yi and Du Zheng Yin had arrived, pulling Lu Yansui away. "Senior brother, we must go," Yilian Yi urged, but Lu Yansui remained steadfast. "We cannot leave. Senior sister Ming is in dire straits." Lu Yansui clung to the nearly lifeless Ming Yu, but Du Zheng Yin forcibly pulled him away. "If you don't leave now, none of us will escape." He struck Lu Yansui's head with a knife-hand motion, rendering him unconscious. Seeing their leader incapacitated, the remaining disciples began to retreat, casting away talismans and concealed weapons as they hurried after the others. The demons dodged the attacks and pursued them, leaving behind a field of corpses, now abandoned. As the darkness began to recede, what should have been a beautiful scene was now littered with remnants of destruction. Ming Yu lay amidst the carnage, her body drenched in blood, uncertain whether it was her own or another's, and she had ceased to breathe. A few crows flew overhead, emitting mournful cries. Ming Yu had truly lost her breath. Her spirit had transcended into a realm of pure white. Her form retained its appearance from the cultivation world, her hair disheveled, and her body marred with wounds that no longer ached. Her face was pale, as if she had yet to recover from the recent battle, her gaze somewhat vacant. The system perched upon her shoulder, tapping incessantly on an ethereal screen, its activity ceaseless until it finally paused. Feeling a bit awkward, the system scratched its head, glancing at Ming Yu's face. It seems the world portal is still inaccessible," it remarked, quickly covering its eyes. After a prolonged silence, it lowered its hands and turned back to face Ming Yu. Ming Yu stood there, unresponsive, neither sorrowful nor joyful, resembling a puppet devoid of emotion. She had anticipated this predicament, for as an avid reader, she understood that returning home was not a simple task. She had merely clung to a glimmer of hope. I recall you mentioning that I could feign death and survive until the male protagonist ascends to divinity. Indeed, the system's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. Rest assured, the subsequent plot will not involve you. I shall resurrect you first, and then we will seek out a secluded sect for cultivation. And then, let us begin. Ming Yu interrupted the system's reverie, her exhaustion palpable. The fatigue from having died once was overwhelming, leaving her disinterested in any further thoughts. The system, acknowledging its own limitations, promptly transported Ming Yu away. When she awoke, rain was pouring down, large droplets splattering against her face. Slowly rising, she surveyed the scene around her, filled with the bodies of her fellow disciples, some of whom she did not even recognize. Severed limbs and pools of blood mingled with the rainwater, flowing towards the depths of the forest. Her body still throbbed with pain. Her head felt hazy as she stumbled step by step towards an uncertain destination. The system forging a path before her until she reached an invisible barrier, indicating that she had arrived at her destination. In a mere moment, the scenery before her shifted dramatically. In the secret realm, the rain fell incessantly, while outside, the sun shone brightly. Ming Yu forced herself to muster the strength to continue onward. The secluded nature of the realm meant that the nearest village was several miles away, under normal circumstances. This distance would be trivial, but now, devoid of all spiritual energy, she could only push herself to move. The system buzzed around her, chattering incessantly, anxious that she might faint at any moment. Ming Yu appreciated its concern, yet the scene before her grew increasingly dim. She longed to suggest taking a break, but before she could utter a word, she collapsed. The system, distressed, tugged at her clothes in a futile attempt to pull her forward. In the distance, an elderly man riding an ox cart passed by, and the system hurried after him, disregarding everything else. At another exit outside the secret realm, the elders and leaders of various sects had been waiting for quite some time. Finally, the gates of the secret realm swung open, and the disciples emerged, each in a state of disarray. The last to appear were Yi Lianyi, Du Jingyan, and the unconscious Liu Yensui. Before Chao Tian Ke could approach, Yi Lianyi had already rushed forward in tears, calling out, "Father!" Although Chao Tian Ke felt a pang of sorrow for his daughter, he had to consider the larger situation. He offered her a few hasty words of comfort before beginning to tally the number of disciples who had emerged. His heart sank as he noticed a disciple from the inner sect kneeling before him, trembling with tears in his eyes, choked with emotion. "Master, Senior Sister Ming." Senior Brother Song and many of her brothers and sisters did not come out. Chao Tian Ke stepped back 2 paces, holding his breath as he spoke in a low voice. "I'm already aware. You all go tend to your injuries." The disciples were quickly escorted away by members from their respective sects, and the gates of the secret realm closed once more. Chapter 8. Apprenticeship in a haze of confusion. Ming Yu felt as though she were being lifted. Or perhaps it was merely an illusion. When she awoke, half a month had passed. Before her stood an entirely unfamiliar dwelling, constructed of stone and rather austere. Yet the interior was arranged with great care. The bed and table were made of zeton wood, adorned with numerous small trinkets. She slowly rose and wandered around the room, hearing laughter and playful banter from outside. Upon gently opening the door, she discovered that her room was situated on a small island. Just beyond the door lay the sea, and a small clearing outside was occupied by several people gathered together. Noticing her awakening, a woman in the center spoke first. "Junior sister, you're awake." Ming Yu was taken aback, puzzled by the situation. "Junior sister?" The woman's smile widened. "Yes, our master rescued you, and from now on, you'll be our little junior sister." As she spoke, she came over to assist Ming Yu down the steps. Ming Yu's mind felt utterly bewildered, like a puppet being led, and it was only upon sitting down that she began to comprehend the situation. "So who are you?" "I am your senior sister, Yun Pang Pang." Only then did Ming Yu take a closer look at her senior sister. She was tall and graceful, her black hair elegantly tied up with jade rings and pins. Her oval face was brightened by striking eyes, and she wore a spirited outfit of deep green fitted attire. "This is your second senior brother, She whined. The indicated man stood and bowed to Ming Yu, his handsome and gentle face adorned with a moon-white long robe and a jade crown atop his head. Ming Yu mechanically returned the gesture. This is your third senior brother, Yu Yanchu. However, he remained reclined, exuding a languid demeanor, scoffing. What can a newly awakened person possibly remember? Is it necessary to introduce ourselves one by one? No sooner had he spoken than Yun Pang Pang kicked him. The next moment, she turned serious, bowing to Ming Yu, junior sister. The third senior brother, with his lively demeanor and striking appearance, stood tall like a pine, dressed in a silver-gray, round-collared robe embroidered with unknown patterns. His hair was tied high in a ponytail, cascading down his back, and his fair complexion sparkled with star-like eyes. Ming Yu returned the bow. Did the old man rescue a foolish girl? Yu Yanchu mused, observing Ming Yu's dazed expression, still perplexed. Yin Pongpong's second kick was swift to follow. If you can't speak, you might as well keep your mouth shut. Under the threatening gaze of his senior sister, he fell silent. Yin Pang Pang turned to Ming Yu with a smile. He asked just like that. Don't take it to heart. How do you feel now? Ming Yu finally regained her composure. Thank you, senior sister. I'm fine now. That's good to hear. Junior sister, I have a question. Go ahead. I don't believe I agreed to become your disciple. At this, the others exchanged glances before bursting into laughter. Yu Yanchu laughed so hard that he almost fell off his chair. Did you think you could just leave without becoming a disciple? Ming Yu was once again left speechless. Am I being kidnapped? A small boat drifted slowly across the surface of the sea. Yin Pang Pang smiled at Ming Yu. Master is coming. Feel free to ask him any questions. Shi Xingzi, known as the Jizei Zuns, is the current master of Xing Luo Island. Ming Yu recognized this name from the later parts of the original story. This venerable figure was known for his carefree nature and wandering spirit, having once guided the male lead, Lu Yinsui. Yet, she hadn't expected that the fisherman-esque garb of the old man before her belonged to that very revered master. Behind Shi Xingzi was the system, which had grown plump from its indulgences, appearing larger than Ming Yu remembered. Upon seeing her, it swiftly darted up to her shoulder. Ming Yu offered her respects, and the others followed suit, calling out, Master! Shi Xingzi joyfully instructed them to rise, and then beckoned Ming Yu closer. Come here. Let me have a look. After examining her closely, he smiled. Not bad. A fine seedling indeed, worthy of my spirit herbs. Master! Before Ming Yu could finish her sentence, he waved his hand to continue. Your spirit pet pleaded with me to save you and even apprenticed you to me. You have no choice but to comply. Ming Yu looked helplessly at the system, which had covered its eyes and buried itself deeper into her shoulder. With a sigh, she knelt and performed a grand bow. Disciple Ming Yu pays respects to master. Shi Xingzi's eyes twinkled with amusement. Very well. You will study alongside your senior sister and senior brothers. I must depart the island for a while to observe the celestial phenomena. Study diligently. The others seemed accustomed to this, continuing their bows, and Ming Yu followed suit. The apprenticeship was confirmed, but how she would learn remained a concern. Master had departed, leaving the group of senior brothers and sisters to deliberate amongst themselves. Yin Pang Pang spoke first. Junior sister, what were you skilled at before? Ming Yu replied, swordsmanship. Swordsmanship? She glanced at the others with a teasing smile. But senior sister, I am a body cultivator, so it seems I cannot teach you much. The second senior brother quickly added, although I have some knowledge of swordsmanship, I am ultimately a sound cultivator, and I fear I cannot impart much to you. He sighed while casting a sidelong glance at Yu Yanchu, who sat at the far end. But never fear, your third senior brother is a sword cultivator and exceptionally gifted. Master often praises him as a genius in swordsmanship. Yu Yanchu was genuinely a loss for words, as his senior brother and senior sister seamlessly shifted the responsibility onto him, leaving him unable to refute their claims. After all, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, and he could only wear a forced smile. Very well, I shall teach junior sister. As soon as he spoke, his smile vanished, and his expression turned serious. Yin Pang Pang teased, third junior brother, don't force yourself. Senior sister, you jest. I'm most willing. Yet his tone betrayed a lack of enthusiasm. The others exchanged amused glances, all chuckling, while Ming Yu remained puzzled. wondering if her talent was so lacking that no one wished to teach her. Later, she discovered that it was simply the case that none of them knew how to teach and were only deflecting responsibility. After dinner, the senior sister took Ming Yu for a stroll along the beach while explaining the circumstances. Luo Island is a hidden sect, and our master has taken us in. Outsiders are not allowed on the island. Only on the first day of each month do fishermen come to bring in supplies and seek talismans and herbs in return. There are not many houses on the island, so you'll stay with me for now, and they will build you a new one in a few days. Ming Yu expressed her gratitude softly, and upon hearing her words, Yin Pang Pang felt a surge of joy. At long last, a delightful and charming junior sister has arrived, far superior to those two rascals. Our master spends only a handful of days on the island each year, which necessitates our self-directed learning and sparring. You should allow Yin Shu to teach you. Once you grasp the fundamentals, you can study independently in the Tsangshu Pavilion. That lad, despite his nonsensical chatter, wields remarkable swordsmanship, surpassing both your second senior brother and me combined. Ming Yu is even more intrigued by this third senior brother, a prodigy in swordplay. She has encountered one before, yet wonders who is the more exceptional. Chapter 9. Learning the craft the next day, Ming Yu awoke early, the courtyard enveloped in serene silence, with only a hint of dawn's light gracing the horizon. In the kitchen, the sounds of cooking beckoned her, and she found Yin Shu washing vegetables. In the dimly lit kitchen, with his sleeves rolled up and beads of sweat forming on his brow, he appeared to radiate an air of homeliness. Upon noticing her arrival, he raised an eyebrow and remarked on her early rise, all while deftly continuing his tasks of washing vegetables and rice. Although he donned the attire of a noble family, he handled these chores with remarkable ease. You are indeed fortunate, junior sister. I rarely cook. His tone bore a hint of pride, which was well-deserved. After tasting his culinary creations, Ming Yu thought to herself that they were exquisite in flavor and presentation, truly exceptional. After breakfast, the eldest sister retreated for a nap. The second senior brother headed to the Tsangshu Pavilion to study, while Ming Yu was whisked away for training. As a sword cultivator, possessing a robust physique is of utmost importance, Yin Shu noted, glancing at Ming Yu beside him. Your task for the next fortnight will involve gathering firewood and fetching water. I, your considerate senior brother, have set the bar. Merely chop 1,000 pounds of firewood daily, fill all the water containers on the island, and memorize a chapter of the heart method to complete your duties. A subtle smile graced Yin Shu's face, evoking a sense of springtime warmth, though a glimmer of mischief danced in his dark eyes. Should you fail to meet these expectations, you will also be responsible for daily meals and cleaning the Tsangshu Pavilion. Ming Yu harbored doubts about his intentions, suspecting he might be exploiting her for menial labor, yet lacked any evidence. She also entertained thoughts of him seeking revenge on her. But again, she had no proof. The numerous sword techniques and heart methods available on Luo Island were beyond her imagination. In the memories of her original self, the 6 Sussex techniques had already been numerous and intricate, yet they paled in comparison to what she now faced. After all, a prestigious family boasted nearly 100 foundational sword techniques, some similar, others distinct. The majority bore resemblance, while the differences were stark. Ming Yu came to realize that she was merely a free laborer. What young girl could chop 1,000 pounds of firewood daily? It was evident that the daily chores had been thrust upon her. She contemplated resistance, yet first, she was outmatched, and second, she was devoid of spiritual power. Accepting her fate once more, she declared to herself, I can do this. A successor to socialism cannot claim defeat. Cultivators possess extraordinary physiques, healing swiftly from injuries and exhibiting superior physical prowess. Yet this did not imply that Ming Yu aspired to become a formidable warrior capable of vanquishing demons with a single blow. Thus, she undertook all the island's chores, tending to her senior brothers and sisters with care and diligence, ensuring they were all well taken care of and content. After 3 months, this farcical routine of chopping wood and fetching water finally ceased. 3 months later, during the second round of instruction, the third senior brother assigned the task of locating one's destined sword. Ming Yu inquired how she could find it without leaving the island. Yin Chu smiled slightly, yes. This teaching task seemed rather effortless, Ming Yu mused. Thus, she embarked on a quest, scouring the entirety of Xingluo Island. As her thoughts drifted beyond the island, the system returned, accompanying Shi Xingzi on his travels. It had grown increasingly refined, resembling a completely different creature from the original little hamster. Your destined sword? Did you not discover one in the secret realm? The system queried, puzzled. I lost it when that demon lord killed me, and now I cannot leave. Where am I to find it? Ming Yu replied, exasperated. Lost. I stored it for you. It's in your Shiyu pouch, the system remarked. Ming Yu fell silent. You haven't opened it even once, have you? The system cautiously inquired, but upon witnessing Ming Yu's silence, it began to piece together the truth. Once more, Ming Yu remained quiet. She had been awake for over 3 months and had indeed never opened it. Retrieving the sword again, she found it as sharp as ever, devoid of any sense of neglect. The character Shu engraved on the blade had, for some reason, faded considerably. With a casual swing, she unleashed a flash of cold light that shattered the stone table upon which she had placed her belongings. How could this be? I could barely grasp it before. Perhaps it is due to your previous demise. Go outside and test it, the system urged. Finding a secluded spot by the water, Ming Yu began to practice with her sword. She wielded the long blade gracefully, gliding over the water surface, stirring waves that reflected the moonlight. The young girl moved with remarkable speed, her sword dancing like a nimble serpent, slicing through obstacles effortlessly. Shi Xingzi stroked his unruly beard, smiling with satisfaction. I knew it. She is a promising talent. Yen Chu crossed his arms, unimpressed. Still too clumsy, she is far from my level. After casting a few more glances at the figure gracefully moving in the moonlight, he turned to leave. Shi Xingzi shook his head with a chuckle and retreated indoors. In the third lesson, the third senior brother brought along a treasured sword. It emanated an aura of pressure. Even the mere glimpse of its blade, partially revealed from the scabbard, conveyed its chilling intent. This time, the task was to defeat my sword. No sooner had he spoken than the sword flew from its sheath, hovering in the air, emanating a sharp chill that bore down upon Ming Yu's heart. Drawing her sword to parry, the two blades clashed with a resounding clang. After a brief separation, Ming Yu retreated 2 steps, channeling her spiritual energy into her sword for her next strike. The treasured sword, undeterred, spun and launched another attack, resulting in yet another collision. The surrounding sea became a frothy tempest as their energies clashed, and Yen Chu had yet to intervene. The sword moved of its own volition. Ming Yu felt as if time slowed to a crawl, continuously channeling her energy to defend herself, yet could only manage to hold her ground. The enchanted sword seemed to possess an inexhaustible supply of energy, each strike more ferocious than the last. Ultimately, her spiritual energy was depleted. With her last vestige of strength, she deflected the sword, leaping toward the sea, aiming her blade at Yen Chu's heart. Yen Chu did not evade. He watched as she thrust toward him with a smirk. Not bad. In the blink of an eye, the treasured sword darted before Ming Yu with blinding speed. Striking her down, Yen Chu swiftly approached, catching her just before she plunged into the sea, his tone teasing. Clever thought, junior sister. Keep striving for improvement. In an instant, a finely crafted dagger rested against his neck. Brother, next time, be mindful not to play the gallant hero. Yen Chu paused, then burst into laughter. Indeed, my junior sister possesses spirit and courage. Channeling his energy, he transported Ming Yu back to the shore, the sword following suit back into its sheath. Only by defeating my sword can you challenge me, he declared before striding away. Chapter 10. The Endless Sea in the year that followed. Ming Yu engaged in combat with that sword daily, yet she never managed to emerge victorious. It was not unusual for a sword to possess spirit. Her own sword had one too, yet Yen Chu's sword spirit seemed particularly domineering, capable of overpowering her solely on its own merit. This was a sensation Ming Yu had never experienced. Even in her memories of sparring with Lu Yensui, she had never felt such complete subjugation. After yet another defeat, Ming Yu persevered for an entire 5 hours, battling from dawn until dusk. The eldest sister had been waiting for her in the courtyard for quite some time and had warmed a meal for her. Practicing swordplay requires attention to the timing. After an entire day of training, how can the body endure such strain? Yin Pang Pang felt a pang of concern, yet she could not interfere with her sister's cultivation. After all, both of them had traversed this path. Senior sister, I am fine. Please taste this. Is the sour fish slices you love that I specially prepared for you. Most cultivators, upon reaching the golden core stage, begin to abstain from earthly grains, consuming only elixirs, as they emphasize the harmony of inner and outer realms and the purity of their martial prowess. However, Xinglua Island does not adhere to such practices. They eat and drink as they please. As third senior brother Yu Yanshu puts it, only the incapable weaklings blame their stagnation on external factors. Ming Yu found this reasoning quite sensible, and the culinary skills of her senior brothers and sisters were undeniably exquisite. Seeing Ming Yu enjoy her meal, Yin Pang Pang felt somewhat reassured. How about tomorrow you refrain from sparring with that troublesome sword and let third senior brother take you to explore the boundless sea? The boundless sea, as its name suggests, is an infinite expanse of water. It is a trial that one must overcome upon graduating from Xinglo Island. Ming Yu only knew that third senior brother ventured into it monthly, but had never succeeded in passing all the challenges. Senior sister, just how difficult is the boundless sea? Third senior brother has tried for so long without success. Yin Pang Pang merely smiled. The boundless sea cannot be traversed solely by exceptional cultivation. You will understand when you go there tomorrow. On the following day, the boundless sea awaited. The scenery of Xinglua Island was already breathtaking, yet the boundless sea was even more magnificent. The deep blue waters blended seamlessly with the clouds on the horizon, a true spectacle of water and sky. The rising sun cast shimmering reflections upon the surface, creating a dance of light. Little junior sister, let us go, called Yu Yanshu, his face adorned with a smile, though his eyes held a flicker of other emotions, which transformed back into his usual spirited demeanor in an instant. Today, I shall guide you through the boundless sea. With that, the two soared on their swords toward the water's surface. Once submerged, Ming Yu discovered the true nature of the boundless sea. The underwater realm was a world apart from the scenic beauty above. It could be described as pitch black and devoid of light. It was as if sunlight were barred from entering and shadows flitted about her. The deeper she descended, the more shadows appeared, and she struggled to discern Yu Yanshu's figure, relying solely on instinct to follow him in a particular direction. After a lengthy passage, they arrived at their destination. Before them stood a forest of stone pillars, each towering several meters high and arranged haphazardly, adorned with countless vines and moss, and even inhabited by various shellfish. This was the first trial of the boundless sea. There were 8 trials in total, corresponding to the 8 sufferings of the mortal realm: birth, aging, illness, death, the agony of hatred, the sorrow of separation, the blazing of the 5 aggregates, and the unfulfilled desires. Even cultivators are not exempt from the torment of these 8 sufferings. This stone formation was merely the first trial, birth. Upon entering the grove of stone pillars, time seemed to stand still. Ming Yu followed Yu Yanshu as they navigated through pillar after pillar, yet all she could see were more pillars, indistinguishable in size and shape. Fearful of triggering any formations, she dared not touch them, mechanically trailing behind Yu Yanshu. However, he began to move increasingly swiftly, and soon she found herself unable to keep pace. In the blink of an eye, he had vanished, leaving her alone in the stillness. Senior brother, Yu Yanshu. Her voice echoed amidst the stone pillars, but there was no response. She pressed onward, the pillars seemingly endless. No matter how long she walked, she felt as though she were merely circling in place. Just as she lost her bearings, her sword began to hum in its sheath, vibrating insistently. In the next moment, the sword flew from its scabbard, darting in a particular direction. Ming Yu hurriedly followed. After what felt like an eternity, she finally reached a colossal stone wall. The dark blue surface was etched with intricate reliefs, depicting the journey of an immortal from birth to cultivation and eventual ascension. At the end of the mural stood a figure, strikingly similar to Yu Yanshu. Ming Yu rushed forward, senior brother. The figure turned, yet it was not Yu Yanshu. It bore the visage of a stone carving. Startled, she stumbled back as the stone figure approached her with purposeful strides. Drawing her sword, she lunged forward, stabbing at its heart. The figure merely shifted its head to glance at the wound before continuing its advance. Her sword could not penetrate. It was utterly ineffective. The stone figure raised a hand, easily deflecting her blade and seizing her arm, twisting it with a sharp crack. Ming Yu's right arm had dislocated. Pallor washed over her face. Her right hand unable to grip her sword. Ignoring the pain, she saw the figure's hand moving toward her head. With a swift kick, she pushed against the figure, which staggered backward. Using the momentum, she retreated several steps and managed to reset her dislocated elbow. Despite her pallid complexion, she had no time to dwell on it. Gripping her sword with her left hand, she channeled her energy and struck again at the stone figure. Her blow was heavy, aimed directly at its head, her spiritual power surging forth. Yet the figure remained unyielding. Continuing to leverage her strength, she leaped up, driving her sword down with greater force. Her vision blurred with crimson as she engaged in this struggle for an indeterminate length of time. The stone figure finally began to falter, dropping to one knee. Seizing the opportunity, Ming Yu pressed her attack, and at last, the figure crumbled to dust beneath her efforts. Without its support, Ming Yu collapsed, barely managing to prop herself up with her sword. She gasped for breath, watching in astonishment as the stone wall around her began to shimmer and shift, the scene morphing continuously. In the next moment, she sensed a presence behind her and instinctively struck back, only to have her hand grasped firmly. Quick reflexes, came Yu Yanchu's voice, laced with amusement, and Ming Yu relaxed her tension. Where did you go? Did you know that just now? This is the boundless sea. Little junior sister. Congratulations on passing the first trial. Yu Yanchu spoke earnestly, but for today, we must conclude here. You can go no further. Chapter 11. Heart-to-heart conversations. Even after being led out of the boundless sea by Yu Yanchu, Ming Yu remained in a daze, as though all of it were a mere illusion, still trapped within that grove of stone pillars, confronting the stone figure without realizing it. Yin Pang Pang observed her dazed demeanor and kicked Yu Yanchu lightly. What happened? Yu Yanchu shrugged, evading his senior sister's gaze. It's perfectly normal for one's first visit to the boundless sea. Yet Yin Pang Pang paid him no mind, taking the bewildered Ming Yu away, while Yu Yanchu shook his head and followed behind. After taking a few steps, Yin Pang Pang suddenly turned, scrutinizing him. You cooked today's meal. Huh? Why? Yu Yanchu was taken aback. It isn't even my turn yet. No reason. Since you failed to protect the little junior sister, you shall work. Yin Pang Pang tossed this stern remark and departed with Ming Yu without looking back. Yu Yanchu could only helplessly roll his eyes before turning in another direction. That night, Ming Yu found herself unable to sleep, her mind oscillating between the images of the boundless sea and her confrontation with the sword. Surrendering to her restlessness, she rose and stepped outside. The night sea was as enchanting as the day, with moonlight spilling over the waves, adding an air of mystery. Behind her, the stars twinkled faintly across several small islands, casting soft glimmers. Alone, Ming Yu wandered aimlessly along the shore, the system accompanying her in silence. She had no one to converse with. The moonlight was indeed beautiful, yet her heart was too heavy to appreciate it. Having been in this world for over a year, she sometimes doubted whether her memories of the modern realm were merely a fleeting dream. Occasionally, she felt disoriented, questioning which version of Ming Yu was the true one, and whether she would ever return home to her original world. Little junior sister, a voice called from behind. Turning around, Ming Yu saw it was her second senior brother. Chi-Huide, unlike the cheerful demeanor of the eldest sister or the carefree nature of the third brother. This second brother was known for his diligent cultivation and preference for solitude. Even cultivation is largely a journey of self-exploration, apart from the occasional shared meals. Ming Yu rarely encounters him. Her impression of this second senior brother is that of a gentle soul. At least his appearance suggests such. Beyond that, there is little else. Why are you still awake at this hour? Chi-Huide initiated the conversation. I can't sleep, just taking a stroll, she replied. What about you, senior brother? I just emerged from seclusion today. Ming Yu nodded, choosing not to elaborate. Noticing her pensive expression, Chi-Huide felt it his duty as the second senior brother to alleviate his junior sister's worries. Thus he volunteered, let me accompany you for a walk. I heard from my senior sister that you followed Yin Chu to the endless sea today. How did it go? Chi Huida inquired with curiosity. I passed the first trial, she answered honestly. That is quite impressive. It's rare for anyone to pass the first trial on their first attempt at the endless sea. He remarked. What about the battle with Long Yuan? Ming Yu paused. Long Yuan? Chi Huida also stopped, his tone laced with confusion. Did Yin Chu not inform you? His life sword is the legendary Long Yuan sword, which has been lost to history for ages. The sword's aura is formidable. Few swords in existence can withstand its might. Even the ancient fierce swords find it challenging to resist its power. To defeat Long Yuan signifies that you can conquer the vast majority of sword cultivators in this realm. Yin Chu truly cares for you. However, upon hearing this, Ming Yu's expression remained devoid of joy. She continued, your sword is quite remarkable as well. What was its name? Ming Yu was unaware. Even until today, that sword had not recognized her as its master, and she could not fathom why it refused to acknowledge her. I do not know. It has yet to recognize me. Chi Huida was not one to pry excessively. Rather, he was adept at sensing boundaries and did not press further, shifting the topic. The Endless Sea is a trial set by our master for leaving the island. None of us have completely passed it, yet only Yin Chu continues to attempt it tirelessly. Do you know why? Ming Yu shook her head. Both my senior sister and I are orphans, taken in by our master to cultivate, so we have little impression of the outside world. Yin Chu, however, was like a little hedgehog when he first arrived, speaking to no one, wary of everything, always yearning to escape. Even now, he remains the same. In truth, you and Yin Chu are quite alike. Both of you have unfinished business. Chi Huida turned to face Ming Yu, his expression earnest, then continued to pursue it. Give your all, and fear nothing. Surprised, Ming Yu suddenly looked up, and Chi Huida merely smiled. Though life is governed by fate, you are yourself. The path you choose is yours to determine. The inevitable does not preclude the possibility of change. Furthermore, even if the heavens were to fall, you have your senior brothers and sisters to support you. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, senior brother. Ming Yu solemnly clasped her hands in respect. Then hurry back and rest. Chi Huida chuckled as he assisted her to her feet. Senior brother, you should also rest early. Ming Yu's figure gradually receded into the distance, while Chi Huida remained in place. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, giving his shoulder a hearty pat. Their voice filled with cheerful laughter. Well done, second senior brother. Chi Huida coughed lightly, exasperatedly calling out, senior sister. Yin Pang Pang laughed. My apologies, my apologies. We have resolved another matter. We truly are a competent pair of senior siblings. Senior sister, let's make a deal. Can we alternate on these heart-to-heart talks next time? Why is it always me? That's not negotiable. You have the face of a gentle second senior brother, and they all fall for it. Chi Huida had no retort. Yin Pang Pang yawned. It's too late. I'm off to rest. By the way, you're making breakfast tomorrow. Without heeding her junior brother's protests, she swiftly departed. In the following months, Ming Yu continued her battles with the Long Yuan sword, occasionally accompanying Yin Chu to venture into the Endless Sea. Although she faced repeated failures and injuries, she also made consistent progress and never again doubted herself as she had that night. Time flew by swiftly. Shi Xingzi's visits were infrequent, and the system had accompanied her on the island for a while, but unable to endure the solitude, it chose to follow Shi Xingzi again, reminding Ming Yu, we are merely waiting for the male lead to advance the plot. Focus on your cultivation and refrain from unnecessary thoughts. When this system returns, I shall bring you Tian Shan Shuegua. Ming Yu found comfort in those words, realizing she only needed to wait. Regardless of her identity, all she needed was to remember her true purpose. Chapter 12. Yuan Ing at dawn. The tranquil water surface was suddenly pierced by a beam of spiritual light, creating ripples. Ming Yu held her sword in one hand, while forming seals with the other, the blade emanating a faint shimmer. As her gestures shifted, all the surrounding spiritual energy surged towards her, coalescing into a massive beam of light. The Long Yuan sword, unwilling to be outdone, emanated fierce sword intent, seemingly challenging her. After a moment, Ming Yu sprang into action. The long sword, fueled by immense spiritual power, surged towards Long Yuan. The two swords clashed with a resounding ring, sending the water's surface into turmoil, creating towering waves that reverberated across the nearby islands. After an indeterminate period of stalemate, a blue-green spiritual force shot into the sky, and both sides retreated. Long Yuan was defeated. Although Ming Yu emerged victorious, she felt her internal organs quaking from the sword intent, but still held her ground. Third senior brother, Long Yuan has fallen. You are next, she declared with an indomitable spirit. Yu Yanchu summoned Long Yuan back, the sword trembling in his hand as if it still desired to fight, but he disregarded it. Suddenly, Yu Yanchu broke into a smile, his peach blossom eyes sparkling with a different light. Junior sister, I have awaited this moment for long. However, it seems today is not the day. Ming Yu was perplexed. What does third senior brother mean? Yu Yanchu only smiled in silence. The weather shifted abruptly. Moments ago, the sky had been clear, but now it was shrouded in dark clouds, accompanied by thunder and lightning. Ming Yu paused, quickly realizing that she was on the verge of breaking through. The senior brothers and sisters nearby had retreated, for the heavenly tribulation of breaking through could only be personally endured, allowing for the refinement of the body and transformation into yuaning. Otherwise, a substitute would cause instability in the breakthrough, potentially leading to regression. As the heavenly tribulation approached, Ming Yu glanced around and dashed towards the empty island where she usually trained her body and sword. Water conducts electricity. If she remained in place to break through, she risked not only failing but also losing her life. The heavenly tribulation followed her, and just as she arrived, the first bolt of lightning struck down. Ming Yu turned to deflect it with her sword, but the second bolt descended directly upon her arm. She felt a tingling in her arm, rendering her powerless. And before she could react, the third bolt struck down. She again swung her sword to block, followed by the fourth, fifth, and sixth bolts. To achieve yuaning, one must endure a total of 49 heavenly tribulations. From the outside, it appeared as if bolts of lightning were continuously crashing down, transforming the small island into a tempestuous storm, with only faint glimpses of blue-green light valiantly resisting in the center. The heavenly tribulation raged for an entire day, and when it finally ceased, the island lay in ruins. Amidst the desolation, Ming Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, struggling to stand with her sword. Her entire body was drenched in blood. The heavenly tribulation had severed her meridians, and as they rapidly healed, they were repeatedly struck down, causing her to endure the pain of meridian ruptures 49 times throughout the day. After taking a few steps, another wave of blood surged forth, and Ming Yu gasped for breath. This heavenly tribulation for Yuan Ying was indeed extraordinary. She now felt both light and numb, constantly on the verge of expelling more blood. Her senior brothers and sisters had been waiting for a long time. Her senior sister Yun Pang Pang rushed over first, catching the swaying Ming Yu. Junior sister, how are you? Yun Pang Pang's face was etched with worry, lacking her usual vibrancy. Ming Yu managed to muster a smile. Senior sister, I succeeded. Only then did Yun Pang Pang let out a sigh of relief, her heart finally at ease. Chi Huide and Yu Yanchu followed closely behind. Upon hearing Ming Yu's words, Yu Yanchu broke into a smile, congratulating her junior sister on ascending to the yuaning stage. Ming Yu, in a weakened tone, expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you, senior brother." However, he shifted the conversation, reminding her that she must take responsibility for restoring the island's original appearance. Otherwise, they would have nowhere to spar. The voice of Yin Pom Pom, filled with anger, accompanied Yu Yanchu's plea for mercy. Senior sister, I was wrong. Chi Huide interjected, stating that Yu Yanchu had gone too far, urging the senior sister to support her junior sister while he dealt with him. Observing their playful banter, Ming Yu felt a long-lost sense of home, a comforting assurance that as long as they were together, there was nothing to worry about. Ascending to the yuaning stage is often fraught with instability, necessitating a period of settling. Consequently, Ming Yu paused her training for several days, spending her time reading in the library, aside from meals and leisurely strolls. The library, located on the easternmost island, was constructed entirely of stone and comprised 5 stories, including a basement. Although Xingluo Island is a hidden sect, It houses a considerable collection of rare ancient texts, many of which are unique and unobtainable elsewhere. As Ming Yu perused the shelves, she encountered numerous books that evoked a sense of familiarity, leading her to wonder if they were left behind by some predecessor who had traversed time. Among the four siblings, aside from the eldest sister, the others frequently visited the library, not solely for the purpose of finding texts for cultivation, but also to find tranquility. The eldest sister expressed her bewilderment, questioning how one could find peace amidst a multitude of books. Wasn't a good sparring match a more satisfying way to unwind? Indeed, the perspective of a physical cultivator tends to be more straightforward, which is understandable. Ming Yu once inquired why the eldest sister was a physical cultivator, to which she replied, "In my youth, I was a beggar in Chuzhou City. I ate well, and other beggars could not overpower me. My master said that among all the children, I possessed the most celestial affinity, so he took me in. Being a physical cultivator is advantageous when they underestimate me. I can demonstrate my strength without even drawing my sword." Ming Yu wholeheartedly agreed, as she had not anticipated her eldest sister to be a physical cultivator. It explained why her two senior brothers were so obedient. As for the second senior brother, the eldest sister recounted that when he first arrived on the island, he happened to encounter a friend of their master who was a sound cultivator. The second senior brother, captivated by the man's ethereal presence, resolved to become a sound cultivator as well, believing that even if their master would not teach him, he could learn independently. Ming Yu admired his determination. Self-taught mastery is indeed a challenging feat. What about the third senior brother? Yin Peng scoffed, explaining that he had been lured to the island by their master under false pretenses. Initially, he was withdrawn and caused a ruckus until their master promised to teach him swordsmanship, at which point he settled down. Of course, their junior sister was the best. Obedient and beautiful, she could converse with the eldest sister without causing her any annoyance. Ming Yu smiled, assuring them that she would always stand by her eldest sister. "Such a good child, sleep early. We must rise early tomorrow for practice," the eldest sister murmured as she drifted off. However, Ming Yu remained contemplative, pondering what event could have compelled their master to bring someone to the island and restrict their freedom to leave. It was undoubtedly a significant matter. Chapter 13. Caring for a child as dawn broke and the sun rose, a gentle breeze swept across the sea, creating a picturesque scene with shimmering waves. Yet beneath the surface, dark currents swirled, and countless shadows lay in wait. Amidst the pitch-black waters, a glowing orb about a person's height was surrounded by various creatures that seemed to fear its power, keeping their distance. Inside the orb, Ming Yu had her eyes tightly shut, her brow furrowed, her face etched with pain. Suddenly, her eyes flew open, revealing a flash of red that quickly transformed back to their normal hue. The orb burst apart, and her sword was unsheathed, unleashing a fierce sword aura that repelled all nearby shadows. Ming Yu soared upward, her sword swiftly circling the surface of the sea before returning to her grasp. The sword felt increasingly comfortable in her hand, though its markings remained indistinct, and it still did not recognize her as its master. With a sigh, Ming Yu lamented that as long as the sword did not acknowledge her, she would have no chance of defeating Yu Yanqiu. "Congratulations, junior sister, on breaking through the resentment and hatred." Yu Yanqiu approached from the shore, his eyes gleaming with joy, his brows curving in a smile. Dressed in a striking ice-blue narrow-sleeved robe adorned with floral patterns and a jade pendant at his waist. His long hair was elegantly secured with a jade crown, exuding an air of nobility. Not as formidable as senior brother, Ming Yu exchanged pleasantries before turning to leave. Today, Zixingzi was returning to the island. Unlike previous occasions, this time, he had sent word in advance about his arrival and mentioned an important matter to discuss. The others had been waiting for some time. By the time Ming Yu arrived, it was nearly noon. Yu Yanqiu followed closely behind, and upon seeing his attire, Yin Peng remarked, "What occasion is it that you've pulled out your finest garments?" Yu Yanqiu replied cheerfully, "I'm in a good mood today." Yin Peng rolled her eyes inwardly and whispered to Ming Yu, "This fellow must have just cleared a major hurdle in the endless sea. Look at him." Ming Yu nodded in agreement, recognizing that their third senior brother typically had a carefree demeanor, appearing spirited yet rarely concerned about anything. It was not until the end of noon that Zixingzi finally returned, not alone, but with a young girl in tow. From now on, this will be your fifth junior sister, he said, a hint of pride in his voice. The group exchanged glances, a shared thought emerging in their minds. Master Wouldn't he have stolen someone else's child? Would he? While they had all been taken in at a young age. They could barely remember being around 4 or 5 years old. The girl was dressed extravagantly, her necklace adorned with pearls the size of pigeon eggs. And there was more than one. Is she perhaps a princess from some royal family? Yin Peng swallowed hard, hesitantly asking, Master, I sent she a bit too young? Zixingzi seemed puzzled. Too young? The disciples nodded in unison. But she is already 400 years old. As she smiled brightly, 2 white, jade-like horns sprouted from her forehead. Is that a dragon? Ming Yu asked in astonishment. Yu Yinshu lightly tapped her forehead, lazily stating, since the realms have been severed, how could there be any dragons? This is a Hua. Yet there is only that one Hua in the world. Isn't there? Ming Yu pressed, recalling that in the original narrative. This Hua later became the steed of the male protagonist. Indeed, this is the Hua raised by Jilingwen, Zixingzi answered with a smile. The group was utterly dumbfounded. This was even more shocking than stealing a child. Taking someone else's child meant they couldn't come looking for them, but bringing back a Hua's offspring? Would Xinglua Island even be safe? The Hua entrusted me with its offspring. I thought it best to bring her back. I believe you all have ample experience in raising children. Am I right, Peng? Yin Peng fell silent, and Zixingzi turned his hopeful gaze towards Shi Huide. But master, she is simply too young. Shi Huide sighed. And how is a Hua like a human? What difference does it make? Just raise her as you normally would. I've been on the road. My head is pounding. I need to rest. With that, Zixingzi left them once again to deal with the chaos he had created, leaving the disciples in disarray. The young girl, however, was remarkably well behaved, not crying or causing a fuss, but smiling sweetly at them, her round eyes and dimpled cheeks making her look adorably charming. Let us take her to eat something, Yin Peng suggested helplessly. After dinner, Ming Yu suggested that the system take the little girl out to play. It was evident that the two had spent some time together, as the girl joyfully chased the system along the island's edge. A few onlookers in the courtyard felt a mix of emotions. What should be done with this child? Who would take care of her? Yin Peng was the first to speak up, glancing at her junior brothers and sisters. As their eyes met, some gazes landed on Yu Yinshu, causing him to bristle instantly. I can't take care of children, and even if it is a Huai, she is still a girl. It wouldn't be appropriate for me. Shi Huide came to his rescue, affirming that it indeed was not suitable. Then it seems neither of you is fit for this task, Yin Peng remarked, to which both nodded in agreement, stating their unsuitability. Then we must trouble the 4th junior sister, Yin Peng said with a smile. Ming Yu was caught off guard, as the responsibility had unexpectedly fallen upon her. But I can't take care of children either. Junior sister, it can be learned. Taking care of a child is quite easy. As your senior sister, I'm a body cultivator, and my movements can be rather vigorous. It wouldn't be ideal for her to follow me if she gets hurt, Ming Yu said helplessly, conceding that her senior sister had a point. Thus, the task of caring for the child was assigned to Ming Yu. She had no experience in this realm. Even in modern times, she had only played with her relatives' children during holidays. After her parents passed away, her connections with relatives had faded, let alone her interactions with children. Nevertheless, she figured she had a bit more experience than her senior brothers and sisters. What is your name? Ming Yu called the girl over and squatted down to ask. The little girl beamed, her cherubic face adorned with 2 dimples. Fuyu. With that, Fuyu began following Ming Yu. Although she was a Huai, Fuyu was just like any other child, displaying remarkable obedience and intelligence. As they practiced swordplay together, Fuyu learned swiftly, her small frame wielding the sword with impressive seriousness and grace. Ming Yu's experience in caring for the child unfolded smoothly, while the lives of others were not as fortunate. Chapter 14. Weighing priorities at the Tai Su sword sect, the Sigua Cave's restrictions had been lifted after 3 years. Yiliani had been waiting for a long time. After a while, faint sounds emerged from within the cave. Lu Yinsui emerged, supporting himself against the wall. Though his features remained unchanged, he could not hide his weariness. His complexion was excessively pale, and his eyes appeared somewhat vacant. Upon seeing the sunlight outside the cave, he hesitated, tentatively reaching out to touch it. Since being punished in the Sigwa cave, he had not seen the sun. The cave was shrouded in darkness, devoid of any sunlight. Senior brother. Yi Liani's eyes were already red, her voice laden with emotion. She had waited 3 whole years for her senior brother to emerge. Lu Yinsui waved his hand, a slight smile gracing his lips. I'm fine. Let's go. As they descended the mountain, a celestial attendant brought news that the sect leader requested senior brother Lu at Xixiang Peak. Lu Yinsui bowed, acknowledging the command. However, Yi Liani protested. What is my father doing? Senior brother has just emerged. I need to find him and clarify things. Lu Yinsui restrained her. It is nothing but a question. Junior sister, you should rest. She wanted to say more, but seeing the serious expression on Lu Yinsui's face, she relented. As Yi Liani left, glancing back several times, Lu Yinsui proceeded to Xixiang Peak. Upon arrival, he found Chao Tianke had been waiting for a considerable time. Lu Yinsui approached and saluted the sect leader. Chao Tianke remained silent, scrutinizing him for a long while before finally speaking. Stand up. Have you reflected in the Sigwa cave? Do you understand the weight of priorities? Lu Yinsui replied solemnly. As a disciple of the Taisu sword sect, one must prioritize the sect above all else, placing personal desires as secondary. Seeing that Lu Yinsui had genuinely comprehended this, Chao Tianke's tones softened considerably. As the eldest disciple of Yunmi Peak and the future sect leader, you must understand the responsibilities you bear. Very well. Return and focus on your cultivation. Prepare for the Dongchuan Prefecture banquet. Disciple obeys. Dongchuan Prefecture was the site where ancient celestial beings had perished, hosting a banquet every 5 years where young disciples from various sects participated. Ostensibly a social gathering, it was, in reality, a competition. The victor would be regarded as the foremost among their generation, consequently elevating their sect status. The Taisu Sword sect had held this title for numerous years. Having Lu Yinsui attend the Dongchuan banquet signified the sect's trust in his abilities and importance. Everyone considered this, and previously, he would have thought the same. However, now he was uncertain of his significance to the sect. Returning to Yunmi Peak after a long absence, he noticed many changes. His master, the revered Yunhua, seldom accepted disciples and preferred solitude, resulting in the peak often being deserted. Wandering aimlessly, he found himself at the courtyard where Ming Yu once resided. The courtyard had long been neglected, filled with decay and desolation. The door latch had become rusted, and the peach blossom tree in the courtyard had withered. Lu Yinsui pushed the door open and entered the room. Inside was a chaotic scene. Cabinets lay toppled, and small objects were scattered about, remnants of a search conducted by disciples 3 years prior, with no one returning to tidy up. This was his first time stepping into this room since turning 13, and he had not anticipated such a sight. He propped up the fallen shelf and discovered a locked chest hidden behind it, showing no signs of having been disturbed due to its concealed location. Upon opening it, he found items he had once gifted to Ming Yu, grasshoppers woven from wild grass, sword tassels, and jade pendants. A wave of melancholy washed over him. At the age of 7, when Lujia village was destroyed, he had wandered with Ming Yu to the Taisu sword sect, where his master took him in. He had always believed this place was their second home, until that belief was shattered by his own hands. As a disciple of the Taisu sword sect, you must understand right from wrong. Since Ming Yu is no longer here, you must contribute to the sect in whatever way you can. As for you, go to the Sigwa cave. You may emerge when you have come to terms with your thoughts. A voice resonated in his mind. Have you decided to collaborate with me? I have. Ming Yu had been troubled lately, uncertain if it was due to Fu Yu's growth spurt. But the little one's appetite had increased remarkably. The disciples on Xing Luo Island were not permitted to leave freely, relying solely on fishermen to deliver supplies at the beginning of each month. Initially, there were only 4 of them on the island, and they had never faced a shortage of food. Even when they occasionally caught fish or shrimp from the sea, it sufficed for a long time. However, Fu Yu's sudden increase in appetite had led to the rice jar being depleted by more than half in just 10 days. At this rate, in another 5 days, they would have to practice fasting. This month, it was Ming Yu's turn to cook. Initially, she thought little of it. believing that a growing child needed more food for health, but later realized that they could not communicate with the outside world and that the island had no food reserves. Her senior sister was preparing for seclusion, and her second senior brother had gone off to study independently, leaving Ming Yu with no choice but to seek out her third senior brother. Recently, Yu Yinshu had inexplicably become rather lax. As someone who once practiced swordplay daily and faced challenges now struggled to complete even the basic 2 hours of sword training. He spent his days lazily basking in the sun. When Ming Yu approached him, he was reclining under the Huang Jin tree in the courtyard. After hearing Ming Yu's concerns, Yu Yinshu was taken aback. "Are you saying we will run out of food in 5 days?" he asked incredulously. Ming Yu nodded. "We will consume 2 months' worth of supplies in just half a month," she affirmed. Yu Yinshu pinched the bridge of his nose in exasperation. "The little dragon will be hungry. So will we. You must choose one. Is there no other option, senior brother?" Ming Yu pleaded, her hands gripping the back of the chair, her tone turning pitiful. It was rare for Yu Yinshu to see his younger sister in such a state. She often displayed a remarkable composure beyond her years. Observing her demeanor, a smile gradually spread across Yu Yinshu's lips, his eyes twinkling with mirth. Locking his gaze onto Ming Yu, he said, "Actually, there's another way." Ming Yu's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "What is it?" Yu Yinshu's lips curved slightly as she retrieved a palm-sized object from her pocket. A Fuin stone? Her junior sister indeed possessed a wealth of knowledge. Yinshu nodded in affirmation. Ming Yu, puzzled, questioned the necessity of a spiritual vein and formation to utilize the Fuin stone, wondering if such connections existed on the island. Yinshu paused for a moment, then burst into laughter, her amusement lingering for quite some time. How could her junior sister know that the island lacked both spiritual veins and formations? Ming Yu, taken aback, pondered why she was unaware of this. Yinshu, playfully teasing her, lowered her voice, suggesting that perhaps the senior sister feared that revealing too many secrets would lead to them being divulged, hence her silence. In Chapter 15, Separation of Love, under Ming Yu's strong insistence, she finally acquired the Fuin stone. Yin Pong Pong, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched her head, admitting that with only a few of them on the island, the stone seemed unnecessary, leading her to forget about it entirely. Ming Yu, however, couldn't help but think it curious that San Shi Xiang, despite never having left the island, always wore different clothes. With the matter of the Fuin stone resolved, Ming Yu resumed her ventures into the endless sea. Her daily training had transformed into a routine of sword practice, reading, and navigating the endless sea, forming a triangular pattern. Yinshu had long since stepped back during Ming Yu's breakthrough, stating that since they were both in the yuanying stage, there was little left for her to teach. She unilaterally refused to spar with Ming Yu, insisting that she must catch up to her pace in the endless sea first. With one party unwilling to engage and unable to pursue Yinshu every day, Ming Yu had no choice but to explore the endless sea on her own. Having spent over 3 years on Long Ao Island, she had reached the 6th obstacle, separation of love, yet found herself stuck for an extended period without a breakthrough. As the name suggests, this challenge required one to endure the pain of separation from a loved one within an illusion, and only by calmly severing the illusion could one advance. Having never had a boyfriend in her modern life, and with only a handful of close friends, Ming Yu realized that she had no one she truly loved. Yet, she was compelled to repeatedly confront the scene of her parents' tragic car accident in the illusion, to the point where she struggled to sleep, haunted by the relentless replay of those memories. Despite contemplating giving up, she found herself inexplicably persevering, entering the endless sea once more. The earlier challenges felt like traversing an uninhabited realm, and she moved freely. However, before the 6th obstacle, she halted. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. Upon entry, the scenery transformed entirely. It no longer began in her memory of home, but instead unfolded in a quaint mountain village. An inconspicuous hamlet nestled among the mountains, its population barely numbering in the dozens. Smoke wafted from chimneys, and the small paths bustled with life. Ming Yu quickly realized this was a memory of her original self. A 5-year-old girl, barely taller than the home-s fence, donned a simple yet beautifully light pink dress, likely purchased with care. Her long black hair was braided, adorned with a silver longevity lock, a clear sign of her family's affection. Little Ming Yu struggled to push open her home's fence and dashed toward the neighboring house. The neighboring abode was smaller and appeared less sturdy than her own. She knocked on the door, which swung open to reveal a young Lu Yinsui. At 7 years old, Lu Yinsui was strikingly beautiful, dressed in coarse fabric. Upon seeing Ming Yu, he grinned widely and exchanged a few words with an elderly person inside before he and Ming Yu clasped hands and ran toward the small creek behind the village. The creek teemed with tiny fish and shrimp, and the two children played barefoot in the water, feeling the gentle brush of fish against their legs. Oblivious to the scorching sun, only when a man called for them to return for dinner did they reluctantly exit the water, still holding hands. The scene shifted abruptly, revealing the village in ruins. The sky was painted a vivid red, and the ground was strewn with corpses and blood, silence enveloping the area. Devoid of even a bird's call, Lu Yinsui trembled, struggling to maintain composure as he clutched Ming Yu's hand, searching through the wreckage for any signs of life until they spotted a man. The man lay on the ground, barely breathing, covered in wounds, blood pooling at his lips. Ming Yu rushed to him, crying out for her father. He attempted to raise a hand toward her, but could not manage it, mumbling incoherently, "I can't," before his breath ceased entirely. Lu Yinsui also wept, though he held back his tears, comforting the distraught Ming Yu in his embrace. He gathered what little they could carry and, with the unconscious Ming Yu in his arms, left the desolation behind. Yinshu pulled Ming Yu from the depths of the sea, leaning in to hear her murmur incoherently. Her brow furrowed in concern. Though she had emerged from the endless sea, Ming Yu remained unresponsive, increasingly entranced as if still ensnared. The illusion morphed once again. In a dreary, rain-soaked setting, Ming Yu lay in a dilapidated temple, feverish and weak, while Lu Yinsui cradled her, offering her water. The two resembled little beggars, ragged and emaciated, their former selves barely recognizable. In the temple, other travelers sat around a fire, drinking and chatting. Occasionally, words like demon clan, Tai Su, and kill drifted into their ears. Lu Yinsui held Ming Yu tightly, trembling, yet with unwavering determination. He whispered in her ear, "Xiao Yu, hold on. We must survive and seek vengeance." Ming Yu yearned to reach out to them, but her hand passed through the illusion, which gradually dissipated. When she awoke, night had fallen, and the tranquil sea mirrored the enormous moon above, with distant sparks of starlight visible. "You're awake?" Yinshu's voice came from behind her, as Ming Yu turned to see him leaning against a tree. One hand propped on a bent leg, while the other poked at the fire with a makeshift branch. His face was partially illuminated by the flames, obscuring his expression. Ming Yu expressed her gratitude, thanking her senior brother for rescuing her. "It's nothing," Yinshu replied nonchalantly. As he watched her prepare to leave, he added in a casual tone, "Is there a senior brother with the surname Lu that you are fond of?" Ming Yu paused, and, after a moment, responded with a hint of detachment. "Just a senior brother I studied with." Once Ming Yu had walked away, Yinshu chuckled softly, discarding the branch, resting his hands behind his head and closing his eyes to relax. Returning to her room, Ming Yu pressed a hand to her heart, feeling an inexplicable compulsion to act ever since she emerged from the illusion. A sense of unease washed over her, thoughts racing as she questioned why the illusion had changed so abruptly, despite her efforts to suppress memories of her original self. The system, appearing from nowhere, looked at her in confusion. "What are you doing?" Ming Yu jumped at the sudden voice and, seeing the system, asked, "Where are we in the original plot now?" The system, looking bewildered, replied, "Let me think. I believe we're at the point where the male lead is preparing to attend the Dongchuan Prefecture banquet. Are you all right?" "I'm fine." Ming Yu waved her hand dismissively, suspecting that perhaps the plot's progression had triggered the resurfacing of this body's memories. "It should be nothing serious. I'll check the plot for you," the system offered. "Thank you," she replied. In Chapter 16, Inquiries, following this incident, Ming Yu refrained from venturing into the endless sea for a considerable time. Compared to her own predicament, her instincts told her that the illusions of her original self were more challenging to break free from and harder to accept, prompting her to avoid them for the time being. Without the need to explore the endless sea, she occupied herself with sword practice, teaching the floating jade sword technique, perusing books in the library, and occasionally tackling chores around the island out of sheer boredom. After finishing her training, Yin Pong Pong went to fetch water and prepare meals, only to find that the water was already drawn and the food was ready, with Chi Huad seated in the courtyard, waiting for dinner. The senior sister was taken aback. Glancing at Chi Huad, "Did you do this?" she inquired. Chi Huad shook his head, replying, "It was fourth junior sister who prepared it." Master sister inquired in astonishment of Chi Huad, "What has happened to junior sister? She hasn't even been assigned any tasks yet she has completed everything. Perhaps her recent cultivation has encountered obstacles," Chi Huad speculated. Yin Pang Pang nodded in agreement. "It could be. Let her be. Consider it a means to clear her mind." Yin Pang Pang winked and smiled, while Chi Huad chuckled softly, shaking his head. At that moment, Ming Yu had already brought forth the final dish. Glancing at the two and asking, "Where is third senior brother? Is he not joining us?" Upon mentioning Yu Yinshu, Yin Pang Pang pouted. "That fellow seems to have lost his senses lately, practicing fasting. Let's not concern ourselves with him. We shall eat." "All right," Ming Yu responded, calling back the exuberant Fu Yu. And they commenced their meal. Yu Yinshu lounged in the courtyard, one hand propping up his head and the other idly toying with a soundstone, which spun in his grasp until it emitted a glow. Text materialized in the air, conveying that the items he needed had arrived, merely awaiting delivery by Chu Yi. With one hand, he casually sketched some symbols in the air, then erased them in frustration, emitting a click of annoyance as he tossed the soundstone aside. A knock echoed at the courtyard door, and Chi Huad entered, carrying a lunchbox. "Are you truly practicing fasting?" Chi Huad chuckled. Yinshu kept his eyes shut, responding with a grunt from his nostrils, offering no further motion. "Is it something else? Care to discuss it with your senior brother?" Yu Yinshu remained silent, shifting his position slightly, conveying a hint of resistance. "If you ignore me, I may take my leave," Chi Huai teased. Yu Yinshu pulled the blanket over his head, impatiently retorting, "Just go." Chi Huai laughed heartily, turning to exit and closing the courtyard door behind him. Yin Pang Pang, waiting outside, inquired, "Is he really fasting?" "No. He likely has some burdens on his mind," Chi Huai replied. Yin Pang Pang scoffed, her tone laced with disdain. What troubles could the young master possibly have? Perhaps he is merely being difficult. Let us not dwell on him. We should leave. With that, she turned away without a backward glance, while Chi Huai followed, shaking his head. His master's sister, so tough on the outside, yet soft-hearted within, feigning impatience while genuinely caring. Chu Yi soon arrived. Ming Yu stood at the entrance, awaiting the fishermen bringing supplies, while also handing them the talismans they had prepared leisurely. The talismans, crafted during their free time, were not particularly powerful, as none of them specialized in talisman crafting, but they could serve the basic purposes of warding off evil and ensuring safety. This time, the shipment seemed particularly abundant, with the deliverman making several trips back and forth. Once everything was delivered, Ming Yu bowed politely, "Uncle Lu." The middle-aged man hurriedly returned the gesture. "Ming Xianshi, you honor me." Curious, Ming Yu inquired, "Why is there such a large quantity of goods today?" The man replied, "Last month, Yu Xianshi specifically requested more vegetables to be sent, and some items were also brought from overseas, said to be for Yu Xianshi." Ming Yu nodded, then asked Uncle Lu, "May I inquire about any significant recent events concerning the sex?" The man pondered for a moment, then answered, "As for recent major events, it seems those sects just concluded some grand banquet or competition, which was quite a spectacle, inviting many attendees, including some from overseas. Upon returning, they spoke of the numerous participants and the prestige of those sections." Ming Yu pressed further, "Do you know who emerged victorious in this competition?" The man scratched his head. "I can't recall clearly, but I heard it was a disciple from some sword sect with the surname Lu." Ming Yu contemplated this revelation. Although she was already aware of the events, she sought confirmation. She presented the prepared talismans and spirit stones to the man. "These are this year's safety talismans. Thank you for your efforts, Uncle Lu." The man gratefully accepted the items. Ming Yu stored them in her pouch, and, having received no response from Yu Yanshu, decided to visit him directly in his courtyard. The door was ajar, with a disheveled blanket draped over a lounge chair, suggesting recent use. The stone table was cluttered with various items. Noticing no one was present, she prepared to leave, but then heard a sound from within and approached to knock. Suddenly, the door swung open, revealing a man clad only in a loose inner garment, his outer robe hanging carelessly, his long hair slightly damp, cascading behind him. Water droplets clung to his collar, trickling down as he regarded Ming Yu with a teasing expression. "Little junior sister, are you planning to invade my quarters at night?" Ming Yu swiftly turned her back, her tone stiff. "I came to deliver something." As she spoke, she attempted to leave, but her footsteps halted abruptly. "Also, senior brother, it is daytime." With that, she carelessly tossed the items from her pouch, striding away briskly. Yu Yanshu watched the scattered items in the ajar courtyard door, chuckling softly to himself. For several days, Ming Yu's absence was noted at the dining table, and she even forsook the sword training grounds. Yun Pang Pang queried the voracious Fu Yu. "Where is your master sister? Why hasn't she come to eat?" Fu Yu tilted her head back, rice grains adorning her face. Master sister said she wasn't hungry. Yun Pang Pang reached out to wipe the grains away, encouraging, "Eat, eat." She then turned to Chi Huide, asking, "Do you know what has happened to Xiao Yu lately?" Chi Huide shook his head. "Perhaps her cultivation has hit a bottleneck again?" Yun Pang Pang, perplexed, responded, "How could she be practicing fasting in turns?" She then kicked Yu Yanshu, who was indulging himself nearby. "Did you do something to Xiao Yu?" Yu Yanshu initially expressed surprise, then innocently protested, "That was quite painful, master sister. Am I that kind of person?" Yun Pang Pang rolled her eyes dramatically. "Then why haven't we seen her for days?" "Perhaps she is merely shy," Yu Yanshu interjected, only to receive a swift kick from master sister in response. Chapter 17. A change of perspective after a period of mental clarity. Ming Yu re-entered the endless sea, stepping once more into the illusion of love and separation. She prepared herself mentally. Yet, even with her resolve, witnessing the scene of bloodshed still jolted her heart. This marked her second encounter with such a scene, the first being her own demise. If her previous experience left her disoriented and wandering like a soulless husk, this time she chose to step willingly into this hellish arena. The village was small, yet it was rife with the dead, all familiar faces from this body, each perishing in various postures. The entire village seemed to have been tainted by demonic energy, with no living being daring to approach. Their wounds bore marks from sharp blades, spiritual energy, claw marks, and even traces of demonic aura. Demonic energy? Ming Yu understood now. She realized why she had been trapped here, unable to progress. This was the place the original owner had been unable to let go of, the very task the original body wished for her to fulfill: vengeance. As she soared above the sea on her sword, the day was drawing to a close. Ming Yu had grown accustomed to the timelessness of the illusions. Often losing track of time on the island with a passage of time could accelerate or decelerate. She did not mind this sensation. In fact, she frequently reveled in it, experiencing a feeling unattainable elsewhere. A sword surged forth from the sea behind her, and without needing to glance back, she recognized its owner, quickening her pace. Ming Yu intended to avoid him, but Yu Yanshu was not one to allow such evasions and called out to her, "Junior sister, what are you doing hiding from your senior brother?" Taking a deep breath, Ming Yu turned to face him. "I am not." He did not relent, tilting his head slightly. "Let's go eat." Ming Yu acquiesced. However, in truth, although they spoke of going together, they each soared on their swords and arrived at different times. When Ming Yu arrived, Yu Yanshu had already reheated the leftover dishes from dinner and set out tea in the courtyard, waiting for her. In her heart, Ming Yu silently scoffed at the notion of having a fateful sword. After they shared a silent meal, as Ming Yu prepared to leave, Yu Yanshu's voice called from behind, "Junior sister, senior brother is waiting for you in vain." Ming Yu casually replied, "I know," and departed. Whoever remained would clean the kitchen. It certainly would not be her. The Tsangshu Ge was filled with numerous ancient tomes, yet none recorded a master of a silver sword whose name bore the character Shu. It was as if she had never existed in this world, leaving no trace. Yet that sword bore an indelible mark that had yet to fade. Ming Yu picked up the sword in her hand, gently caressing the character inscribed on its blade, letting out a sigh. The overwhelming burden of desire was easily borne, but the true difficulty lay in the final hurdle of unfulfilled wishes, a challenge Yu Yanchu had never surmounted. The essence of unfulfilled desire is the inability to attain what one truly longs for, a sentiment deeply rooted in the human heart, one that countless souls throughout history have been unable to escape. Although she was unaware of what her senior brother yearned for, but could not have, she was acutely aware of her own desires. Initially, it was merely to return home, but now it had expanded to encompass finding the truth and seeking vengeance. After all, it was only right to fulfill the wishes of the person whose body she had taken. Ming Yu reasoned. A year passed, and Ming Yu continued to search tirelessly for any records regarding that sword. It was not that she had lost hope, but without the fateful sword, she could not even enter the realm of unfulfilled desires, let alone break illusions or slay beasts. However, the sword spirit remained obstinately elusive, refusing to acknowledge her as its master, leaving her no choice but to scour for information elsewhere. As she pored over books until midnight, when Ming Yu stepped outside, only the myriad stars accompanied her. It was exceedingly late, and even the lanterns before her second senior brother's door had been extinguished. Burdened with thoughts, she could not sleep upon her return, so she decided to wander aimlessly. Apart from the main island, Xinglao Island comprised several smaller islets, those situated in the sea. It was supported by a vast array of magical formations beneath the surface. Ming Yu and her senior brothers and sisters resided in a small courtyard on the main island, with a young floating jade staying with Ming Yu due to her tender age. Xinglao Island was a small archipelago, with a total of just over a dozen islands, fortified by protective barriers, rendering it secure from outsiders. As Ming Yu strolled, she found herself near the endless sea, a place she had frequented countless times over the past 4 years. Others had visited even more often, as evidenced by the everyday items and simple resting paraphernalia left behind by Yu Yanchu along the shore, clearly demonstrating his determination to break through and escape the island. Ming Yu sat in the lounge chair Yu Yanchu had left behind and unexpectedly discovered its exceptional comfort, pondering how he could spend entire days lounging there. Perhaps it was the chair's undeniable comfort, or perhaps the late hour, but she soon found herself drowsy and drifted off to sleep by the shore. When she opened her eyes again, dawn had broken, and Yu Yanchu's figure suddenly appeared on the water's surface. He had not changed his clothes, still wearing the deep blue attire from their last meal together, evidently having spent several days on this latest endeavor. Yu Yanchu used his spiritual power to dry himself and approached the shore, only to find a familiar figure seated in his lounge chair. His earlier irritation from the trials began to dissipate, replaced by a playful urge to tease her. "Junior sister, were you waiting for me?" Ming Yu appeared somewhat dazed and did not rise, leading Yu Yanchu to conclude she was indeed. After speaking, he felt his words resembled those of a cad, and hastily added, "This lounge chair is quite splendid." Realizing this addition was futile, he decided to remain silent. Yu Yanchu could not help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation. Not only had she occupied his chair, but she also dared to make such remarks. In a faux stern tone, he replied, "Then perhaps I should gift one to my junior sister." Ming Yu was unperturbed, boldly declaring, "Thank you, senior brother." Yu Yanchu was genuinely amused, laughing aloud. "Have you yet to find any records regarding that sword?" "No," she replied. "Perhaps we should change our approach and find a way to coax the sword spirit out." "And how do we do that?" Ming Yu, now fully alert, met the gaze of Yu Yanchu, whose eyes sparkled with mirth. "For instance, by throwing it into the sea." Ming Yu's expression soured as she reclined back in the chair, retorting, "Senior brother, please remember to return this chair to me promptly." Internally, Yu Yanchu mused about her unyielding nature. While Ming Yu recognized his jest, she contemplated the situation. Lingering without progress was futile, and throwing the sword into the sea was not entirely without merit. The sword seemed to sense her unkind intentions, vibrating ominously. Ming Yu burst into laughter, impressed by its sensitivity. After several days of contemplation, Ming Yu finally resolved to return to the endless sea with the sword. Uncertain if it was due to her unusual determination today, the sword at her waist vibrated subtly. Yet she paid it no mind. She leaped into the sea, As expected, she found herself unable to enter the realm of unfulfilled desires, merely swirling at the seabed. Today, Ming Yu was resolute in her mission to force the sword spirit out. If she could not enter, she would carve the earth apart to see if she could penetrate the barrier. With that, she drew the sword, channeling her spiritual energy into it, causing an even more vigorous tremor. It was a strike that nearly exhausted all her spiritual power, resulting in a violent explosion at the seabed, sending all creatures scurrying for safety. The ocean floor was cleaved apart, and amidst the tumultuous waters, Ming Yu's vision darkened, and she lost consciousness. The surface of the sea trembled as well. Yu Yanshu, who had fallen asleep in his chair, was jolted awake. Stepping outside, he found his bewildered senior brothers and sisters and inquired, "What is happening? Is someone attacking?" Yun Pangpang shook her head. The barrier remains intact. This sound appears to have originated from the endless sea. The three exchanged glances, and Yu Yanshu chuckled. Is our little junior sister attempting to cleave the endless sea because she cannot break through? Yin Pangpang shot him a glare. What nonsense are you spouting? Yu Yanshu continued. That can't be right. If anyone were to cleave, it should be me. Junior sister's patience seems to be lacking. Chi Huai yawned. You two continue your chatter. I just returned from training and need to rest. After Chi Huai departed, Yin Pangpang followed suit to catch some sleep. Although Yu Yanshu found the situation amusing, he also realized that this disturbance would keep them occupied for a while, so he decided to rest a bit longer before investigating. While the three returned to their slumber, Ming Yu continued her struggle at the seabed. Her tactic proved effective, though she was uncertain which illusion she had entered. Nonetheless, she had indeed crossed into one. The surroundings were unfamiliar, filled with ancient trees and some patches of bamboo, lush and dense, resembling the back mountains of a certain sect. A young girl practiced swordplay amidst the forest, clad in white, wielding her long sword, leaving trails of afterimages in the air with each swift, powerful stroke. The leaves surrounding her were shaken loose by the force of her swordsmanship, swirling in a cascade of green shadows. As someone approached from outside the forest, they clasped their fists and addressed her. Young sect master, the sect leader requests your presence. The scene shifted, and she was still practicing her swordplay. This individual was diligent. Ming Yu observed that much of her time was devoted to training, sometimes in the dead of night, other times at dawn. Her swordsmanship was exceptional, imbued with a formidable sword intent. Moreover, the very sword she wielded was the one Ming Yu had acquired. Ming Yu thought to herself, indeed, this is the illusion of the sword spirit, likely concerning its master. Unable to roam freely, she could only witness whatever unfolded before her eyes. The young girl's life appeared monotonous. Aside from practicing swordplay, she engaged in little else, seldom resting or socializing with others. Even after watching for so long, Ming Yu did not know her name, only that she was likely the young sect master of a fallen sect. Perhaps she bore the weight of revitalizing her sect, which compelled her to train so diligently. Ming Yu mused. It has been proven that she was correct. After Ming, Yu had essentially mastered the sword techniques of this individual. She departed from her sect for the first time, accompanying her to compete in the Dongchuan Mansion banquet. Despite her tender age of approximately 15 or 16, she was eligible to participate in this event, suggesting either extraordinary talent or a lack of other representatives from her sect. Regardless of the reason, she attended, allowing Ming Yu to witness firsthand the Dongchuan Mansion banquet that had propelled the male protagonist to fame in the tales. It seemed that her sect had suffered defeat, as she was accompanied only by 2 junior disciples. Her prowess was indeed formidable, with few rivals of her age, yet there were those who surpassed her. Even with her utmost effort, she could only secure 4th place. Unsurprisingly, upon her return, she faced reprimand. The elder, presumably her grandmother, scolded her in the grand hall, where she had already knelt for a day and a night prior to this rebuke. The old woman's voice, filled with resentment and fury, echoed throughout the hall. Is 4th place all you are capable of? Are you satisfied with such a position? If it were not for your mother giving birth to you alone, how could the Wangyue sect have fallen to such a state, allowing those lesser factions to trample upon our dignity? Reflect well upon this. Should you fail to achieve first place in the next trial, you need not venture out again. The girl listened in silence, refraining from rebuttal. The hall doors were shut, and she continued to kneel in the interplay of light and shadow, her eyes harboring emotions that Ming Yu could not comprehend. This was the Wanyue sect, a faction that had vanished a century ago. Ming Yu's knowledge of the sect was scant. She was aware that it had once stood at the pinnacle of sects, only to gradually fade from existence following significant losses in a great war against the demonic clan. Yet, she did not anticipate such a poignant history. The scene shifted again, depicting the girl's return from a secret realm where she had obtained the immortal mark inheritance. Overjoyed, she returned home only to be informed by her grandmother that a marriage had been arranged for her with the young lord of Beta City. This was her first act of defiance. Before numerous disciples, she opposed her grandmother and the elders of the sect, declaring her unwillingness. However, her words fell upon deaf ears. The elder coldly responded that this matter was beyond her control. Since she could not revitalize the sect, others would take her place. The girl's eyes brimmed with bloodlust as she stifled her emotions. Is my existence solely to restore the sect? Am I not your granddaughter? The elder remained unmoved, her tone growing sharper, even twisting her face in contempt. Indeed, that is the purpose of your existence. If it were not for your mother, who bore only you, how could the Wanyue sect have fallen so low? What of men? What of women? Even as a woman, I am still the most talented of the Wanyue sect, and I could still rank among the top 3 of all sects. Is that not enough? The old woman, with a grotesque expression, retorted, Not enough. I desire first place. The strongest. Following their quarrel, the girl was imprisoned, her rebellion seemingly futile. In the dimly lit chamber, she lit a single lamp, repeatedly caressing her sword beneath its glow. Ming Yu floated silently beside her, urging her to flee. The girl appeared to hear her, responding with a bitter smile. Where to? Ming Yu replied, Anywhere will suffice. With your abilities, you can thrive anywhere in this vast world. Thus, the girl truly embarked on her journey. Chapter 19. Unyielding, she departed with great resolve. Once she had set her mind to leave, no one could impede her. One dark night, she wielded her sword to cleave the great doors. The blade's aura fierce enough to send the guarding disciples reeling several meters back. The sect's bells rang loudly, and disciples rushed to surround her, alongside the arriving elders. They condemned her actions as a betrayal of the sect, lacking in righteousness, deserving of eternal scorn. She stated, I care not how future generations judge me. I wish to live for myself. The long sword danced, spiritual energy surged forth, and amidst the flurry of sword shadows, none could withstand her prowess. A true swordsman ought to traverse the world, experiencing its myriad sufferings. Previously, she could only cultivate within the confines of the sect, never allowed to venture forth except during necessary trials. However, now she was free from the confines of her small world, exploring uncharted territories, the desert, lofty mountains, and the eastern sea, witnessing sights unseen and hearing myriad tales. Her life outside was far from smooth. She experienced destitution and witnessed the unpredictable nature of humanity. Yet she wielded her sword for righteousness, vanquishing demons and clearing obstacles for the common folk. She even encountered a youth who made her wish to remain, but ultimately, she chose to leave. She yearned to live authentically for herself, with countless beautiful vistas still unseen, and she could not linger. However, the girl was eventually tracked down. On a rainy day by the seaside, she found herself surrounded by many, her junior disciples whom she had taught swordsmanship, elders who had watched her grow, and many unfamiliar faces. These familiar yet strange visages urged her to return and fulfill her responsibilities by marrying. The old woman was present as well, reiterating the demand that she return to the marriage. The girl refused, declaring, If I must die today, I shall never return. She was indeed formidable, deserving of the title of genius. If it were a one-on-one battle, none could rival her. Yet, the number of assailants was overwhelming, and the old woman was resolute in her demand for her return. She summoned elite disciples and elders from Beidu's sect to assist, with orders that her life must be preserved. In the ensuing siege, she exhausted her spiritual energy, and to prevent her from fleeing again, They sealed her spiritual abode and severed her spiritual veins. She remained defiant, proclaiming, "I am not your puppet. I will never return." The girl forcibly broke the seals, her spiritual energy surging dramatically, the long sword roaring as its light blazed forth. The onlookers felt as though their weapons responded to the sword's call. Blue spiritual energy shooting towards the heavens, erupting at ground level, sending them flying before they could react. The girl sacrificed herself to break the seal, resulting in a mutual destruction with her adversaries. The sword fell to the ground, sealed away from that moment onward. As the sands of time shifted and epochs changed, Ming Yu arrived at that secret realm and retrieved the sword. "Do you know who I am?" A voice in the void queried. Ming Yu's eyes brimmed with tears as she replied, "I know you. Your name is Li Shui." The voice continued, "That is the name recorded by others. I am Li Shui, the Shuanjing Nu Qi Shu, and the Yi and Yi Shi Jia." Awakening from her reverie, a tear lingered in the corner of her eye. Traces of dried tears on her face. No wonder there were no records. Her existence had been obscured in the narrative, which merely stated, "The last sect master of the Wanyue sect, Li Shui, wielded an unyielding sword, possessed extraordinary talent, yet died young." A mere line encapsulated her entire life, erasing all her blood, tears, and sacrifices, even obscuring her gender. The long sword remained in its sheath, the character Shu completely erased from its blade. "Li Shui will not vanish. I will remember you, and I will write down all that I have seen. In the future, many more will remember you." Ming Yu firmly grasped the sword's hilt, her tone resolute. The sword hummed, acknowledging her as its master. Emerging from the illusion, Ming Yu felt somewhat dazed. The sunlight on the island was splendid, a stark contrast to the relentless downpour of the illusion. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with words she wished to express, but did not know to whom. Yu Yanshu observed Ming Yu from a distance, neither approaching nor calling out to her, following her quietly until she returned to the courtyard before departing. After a day and night of slumber, during which she dreamed of bizarre and whimsical scenarios, Ming Yu finally awoke. Recently, her days had blurred into a chaotic cycle of night and day. In the kitchen, she rummaged for a while, finding only a plate of pastries. Pastries would suffice. Having something was better than nothing, she reassured herself. Upon turning around, Ming Yu unexpectedly encountered Yu Yin Shu, who was also in search of sustenance. The two exchanged glances, and Ming Yu raised the plate of dim sum in her hand, suggesting, "Shall we share?" However, with just 5 pieces of dim sum, it was hardly enough for one, let alone 2. Yu Yin Shu cast a sidelong glance at her, indicating that someone was waiting outside. "All right then," Ming Yu replied, obediently preparing tea at the stone table while waiting. The night breeze rose abruptly, rustling the surrounding trees and disrupting the moonlit ambience. As Ming Yu gazed dreamily at the reflections on the ground, Yu Yin Shu had already skillfully prepared 2 dishes and carried them outside. Under the moonlight, the two began their belated dinner. Despite the limited company, Yu Yin Shu did not compromise on quality. The fare was simple yet far from shabby. Observing Ming Yu's cheerful demeanor, Yu Yin Shu inquired, "Has your fate sword recognized its master?" "Indeed," Ming Yu answered affirmatively. "What is its name?" "It is called Buchu." Ming Yu replied, gazing slowly at the sword by her side. "Buka." The wind stirs the branches without bending them, a fitting name for a fine sword. Upon hearing this, Ming Yu seemed to recall something, and with a hint of skepticism, she asked Yu Yin Shu. Its previous master proved the significance of those 2 characters with their life. "Do you think I can achieve that?" "You certainly can," Yu Yin Shu replied with unwavering conviction. "You have always embodied the resilient spirit of bamboo. You are worthy of this sword." Although they had only spent a few years together, Yu Yin Shu had always believed in her junior sister, recognizing her inherent tenacity and potential as a sword cultivator. Ming Yu did not respond verbally, merely regarding him with a slight smile, a subtle hint of pride. This was the highest compliment she had received since arriving in this foreign realm, particularly from her esteemed and audacious 3rd senior brother, which was indeed rare, Ming Yu mused. "Of course, this is also due to my guidance." Yu Yin Shu shifted the conversation to self-praise. "The idea I proposed was quite brilliant, wasn't it?" In the past, Ming Yu would have retorted, But perhaps due to the exquisite moonlight or the fact that one cannot bite the hand that feeds, she simply smiled and nodded, expressing her gratitude for her brother's careful instruction. Yu Yanchu waved his hand dismissively, claiming it was merely his duty. The two exchanged a knowing smile. Chapter 20. Unattainable. With the fate sword recognizing its master, the day to depart the island drew near, leaving only one final hurdle. The last challenge of the endless sea. Unattainable. Ming Yu was uncertain about what she would encounter within, nor could she predict whether she could endure what she might witness. Nevertheless, she felt compelled to venture forth. If her previous forays into the endless sea had solely been for the purpose of cultivation and to compete against Yu Yanchu, now she had other motives. She sought to uncover the truth behind the destruction of Lujia village. Traversing through the blazing five shadows, she arrived at Unattainable. Unlike the previous surreal and ethereal challenges, this realm resembled a dilapidated underwater ruin, with crumbling stone walls, collapsed structures, decaying timber, and various artifacts from unknown eras. Rather than a mere trial, it appeared more akin to an expedition. After wandering for a while, she found herself still amidst the ruins, without entering any illusions. Time passed, and from behind her came a faint sound. Ming Yu turned, drawing her sword, only to find it was Yu Yanchu. What a coincidence, junior sister. Yu Yanchu sheathed his sword and greeted her. Ming Yu's vigilance remained unabated. Although her sword was lowered, her body was tense, ready to defend at a moment's notice. This was not her first encounter with Yu Yanchu in the endless sea. Each time had been an ephemeral projection, sometimes even a manifestation of a beast. Yet this time felt more tangible. Had she unknowingly entered an illusion? Ming Yu wondered. Ming Yu? Yu Yanchu waved his hand, contemplating if this child had truly lost her way in the trials. Brother, didn't you say you would rest and not partake in the trials? Ming Yu suddenly queried. Yu Yanchu raised an eyebrow. What did I say that? Then he huffed lightly, his tone laced with a hint of threat and irritation. Ming Yu, are you testing me? Ming Yu froze. Was this tone and reaction not an illusion? Was this the real Yu Yanchu? The Yu Yanchu before her appeared genuinely angry, choosing not to say more, casting her a sidelong glance before striding ahead. Ming Yu quickly realized that she had inadvertently struck a nerve with her proud senior brother and hurried to catch up. As they walked, she pondered how to salvage the situation. After a while, Yu Yanchu abruptly halted, his tone ambiguous. What are you following me for? Ming Yu, emboldened by her justifications, replied, given the dangers of Unattainable, it is only natural to travel together with my senior brother. Yu Yanchu's expression softened, yet his irritation lingered. Who is your senior brother? I am but a sea demon of the endless sea, here to deceive young girls like you. Ming Yu retorted. You certainly have a knack for transformation. My third senior brother is the most handsome person I have ever encountered and a rare genius in swordsmanship within the cultivation realm. Yu Yanchu's bristling demeanor began to ease, a smile creeping onto his lips. Seizing the moment, Ming Yu continued to extol her experiences with illusions in the endless sea, leading her to believe this instance was no different. Yu Yanchu, now in a more amicable mood, turned serious. This is your first time here. You must be extra cautious. Unattainable differs from other illusions. It not only ensnares you, but also siphons your spiritual energy. Without sufficient energy, you cannot escape, and you may never awaken. Ming Yu nodded earnestly, indicating she was listening. Yu Yanchu continued, Buchu possesses spirit. Follow its lead when necessary, as it will guide you to safety. Remember, sometimes what you see is not reality. Ming Yu took his words to heart, recognizing the wisdom of a seasoned player imparting knowledge to a novice. Especially since it was her esteemed third senior brother speaking, it surely held more weight. As they journeyed further, they arrived at a half-collapsed old building. Yu Yanchu pushed the door open with one hand, and Ming Yu followed him inside, where the scene transformed. They found themselves on a bustling street filled with people, vibrant shops lining the sides, and vendors hawking their wares amidst the lively chatter. A child, clutching a candied hawthorn, collided with Ming Yu, tears welling in their round eyes as they apologized, only to be scooped up by their mother, who also expressed her apologies. To her surprise, she was no longer an ethereal presence, but a corporeal one. Even more astonishing was that they had not separated. Instantly, Both began to calculate their respective agendas. Yu Yin Chu raised an eyebrow. Is there something imperative for you to accomplish upon leaving the island? Ming Yu, aware that their entangled fates were intricately linked, chose not to divulge her intentions first, believing that the initiative should not solely rest with her senior brother. What is your purpose for departing the island? Ming Yu countered. Yu Yin Chu chuckled softly. Junior sister, knowing too much about me may not serve you well. Ming Yu responded with a feigned smile. Brother, it seems we are equally matched. As they held their ground, dusk began to settle, lanterns flickering to life along the streets, enveloping them in a warm, earthly glow. Yu Yin Chu glanced skyward and calmly stated, Junior sister, let us find an end to rest. Ming Yu followed him into a nearby inn. In this unfamiliar environment, traveling together offered a greater sense of security, particularly since she lacked funds. Having opted for convenience during her trial preparations, she had only brought her sword and essential items, never anticipating that she would need spiritual stones within an illusion of the endless sea. A knock sounded at the door, and Yu Yin Chu's voice drifted through the door panel. Come down for dinner. Ming Yu secured her sword and replied, coming. In the main hall of the inn, a considerable number of patrons had already gathered. The two disciples, descending the stairs together, casually selected a table by the window. The waiter presented the menu, and with a slight lift of her chin, Yu Yin Chu made her selections. Ming Yu, with a pout, snatched the menu from her grasp, silently muttering to herself, Humph. I will order the most expensive dishes. After naming several dishes, the waiter noted them down and departed, leaving the two in a lingering silence. The food arrived promptly, and Ming Yu began to eat heartily, displaying no sense of restraint. Observing her carefree demeanor, Yu Yin Chu found it amusing, rarely witnessing her junior sister exhibit such childlike behavior. Clearing her throat, she whispered, Don't sleep too soundly tonight, and handed her a communication stone, advising her to send a message if they were to part ways. Ming Yu nodded while chewing, and Yu Yin Chu, genuinely delighted, wore a smile that danced in her eyes, encouraging her to eat. Chapter 21. The demon lord that night. Ming Yu remained vigilant, adhering to Yu Yin Chu's advice by meditating in bed instead of sleeping. As expected, shortly past midnight, sounds echoed in the corridor, revealing multiple footsteps. The faint shifting of the door latch accompanied a delicate floral scent wafting in from outside, reminiscent of an enchanting mist. Ming Yu held her breath and lay down, listening as the door creaked open, revealing a few individuals engaged in hushed debate. One voice, marked by caution, remarked on the recent disappearances of too many individuals, cautioning that such a pattern would easily attract the attention of the celestial sections. Another voice, brash and arrogant, replied dismissively, expressing confidence in the protection offered by the demon lord and declaring the current selection to be quite satisfactory for his purposes. After their conversation, Ming Yu was enveloped by a force and whisked away. The individual was quite wary and, fearing the previous mist had been ineffective, employed it once more. Despite Ming Yu's earlier precautions, she inadvertently inhaled some of it. In a daze, she sensed herself exiting the city and arriving in a dimly lit basement filled with others. As the door opened and closed, several unconscious women were unceremoniously thrown inside. Ming Yu, though affected, retained some awareness. After half a day, the effects of the drug began to wane. In the surrounding darkness, she felt the presence of others nearby, but remained silent, patiently waiting until someone else stirred. Upon awakening, a woman began to weep, crying out to return home, which roused many still in slumber. The guards outside, hearing the commotion, opened the door and issued stern warnings before shutting it again, allowing Ming Yu to glimpse her surroundings. The cramped room was filled with women of various attire, some adorned in finery, others in simplicity, most still unconscious with only a handful awake. Some were sobbing, while others questioned their predicament. Time passed, and more began to awaken. Some cried while others angrily vowed to inform their fathers and brothers, declaring they would not be taken lightly. Only Ming Yu and a girl beside her remained notably calm, silent. Exhausted from her tears, the girl turned and, with a trembling voice, asked them why they were not crying. Ming Yu, initially reluctant to respond, feared silence would draw attention, so she spoke. I was sold by my older brother. He beats me daily and gambled away money to sell me here. I would rather not cry. Being here is preferable to enduring his beatings. The girl, momentarily taken aback, ceased her crying and began to comfort Ming Yu, assuring her that it wasn't as dire as it seemed, as her father would surely come to find her, and they would escape together. With her help in dealing with Ming Yu's brother, Ming Yu touched, nodded in gratitude. Outside the mountain villa, Yu Yin Chu sneezed, bemused by the sudden change in weather. The girl beside her remarked coolly that there was nothing to cry about yet. Ming Yu recognized that this girl must possess an extraordinary background and was about to inquire further when the door swung open. A burly man entered, resembling a merchant inspecting wares, carrying a lantern and scanning the room before selecting several individuals, including Ming Yu and two others. With a resigned sigh, she lamented her luck. The selected girls were escorted to a separate room for washing, where attendants awaited them, clad in black garments with their eyes covered by long veils. The attendants spoke not a word. Any attempt at conversation was swiftly silenced by magic. Ming Yu feigned fear as she awaited her turn to be groomed and sent to the next location. Outside the city of Wancheng, in a separate villa's main hall, a young man stood, dressed in a dark robe adorned with subtle patterns, exuding an air of elegance. His hair, interspersed with silver strands, glimmered in the candlelight. Attendants approached, bowing respectfully, informing him that the goods were prepared and requesting his presence. As he moved, his robe billowed gracefully, enhancing his charm. After passing through two doors, he arrived at an open area, previously a scenic spot in the garden, now transformed into a viewing platform. The area adjoining a pond had been fashioned into a seating area, and the pond itself had been renovated into a basin filled with heated spring water, its hue a gentle pink, faintly shimmering with golden light. The young man sat down, and with the sound of a bell, attendants ushered in blindfolded women. Upon entering the water, triggered a transformation in its color from pale pink to deep red. The women screamed and struggled, desperately trying to escape, only to be forcefully pushed back by the attendants. "Is this what you wished for me to witness?" the man inquired, his expression devoid of emotion. Another figure emerged from behind the platform, stooped and draped in a black cloak, resembling a man in his 70s. He slowly approached the pool, sitting down and shedding his outer robe as his skin began to smoothen and his hunched form straightened. With each woman collapsing into the water, he astonishingly transformed into the appearance of a striking youth of 17 or 18. "Isn't it amusing?" the young man chuckled, his voice strangely hoarse like that of an elderly man. "Boring," the man replied, preparing to rise. "While you may find it dull, the Demon Emperor is quite pleased." The youth continued, sensing the man's hesitation. He specifically instructed that you personally deliver this batch to the city of Chu-Du without turning back. The man departed, leaving it to them. Ming Yu waited long, seeing no one come to escort them to the next location. The attendants stood like statues, rigidly guarding them, forbidding any noise or movement. Even the slightest gesture would result in immobilization by magic. She remained in tense anticipation until the outside commotion finally stirred. Another figure, similarly clad in black but without blindfold, obscured his face, his voice gravelly as he directed them towards the carriage. As soon as he finished speaking, the attendants sprang into action like puppets, dragging them along. Those who resisted were swiftly rendered unconscious, while the others, fearful, followed obediently. Once they boarded the carriage, the procession commenced. Yu Yin Chu, observing from a distance, prepared to blend in. As the caravan moved slowly, she crept to the rear, swiftly subduing a guard, changing into his attire, and infiltrating the ranks of the last guards, advancing alongside them. Chapter 22. A turning point. The caravan had scarcely traveled for a quarter of an hour when they reached a bridge by the water. The leader dismounted, joining hands in a ritual gesture, summoning a 5-colored stone that activated a spatial portal. The caravan continued onward, one by one stepping into the void, while Yu Yin Chu concealed her aura, maintaining a low profile within the ranks. Crossing through the void, they traversed a stretch of darkness for an extended period until they arrived at the demon realm. Chu-Du, since the realms of gods and mortals have been severed, the demon race has subsequently fallen into slumber, leaving only the human and demon clans in this world. The demon clan, formidable in power, has prompted the human race to seek cultivation, establishing numerous sects to oppose them. For millennia, they have often stood in mutual defiance. The city of Hu, known as the capital of the demon race, is home to the 6 great demon lords, each possessing a mansion here. It is said that every 1,000 years, a holy maiden of the demon clan is born in this city, destined to lead the demons toward prosperity. However, this remains merely a legend, the veracity of which is yet to be verified. Nonetheless, the city of Hu undeniably exists. Ming Yu leaned against the carriage, surrounded by guards. With a veil slightly raised, any movement would attract attention, compelling her to press closer to the window in hopes of catching snippets of conversation. Her mind wandered, pondering which historical passage this might resemble, while internally lamenting her abduction, questioning whether her 3rd senior brother had even noticed her absence. The carriage came to a halt, and they were each escorted down, bound by a restraining spell rendering them immobile, relying solely on the attendants for support. They found themselves in a courtyard, likely not the official residence of the Demon Emperor, but rather a secondary estate. Externally, it appeared no different from an ordinary courtyard, yet within, it was expansive, adorned with pavilions and towers, and naturally, there were intricate rock formations. The interior of the courtyard was segmented by a flowing stream, flourishing with various flowers and plants that continued to bloom even under the night sky. Once inside, they were led to separate rooms. The attendant, showing no mercy, shoved Ming Yu into her chamber. She stumbled and fell to the ground with a cry, while the attendant callously closed the door behind her. When silence enveloped the surroundings, Ming Yu began to channel her internal energy, breaking the restraints that bound her. Rising, she commenced her exploration of the room. As she wandered, she noted the presence of guards in each corner, with magical wards on the doors and windows. The room's furnishings were rather ordinary, akin to those found in inns of the human realm. After finishing a cup of water, she leisurely sent a message to Yu Yanchu, uncertain if it would even reach him amidst the demon territory. The message was successfully dispatched, yet Yu Yanchu had yet to find the time to respond. Upon entering the estate, those who had followed from the mortal realm were collectively confined to a designated area, unable to roam freely. On the way there, he had cast a spell to conceal his presence, intending to masquerade as a demon attendant. However, upon making his move, he discovered that these attendants were mere puppets, manipulated by demonic energy. In the illusory realm, spiritual energy dissipated easily, and the invisibility spell could not be sustained for long. He was left to devise another plan. The lack of a reply was anticipated by Ming Yu, as the illusory realm was inherently unpredictable, especially considering they were within demon territory. Should they provoke a demon lord? Even within this illusion, it could result in months of recuperation. Most crucially, this illusion did not belong to either of their memories, rendering the progression of events uncertain and fraught with risks. After a night of rest, on the following day, attendants arrived, changing everyone's garments to silken robes and blindfolding them before leading them out one by one. They traversed winding paths until they reached a dim chamber, where they sat in a row, and an attendant began to cast a spell, rendering them motionless like puppets. Ming Yu had taken a calming pill beforehand, rendering her immune to the spell, and could only feel an icy pair of hands pressing against her before her arm was cut, blood flowing forth. She endured the pain in silence. Fortunately, they only drew blood once before escorting them back. This cycle continued for 3 days, and on the 4th day, no one came to draw more blood. Ming Yu sensed that a turning point was approaching, but remained unaware of Yu Yanchu's whereabouts. Within a loft in the estate, the room was draped in veils, the windows wide open, allowing the wind to billow the fabric. On a zeton wood table sat a round mirror, reflecting the scene upon the bed. A woman clad in white silk lay there, her ink-black hair cascading, seductive eyes half-closed, her arms languidly hanging, motionless, as a luminous pearl gradually rose from her forehead, illuminating her. Moments later, the pearl returned to her brow, and she stirred. An attendant outside reported, "Your Excellency, the items from a mortal realm have been prepared." A languid voice replied, "Understood." The door swung open, revealing the man in black from that day. "I have delivered the items. What the information?" he inquired coldly. The woman on the bed rose slowly, her silk garments partially revealing her form, her voice sultry. "Must you leave so soon? Will you not linger for mutual enjoyment?" The man's expression remained unchanged, disinterested. The woman smiled coyly. "Indeed, our Lord Jiang, once revered by thousands, surely looks down upon our humble means." The man said nothing further and turned to leave, her voice drifting after him. The prized artifact of floating light mountain, the Yuanming lamp, has recently surfaced in the ancient sect. I wonder, does Lord Jiang dare to pursue it? The man did not pause, and as the door closed, her laughter echoed before she too departed. In the empty room, Yin Chu leaped down from the rafters. "Lord Jiang? Jiang Chongyu, that fallen disciple of the ancient sect. This is indeed the demon realm from over 20 years ago." At noon, the chamber reopened. After 3 days of bloodletting and spells, all had become partially controlled. Those who retained some consciousness no longer dared to raise their voices. And even Ming Yu felt her internal energy dissipating rapidly. Today's destination, however, was different, as the attendants led them to a hot spring. A woman with skin like jade and alluring eyes, adorned with silver floral patterns on her forehead, was already seated in the spring. With a beckoning hand, the attendants pushed each of them into the water. The first to fall in began to cry out in pain, struggling to escape. Yet the attendants acted as if they heard nothing, continuing to push the rest in. The remaining women began to scream and retreat, creating a momentary chaos. In response, the woman pointed her finger, silencing all who had spoken. Even as they shook their heads in tears, the attendants remained oblivious, relentlessly proceeding with their actions. Ming Yu harbored doubts that the attendants could indeed see, for they appeared like lifeless puppets, their eyes veiled. She stood at the back, fingers poised in a formation, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. Although facing a demon lord would typically mean certain doom, this was merely an illusion, and with Yin Chu's capabilities, you should be able to unravel it. Before she could make her move, a commotion arose outside. An attendant, cloaked with only a robe to conceal their face, hurried in, whispering to the woman. Her expression shifted instantly. As she rose, a flying sword sliced through the night sky, aiming directly at her. In a swift motion, she conjured a shield of demonic energy to counter the sword. "The Yu Qiu clan has such audacity to invade my estate," she declared coldly. A man stepped forth from outside, his brow furrowed, exuding an aura of menace. It was merely a projection of himself. "Even if your true self were present, my Yu Qiu clan would still dare to intrude." The woman gritted her teeth. "Very well." As she spoke, her right hand flicked, unleashing a whip imbued with demonic energy that lashed out. The long sword clashed against it. One dark, one purple, the two forces collided repeatedly in the air. The surging sword energy sweeping through the courtyard, reducing attendants to wisps of smoke, while the women scattered to escape. The man's prowess was evidently formidable, engaging effortlessly, even with an air of calm. Ming Yu, hidden behind a column, observed intently. Despite being merely a projection, this demon was not to be underestimated. Yet, the man seemed utterly unperturbed. As she watched, a hand suddenly gripped her shoulder from behind. Instinctively, Ming Yu raised her elbow to strike, but the person subdued her force, drawing her into an embrace. A low voice murmured, "It's me." Ming Yu's hands, poised for a spell, fell as she caught a whiff of blood. "You're injured?" Yin Chu led her back a couple of steps, evading the surge of spiritual energy. "No, it's the demon's blood. We must leave." As the two individuals stepped out of the door, a tremendous roar echoed, accompanied by the explosive sound of wood and stone. From the outside, it was evident that half of the structure had collapsed. The streets were almost deserted, with figures from the demon race swiftly approaching in the distance. Yin Chu grasped Ming Yu's hand tightly, urging her to follow. They slipped into the shadows, skillfully avoiding the throngs of approaching demons. Their unique identities prevented them from seeking refuge in an inn, so they found an unoccupied house by the roadside. The abode appeared to have been abandoned for quite some time, its interior spacious yet filled with dust and devoid of furnishings. Though Yin Chu was unharmed, he had exhausted a great deal of spiritual energy, causing his internal balance to falter. It was clear he had been surrounded by the demons when he ventured out, An outcome not entirely unexpected given the presence of two disciples from the Xian men in demon territory. It was a considerable challenge to remain inconspicuous, especially after inadvertently stumbling into the dwelling of the demon emperor's avatar. "We cannot linger here. We must depart swiftly," he urged. Ming Yu nodded in agreement, instructing him to recuperate first. No sooner had she spoken than the door was thrust open once more. The man and the two occupants locked eyes. Ming Yu had already drawn her sword halfway, and the sounds of a search could be heard outside. The man quickly stepped forward to push her sword back into its sheath. "Silence," he commanded, extinguishing the candlelight and invoking a concealment spell. The search conducted by the demons was not particularly thorough. Upon discovering the house was vacant, they merely conducted a cursory inspection before moving on to the next. Once the searching demons had departed, the man waved his sleeve and the candlelight reignited. Leaning against the bench with arms crossed, he observed Yu Yanchu, who had positioned himself protectively behind Ming Yu, with an expression of indifference. "Which sect do you hail from?" The two remained silent, their gazes wary. The man's eyebrow arched in amusement. "Two Yuanian cultivators daring to infiltrate who do? Does your master possess such confidence in you?" Yu Yanchu continued to remain silent while Ming Yu craned her neck to respond. "We were captured." "Ah." The man nodded in realization. "No wonder your aura is unstable, fluctuating with demonic energy. You must have had your blood drawn for 3 days." Ming Yu was taken aback, her expression revealing her surprise, prompting a soft chuckle from the man. Yu Yanchu turned to her, equally bewildered, but upon seeing her pleading gaze, he clasped his hands in salute. "I am a disciple of Xing Luo Island. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The man's eyes brightened at the mention of Xing Luo Island. "I have not heard of it. I am Yu Qiuwan." Ming Yu sensed her third senior brother stiffen at the name, and after a moment, he finally responded. "So you are the esteemed Yu Qiu." Yu Qiuwan nodded, indicating that no formalities were necessary. "Meeting is fate. Hudu is perilous. You should head west shortly." As he spoke, he rose and tossed a wooden oar from his pocket. "Give this to the old man who ferries across the Santu River. He will assist you in your escape." Ming Yu opened her mouth to inquire further, but Yu Yanchu interjected, "Senior, will you not accompany us?" The man turned with a gentle smile. "I have matters to attend to. However, Hudu is trivial. Next time we meet, I shall take you both to visit the Yu Qiu residence." With that, his figure vanished from the room. Yu Yanchu remained motionless for an extended period, lost in thought. After a while, he tightened his grip on the orb and turned to Ming Yu. "Let us go." As they stepped outside, the street was completely deserted, and once again, two surging waves of spiritual energy erupted from the direction of the demon emperor's estate. Yu Yanchu merely glanced up before grasping Ming Yu's hand tightly, urging her to proceed. They journeyed westward without encountering any obstacles, their passage remarkably smooth. However, once aboard the boat, Yu Yanchu's expression remained grave and dark, his brow furrowed. Ming Yu observed him quietly, already piecing together some conclusions in her mind. Anyone who could devise a plan for leaving the island would not be an inconspicuous character in the narrative. Yet curiously, no such name appeared in the text. There was a character, however, who bore a striking resemblance. A mysterious youth who collaborated with the male protagonist in pursuing the demon race, ultimately perishing alongside them. Despite the brevity of his role, he had left a lasting impression on Ming Yu, as he embodied pride and defiance, never forgetting his original intent even in the face of hatred and demise. His surname was Yu Qiu, and his full name was Yu Qiuyan. As the boat neared the shore, Yu Yanchu maintained his lethargic demeanor. Ming Yu cautiously ventured, "Third senior brother?" He looked up calmly, yet with an unexplainable intensity. "Sister, are you aware of the Yu Qiu family?" Ming Yu nodded. "There are records in the library. I have heard tales of the Yu Qiu family during my time outside." Yu Yanchu offered a bittersweet, mocking smile, yet many have long forgotten. Before Ming Yu could respond, the boat suddenly began to rock violently, the previously tranquil waters transforming into tumultuous waves, making it difficult for them to maintain their balance. The elderly ferryman steadied himself with one hand on the pole while raising a spell seal with the other. "Hold on tight." His palm turned, and a violet spell enveloped the entire boat. In an instant, a flash of white light engulfed them, and the vessel capsized. As they fell into the water, Yu Yanchu grasped Ming Yu's hand tightly while raising a protective water seal. Chapter 24. Injured when he opened his eyes again, he had emerged from the illusion. Yun Peng Peng anxiously channeled spiritual energy beside him. Upon noticing his awakening, she let out a sigh of relief, only to become incensed moments later. Without a second thought, she struck Yu Yanchu's shoulder. "You reckless boy, you ventured forth while bringing Lil Yu along. Do you realize that you both nearly caused your spiritual energy to dissipate?" As her frustration grew, she prepared to strike again, but Chi Huida intervened. "Senior sister, Yanchu has just awakened. If you hit him again, he truly won't be able to handle it." Yu Yanchu coughed a few times, his eyes crinkling in a pleading manner. "Senior sister, I was wrong. I should not have brought my junior sister into danger, nor did I adequately protect her." He glanced at Ming Yu, who remained unconscious. "Is she all right?" Yin Peng Peng retorted. "She's faring much better than you. If you two dare to act recklessly again, neither of you will be allowed near the endless sea." Seeing Yu Yanchu's fragile state only fueled her ire. Chi Huida, recognizing the situation, hurriedly soothed the two, ensuring they were each escorted back to their respective rooms. Once back in his quarters, Yu Yanchu retrieved the orb from his pocket. Though the experience had been an illusion, the orb remained intact. As he channeled spiritual energy into it, the orb began to spin, emanating a soft purple glow. Intricate spells and cloud patterns were etched into its surface, mirroring the designs on his outer robe hanging nearby. Ming Yu awoke the following day. Although her spiritual energy was also unsettled, it was not nearly as severe as Yu Yanchu's. She had simply slept deeply. Yin Peng Peng had watched over her throughout the night, now dozing nearby. Ming Yu quietly rose, draping an outer robe over her and stepping out gently. In the courtyard, Chi Huida had prepared breakfast. Upon seeing Ming Yu, he approached with a hint of reproach in his gaze. "Why are you up? You should still be resting. I've been asleep for quite some time. If I sleep any longer, my bones will turn to jelly," Ming Yu replied, her eyes wide and pleading. Despite his stern demeanor, he found it hard to scold her. "Serves you right. You and Yin Chu have been recklessly challenging trials for days without a whisper of news. And now you've both caused your spiritual energy to dissipate, nearly leading to a disembodied soul. Second senior brother, we truly regret our actions. We'll be more cautious next time," Ming Yu promised. Chi Huida shot her a glance. "Enough. Come eat something." During breakfast, Yu Yanchu joined them. Draped in a dark cloak with golden trim, his hair partially bound, and his pallor suggesting he was grievously wounded. Yet, he greeted them with a smile. "Brother, why didn't you call me for meals?" Chi Huida felt overwhelmed, managing two patients who were both a source of concern. He quickly assisted Yu Yanchu. "Why are you out as well?" "I was hungry and figured you were preparing a special meal for my junior sister, so I came." "You white as Saif." Concluding that Yu Yanchu must not be severely injured if he could still jest. "Let's eat." Ming Yu glanced around the table, asking, "Where's Fu Yu?" Chi Huida replied, while serving porridge, "His hibernation period has arrived. He's gone to Xinyu Cave." Ming Yu nodded and continued to eat. After breakfast, they were both sent back to their rooms and ordered to rest, forbidden from getting up. Ming Yu initially intended to feign sleep, hoping that her senior sister would leave. However, as she pretended to be asleep, she inadvertently drifted into a genuine slumber. In her dreams, the familiar yet desolate realm reappeared, but the scenery had shifted. She encountered a female demon wielding a long sword, leading a horde of demons into Lujia village, leaving a trail of bloodshed in their wake. Ming Yu awoke, gasping for air, only to realize she had merely slept for a brief period. Following their recent trials, the two had recuperated for nearly a month before being allowed to resume their daily training. In the sword training arena, Ming Yu held her sword in her right hand, allowing her will to guide its movements. As her spiritual energy flowed, a beam of silvery sword aura surged forth, cleaving through the vast expanse of the sky. Yu Yanchu sidestepped to evade, then drew her sword, the two blades clashing with a melodious ring, their brilliance illuminating the surroundings. "Are you challenging me to a duel, senior brother?" "Junior sister, with little else to occupy us, why not engage in a friendly competition?" The two stood facing each other, their eyes ablaze with fervent determination. before they both sprang into action. A resonant dragon's roar erupted as Yu Yin Chu waved her left hand across her sword, causing the Long Yuan sword to manifest a golden dragon that charged toward Ming Yu with a fierce cry. Stepping back, Ming Yu inverted her sword before her, forming a hand seal. To her surprise, a faint green figure appeared beside her. Though it was subtle, it emanated profound spiritual energy. As their energies entwined, the intent of their swords surged, drawing the surrounding spiritual power into a frenzied whirlpool. Then, with a blinding flash, a thunderous roar echoed as both retreated a few steps. Swords drawn, poised for another assault. As they clashed once more, sparks flew amidst their fervent exchanges. Ming Yu concentrated her spiritual energy, unleashing a powerful strike. The shadows of the surrounding trees trembled as if her sword intent was unyielding. Yu Yin Chu similarly raised her sword in defense, their energies clashing and causing a shockwave that pushed them apart. From a distance, Yin Peng Peng observed the gathering spiritual energy and, seizing the moment, took Qi Huai by the hand, swiftly employing the Gale technique to reach the battleground, where she beheld the two warriors locked in a fierce standoff, their garments billowing in the wind. With wide eyes filled with astonishment, Yin Peng Peng tightened her grip on Qi Huai's wrist, who felt the pressure intensify, his complexion paling as he struggled to maintain composure. Ming Yu was oblivious to the presence of others. Her current strike was undoubtedly her finest execution since she began her sword training. However, she soon leaned forward, sinking to one knee. Her sword pressed against the ground as she coughed up blood, feeling a dizzying sensation envelop her mind. Yin Peng Peng, shaken yet resolute, rushed to support the faltering Ming Yu. Ming Yu! Ming Yu's vision blurred, but she could faintly discern her senior sister's silhouette. "I'm fine, it's just..." Another bout of blood escaped her lips, staining her pale yellow garments in a shocking crimson. Before losing consciousness, all she could hear was her senior sister calling her name repeatedly, while the second and third senior brothers rushed toward her from afar. Yu Yin Chu initially believed Ming Yu had merely exhausted herself, but panic surged when he witnessed her spitting blood. He hastily retrieved a Zishu Dan from his pouch, administering it to Ming Yu while channeling his energy to protect her heart meridian, then began to probe her condition. "What's the situation?" Yin Peng Peng inquired anxiously. Yu Yin Chu's expression darkened. "Senior sister, send word to our master. There's a foreign object near her heart meridian." "How could there be a foreign object?" Yu Yin Chu shook his head. "It must have been present for quite some time, surrounded by a dense layer of spiritual energy that we cannot penetrate." Yin Peng Peng's expression shifted, but she remained composed. "I will send a message. You must take care of her." As she rose, she patted Yu Yin Chu's shoulder, reassuring him. "This is not your fault. The object in Xiaoyu's body has been there for a long time and would eventually harm her." Yu Yin Chu did not meet her gaze, continuing to channel his energy to stabilize Ming Yu's meridians. "Senior sister, hurry." Chapter 25. The soul-crushing needle. Shi Xingzi was already on his way back to the island when he received a message through the communication stone. With a startled exclamation, he hastened his pace. The jolting ox cart shook the sleeping system awake. "Old man, what are you doing?" The system mumbled groggily. "Little Shunshur, your friend is severely injured and awaits my return for rescue. I must quicken my pace." "My friend? You mean Ming Yu?" The system was taken aback. "How could you be injured? That shouldn't be possible. Xing Luo Island is one of the male protagonist's allies in the original story." "Little Shunshur, did you fail to mention something important?" The system pressed. Peng's message indicated that there is a foreign object near her heart meridian. You didn't mention this during her treatment. The system scratched its head, recalling the plot. "I remember now. She was gravely wounded by the soul-crushing needle used by the demon clan during her cultivation and nearly died. It seems that the needle was never removed." Shi Xingzi's grip on the ox cart's reins slackened in disbelief. "The soul-crushing needle, with its extraordinary demonic properties, has remained inside her body?" The system nodded. "It's truly remarkable that she has survived this long. Hurry, old friend, we need to move faster." The tethered ox let out a bellow, its hooves glowing with spiritual energy, and the scenery around them began to shift rapidly. In less than half a day, they returned to the island. Qi Huai had been waiting at the entrance for quite some time. As the door opened, he rushed forward, and Shi Xingzi waved his hand, signaling him to refrain from speaking further. I already have a general understanding. Let us proceed. Ming Yu had been unconscious for quite some time, her body ablaze with fever. Her lips pale, beads of sweat trickling down her forehead, her brow furrowed in distress, and her fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white, while she murmured incoherently. Yu Yanchu and Yun Pengpeng took turns channeling their energy, but their efforts proved futile. Shi Xingzi entered the room, sweeping his long sleeves to usher his two disciples outside, slamming the door shut with a resounding thud that nearly caught Qi Huai in its path. After 3 days of arduous treatment, Shi Xingzi finally expelled the soul-crushing needle from Ming Yu's body, leaving the system exhausted by the side. Old man, how can you still need me to channel my energy to you? Shi Xingzi shot him a glare. At my age, it's only natural for the energy to take time to circulate. Upon opening the door, he found his 3 disciples waiting anxiously. Clearing his throat, he reassured them. She is out of danger. A month of rest will suffice. The 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Yu Yanchu asked, Master, what was the object within Junior Sister's body? Shi Xingzi cast a sidelong glance at the system, which remained unresponsive before replying. It was the demon clan's soul-crushing needle. The soul-crushing needle? They all exclaimed in disbelief. The soul-crushing needle of the demon clan was a legendary artifact. Its mere presence could lead to instant death, obliterating one's soul and preventing reincarnation. The fact that Ming Yu had harbored such a needle within her body, yet remained vibrant and even managed to break through her cultivation, was unprecedented. Very well, take good care of her. Yes, we will obey your command. Ming Yu felt little of the situation, merely sensing a familiar sensation of entering a dreamlike state, one she had experienced many times before. Thus, when the scene transformed yet again into the ravaged Lujia village, she felt no sense of dissonance, simply wondering why this time it was not a spiritual body. All she felt was an overwhelming pain coursing through her, her eyelids heavy and unresponsive, while the sound of howling winds and bustling footsteps filled her ears. Someone whispered in her ear, Where is the Mi Xian bell? What is the Mi Xian bell? I've never heard of it. Before she could respond, the person grew increasingly frustrated. Ming Shuyan, do you truly believe that remaining silent will spare you from the consequences? If you do not speak, there are those who will. Surely not everyone in this village has the heart to cast the soul-restraining technique upon themselves. Who is Ming Shuyan? That name sounds familiar. What is this soul-restraining technique? Xiao Yu, do not blame your father for his harshness. This is the fate of our Ming clan. The Mi Xian bell must never fall into the hands of the demon clan. When you grow older, you will understand your father's heartfelt intentions. What fate? What heartfelt intentions? Why do I know nothing? Father, I am in so much pain. Please no. I beg you. Why do I feel so terrible, so hurt? Where am I? This is your memory. A familiar voice resonated in the void. No, this is not my memory. I do not possess such recollections. It is you. You are me. And I am you. We are one. I am not. My name is Ming Yu. I hail from the modern era, and we are not one. You will acknowledge this. 5 days later, Ming Yu finally regained consciousness, feeling a throbbing pain in her head, as if she had just awakened from a dream, yet she could recall nothing. Leaning by her bedside was someone she initially thought to be Yin Pang Pang, but upon turning, she realized it was Yu Yanchu. Third senior brother, Ming Yu weakly uttered, and Yu Yanchu helped her sit up. How do you feel? Much better. Thank you, senior brother and sister. Yu Yanchu did not engage in further conversation, but began discussing something else. Do you remember this object? The Pajie Zhu appeared in his hand. After examining it, Ming Yu replied, I remember. It was given by the esteemed Yu Qiu. How did it end up here? Junior sister, Yu Yanchu said seriously. We are inextricably linked to the demonic clan and the immortal sect. Once you recover, we must venture to the endless sea. Ming Yu felt puzzled. Was the topic shifting so swiftly? I have only just awakened, yet she nodded in agreement, as she indeed had many questions regarding that illusion. After the Mia Han Zhen was extracted, Ming Yu's cultivation speed accelerated considerably, and her internal spiritual energy flowed more smoothly, allowing her injuries to heal rapidly. However, She remained under the strict watch of Yun Pang, and only after her complete recovery was she permitted to cultivate. I did not expect your physical aptitude to be so remarkable. In less than 5 years since your arrival, you have progressed from being completely incapacitated to the late stage of Yuan Ying, surpassing even the male protagonist. The system incredulously enumerated Ming Yu's cultivation advancements, presenting her as if she were the embodiment of dragon Ao Tian. If not, why should the unparalleled sword god remain in that position? I could take on that role. What do you think? Ming Yu teased the system. The system hesitated. No, if that were the case, the world would surely descend into chaos. Besides, you still wish to return home. Ming Yu was taken aback. Indeed, she wished to return home. In truth, you have no family left in the modern world. Why is it imperative for you to return? You can thrive here, as your senior brothers and sisters are akin to family. Ming Yu replied calmly. Although I no longer have family there, I still have my home. No matter how wonderful it is here, I am still not myself. The system did not comprehend. I do not understand, but if you wish to return home, I shall assist you. Ming Yu smiled. Thank you, esteemed system. Chapter 26. Yin Shun Jiao. As the year drew to a close, Ming Yu's injuries had fully healed, allowing her to eat and sleep well. Under the vigilant care of Yun Pang, her face had become somewhat rounder. As New Year's Eve approached, it was rare for everyone to be present, and Shi Xingzi did not venture out, but instead began preparing for the festivities early. Generally, sects do not observe these mundane world celebrations. But Xing Luo Island had few inhabitants, and with no strict rules, everyone simply sought to enjoy the revelry together. The eldest senior sister was particularly enthusiastic, employing others to procure numerous items for the occasion, and the decorations alone took 2 to 3 days to complete. Seizing a moment while Yun Pang was occupied with the preparations, Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu stealthily slipped out. Will we be discovered heading to the endless sea? Yu Yinshu replied earnestly, what if we are? We are doing this for our cultivation, and besides, if we are caught, your senior brother will shield us. What is there to fear? Seeing his serious demeanor, Ming Yu relented. All right then. The two took to their swords and entered the sea. Upon re-entering the illusion, the scene was neither of the demonic clan nor of the mortal realm. Instead, it was a tranquil valley. The valley was serene, with lush vegetation, and a small stream flowed gently through it, adorned with some unknown wildflowers along the banks. The two lay by the stream, while in the distance an elderly boatman rested, his overturned boat lying beside him, appearing somewhat damaged, possibly washed ashore or teleported here. Yu Yinshu remained unconscious, clinging tightly to Ming Yu's sleeve. She could not pull away and had no choice but to tear the fabric in order to rise and check on the old man's condition. After assessing his breathing and the flow of spiritual energy, she determined he was merely in a coma and would recover soon. Ming Yu rested her head on her hand by the stream, pondering why she was the only one to awaken. Because your injuries in the illusion were the lightest. The system's voice emanated from her embrace before it sprang forth, shaking off the water from its body. Ming Yu exclaimed, how did you follow me? This system is, of course, here to protect you. It would never admit that it had followed because it saw the two sneaking out, thinking they might be going for some delicious food. Ming Yu scrutinized it for a moment. Her tone languid, is that so? The system, lacking a solid argument, retorted, indeed. What else could it be for? Ming Yu chose not to dwell on it, continuing to gaze at the system, causing it to feel a prickling sensation at the back of its neck. Then she changed the subject. When they awaken, will you still speak to me like this? It is rare to encounter a spiritual pet capable of speech. The system's eyes darted. No problem. I will transmit spiritual energy to you, and we can communicate mentally. They seem to be waking soon. As it spoke, it scurried up her sleeve to perch on her shoulder. Indeed, the two began to stir, their fingers twitching, indicating they were about to awaken. Upon awakening, Yu Yinshu immediately noticed the torn blue fabric in his hand, his expression changing as he attempted to rise. However, his body betrayed him. He felt the world spin around him, and just then, a water flask was presented before him. Here, Ming Yu gestured with her chin. He took a moment to catch his breath before accepting it and drinking. The old man, clearly more experienced, did not rush to rise after regaining consciousness. He waited until he had drunk the water Ming Yu offered before standing. His words were filled with praise, although I do not know which family you two hail from. You exhibit great responsibility. You are deserving of the Jeju left to you by Yuchio-wan. Ming Yu bowed respectfully. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your rescue. Otherwise, my senior brother and I would have surely perished in the river of three paths. The old man waved his hand dismissively. It was a trivial matter. Moreover, even if it were not for Yuchio-wan's sake, I would ensure your safety. After some pleasantries, the elder continued. This place is within the domain of Yin Shunjiao. Do you two young friends wish to return? The two exchanged glances, and Yu Yinshu spoke first. My junior sister and I set out to gain experience as instructed. If we return like this, we fear we might incur our master's wrath. Though a reprimand is not a significant matter, we are uncertain when we will have another opportunity to venture out again. With that, he sighed softly, his eyes dimming. Ming Yu observed his demeanor and secretly applauded him. Third senior brother's acting skills were truly commendable. Who would believe that this seemingly pitiful figure was the little tyrant of Xing Luo Island? Yu Yinshu shot her a glance, and she immediately joined in the performance. It is all my fault for dragging my senior brother down. Had it not been for my recklessness, he would not have missed his opportunity. My master would blame me, and I would bear the consequences without implicating my senior brother. We have studied together for 7 years. Why speak of such formalities? It is merely an opportunity. There will be chances ahead. As the two exchanged words, the elder grasped the situation and smiled. Losing an opportunity is not a concern. If you two young friends do not mind, you may accompany me to Yin Shunjiao to visit a venerable elder. I believe there will be opportunities awaiting you. With the elder offering a way forward, the two naturally accepted with delight. Yin Shunjiao lay to the south and had once flourished as a prominent sect. The disciples within practiced various techniques and produced numerous prodigies. However, as far as Ming Yu was aware, they had severed contact with the outside world for over a decade, and even outsiders rarely gained entry. The reasons remained unclear. Some speculated that they harbored great opportunities within, fearing others would seize them, while others claimed it was due to the sect leader's only son succumbing to demonic corruption, rendering them incapable of standing in the cultivation world. In any case, the records regarding them had become increasingly scarce. The group journeyed toward Yin Shunjiao, and along the way, Ming Yu discreetly tugged at Yu Yinshu's sleeve, senior brother. Did not Yin Shunjiao seize communication with the outside world long ago? Yu Yinshu softly replied that it was over 20 years ago when the Yin Shunjiao had not yet withdrawn from the world. As the two exchanged questions and answers, they arrived at the Yin Shunjiao. Great sects typically place great emphasis on grandeur and appearance. With a requisite 999 steps, magnificent halls, and several spiritual mountains to reflect the splendor of the immortal sect. All the sects Ming Yu had encountered were like this, yet Yin Shunjiao was markedly different. At the foot of the mountain lay a winding path leading to a stone plaque inscribed with Tian Di Ling Yen. From there, several rugged paths branched off, and there were no grand structures, only a scattering of bamboo and thatched houses, varying in size but not significantly distinct. Following the elder, the two ascended the mountain until they reached a bamboo house nestled deep within the mountains. The bamboo house consisted of only 2 rooms, with a small courtyard surrounded by trees and a mountain spring flowing into the house, creating an aura of seclusion. This was the residence of my friend. While speaking, the courtyard door opened automatically, and a gentle breeze swept in, causing a few bamboo leaves to fall into the spring water, which then flowed into the teapot on the table, boiling. Elder Shi, we have awaited you for several months. Chapter 27, Jiangchong Yuheng Yun Xianzun. The 32nd leader of Yin Shunjiao, later retired in favor of his junior brother Heng Ji Xianzun, entered the Yuan Ing at the age of 14 and achieved a half-step to tribulation at 30. He once cleaved open the gate of the void and carved mountains and seas for the common people, occupying a whole sheet of paper in the ancient and modern history of the immortal sect. A figure whose brilliance has been unmatched in the realm of cultivation for nearly a century. Such a person now stood before them in simple garments, holding a whisk, greeting them. The two, momentarily stunned, hurriedly bowed upon hearing a light cough. Some matters delayed us on the way. These two are friends from Xing Luo Dao. Xing Luo Dao. It has been several years since any disciples have emerged from the island. Long ago, I had a friend who remarked that it is difficult for disciples of Xing Luo Dao to break free from worldly ties. Hung Yun remarked with a smile. Yu Yin Chu also smiled lightly, saying, "The trials on the island are arduous, and few disciples succeed. We are but fortunate." Hung Yin regarded the two for a moment and nodded. "Indeed. The tea is ready. Please partake." The tea was bamboo leaf tea, brewed with the clear spring water of the mountains, served in bamboo tubes, bitter yet not astringent, with a lingering aftertaste and a subtle aura of spiritual energy. After finishing, they felt their fatigue dissipate entirely. It has been several years since I last tasted the tea of Xianzun. It remains extraordinary. The elder chuckled, stroking his beard. Hung Yun smiled. "I look forward to Elder Shi's visits every year, though oftentimes they do not come to fruition." The two shared a hearty laugh, the bond of old friends evident in their exchange. "This time, I have an insignificant request. I wish to borrow the opportunities of Yin Shunjiao to assist these two young friends in their breakthroughs." Hung Yun's expression remained unchanged, as if it were a trivial matter. Glancing at them before readily agreeing, "It is a small matter. Both of you bear heavenly destinies, and my sect should provide assistance." After enjoying the tea, the group settled in. Yin Shunjiao seldom hosted outsiders, and thus there were no dedicated guest quarters. Elder Shi naturally stayed with Hung Yun Xianzun, while the two sought out an unoccupied small courtyard to tidy up and settle in. Yin Shunjiao possessed its own secret realms, and there were rumors of heavenly laws dwelling within, rarely open to outsiders. Their participation was indeed something to thank the elder Yuchio for. The secret realm would open in a few days, so the two spent their days with the elders, enjoying the wind and rain, savoring tea, and discussing matters, truly indulging in the life of a recluse. On the eve of the opening of the secret realm, the two went to familiarize themselves with the disciples of the sect, receiving standardized garments and communication talismans. "Forgive me, but entry into our sect's secret realm requires wearing these garments imbued with spiritual energy. This communication talisman allows free entry and interaction within the realm, but it will leave a record. If crushed, it will automatically declare an exit from the secret realm, to be overseen by an elder," they were informed. The two naturally bowed in gratitude, inquiring about the gathering time and place for the next day, exchanging pleasantries before departing. "Senior brother, why would there be outsiders in our sect's secret realm?" a newly admitted disciple inquired. A mere glance from the senior was enough to silence the newcomer, as matters entrusted by the master should not be subject to idle speculation. Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu shared similar doubts. The concealment of Yin Shunjiao was evident, and they had only a few encounters with Elder Shi, so the Xianzun should not have agreed so readily. After all, it was an illusion. Yu Yin Chu glanced at her. "Junior sister, are you willing to venture forth?" Ming Yu looked up at him, her cool gaze fluttering, seeing the hopes, determination, and curiosity in Yu Yin Chu's eyes. She naturally agreed. The following day, everyone gathered before the secret realm, all donned in uniform plain door garments, distinguishable only by the embroidered patterns on the cuffs. The two wore inner door garments with silver cuffs, standing unobtrusively in a corner. Glances of inquiry came from nearby disciples, followed by whispers, and one bold individual approached to ask which Xianzun's disciple the junior sister was. "I have not seen her before." Ming Yu was taken aback, then replied, "I am a disciple of Hung Yun Xianzun, having only recently entered." The individual suddenly enlightened, saying, "Hung Yun Xianzun has not taken disciples for many years. You must possess exceptional talent. I am Song Wen Yuan. If you encounter any issues after entering, you may seek my assistance, junior sister." "Thank you, senior brother Song." They exchanged bows, and Song Wen Yuan was soon called away by his fellow disciples. Yu Yin Chu smirked, lightly sighing, "Junior sister, you are quite the deceiver. I truly worry for your future husband." Ming Yu teased back, "Not as good as senior brother at playing the victim." As they bantered, the secret realm opened, and the disciples queued orderly to enter. Naturally, the two remained together. This secret realm differed from those Ming Yu had previously visited. Although entry was still random teleportation to different locations, They were not separated. Upon entry, they immediately sensed an abundance of spiritual energy, with the flow of their own spiritual power quickening. It was a blessed land. The scenery was not unlike elsewhere, still adhering to the consistent style of yin shunjiao, suitable for seclusion. There were small paths through the woods, and the two followed one until they reached a cliff where spring water cascaded down, revealing a humble dwelling ahead where someone lived. There are indeed people living here? Ming Yu's surprise was understandable. Previous secret realms were typically for treasure hunting or demon slaying, with encounters limited to demonic beasts or illusory spirits, none of which contained actual inhabitants. "We shall see," Yu Yin-chu replied, and they approached the door to knock. A woman, clad in simple attire, emerged with long hair styled in a low bun, adorned with a silver hairpin, her gentle features making her quite beautiful. The woman greeted them and communicated through gestures. Though initially taken aback, Ming Yu quickly followed suit, and they were welcomed inside. The woman served them tea and, after more gestures, retreated into the house. Ming Yu, puzzled, asked, "Who is she?" "She cannot speak." She indicated that only she and her husband live nearby, and he has gone out to gather firewood and hunt, Yu Yin-chu explained. "Does she possess any aura?" Ming Yu inquired. Yu Yin-chu shook his head, feeling nothing. She likely was indeed an ordinary person, as Yin Shunjiao's secret realm seldom welcomed outsiders, and there were no records indicating that people could not reside within. As they conversed, the woman returned with tea and pastries arranged in coarse porcelain bowls, surprisingly fragrant and sweet. She gestured again, and Yu Yin-chu instinctively translated. "She says it has been a long time since anyone visited, and she is very happy that we are here." Ming Yu, unable to understand sign language, could only smile and thank her. Just then, the courtyard door opened, revealing her husband returning, and they looked up to see an unexpected face, Jiang Chongyu, the disciple of Yin Shunjiao who had already fallen into darkness, whom they had encountered at the Demon Emperor's estate. Chapter 28. The four exchanged glances, silence enveloping them as they clearly understood one another's thoughts. Yu Yin-chu wrote the characters for Jiang and Demon in Ming Yu's palm, and she instantly recognized his identity. It is perplexing that despite his evident fall into darkness, he continues to reside within the secret realm of the Yan Shenjiao. Is there a hidden truth, or perhaps a clandestine bargain involved? The connection to this woman remains uncertain. In the stillness, the woman gestures towards them, inquiring if they are acquainted with her husband. Yu Yin-chu responds with a smile, indicating that he has only met her husband once before, and is surprised to encounter him again here. Jiang Chongyu displays little reaction, clad in ordinary garments, his hair partially tied back and burdened with 2 bundles of firewood. His gaze is icy, yet his demeanor is surprisingly gentle as he addresses the woman as Yunyang. Yunyang approaches to wipe the sweat from his brow. He lowers his head in acquiescence and subsequently states that they have guests and should prepare some tea and snacks. While he tends to the cooking, Yunyang declines, gesturing that she will handle the cooking herself. In her absence, the atmosphere among the others becomes increasingly awkward. Jiang Chongyu, however, appears quite at ease. After sipping his tea, he casually inquires about their presence, stating that they are not disciples of the Yan Shenjiao and questioning how they arrived here. Ming Yu and Yu Yin-chu exchange glances, with Ming Yu speaking up to explain that they are newly admitted disciples. Jiang Chongyu does not react further, maintaining his gentle tone as he informs them that this place is forbidden and no disciple would voluntarily come here. He insists that they need not address him as senior brother, for he has betrayed the sect. They profess their ignorance of the rules, claiming they have wandered in by mistake. Jiang Chongyu's tone sharpens, suggesting that if they do not wish to speak, it is their choice. However, having met twice now, they should understand the nature of his character. He asserts that he does not care about their motives for being here, but advises them to leave soon and not disturb Yunyang, or they may not find a second Yu Qiu to save their lives. "We shall heed your warning," Yu Yin-chu responds, clearly irritated by Jiang Chongyu's veiled threat. The atmosphere plunges back into coldness. With their identities laid bare, there is little left to conceal. They fall into silence once more until Yunyang returns with dishes. She is a gentle soul, at least for now, her eyes always sparkling with kindness as she gestures for them to eat more without reservation. Jiang Chongyu engages amiably, and the atmosphere seems to warm again. Yunyang gestures that she has not seen outsiders in a long time and feels lonely, expressing her joy at their arrival. Seeing you reminds me of the time I first met my husband. Yu Yinshu chokes on his tea, coughing until he recovers after downing a full cup. Ming Yu hands him a handkerchief and asks what Yunyang said that elicited such a reaction. Yu Yinshu coughs a few more times before dismissing it, stating he merely choked on his food. He continues to eat under Ming Yu's skeptical gaze and Jiang Chongyu's amused scrutiny. After the meal, Jiang Chongyu once more threatens them with his gaze, yet his intimidation proves ineffective as Yunyang voluntarily tidies their bedding. Since you are acquainted with my husband, you must be here for training. The mountain's legacy requires timing. You may stay here and wait. Jiang Chongyu simply resignedly addresses Yunyang, and no further mention of their departure is made. Ming Yu thinks it surprising that he seems to be under his wife's authority. Naturally, staying means they must assist. Both have grown accustomed to menial tasks on the island, and they find cooking and chopping would quite manageable. To Jiang Chongyu and Yu Nyang's astonishment, despite Yu Yinshu's delicate appearance, he proves to be an exceptional cook. After several days of labor, even Jiang Chongyu's threats diminish considerably. He begins to entertain the notion that keeping them around for chores may not be so undesirable, but quickly dismisses the idea, aware that a confrontation with the Yanshengio could erupt at any moment. One day, while Ming Yu and Yunyang go for a stroll, Yu Yinshu remains behind to chop wood. Jiang Chongyu decides it is time to let them go. When do you and your junior sister plan to leave? He asks. Yu Yinshu raises an eyebrow, responding that they will leave once they find their opportunity. Jiang Chongyu laughs. Do not fear. Finding your way safely is one thing, but securing it is another. You and the Yu Qiu family. What is your relationship? Yu Yinshu hesitates, then resumes chopping wood, declaring that there is no relation. Jiang Chongyu's laughter grows louder. You must be joking. I care not for your ties to the Yu Qiu family, but given our shared days here, I strongly advise you to depart. If trouble arises, the Yu Qiu family cannot protect you. Yu Yinshu senses something amiss. What sort of trouble are you anticipating? Are you about to turn against the Yanshengio? Jiang Chongyu maintains his smile, but his eyes betray a coldness. Have we not already turned against them? This is common knowledge. Besides, you two are not of this era, are you? Yu Yinshu remains silent, unconcerned. The marks of destiny are evident upon you, which is quite enviable. Therefore, I urge you to leave and refrain from entangling yourselves in our affairs. The truths you seek will reveal themselves in due time, but not now. His advice is sincere, and Yu Yinshu absorbs it. Should I assist you in taking Yunyang with you? No need, he replies, a smile still gracing his lips, though his gaze has grown hollow. If we cannot escape, I hope we might offer a sacrifice during the festivals as a form of rent for our brief stay. Very well, I agree. Ming Yu is informed upon her return that they must depart, bewildered by the abruptness. But we have yet to find the answers. Yu Yinshu sighs, his tone calm, but serious. Junior sister, we may not have entered a mere illusion. Not illusion? Then what is it? It is the past, he replies, unhurriedly explaining that although he does not understand why they have traveled back in time, it signifies that they must not interfere with these events. Any minor alteration could lead to significant changes in the future. Ming Yu is left in shock, even the system confounded, pondering, how can we have returned to the past? This was not scripted. Ming Yu can only respond helplessly. How should I know? She continues to express her frustrations with the system internally, questioning its efficacy in opening the reincarnation door to send her back, especially since they are now lost in the past. The system, feeling aggrieved, retorts, I'm also trapped here. Who could have foreseen such a catastrophic collapse of this world? Ming Yu skeptically questions it. You followed us here, and yet do not recognize this as the past. Does that seem reasonable to you, O master of the 3,000 realms? The system falls silent, muttering quietly before disappearing. Not knowing is not a deception. Despite Ming Yu's attempts to summon it, it refuses to reappear. Chapter 29. Departure. As they prepare to leave, Yunyang, though reluctant, gathers some belongings for them, fully aware that cultivators do not require many worldly possessions. As she bids them farewell, her eyes brim with reluctance. Her kindness is overwhelming, extending great goodwill even to those she has known for only a few days. Perhaps this is not a virtue. Ming Yu's thought trails off, but Yu Yanshu comprehends her meaning, dismissing it with a casual remark about her unique methods. She is indeed quite astute. Now, junior sister, we must contemplate our return home. Home? Yes, if this is not an illusion but the past, then we must leave as swiftly as possible. Before entering the endless sea, I inscribed a talisman on my person. Should we find ourselves on the brink of death as before, this talisman will immediately notify our senior sister. So, this means we have two choices, junior sister. The first is to find our way home ourselves. The second is to trigger the talisman and return to face the consequences. Ming Yu turns to consider. Do you believe I can find the way back? Yu Yanshu snaps his fingers, indeed. Both Hingyun Zun and Jiang Chongyu have mentioned that we bear the marks of destiny. Junior sister, throughout history, you alone have survived the soul-extinguishing needle. Are you testing me? Senior brother? No, junior sister. Yu Yanshu chuckles lightly. We have shared 5 years together. In this life and death moment, should you not offer your senior brother some guidance? Ming Yu ponders for a moment, then produces the system from her sleeve, which is soundly asleep. This is my hint. The system was suddenly sold, leaving the mouse utterly bewildered, gazing at Ming Yu only to catch a glimpse of her evasive nape. Yu Yanshu lifted the system, examining it for a moment, wondering if this was fate. Ming Yu remained silent, presenting him with only the back of her head, while the system struggled in vain. Ming Yu, you sold me. The system screeched, filled with indignation. Ming Yu did not turn back, retorting, you have not been entirely truthful with me. We are equally at fault. The system, incensed, exclaimed, I've told you I don't know. You don't believe me and expose me to this person. Ming Yu, I want to sever ties with you. Ming Yu was evidently also upset, disregarding all else as she quarreled with the system. Is it true that you know nothing? Then tell me what you do know. I have the soul destruction needle in my body, and you forgot? When I said I felt the plot was amiss, you brushed it off. Why are we here now? Or have you been deceiving me all along, incapable of helping me return home, merely trying to placate me for the time being? The revelation stunned everyone present. Ming Yu felt she had misspoken. The system felt distrust, and Yu Yanshu sensed something was amiss. Before their argument could escalate, he interjected, Wait, what is the plot? And what do you mean you can't help me return home? Which home are you referring to? The atmosphere grew tense. Silence enveloped them. And Yu Yanshu's expression darkened further. Junior sister, shouldn't you explain this to me? Ming Yu hesitated before speaking, just as she was about to disclose everything. The system acted. It bit into one of its claws, and a drop of blood rose, shimmering with white light. As the light dissipated, the scene transformed. Revealing the moment, it was held by Yu Yanshu once again. The system began to screech, Let go of me. Yu Yanshu observed with interest. Is this fate? Ming Yu realized the system had activated time reversal, and she smoothly added, Yes, it is indeed part of fate. Yu Yanshu prodded it with his finger. A slight smile on his lips. Then where should we go? The system resigned itself to its fate, knowing it was better than being exposed to the plot by a mere supporting character. It pointed towards the waterfall behind the thatched cottage. Over there. There are fragments of the time gate. Thus, this explained why Jiangchong you could continue living in the Yanshan sect's secret realm despite his fall into darkness. The system struggled to escape Yu Yanshu's grasp. How would I know? It then darted into Ming Yu's sleeve. Senior brother, let us go. The duo utilized their swift movement technique to enter the waterfall, discovering a hidden world within. Not only was there a spacious cavern, but the walls were also inscribed with simple characters. Yu Yanshu could not decipher them, yet Ming Yu recognized them as modern simplified characters. She communicated with the system via thought waves, asking what was happening. The system ignored her, and Ming Yu chose not to press further, accustomed as she was to its temperament. These characters are unfamiliar to me. They resemble our common script, yet differ significantly, Yu Yanshu mused. Could they be remnants from the divine realm? He reached out, and upon contact, the characters emitted a faint golden glow, enveloping them before returning to the wall, causing the inscriptions to shift. Yu Yanshu recorded the characters using a resonance stone for later examination. Ming Yu tugged at his sleeve. Senior brother, someone is coming. We must leave. They ventured deeper into the cavern, and indeed, figures approached from behind the waterfall. Their silhouettes were obscured but snippets of conversation reached their ears. When will the world order be unraveled? Soon. Are you comfortable living in luxury, forgetting that you are neither human nor demon? After that, their words faded. The fragments of time sensed something foreign to this realm, glowing brightly, and then the two were enveloped in light, vanishing from the secret realm. When Ming Yu opened her eyes, she found herself in the deep sea, utterly alone, water filling her nostrils, nearly suffocating her. She hurriedly cast a water-evading spell, barely catching her breath when Shadow approached. With a swift gesture from her right hand, a green glow erupted, repelling the encroaching shadows, and swiftly propelled her towards the surface. On the surface, Yu Yanchu had already made it ashore, equally disheveled, with the long yuan sword floating beside him, indicating he had just emerged from the sea as well. Before they could exchange words regarding the figures encountered in the secret realm, they were ensnared by a surge of spiritual energy. Ah, you too. Not only are you slacking, but you dare to sneak into the endless sea despite your injuries. Yin Pang Pang's voice echoed from afar. Both felt a sense of dread. Ming Yu quickly decided to sell out Yu Yanchu. Senior sister, I agree that this is a bad time, but third senior brother insisted he would take responsibility for anything and drag me along. Yu Yanchu was taken aback. Grinding his teeth, junior sister, you sell out your teammates far too quickly. Ming Yu ignored him, continuing her innocent facade. And soon Yu Yanchu was bound by spiritual energy and thrown back into the sea. Chapter 30. New Year. Ming Yu silently prayed for Yu Yanchu, regretting the predicament caused by third senior brother. After all, he had mentioned that he would block any discovery, and now was the time for him to fulfill that role. Though Yun Pang Pang had yet to arrive, the spiritual energy once again pulled Yu Yanchu from the sea. He emerged, soaked to the bone, water droplets cascading down his long hair onto his face, leaving him in a state of disarray, devoid of his usual grace. Yu Yanchu gasped for breath, giving Ming Yu a thumbs up with his right hand before collapsing on the shore. Without hesitation, Yin Pang Pang struck, sealing his spiritual points to prevent him from using spells to escape, leaving him to accept punishment. Within moments, Yin Pang Pang arrived, her expression grave and silent. Ming Yu approached, eager to ingratiate herself, but she was unfazed, scoffing. From now until the new year, all tasks on the island will fall to you too, and each person must transcribe the Tranquility Sutra 100 times. Ming Yu exclaimed in dismay, Senior sister, my injury isn't fully healed yet. Yin Pang Pang shot her a glance. Then how about 200 times once you've recovered? Ming Yu immediately sat up straight. Senior sister, I suddenly feel my injury is inconsequential. Let me suffer the punishment alongside senior brother. Yu Yanchu, unwilling to endure her ungrateful demeanor, cast a cleansing spell to rid himself of moisture and walked away. With the new year approaching, the festive atmosphere was particularly palpable this year. Unlike previous years of simple meals, Yin Pang Pang had purchased a plethora of items from the mortal realm to decorate the island, and naturally, the task fell to the two who were being punished. Ming Yu affixed peach charms and couplets, nearly overwhelmed, realizing for the first time how many decorations adorn the island's houses. Senior sister, where did you get the money for all these? And why did you buy so many at once? Yu Yanchu replied while spreading paste on the wall, from selling charms and some from the old man. Ming Yu was left speechless, but thankfully they were nearly finished. The day after finishing the couplets marked the new year, and it was Ming Yu's 6th year on the island. She had lived there for 5 years, yet the past year felt particularly different. Xing Zi generously prepared red envelopes for everyone, not only filled with spiritual stones, but also with various spiritual plants, fruits, pills, and techniques he had found during his travels. Even the system received its share. I have one too. The system, genuinely surprised to find itself included, was delighted to discover its favorite spiritual fruits within. Although Qing Liangua was delicious and rich in spiritual energy, it should not be consumed excessively, lest it lead to an overflow of spiritual energy. The system nodded, touched by Xing Zi's kindness, and hopped onto his shoulder. Old man, you're truly good to me. Ming Yu, taking advantage of her junior status, requested red envelopes from her seniors, receiving an abundance of delightful treasures without exception. After dinner, A few individuals gathered to drink and keep watch through the night. The wine, named Ming Yu, was brewed by Shishengzi using various spiritual fruits and ingredients, and had been fermenting for several years. On such an occasion, it was difficult to part with it, yet the disciples rummaged through and paired it with dishes. Shishengzi's heart bled at the thought of such waste. He chose to ignore them and indulged in a jar alone. After consuming the wine, the group became quite tipsy, managing to hold on until after midnight, when they paid respects to their ancestors and set off firecrackers. Chi Huaida was the first to succumb, swaying unsteadily as he returned to his quarters. Ming Yu still retained a semblance of clarity and, after escorting each of them back to their respective courtyards, found, for some reason, that the wine had revived his senses. He poured himself another bottle and sat alone in the courtyard, sipping slowly. The moonlight was radiant, and the scenery was exquisite, with a crescent moon merging seamlessly with the sea, a beauty he had never encountered in the modern world. The system stealthily crept in from outside, carrying a bulging storage bag that was visible even in the moonlight. Ming Yu pretended not to notice, continuing to drink his sorrows away. The system entered the room, turned, and leaped onto the stone table, unwrapping the package to reveal an assortment of spiritual fruits, including the rare Yuhangua and Jiuyufeng. What are you doing? Have you acknowledged your mistake? Ming Yu jested. The system retorted indignantly, I am not in the wrong. When have I ever erred? You sold me out, and I haven't sought you out yet. Then why not wait for me to admit my fault? This system is magnanimous and will not hold it against you. Ming Yu took another sip, chuckling without further comment. The system glanced at her and replied, I didn't mean to, you understand, right? Seeing Ming Yu's lack of reaction, it lamented, although the core of this world is gone and the order is unstable, some things will still be noticed if spoken. Ming Yu replied calmly, I know. The system's eyes sparkled with realization. I knew you understood. However, that does not imply I will empathize with you. The system, puzzled, asked why not. Here, only you know who I am, and I have always trusted you. You told me that completing the storyline would allow me to return home, and I have done so. You mentioned it was impossible to go back for now, and I said nothing. But system, you always keep secrets from me, while I'm unaware of the specifics. Have you considered that these secrets might one day cost me my life, preventing me from ever returning? The system hesitated for a long time before finally saying, I understand. It won't happen again. Ming Yu sat up, her expression serious as she told it. I do not require you to unilaterally assume your actions are for my benefit. Do you understand? What I need is the ability to make my own decisions. Even if that decision may be flawed, I will not regret it. The system nodded. I understand. Seeing that the system had genuinely absorbed her words, she reclined once more. The wine was finished, and she seemed to be intoxicated, her face flushed and reeking of alcohol. Yet her mind was exceptionally clear, perhaps clearer than ever before. The moonlight tonight is truly beautiful, Ming Yu remarked, somewhat tipsy. The system agreed. Indeed, it is quite lovely. I've been here for 5 years. I wonder what time it is in the modern world. The system did not respond, as it had already fallen asleep. Ming Yu chuckled softly, using 2 fingers to send it into the room, and felt a sudden urge to take a stroll. Once the thought crossed her mind, she felt an irresistible itch to act upon it. She indeed went out, slowly walking along the shore, each part of this place familiar to her. In Chapter 31, leaving the island, encountering Shishengzi was unexpected, as she thought he had already gone to rest after taking wine early. After careful consideration, she approached and bowed respectfully. Master, Shishengzi nodded, signaling her to rise. Did you and Yin Chu overcome the final barrier? Ming Yu nodded. Did you meet the one you wished to see? Ming Yu cautiously asked. Is that what Master refers to? Shishengzi did not answer directly, but continued. You have come to know the true secret of the unattainable. Maixing Luo Island has been established for over a century, and few disciples have managed to pass through the unattainable to leave the island. Yet both you and Yin Chu have succeeded. Ming Yu, initially confused, suddenly understood that this was indeed the essence of the unattainable. In a few days, you shall embark on your journey. There is nothing more to teach you here. The truths you seek must be discovered for yourselves. The disciple understands. Shishengzi, swaying with the wine, departed, leaving Ming Yu alone by the sea, feeling the breeze. You are leaving? Yun Pang Pang exclaimed in surprise. You passed the unattainable? Master, did he agree to let you and Yin Chu go together? Ming Yu, somewhat helpless, nodded yes. We are leaving the island. We passed the unattainable, and Master has given his consent for us both. Sister, you've asked several times already. Yun Pang Pang continued to pace. How can I not know? Master said nothing before he left. Sister. Ming Yu stood and placed a hand on her shoulder, urging her to sit. What Master said during the New Year's night stands, and besides, we are merely traveling. We will return. Chi Huida, nearby, reassured her they have to go eventually. You know that. Yin Pang Pang appeared flustered, but no buts. Both are now in the Yuan-Ing realm, and Yin Chu is on the verge of a breakthrough. You know their capabilities far exceed their peers. Afterward, he reminded Ming Yu, if anything arises while you are out, use the reverb stone to notify us. Your elder brother has the strength to break through the barrier. Ming Yu happily agreed. Yu Yin Chu arrived late, a dark bruise under each eye, looking rather unwell. He had not rested well lately, plagued by chaotic dreams, yet upon waking, he could remember nothing. Upon entering, he slumped into a chair, one hand propping his head, the other rubbing his temple. Chi Huida, noticing his lethargy, asked what happened. Did you not rest well? He replied with a simple, adding that he had been sleeping poorly. Chi Huida teased him. Master's Wang Yu wine makes others sleep deeply and forget their troubles. He seemed to sleep worse after drinking. Yu Yin Chu complained about the old man's brew. It should be called Yin Yu instead of Wang Yu. He then inquired. What are you all discussing? Yin Pang Pang, curious, replied. Master agreed to let you leave the island. Did you not know? Yu Yin Chu rubbed his temples and acknowledged. I know. Sister, have you become so attached to the children that you now suffer from separation anxiety? This remark struck a nerve with Yun Pang Pang, changing her expression. But Chi Huida quickly intervened. Brother, please make me a bowl of calming soup. I have really been feeling off lately and will head back for now. As she reached the door, Yin Pang Pang asked, When are you leaving? Yu Yin Chu turned to Ming Yu, their eyes meeting before he stated, Sister, you decide. Yin Pang Pang looked at her again, and Ming Yu tentatively suggested, How about this month? Seeing Yin Pang Pang's contemplative gaze, she reaffirmed, Yes, this month. With the date set for leaving the island, it was time to start packing. Ming Yu had very few possessions, leading a simple life, content with what she had. Most of her belongings were gifts from Yun Pang Pang and Chi Huida. She did not intend to stay away for long, as it would still be a few years before the male lead would ascend to godhood. Her current mission was to fulfill the original owner's wish and uncover the truth behind the destruction of Lujia village. Yu Yin Chu also packed lightly, and when they met, they were both unencumbered. Ming Yu expressed surprise. You're leaving just like that? Yu Yin Chu responded calmly, aren't you? Ming Yu silently mused. The young master is acting quite differently today. As the two individuals arrived at the entrance, a faint golden barrier materialized upon their touch. They passed through this veil, their figures vanishing into the sea. Once they departed from the island, Ming Yu understood the reason for not carrying any belongings. Someone awaited them outside, fully prepared for their arrival. A grand vessel, measuring 20 zhang in length and towering over 10 zhang in height, had been anchored for quite some time. A deep purple flag, emblazoned with the character U, fluttered from its lofty mast. Upon their emergence, a small boat was promptly dispatched from the grand ship to receive them. The crew member aboard bowed respectfully to Yu Yin Chu, addressing him as young master. Ming Yu was taken aback. Young master? Which family did he belong to? Yi Zhan Chu, unfazed, gestured for him to rise, and the small boat transported them to the grand vessel. Once aboard, Ming Yu was struck by the sheer scale of the gathering. Dozens of individuals awaited them on the deck, kneeling on one knee in reverence, collectively calling out young master. Most of these individuals were in the Yuan-Ing stage, with a portion having reached the Hua-Shun stage, all at mid to late levels of cultivation. Iu Zanju, Samingri Unin De, instructed them to continue without regard for him and Ming Yu, then signaled for her to follow as they entered the ship's cabin. The accommodations within the cabin were well appointed, even featuring incense on the table, exuding a serene fragrance. The ship sailed northward with dinner served directly in their quarters, featuring local seafood delicacies alongside rare dishes from inland. After dining, Ming Yu sat in meditation. A knock at the door interrupted her, and before she could respond, Yu Yanshu entered. He had changed into a new outfit. The deep blue robe he wore in the morning, adorned with silver edges and shimmering under the sunlight, had been replaced by a sleek black ensemble. His long hair tied back in a ponytail. Third senior brother, what is this? Before Ming Yu could finish her question, Yu Yanshu interjected, junior sister, lest apart. Where to? He smiled slightly, off the ship, wherever you wish to go. Without further words, their eyes met, and she understood, agreeing with a smile. Having also changed into suitable attire, their figures swiftly crossed the deck. The night was thick with darkness, yet many remained on watch, some engaged in casual conversations, their voices faintly reaching their ears. Ming Yu subtly inquired about their path. Yu Yanshu produced a jiepaju from his pocket, infused it with spiritual energy, and the orb radiated a soft, purple glow. In the next moment, they vanished from their spot. As the white light faded, the scenery transformed. In the dimly lit fishing village, two figures suddenly appeared, unnoticed save for a few barking dogs. Is this how the jiepaju is used? Ming Yu pondered. Yu Yanshu returned it to his pocket, indeed. In any case, they had successfully emerged. Ming Yu refrained from inquiring about his identity or the reason for leaving the ship. He would share when he deemed it appropriate. Their current objective was to find a place to stay. The hour was late, and most households in the village had succumbed to slumber. After circling the area twice, they discovered a home still illuminated by candlelight. Ming Yu approached and knocked. A man in his 30s answered, donned in a loose outer garment, inquiring, "Who are you?" Ming Yu smiled gently. "My brother and I have come to explore, but we lost track of time. Might we stay for the night? We are willing to offer spiritual stones in return." Upon hearing of the spiritual stones, the man's demeanor brightened. "Of course. I have 2 spare rooms, though they are modest. Would that be acceptable to you?" Yu Yanshu nodded in agreement, expressing gratitude. The man cheerfully invited them inside. "Please take a seat. I will fetch my spouse to prepare the rooms." With the allure of monetary compensation, the rooms were swiftly arranged. Though small, they were tidy and among the better accommodations in a humble fishing village. Ming Yu thanked the man, placing several mid-grade spiritual stones on the table. "I appreciate your hospitality." The man counted the stones with a beaming smile. "The night has grown late. Please rest well." Following his departure, the two retired for a peaceful slumber. The next morning, Ming Yu awoke to the sound of conversation. In the courtyard, Yu Yanshu had been conversing with the man for quite some time, perhaps finding him amiable or satisfied with the payment. The man shared much information, including that they were at the juncture of the mortal realm and the realm of cultivation, that this village was under the jurisdiction of the G Kingdom, and that its inhabitants primarily subsisted on fishing, occasionally hosting immortal visitors, thus being well acquainted with such matters. After breakfast, which consisted of porridge and some seafood pickles, simple home-cooked fare, Ming Yu discussed their next destination. This is the G Kingdom, close to Ming Yu Mountain Manor and Tianji Sect. Where shall we go? An idea struck her. Tianji Sect? How fortuitous, yet we should avoid it. Let us head to the G Kingdom instead. She blinked. The mortal realm is filled with diverse populations. Perhaps we shall encounter some fortuitous opportunity. You wish to seek fortune in the mortal realm, junior sister? He continued. Well, the Ming Yu Mountain Manor and Tianji Sect hold little allure. Let us proceed to the G Kingdom. It was not far from the G Kingdom's largest port, Fonglin-do, merely a 2 to 3 day journey. Fonglin-do served as the G Kingdom's principal hub for economic trade, bustling with a mix of residents from various nations, cultivators, and even demonic beings. The G Kingdom aimed to establish a trading post, necessitating the opening of its gates to individuals from all realms. The two traveled via sword flight, shortening their journey to just a day's time. Fonglin-do had no curfew. The city gates remained open even at night. Though it was already late, the streets were still ablaze with light, bustling with traffic and throngs of people. Vendors shouted their wares, some selling local specialties, while others peddled goods from afar. Children scattered about, energetically selling their own wares. They casually entered an inn. It was past the hour, yet the main hall was still filled with patrons of all ages. The attendant, accustomed to the scene, inquired how many rooms they required and if they needed meals, then guided them upstairs. On the way to their room, Ming Yu curiously asked, "Are there always so many people in Lindu?" The attendant, smiling broadly, replied, "Not at all. Recently, a rare treasure has emerged outside the city, shining brightly and even attracting the attention of immortal sex from 1,000 miles away, prompting many cultivators to seek it out." "A rare treasure? What sort of treasure is it?" Ming Yu's interest was piqued. The attendant hesitated. "I'm not quite sure of the details. However, if you're curious, you could venture outside the city to have a look." Their rooms faced one another. As Yu Chu reached for the door, Ming Yu playfully blocked it with her hand. "Senior brother, would you like to go treasure hunting outside the city tomorrow?" Chu, with a forced smile, replied, "Not particularly," but continued to close the door. Ming Yu maintained her stance, her tone shifting. "Third senior brother, shall we search for treasures tomorrow?" Iuzan Jusai. Recognizing that if he did not acquiesce, the door would remain ajar all night. With a resigned breath, he conceded, "Very well." Ming Yu beamed, "Great. Good night, senior brother." Lindu was adorned with maple trees, their leaves turning vibrant red in autumn, creating a breathtaking sight. Many scholars visited to appreciate the scenery and compose poetry. Though it was now winter and the trees stood bare, exiting the city revealed the treasure's location with ease. Indeed, it was not that the treasure's brilliance had dimmed. Rather, signs had been erected to guide seekers, and numerous individuals were headed in that direction. Upon arrival, they found several stone tablets standing in a barren grove, inscribed with ancient texts. In the center lay a large pit, which, judging by its depth and the traces beside it, appeared to be of natural origin. Yet nothing more remarkable was present. Aside from the pit, there was nothing of note nearby, and the pit itself exhibited no signs of spiritual energy fluctuation. It seemed merely an ordinary hole in the ground. Some skeptics descended into the pit, but within a quarter of an hour, they emerged, cursing in disappointment, declaring it to be nothing more than an ordinary dirt hole. Many people gathered around the pit, expressing their astonishment. Ming Yu approached to take a look and discovered that there was nothing remarkable about it. It was merely a hole in the ground. She inquired of her senior brother, Chu, whether the treasure they spoke of could possibly be this pit. Chu remained silent, his expression suggesting that she should have guessed better, advising her not to claim to be his junior sister in public if she could not deduce such a simple matter. Ming Yu, feeling somewhat exasperated, replied that she knew the treasure was not here, but had come to see if there might be any unexpected discoveries. Chu, with a hint of admiration, remarked that he had underestimated his sister. Before Ming Yu could retaliate in frustration, he stepped back, and the two began to playfully tussle. Suddenly, they heard a commotion from the crowd, followed by shouts of a fight breaking out, causing people to scatter in panic. In the ensuing chaos, many were jostled into the pit, while others stumbled and fell. Chu pulled Ming Yu and leaped up into a nearby tree, where they could observe the situation from a distance. In the center of the crowd, a few individuals were indeed engaged in a fierce brawl. One participant was a young girl of around 10 years, her features obscured but dressed elegantly, with sunlight glinting off her attire and hairpin. Opposing her was a young man, seemingly in his 20s, clad in icy blue garments, his hair neatly tied back. Their spiritual powers clashed, displaying an impressive parity. Someone intervened, pulling the girl back and reprimanding her before apologizing to the young man. The newcomer looked familiar, but Ming Yu could not recall where she had seen him. Just as she contemplated getting closer for a better look, Chu suggested that the crowd had dispersed enough and it was time for them to leave. Ming Yu nodded, and the two departed. At the pit's edge, Yu repeatedly apologized to the young man until he finally turned away in displeasure. She then whirled around to chastise Jiang Zhimiao, who defiantly countered, claiming she had done nothing wrong and that the others were foolish for not knowing where the real treasure lay. Yu's expression darkened further. The ignorance of others was no concern of hers, and there was no need for her to vocalize it. Jiang Zhimiao was warned that if she continued this behavior, she would be sent back to Tai Su the next day. If so, then so be it, the girl retorted, running off in tears, while some disciples followed to console her. Others implored Yu, insisting that junior sister Jiang did not mean any harm, and that the son of the city lord was not of great consequence. Yu felt suffocated by their lack of understanding, realizing that for a millennia-old maple forest, the city lords had always been of family lineage, with many predecessors being figures of the immortal sect. Even in their decline, they should not be underestimated, and she decided to leave. Upon returning to the inn, it was mealtime. The two ordered a table full of local delicacies, and, after dining, Ming Yu inquired with the waiter about the day's events. The waiter, being quite astute, recounted everything. It turned out that the instigator of the fight was the city lord's only son, while the other was a disciple from an unknown immortal sect. The disciple had arrogantly proclaimed that all who came to seek treasure at the pit were fools, asserting that the true treasures had already been claimed by the city lord. Naturally, the city lord's son was unwilling to accept such a slight, and thus the altercation ensued. I witnessed the city lord's son performing immortal techniques today. Could he be a disciple of some sect? Ming Yu speculated. The waiter chuckled and affirmed, "Indeed, our young lord is a direct disciple of Tianji Zongzizun." Ming Yu reflected that this explained the familiarity of the techniques she had observed. The young man was undoubtedly talented, but his temperament left much to be desired. Yu Yin-chu tilted his head, noticing that Ming Yu seemed lost in thought. He asked her opinion on the girl as cultivation level. After a moment of contemplation, he estimated her to be between the golden core and nascent soul stages, deeming her quite impressive. Ming Yu concurred, but then questioned, "Brother, is the treasure truly within the city lord's manor?" Yu Yin-chu smiled enigmatically, stating that while it might not be in the city lord's manor, it certainly was not in the pit they had just witnessed. As they conversed, a bustling noise erupted from outside, and soon a large group of people entered, all wearing similar attire in varying shades. The leading man, clad in the darkest color, intended to reserve an entire floor of rooms. The innkeeper hesitated, explaining that due to the high volume of visitors, no single floor was available, and they would have to be separated if they wished to stay. The man was unperturbed and offered to pay. Then, a young girl entered, her attire matching that of the man, and with a petulant tone, she insisted, "Brother, I refuse to stay close to strangers. It would disrupt my cultivation." The man was not swayed by her antics, bluntly stating that if she did not want to stay, she could return to Tai Su. This prompted an indignant huff from the girl. Tai Su? Ming Yu's mind raced. Was it the Tai Su she knew? She scrutinized the leading figure and finally recognized him just before they ascended the stairs. He was Bai Yu, the second disciple of Chao Tian Ke, the sect leader of Tai Su. Even during her time at Tai Su, he had already been managing mundane affairs and was known for his amiable nature. It seemed that the young girl was a new disciple of the Tai Su sword sect, likely taken under the wing of a venerable elder given her age and the attire she wore. As Ming Yu pondered the narrative surrounding this character, she ultimately pinpointed a role. In the original storyline, the male protagonist's harem included a similarly short-lived junior sister named Jiang Jimiao, the third miss of the Treading Snow Mountain Manor, who was exceptionally talented in swordsmanship and was taken as a disciple by the second sect leader. However, she met her demise at a critical plot juncture. It appeared that this girl was indeed the same. Noticing Ming Yu lost in thought, Yu Yin-chu asked if she recognized them. Ming Yu returned to her meal, claiming not to know them, but had heard of Tai Su. Yu Yin-chu raised an eyebrow, but said nothing further. After finishing their meal and heading upstairs, they found the corridor crowded with more people. Upon closer inspection, it was indeed the same group of Tai Su disciples. Jiang Jimiao's room was diagonally opposite theirs. The door to Jiang Jimiao's room was wide open, and she appeared to be quite favored, with ordinary disciples tidying her space. Standing at the entrance, she complained to Bai Yu, "Brother, I have such a light sleep. What if I'm disturbed by these strangers?" Bai Yu remained unyielding, refusing to entertain her unreasonable complaints. As Ming Yu and Yu Yin-chu passed by, Ming Yu softly requested to get through. Jiang Jimiao pouted and stepped aside, while Bai Yu felt a sense of familiarity with Ming Yu and was about to call her back when Jiang Jimiao resumed her antics, half pouting and half whining about her exhaustion, completely blocking their path. Bai Yu found himself at his wit's end. If he could turn back time, he would certainly slap the version of himself who had willingly brought this little troublemaker along. With a weary sigh, he relented. Fine. I will reserve the surrounding rooms as well, ensuring that no one will disturb your rest." Jiang Jimiao seized the opportunity, promising to follow his instructions moving forward. Fragments of their conversation drifted into Ming Yu's room, but she was too preoccupied to listen closely. What kind of extraordinary treasure could possibly attract two direct disciples of Tai Su? Moreover, given that this young girl was now considered a junior sister of Liu Yansui, would he come? These questions weighed heavily on Ming Yu. As she lay in bed, she let out a long sigh, having initially sought to avoid entanglement, only to find herself ensnared. However, she consoled herself that Liu Yansui might not necessarily come, and even if he did, their paths may not cross. The following morning, Ming Yu awoke to the sounds of bustling footsteps in the corridor, likely indicating that the Tai Su sword sect disciples had departed. After a brief commotion, silence enveloped the inn. She had been awakened by the noise and found herself unable to return to slumber, reflecting on whether she had grown too complacent during her time on Xingluo Island. Nevertheless, by the time the hour of the rabbit arrived, the Tai Su disciples had all departed, leaving her to indulge in a well-deserved rest, feeling both decadent and content. After a moment of introspection, just as I was preparing to drift back into slumber, a knock echoed at the door. It was Yu Yansui, urging me to rise for breakfast. Ming Yu turned over, feigning ignorance, but Yu Yansui's voice pierced through once more, insisting she knew I was awake and urging me to get out of bed quickly as we were to visit the city lord's residence. The mention of the city lord's estate jolted Ming Yu awake, and she hastily dressed and descended the stairs, where Yu Yansui had already ordered breakfast, waiting for her. "Why are we going to the city lord's residence?" Ming Yu inquired. Yu Yansui merely lifted her chin, suggesting she eat first. Once Ming Yu began her meal, Yu Yansui leisurely explained that the city lord and their master were old acquaintances, thus a visit was warranted. Old acquaintances? How was I unaware of this? Ming Yu responded, puzzled. A smirk graced Yu Yansui's lips as she remarked, "Sister, during your 5 years on the island, how many days has our master actually spent here?" Ming Yu pondered this and, not wishing to dwell on it further, realized it provided an excellent opportunity to investigate whether the rumored treasure truly resided with the city lord. According to Yu Yansui, the city lord's surname was Fong, with a single character name of Ming. In his youth, he had ventured overseas in search of immortal islands, where he fortuitously encountered a sea storm and was rescued by Shi Xingzi, leading to a close friendship between the two. Every time Shi Xingzi returned from the island, he would pay a visit to the city lord, making their meeting entirely reasonable. Upon their arrival, they found the gates of the city lord's residence firmly shut. After a prolonged wait, a butler-like figure finally answered the door, impatiently stating that the city lord was unwell and unable to receive guests, urging them to leave. However, Yu Yansui blocked the door, producing a pendant and declaring, "Disciples of Xingluo Island, here on the orders of our master, have come to pay their respects to the city lord." The butler scrutinized the pendant for a moment before allowing them entry. Inside the courtyard, even the servants were few, and the butler led them to the main hall, explaining that rumors had recently circulated claiming the city lord was hoarding the aforementioned treasure, causing a stir for nearly half a month. Many were eager to gain entry, some even attempting to bribe servants for information, prompting this closure and the dismissal of numerous staff members. Upon reaching the main hall, they were served tea and snacks and informed that the city lord would be with them shortly. The city lord's residence, upon reflection, was unremarkable in architecture, though its layout was intriguingly designed according to the principles of yin and yang and the 5 elements, emanating a subtle aura of spiritual energy. This was to be expected from a family with a history spanning hundreds or even thousands of years. In a quarter of an hour, the city lord himself arrived, appearing to be in his 40s, possessing a dignified demeanor. He greeted them warmly, mentioning he had heard from Shi Xingzi about his disciples' exceptional talents, and upon seeing them, he affirmed the praise was well-deserved. They returned the greeting, and Yu Yansui presented the item entrusted to her by Shi Xingzi before departing the island, stating, "Our master instructed me to personally deliver this immortal herb to you." Fong Ming accepted it without inspection, seemingly at ease, and invited them to feel at home. Inquiring where they were currently residing, Ming Yu replied that they were staying at an inn, to which he earnestly invited them to relocate to the city lord's residence. Expressing a desire to extend his hospitality, after several polite refusals, they ultimately agreed, finding it advantageous to stay there for easier investigation, and it would also be more discreet, as mingling with the Taishu sect would be awkward, especially since she had passed away 5 years prior, though some disciples might still recognize her. When they returned to the inn to check out, disciples from the Taishu sword sect had also returned, and many were gathered in the main hall, sipping tea. Upon ascending the stairs, they indeed found 2 outer disciples standing outside Jiang Zhimiao's room, and as they passed, faint whispers about treasures and locations reached their ears. Ming Yu chose not to eavesdrop, considering such matters to be of no concern to her. The butler had specifically arranged for them to stay in a courtyard meant for guests, with ample room sufficient for 5 or 6 people. He apologized for the scarcity of staff due to the dismissal of many, explaining he could not provide additional care. Neither of them was particularly demanding, assuring the butler they were accustomed to solitude and needed no assistance. Thus, they settled in. During dinner, only the 3 of them were present, as the city lord's only son was noticeably absent, only appearing after several days. True to the butler's words, numerous visitors sought to call upon the city lord, including acquaintances and strangers alike, even representatives from the Taishu sect. Among them was the esteemed Bai Yu, a disciple of Taishu, who, due to the sect's considerable influence, was granted an audience with the city lord. Bai Yu and his fellow disciples had explored the Fenglin area extensively and indeed sensed the presence of spiritual veins and treasures, yet could not pinpoint their locations. Remembering the rumors, they resolved to pay a visit. Some disciples had already gathered intelligence, reporting that the city lord had been unwell and had not made public appearances for half a month, with only a few gaining entry. Should we also present a visiting card? One disciple asked. Bai Yu replied gravely, indeed we must. His son is a relative of the Tianji lineage. Making him our fellow disciple, we should pay our respects to our elder. Naturally, the city lord would receive visits from the disciples of the Taishu sword sect. When a visiting card was presented, it coincided with mealtime, allowing Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu to witness the proceedings from the side hall. Bai Yu arrived the following day, displaying great courtesy by bringing along some spiritual herbs. Upon entering, he promptly greeted the city lord and inquired about his health, expressing concern over his illness and apologizing for his sister's earlier conflict with the city lord's son, attributing it to his own negligence. His words flowed eloquently, leaving no room for criticism. Fang Ming's expression softened from its initial sternness, and after a few exchanges of pleasantries, the conversation shifted to more pressing matters. Bai Yu solemnly stated that their visit was prompted by findings from elders within their sect, who had detected the emergence of a treasure in the vicinity. Unfortunately, after several days of investigation, they had found no trace of it and sought the city lord's guidance. Fang Ming explained that indeed, half a month prior, a treasure had appeared, its radiance visible throughout the city. However, when his men were dispatched to investigate, they discovered a deep chasm outside the city. Yet the treasure itself was nowhere to be found. Following this, the city had experienced numerous disturbances, with many outsiders, including those from the demon clan, arriving. Bai Yu expressed his gratitude, bowing deeply to the city lord, and excused himself. Once outside, his disciples eagerly inquired about his thoughts on whether the city lord might be concealing the treasure. Bai Yu dismissed the notion with a wave of his hand, asserting that if the city lord wished to hide such a treasure, it would inevitably attract attention, and if people were unable to locate it, the first suspect would undoubtedly be him. Furthermore, deceiving the Taishu sect came with serious repercussions. After their departure, the conversation was relayed precisely to those seated in the side hall. Fang Ming merely chuckled and shook his head, lamenting the youth of today. He then advised his guests that the scenery in the city had been pleasant lately and suggested they explore, as they might stumble upon unexpected discoveries. With that, he departed. It was only after leaving the city lord's residence that Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu began to converse quietly. What do you think the city lord's intentions are? Is he perhaps using our visit to convey messages back to the Taishu sword sect? Ming Yu mused. Yu Yin Chu shook her head, expressing doubt. Ming Yu puzzled asked, "Did you not say he was an old acquaintance of our master?" She received a light reprimand on the head from her elder, cautioning her to remain vigilant. The old man has many acquaintances. One cannot assume they are all virtuous heroes. Ming Yu rubbed her head, pouting. Indeed, The city had been particularly charming lately. Although spring had not yet fully arrived, the coastal Fenlin area enjoyed a relatively warm climate, with many flowers beginning to bloom. The streets were bustling as usual, and the two of them wandered about, ultimately discovering that the city had seen an influx of demon clansmen. In truth, encountering demons in Fenlin was not particularly unusual, as the economic openness welcomed visitors from all races. In this place, there are even shops opened by the demon clan, and one can often see their presence in various casinos and taverns. However, the individual who has arrived is extraordinary, a familiar face. This person is none other than Ming Yu's acquaintance, the demon lord who assisted her in fulfilling her tragic demise. The demon clan is classified into 6 ranks based on their abilities: Xuanma, Zhenma, Moang, Majuan, Mahuang, and Mozan. The Jiangchongyu they encountered previously was a Majuan who had cultivated after falling into darkness. The Majuan's cultivation is strictly above the Huashan stage, so it was entirely reasonable for Ming Yu to have met her end at his hands. Yet, she never expected to encounter him here again. This Majuan, dressed in a black robe adorned with silver trim, obscured his face, making it impossible to discern his features. Ming Yu merely brushed past him, after which he was guided to the end of the street. Yu Yanchu followed her gaze, questioning if she recognized him. Ming Yu softly affirmed, recalling that he had severely injured her back then. Yu Yanchu kindly reassured her that it was of no consequence. She was now at the later stage of Yuaning and on the verge of breaking through to Huashan. Although facing him did not guarantee victory, there was still a chance of success. Ming Yu, pressing her lips together, expressed her gratitude to her senior brother for his unwavering confidence in her abilities. She then shifted the topic, pondering whether he had come here in search of a rare treasure. It appeared to be the case. As their gazes met, they understood each other's thoughts. They hastened their steps and proceeded to the end of the street. At the street's end stood a building named Qianjin Lu, a place exclusively dedicated to the sale of treasures, gambling, and auctioning mysterious artifacts. It was well known that the owner of this establishment was a member of the demon clan, a beautiful demon whom Ming Yu had encountered before. She had never concealed her identity, unlike most demons who prefer to shun the sunlight of the mortal world and conceal their faces with cloaks. She donned vibrant attire and spoke gently, her exquisite features accentuated by the demonic mark between her brows. Qianjin Lu welcomed all visitors. Upon entering, they were greeted by an attendant who inquired whether they sought to buy or sell. Ming Yu stated their purpose. The attendant understood and led them to a private room on the 2nd floor to wait. Shortly thereafter, a woman entered, the owner herself. "What inquiries do you have?" she asked. Yu Yanchu placed a pouch of spirit stones on the table, and Ming Yu stated, "We wish to know the whereabouts of the rare treasure." The woman glanced at the spirit stones and chuckled, asking, "What else?" Ming Yu continued, "We also wish to understand the purpose of the Majuan's visit today." The woman accepted the spirit stones and replied with a smile, "Regarding the first, the treasure lies outside the city. As for the second, the Majuan has 2 objectives. One is to seek the rare treasure, and the other is to carry out an assassination." "Whom does he intend to kill?" the woman teased, observing them closely. "This information cannot be purchased with mere currency. Please take your leave." Although they were unaware of the demon's intentions, they had at least gleaned some information. Since the rare treasure was located outside the city, could it truly be in that vast pit? The day was still young, so they ventured outside the city once more. At the sight of the large pit, there were few onlookers left. The news of the treasure's absence had significantly reduced the crowd, leaving only a handful of curious locals and a few children playing nearby. Soldiers stood guard, allowing people to pass freely, seemingly to prevent a repeat of previous events. The two circled the pit, sensing no fluctuations of spiritual energy. They then followed a simple path leading downward. The pit was indeed deep, but nothing more. The bottom was overgrown with wild grass and flowers, presenting no signs of treasure. "Have we been deceived?" Ming Yu questioned, puzzled. She only mentioned it was outside the city, not specifically here. "We should search elsewhere." After climbing back up, they began investigating the surroundings. Adjacent to the pit was a grove of maple trees, still green in early spring, along with several other types of trees. Beyond that lay a ferry crossing. The forest was utterly ordinary, and as dusk approached, they intended to call it a day. "Sister, do you smell something?" Ming Yu sniffed the air like a curious puppy. Yu Yin Chu teased, "Have you transformed into a little dog?" She promptly received a playful slap from her sister and immediately adopted a serious demeanor, stating that someone was approaching. They then cast an invisibility spell, their figures vanishing from sight. The newcomer was the son of the city lord. Initially, Ming Yu did not recognize him, as they had stayed at the city lord's residence for several days without encountering the young lord. However, she recognized one of his companions, a guard from the city lord's estate of Yuan Ing cultivation. The group rushed in, seemingly pursued by someone, and collided with a party of Taisu disciples. Coincidentally, Bai Yu is absent, and it was Jiangji Miao leading a portion of the disciples. Upon seeing their adversaries, tensions flared. Jiangji Miao immediately blocked their path, incensed. The young lord, furious, shouted for them to move aside, but Jiangji Miao feigned ignorance. As they faced off, more arrivals approached from behind. Chapter 36. Confrontation. The newcomer announced their arrival with overwhelming force. A surge of formidable demonic energy surged toward them, creating powerful waves of pressure. They gathered their energies to resist, but were forced to retreat step by step. Even Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu, hidden nearby, had to brace themselves against the onslaught, illustrating the strength of the newcomer. The forest darkened instantaneously, revealing that the young lord had provoked the demon clan, specifically that Majuan. A barrier formed above, encasing the grove within a magical enclosure, indicating that the Majuan wished to conceal his movements. Panic ensued among those present, and Jiangji Miao drew her sword, commanding, "Form the array." The disciples followed suit, drawing their swords and channeling spiritual energy into them, forming a colossal sword aimed at the Majuan. With a swift motion, the Majuan conjured two long blades, crossing them and striking forward, shattering the massive sword with ease. He then lunged forward again, prompting the group to dodge, while the blades swiftly returned to his grasp for another assault. Jiangji Miao countered with her sword, and the others gathered their energies alongside her. She shouted in anger, "What have you done to provoke the Majuan?" The young lord ignored her, focusing solely on combating the Majuan as the group began to struggle. Ming Yu exchanged glances with Yu Yin Chu, silently asking whether they should intervene. Yu Yin Chu nodded, prompting Ming Yu to draw her sword and reveal herself. Surrounded by a vibrant blue-green aura of spiritual energy, she struck at the Majuan, breaking his offensive and forcing him back a few steps. The onlookers beheld the sudden appearance of a woman in blue, wielding a silver sword, her aura radiating with vibrant energy, obscuring her features. The Majuan's voice emerged, hoarse yet familiar. "I have seen you before. You perished by my blade 5 years ago." Ming Yu gathered her energy again, her aura intensifying, and declared coldly, "That was in the past." The Majuan deflected her strike, their energies forming a half-circle in the air as they clashed. Suddenly, the barrier overhead erupted, showering the area with golden sparks, as Yu Yin Chu's figure emerged from behind. With a long yuan sword levitating beside him, he coldly commanded, "Why are you still here? Quickly retreat." The group regained their senses and hurriedly made their way out. The long yuan sword turned, launching forward, adding a golden hue to their combined energies. The Majuan began to falter, though he still managed to hold his ground. The clash of energies resulted in a thunderous roar, causing the group to momentarily separate as they warily eyed one another. The barrier had already been destroyed by Yu Yin Chu, and the sounds of their battle inevitably attracted the attention of surrounding guards, who were now rushing toward them. The Majuan, unwilling to linger, retreated, leaving behind a promise that they would meet again. Only when she was certain he had departed did Ming Yu lower her sword, collapsing onto the ground. Breathing heavily and utterly exhausted, Yu Yin Chu fared somewhat better than her, standing aside to observe her misfortune while Ming Yu remained indifferent, feeling genuinely fatigued. Though she believed her current capabilities could contend with the demon lord on an even footing, the opponent was, after all, a being who had cultivated for centuries, far beyond the resistance of a mere 20-year-old practitioner. The city's guards arrived swiftly, leaving only the two of them in the woods. The young city lord followed suit. evidently having summoned the guards, which explained their rapid arrival. "Thank you both for your assistance," the young lord said, bowing first and then continuing, "I am Fong Wei Ming, a disciple of Tianji sect." Ming Yu was pulled to her feet by Yu Yin Chu, and they introduced themselves as disciples of Xing Luo Island, Yu Yin Chu and Ming Yu. Fong Wei Ming expressed his delight, exclaiming that he had long heard of the disciples of Jizhe Zunjia from his father, and was thrilled to finally meet them, recognizing them as exceptional young talents. "This is not a suitable place for conversation. We should return to the city lord's mansion," he suggested. Upon returning, the group began to recount the events of the day. Ming Yu was the first to inquire why the young lord had been entangled with the demon lord. Fong Wei Ming sighed, "It is entirely my fault. The other day, I was at Qianjin Lu bidding for a spirit my master had instructed me to procure, when I overheard the proprietress being threatened by the demon lord. In a moment of impulsiveness, I confronted him. It was not initially a grave matter, but upon learning I was the city lord's son, he demanded I surrender a treasure, which I cunningly deceived him about. Now it makes sense. Both of them understood his actions, although their trust in his words was not absolute." "What brings you both to Fenglin?" Fong Wei Ming inquired. Yu Yin Chu replied, "We are here to undergo training outside the island, under our master's orders, and to deliver a spirit plant to the city lord. We happened to hear about the treasure and wished to join in the excitement." Fong Wei Ming smiled, acknowledging that many were seeking treasures lately, and, as gifted young talents, they would surely acquire one. "Thank you for your kind words, young lord." That evening, the city was aglow with lanterns, bustling in preparation for the upcoming second day of the second month. After dinner, Ming Yu eagerly dragged Yu Yin Chu out to see the lanterns. It was her first experience with such festivities. In a modern world, it had never been this lively. Half the city had turned out, with lanterns of all shapes and sizes adorning the streets. They strolled along the bustling thoroughfares, weaving through the throngs of people. There were stalls with riddles, vendors selling lanterns, and various snacks and trinkets. Ming Yu chose a pendant at a stall, crafted from jade and resembling a lotus flower. Delicately engraved, but reasonably priced. Yu Yanchu instinctively reached to pay, only to be stopped by Ming Yu. "I will pay for this myself," she declared, producing the copper coins she had prepared in advance. "What has brought about this change in character?" Yu Yin Chu raised an eyebrow at her. Ming Yu responded cheerfully, "Because this is a gift for you, my senior brother." "For me?" Yu Yin Chu was momentarily taken aback. "This pendant suits Long Yuan perfectly, elegant yet not overly ornate." Yu Yin Chu chuckled. "It is inconvenient to wear a pendant on my sword." Ming Yu retorted, "Everyone else can wear them. Why can't you? Are you seeking special treatment?" Unable to counter her logic, Yu Yin Chu handed Long Yuan to her. "Then you can hang it on yourself." Long Yuan, possessing a spirit of its own, vibrated in protest, causing Ming Yu to threaten, "If you refuse to wear it, I shall dig a pit for you." Long Yuan ceased its resistance, sensing her determination, and allowed her to affix the pendant. Content. Ming Yu continued to admire the lanterns while Yu Yin Chu shook his head and chuckled behind her. The crowd grew denser, making navigation increasingly difficult. "There are too many people around. Let's find a quieter spot," Yu Yin Chu suggested. The two leaped over the throng to a boat moored on the water. From their vantage point, they realized the sheer number of people present, enough to potentially cause a stampede. Fortunately, the local authorities were prepared, dispatching several guards to manage the crowd. Chapter 37. Lanterns. The crowd was quickly and orderly dispersed, allowing the pair to pay for their tickets and enjoy the lantern display from a boat. Having purchased their items and relished the scenery as they prepared to return, Yu Yin Chu seemed to recall something and asked Ming Yu to wait for him. After a moment, he returned with a lantern shaped like a small hamster, not large, just slightly bigger than a palm, presumably custom-made. "In the spirit of reciprocity, this is for you, junior sister." Ming Yu accepted it, her face lighting up with a radiant smile. "Thank you, senior brother. I adore it." Upon their return to the city lord's mansion, they found Fong Wei Ming had also returned, coincidentally carrying a beautifully crafted square palace lantern adorned with a painting of a graceful maiden wielding a sword. "Miss Ming, this lantern is for you." Ming Yu exclaimed in surprise. "For me?" Fong Wei Ming smiled gently, "In gratitude for your life-saving kindness. I offer you this lantern as a token of my appreciation. Ming Yu politely declined. It was merely a small effort. There is no need for such formality, young lord. Besides, this lantern is too precious. Fong Wei Ming insisted. It is not overly extravagant. I hope you will accept it. Very well, she conceded, but realized she had no place to hold it. Stepping back, she accidentally trod on Yu Yanchu's foot, signaling him with her eyes. Yu Yanchu immediately understood. Leave it to me, young lord. As darkness fell, they excused themselves from Fong Wei Ming and made their way back to their courtyard. Why did he give me a lantern, especially a custom one? Ming Yu asked, puzzled. Yu Yanchu chuckled, interrupting her. Let me remind you. I also gave you a lantern, which was custom-made as well. Ming Yu pouted, but that is different. Yu Yanchu genuinely laughed, halting to ask, how is it different? Ming Yu, not sensing any unusualness from him, pondered seriously before replying. Yours is simply more extravagant. Yu Yanchu was both amused and exasperated, pinching her cheek playfully. You dislike my gift? Very well, from now on, you can buy your own things. Ming Yu yelped in surprise, before quickly catching up to appease him. Oh, that was not my intention. Yours may be a bit more costly, but in terms of sentiment, the one for my senior brother is the best. I cherish it the most. Yu Yanchu was easily appeased, and before long, he was in a good mood again. The lantern was placed on the table in their room, casting beautiful shapes on the wall from the candlelight. Ming Yu did not dwell on Fong Wei Ming's intentions, nor did she intend to. The next day, they set out early to seek the treasure, but Fong Wei Ming's invitation to dine ended in disappointment. They ventured out of the city to the large pit once more, this time better prepared, having brought a precious item called Ruo Shui Zhu from their senior sister, which could track the spiritual energy of objects and restore the scene from that time. Ming Yu activated the Ruo Shui Zhu, and, at the bottom of the pit, it began to move and spin slowly, emitting a faint blue light. Suddenly, a golden light flashed, and an ethereal image appeared before them. It was the night when the treasure emerged, a previously tranquil night interrupted by a meteor streaking across the sky, crashing just outside Feng Lin, creating a massive pit. The meteorite began to glow after landing, gradually morphing into an unidentifiable shape, its radiance intensifying, though the illusion was somewhat obscured. A shadow flickered and whisked the object away. The Ruo Shui Zhu withdrew the illusion and sped forward, prompting the two to follow swiftly to the same grove from the previous day. The Ruo Shui Zhu suddenly halted and returned to Ming Yu's hands. After infusing it with spiritual energy, it did not react again. It seems this is the place, Ming Yu observed, but this grove appears rather ordinary. The forest looked no different than when they had come the day before. Even the traces of their battle remained. If they were here, they should have sensed something unusual. Stumped, Ming Yu suddenly had an idea. Senior brother, what if we sell this information to Qianjin Lu? Yu Yanchu smiled knowingly. I think that's a splendid idea. The two agreed and promptly turned back towards the city. The host who welcomed them this time was the same proprietor, her eyes sparkling as she offered them a gentle smile. This news was accepted by Qianjin Lu, and the two were asked whether they wished to convert it into cash or use items as collateral. Ming Yu pondered for a moment before expressing their desire to participate in an auction. The proprietor agreed, although she cautioned that the full price might not be covered. No matter. If the price fell short, they could supplement it. Quite fortuitously, there was an auction taking place that very evening, and she invited them to make themselves comfortable. The auctions at Qianjin Lu were often spontaneous in nature, with the items for sale varying widely, from commonplace treasures to life-saving herbs and even artifacts of ascension. In essence, anything could appear, and they would not announce the items to be auctioned in advance. It was all a matter of fate. For instance, on this day, Ming Yu had not anticipated their luck to be so fortuitous, as the auction was centered around information, much of which was classified. The news of the emergence of the demon clan Saintis, the disciples of the Tai Su sword sect, the artifact Xianqing sword, alongside treasures found outside the city, constituted the main highlights of the day, revealed only to those present. Once the news spread, it wasn't long before a multitude arrived. The auction took place on the first floor, while bidding occurred on the second and third floors. The lights in those rooms flickered to life as guests entered, initially illuminating only a handful, But once the news was disseminated, the lights lit up one by one until all were aglow. Ming Yu sat in an elegant chamber enjoying tea. Yet the hall was already filled to capacity, an hour before the auction commenced. She could even sense the presence of the demon clan and the disciples from the Taisu sect, indicating their attendance today. Yu Yanshu was diligently peeling grapes beside her when Ming Yu softly inquired, "Isn't the demon clan saintess merely a legend? Could such a person truly exist?" Yu Yanshu pushed a plate of peeled grapes toward her, continuing to peel. "I am uncertain. According to the records of Jiuzhouji, there was indeed a demon clan saintess several millennia ago, followed by the Celestial Demon War, which resulted in the defeat of the demon clan and a severe weakening of the divine realm, leading to their separation from the mortal world. However, this remains merely a legend, with its veracity still in question." Ming Yu nodded while eating. "Which news do you suppose will fetch the highest bid today?" After a moment of contemplation, Yu Yanshu replied, "I do not know." Ming Yu arched an eyebrow. "There are things my third senior brother is unaware of." After a thoughtful pause, she ventured, "I suspect it will be the news of the demon clan saintess, for it pertains to the survival of the three realms, and many will surely seek to learn more." Yu Yanshu remained non-committal. "Then let us wait and see." Chapter 38. The auction commenced promptly at the hour of Su. Initially, the items were trivial matters, secrets from various mountain estates, or changes in recruitment among sects this year, with the more significant items saved for last. Ming Yu merely regarded it as entertainment, not intending to bid on any of the four main items, as they held no utility for her. Others were more concerned. Instead, she purchased a story about a certain demon lord's romantic escapades in the mortal realm. The information was delivered swiftly, and as soon as she had placed her bid, a servant brought in the booklet. The tale was quite amusing, revolving around a roguish young man who fell in love at first sight, vowing to remain chaste thereafter. However, as she read, she found it increasingly familiar. A mortal succumbing to darkness, gaining immense power, falling in love at first sight, and retreating to the mountains. Wasn't that Jiang Chongyu? Ming Yu lamented, surprised that Jiang Chongyu had once been a charming rogue before meeting Yunyang. Yu Yanshu merely smiled at her without comment. In the blink of an eye, the auction's main events were upon them. With 3 chimes of the bell, 4 significant pieces of news were brought to the stage, and the auctioneer was replaced by the proprietor herself, dressed in a resplendent red gown and sporting a falling horse bun. Her tassels swayed with her movements as she greeted the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, the most crucial information today consists of these 4 pieces, all classified and not to be taken out of this building. After you place your bids, I shall deliver the information directly to the corresponding rooms, to be read and then burned." With another 3 chimes of the bell, the bidding officially began. The first item pertained to the Taisu sword sect, attracting numerous bidders. The Taisu had grown increasingly powerful in recent years, becoming the foremost sect among the celestial clans, leading to some dissent. Ultimately, it was secured by a buyer on the 3rd floor for 600,000 spirit stones. The information was promptly transmitted to that room, and after half a stick of incense, flames flickered in the room's reflection, confirming the immediate destruction of the information. The second item regarded the Xianqing sword, the prized possession of the Fuguwei mountain estate, and an ancient artifact believed to cleave the heavens. However, since the disappearance of the Fuguwei mountain estate, its whereabouts had remained unknown. The sword was rumored to be the war god's blade from ancient times. The bidding for the Xianqing sword was notably more vigorous, as even a hint of its authenticity was enough to draw countless seekers. The third item, the news of the demon clan saintess, was something Ming Yu had eagerly anticipated. As she had hoped, this piece of news indeed sparked fierce bidding. After all, it was said that the demon clan had been lying in wait. And apart from the current strength of the cultivation sects, another reason for their dormancy was the delayed birth of the saintess. Legends spoke of the saintess as a Manjusaka from ancient times. In an era when the celestial beings and demons coexisted peacefully, the demon clan's ambitions grew, seeking to dominate the 3 realms. They cultivated this Manjusaka, which possessed extraordinary demonic traits, capable of absorbing all worldly suffering as nourishment. The divine beings sealed the flower, Yet with the severance of the divine realm, the flower would reincarnate as the saintess, leading the demon clan to supremacy. Given the significance of this news to the three realms, nearly everyone began to compete in bidding. Ming Yu joined in, raising her bid twice, ultimately securing it for 4 million spirit stones from an individual on the second floor. The final item was the information regarding treasures outside the city. With the allure of the demon clan's saintess overshadowing it, this piece of news seemed somewhat less impressive. However, unexpectedly, it still attracted a fair number of bids, even fetching several 100,000. What a loss. We should have sold this news ourselves, Ming Yu remarked. Yu Yinshu chuckled, teasing her about being pursued by a crowd. The imagery was too vivid for Ming Yu to contemplate. Once the auction concluded, everyone exited according to their room numbers to avoid contact and prevent any scuffles over treasures. However, this precaution was not entirely effective. As soon as Ming Yu and her companions emerged, they were intercepted. A few others had also been stopped, creating a bottleneck at the street corner, with more and more people pouring out behind them, creating quite a commotion. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not mean to cause trouble. It is simply that the treasures are rare. Those who have received this news, kindly step forward, and I shall allow you to leave. They found themselves trapped, unable to discern who was speaking, yet the words were clear enough. Ming Yu couldn't help but laugh, thinking the person foolish for attempting to extract information right at the entrance of Qianjin Luyu. Yinshu joined her in laughter, suggesting perhaps they felt emboldened. The two did not rush to depart and remained on the sidelines to observe the unfolding scene. The provocateur's words hung in the air, but after a long while, no one responded. Instead, the crowd grew increasingly restless, clamoring to leave. The provocateur, feeling humiliated, began to exhibit signs of anger. Do not toast to the wine and refuse the punishment. Yet still, no one replied, and the crowd swelled, rendering it impossible for anyone to exit Qianjin Lu. The provocateur's ire flared, and he used his spiritual energy to strike down a beautiful glass lantern hanging from the eaves of Qianjin Lu. The lantern, crafted entirely of glass, was quite heavy. Although it did not hit anyone directly, shards scattered, injuring several, and Ming Yu narrowly avoided being struck. The crowd erupted in complaints with some shouting. If you have the courage, go ask the proprietor for the information. What do we count for in this? The provocateur's anger escalated as he demanded, who spoke that? Step forward. While others might have tolerated the situation, Jiang Zhimiao could not. From the very beginning, she felt a tightness in her chest as she was blocked here. Had it not been for the disciples beside her advising her to avoid unnecessary trouble, she would have long ago sent that person flying with a single strike of her sword. Now, her anger surged, and she pushed aside those standing in front of her, charging forward. Was there anything wrong with what he said? If you wish to know the news, spend your own money to buy it. If you cannot obtain it, do not dare to confront the owner. What kind of pretense is this? A few pointed words provoked the man's ire, and he retorted, "You little girl." Before he could finish, he lunged at her. She deftly sidestepped his grasp and countered with her sword, pinning his right hand. With a sickening crack, his wrist shattered. The man cried out in pain, and his followers immediately sprang into action. Jiang Zhimiao, too, unsheathed her sword and leapt into the fray, swiftly taking down several opponents. The disciples from Tai Su behind her also drew their swords, leading to a chaotic scene. As the fighting erupted ahead, the crowd behind them began to retreat, nearly causing a stampede. Ming Yu, possessing foresight, had already pulled Yu Yinshu through the throng and into Qianjin Lu. The main hall was filled with people. Upon hearing the commotion outside, some sought to witness the spectacle, while others rushed in to escape the turmoil, creating a cacophony within the hall. The owner leaned casually against the counter, seemingly oblivious to the chaos unfolding outside. Chapter 39. Stirring trouble. The attendants in Qianjin Lu busied themselves with their tasks, appearing deaf to the disturbances beyond, with none approaching the owner to report on the situation. A curious patron inquired why the owner did not intervene in the brawl outside. The owner smiled gently, resting her chin on her hand, and replied, "Dear guest, as a mere woman, how can I manage such matters? Besides, this is not happening within my establishment, thus it is not appropriate for me to intervene. If you are willing to assist me in handling the situation outside, I would be immensely grateful. The patron, feeling awkward, smiled sheepishly, his face flushing red before he retreated to a corner. Outside, the chaos raged on. You'd be mad to step in. After a while, a guard's voice rang out, demanding that the crowd disperse. The city lord's men had arrived. The person approaching was Fong Weiming. It was unnecessary for him to personally handle such disputes, but upon learning they were at Qianjin Lu, he volunteered to come. He intended to apologize to the owner for having previously disturbed her business by provoking that demonic lord, and he also wished to see Ming Yu and Yu Yanshu, who were said to be present. Once the guards intervened, the fighting subsided. Of course, before the guard arrived, the outcome of the skirmish had already been apparent. Those who accompanied Jiang Zhimiao to Qianjin Lu were all disciples of the Taisu inner sect, easily handling a few ruffians, and were even toying with them. Upon seeing Jiang Zhimiao, Fong Weiming furrowed his brow in dismay. "How is it you again?" As the guards cleared the fallen bodies, Jiang Zhimiao sheathed her sword and raised an eyebrow at Fong Weiming. "Lord Fong, we were not the ones to instigate today's disturbance." He waved his hand, signaling the guards to clear the area. "Miss Jiang, why is it that you are always present wherever I go?" With the excitement dissipating, many people left, and only then did the owner leisurely rise to greet Fong Weiming, thanking him for his assistance. He helped her to her feet, his face slightly reddening. "There is no need for such formality." Jiang Zhimiao inquired from behind him. "Can we leave now?" Fong Weiming responded affirmatively. As Jiang Zhimiao turned to depart, he added, "Miss Jiang, this is Feng Lin Du, not Tai Su. It would be wise to avoid further trouble." Being accused of causing trouble was something Jiang Zhimiao could hardly tolerate. She was about to demand how he himself had instigated any trouble when a disciple beside her intervened. "Junior sister, Bai Yu, is on his way." Taking a deep breath, she glared at Fong Weiming and flicked her sleeve as she departed. The owner, still delicately addressing Fong Weiming, lamented, "These people shattered my Liuli Palace lantern, a precious item." Fong Weiming reassured her, "There is no need for concern. Once I have inquired, all damages will be compensated in full." The owner smiled sweetly. "Then I thank you, Lord Fong." Fong Weiming's face flushed again as he hastily sought an excuse. I will go check inside." With that, he hurriedly made his way into the building, prompting a soft laugh from the owner as she observed his flustered demeanor. The excitement had thoroughly diminished, and most had dispersed. Yu Yanshu instructed Ming Yu to wait for him outside, while he went upstairs to purchase another item, though he did not specify what it was. And Ming Yu did not pry. An attendant brought forth the remuneration for the information she had gathered and handed it to her. As she prepared to leave, she unexpectedly collided with Fong Weiming, who was entering. His eyes brightened. "Miss Ming, you are here too." Ming Yu smiled and performed a bow. "Yes. I came to join my senior brother in this excitement." She intended to slip out from the side. Fong Weiming kept pace. "Given today's events, Miss Ming, you are not frightened, were you?" Ming Yu paused momentarily. "Thank you, Lord Fong, for your concern." Fong Weiming continued. "Where are you headed? Since this matter is concluded, allow me to escort you." Ming Yu furrowed her brows. "I am returning to my residence." Fong Weiming immediately responded, "Perfect. I am also returning home. Once I finish here, we can go together." Ming Yu felt utterly exasperated. Just then, Yu Yanshu emerged from the inner chamber and saw his junior sister cornered at the entrance by someone familiar. He stepped forward, clearing his throat, and Ming Yu, seeing her savior, darted behind him. Yu Yanshu bowed to Fong Weiming. "Lord Fong." Fong Weiming returned the gesture. "Young Master Yu, I was just discussing with Miss Ming the plan to return home together after I handle matters here." Ming Yu tugged at Yu Yanshu's sleeve from behind, prompting him to continue. "Lord Fong, please attend to your affairs. We shall wait outside." Fong Weiming readily agreed with a smile. Ming Yu began pinching Yu Yanshu's arm from behind, her small hands inflicting quite the pinch. Yu Yanshu remained stoic, turning his back to grasp her hand, and together they exited the building. Once outside, Ming Yu released his hand, turning her face away. "Senior brother, you saw me in distress, but did nothing to help, and now you are siding with him?" Yu Yanshu raised an eyebrow. "When have I ever failed to help? When did I side with him?" Ming Yu grew more agitated. "I've never seen someone who refuses to take responsibility for their mistakes. You just said we would wait for him, and that is siding with him." Yu Yinshu chuckled lightly. I said we would wait outside. But I never agreed to return with him. With that, he pulled Ming Yu in another direction. Didn't you say you wanted to sample the street food? Today, it is my treat. We shall not return to the city lord's residence. By the time Fong Weiming handled everything and emerged, the area was deserted. In the inn, Jiang Zhimiao meticulously recorded the news she had gathered that day, sending it via a communication stone to Lu Yensui. Having spent a considerable amount on purchasing intel regarding the exotic treasure and the Xianqing sword, she was determined to have both. Shortly after sending the message, she received a reply with the words understood. This implied that Lu Yensui had agreed to assist her in procuring the sword. Jiang Zhimiao smiled softly. Despite her senior brother's stern demeanor, he cared for her well-being, providing her with whatever she required. Before she could revel in her joy, the inn door was suddenly pushed open, revealing Bai Yu, his face marred by anger, clearly aware of the day's events. Did you cause trouble again today? Jiang Zhimiao pouted, her lips forming a pitiful expression. No, senior brother, that person provoked me first. Bai Yu felt a headache coming on. This young lady never had a moment of peace. I have told you before not to stir up trouble outside. Jiang Zhimiao impatiently interrupted, senior brother. Today, I have obtained news about the exotic treasure and the Xianqing sword. Tomorrow we shall seek the treasure, and once found, I will return to Tai Su. I promise. Bai Yu, feeling weary, replied, I hope that is the case. Chapter 40. The quest for treasure. The following day, the two set out early once more. During their previous treasure-seeking endeavor with the Ruo Shui Zhu, they had left a trace of spiritual energy behind, which would alert anyone who came seeking the treasure. Indeed, on the next day, someone arrived, unexpectedly revealed to be a disciple of Tai Su. However, this was not entirely surprising, as they had come in pursuit of rare treasures and would naturally seize any opportunity. What Ming Yu did not anticipate was that they were not the only ones with their sights set on Tai Su. Upon reaching the outskirts of the city, the formation set by Tai Su was already in place, a tracking array that required a substantial amount of spirit stones and a divine artifact as its core in order to activate. It seemed that this young girl was genuinely favored. With the activation of the tracking array, a clear direction emerged, leading them to a different forest where they had previously miscalculated their course. This alternative forest was comparatively devoid of maple trees and was primarily filled with primitive vegetation, making the environment somewhat more complex and the regulations less stringent. They should have realized earlier that the maple leaf forest, frequented by numerous visitors, was not an ideal hiding spot. The trees loomed tall and dense, casting shadows that obscured the sun, preventing any form of flight. They had no choice but to tread on foot, with the Tai Su disciples leading the way, while Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu followed closely behind. The two had no pressing desire to claim the treasure, but since it existed, it would indeed be beneficial to witness it. All the disciples of Tai Su had gathered that day, with Bai Yu at the forefront, followed closely by Jiang Zhimiao, as they advanced in a defensive formation. The moment they stepped into the forest, Bai Yu sensed an ominous premonition, an instinctual awareness of danger that had previously aided him in evading numerous crises during confrontations with the demon clan. As expected, this occasion proved no different. After only a short distance, the forest grew increasingly dim, and the wind began to howl, transforming from a gentle breeze into a fierce gale, intensifying with every moment, slicing through the air like a steel blade and leaving crimson marks upon their skin. While cultivators possessed rapid healing abilities, they could not outpace the relentless onslaught of the wind. Bai Yu formed seals with his hands, conjuring a protective barrier to encompass all disciples within. Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu were likewise affected. However, the Ruo Shui Zhu activated promptly, enveloping them within the protective barrier, which made their ordeal considerably more manageable. The wind continued to rage, yet it spared the surrounding trees, battering against their barrier with increasing ferocity. The surrounding spiritual energy began to wane, and without external replenishment, their own reserves could not sustain the shield for long. The one controlling the wind was evidently aware of this, intensifying the assaults. Bai Yu was already straining, beads of sweat dotting his brow, while Jiang Zhimiao gripped her sword tightly, urging, Senior brother, we cannot continue like this. assist me in cleaving through this gale." Bai Yu nodded in agreement and let out a powerful shout, channeling his spiritual energy, expanding the barrier, which gradually rose. Within the shield, Jiang Jimiao gathered her power, and with a single strike, she indeed managed to part the wind. Yet, the individual lurking in the shadows possessed far greater capabilities. As the wind ceased, a collective sigh of relief escaped the group, though they remained vigilant. While the wind had abated, ominous clouds gathered, shrouding the sun and plunging the area into darkness. In an instant, the forest was enveloped in shadows, with indistinct figures and crimson eyes emerging, phantoms of demonic beasts summoned by a sinister artifact known as the Summoning Mirror. The Summoning Mirror was a relic of the Witch Saint, capable of conjuring countless demon illusions. Although mere phantoms, each possessed half the strength of their true forms, and the sheer multitude was daunting. The demon beasts roared and closed in around them, with Jiang Jimiao being the first to strike, her blade finding its mark and shattering one illusion. However, for each that fell, another surged forth, with sharp teeth and claws aimed directly at their hearts. Some disciples faltered, with one losing an arm to a beast, yet still managing to strike back in agony. Ming Yu and her companions were similarly besieged, despite the illusions. Their overwhelming numbers made it impossible to dispatch them without more appearing. With divine artifacts in hand, their situation was slightly better. The Ruo Shui Zhu radiated light, repelling some of the beasts, yet others fearlessly charged forward. Who could this person be, and how is it possible for them to wield such dark artifacts? Ming Yu swiftly severed the claws of one beast, but within moments, they regenerated and lunged at her again. Before she could respond, Long Yuan struck the heart of another beast, and Yu Yin Chu manipulated her palm, summoning seals as Long Yuan manifested numerous clones, attacking the surrounding beasts until they vanished in an instant. To her astonishment, it appeared that someone here was proficient in the Qing Lian sword technique. A shrill voice echoed from the darkness, deriding but a trivial skill. Long Yuan swiftly darted toward the figure, only for them to dissipate at the last moment, reappearing in another direction. A mere transformation stage, cultivator dares to harm me? The voice grew sharper, infused with rage and resentment. In the next moment, a surge of demonic energy surged forth, prompting both to raise their swords in defense, their spiritual power clashing with the malevolent force, creating tumultuous waves that shook the forest, capturing the attention of Jiang Jimiao and the others. Before she could voice her suspicions, the cloaked figure unleashed an attack upon them. The disciples of Tai Su formed a formation, golden light radiating as they countered the demonic energy. As Buchu and Long Yuan's blades entwined with spiritual energy, a colossal golden dragon surged skyward alongside a verdant figure, their sword light blinding as it enveloped all present. A resounding crash reverberated as the figure in the shadows was struck, forcefully revealing their form. Jiang Jimiao's eyes widened in astonishment. She had never witnessed such swordsmanship capable of imbuing the blade with spirit. Yet, the combined strength of the two surpassed that of all present. Ming Yu, wielding buke, pointed at the figure, declaring, "You have lost." The figure did not struggle, but instead threw back their head and laughed heartily. Li Shuyi's clear wind sword technique has not been seen in a century. Ming Yu remained unperturbed, her voice icy, declaring, "To be defeated by this sword is your honor." The figure continued to laugh. "Indeed, I never expected disciples of the immortal sect to have someone willing to learn his swordsmanship. I thought all within the sect were mundane and pedantic." Jiang Jimiao, growing weary of their mutual flattery, interjected, "Enough with the idle chatter. Where is the rare treasure?" The figure paid her no mind, casting not even a glance her way, and continued addressing Ming Yu. "Young one, we shall meet again." With that, their body ignited before their eyes, transforming into wisps of ash. Jiang Jimiao lunged forward with her sword, leaving only dust and a scene of devastation in their wake, bearing witness to the encounter that had transpired. Chapter 41. Farewell. All their efforts had turned to naught. Not only had they failed to locate the rare treasure, but many of their fellow disciples had also sustained injuries. Anger surged within Jiang Zhimiao as she turned her sword towards the departing Ming Yu, commanding, "Halt!" Ming Yu feigned ignorance, continuing her departure. Jiang Zhimiao's fury escalated, and disregarding her own abilities, she charged at her. With a clang, their swords met. Ming Yu had not even glanced back. As Buchu had unsheathed itself, the blades locked together. "Stop right there," Jiang Zhimiao demanded. At last, Ming Yu turned to face her, for the first time assessing the talented junior sister from the original narrative. The girl was indeed charming and adorable, albeit with a temper to match. Yet her exceptional talent and noble lineage had earned her the affection of all, including the male lead in the original tale, who had willingly searched for treasures on her behalf. "Who are you? Why do you follow us time and again, and what are your intentions?" Ming Yu smiled. "What do you believe our intentions to be, Jiang Zhimiao?" "I am the one posing the question here." Before Jiang Zhimiao could continue, Baiyu stepped forward to interject. "My apologies, young lady. My junior sister has been spoiled and may speak inappropriately. I offer my apologies on her behalf." He performed a respectful bow, but when he raised his gaze to Ming Yu, he was momentarily taken aback. Ming Yu's expression remained unchanged as she sheathed her sword and turned to depart. Baiyu hastily called out to her, inquiring about her surname and whether they had met before. Without pausing her steps, Ming Yu merely replied, "Such slander would tarnish your ears. We have not crossed paths." "Shi Xiang, why are you stopping me?" Jiang Zhimiao was increasingly agitated. A glance from Baiyu calmed her anger significantly. "If I don't stop you, are you merely going to seek death? Do you truly believe that as a Jindan cultivator, you can contend with two Huashan practitioners? It is better to abandon this search for the exotic treasure and set off back to Taisu." As they journeyed back, Ming Yu's heart raced with uncertainty. Had Baiyu recognized her? That seemed improbable. After all, she had encountered him only a handful of times. What if he had discerned her identity and informed Lu Yin Sui? How would she face him? Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice when Yu Yin Chu had halted, continuing to walk ahead until he pulled her back just before she collided with a tree. "What are you thinking? You aren't even watching where you're going." Ming Yu smiled at him. "I was thinking of nothing. Let us return to the city lord's mansion." Yu Yin Chu did not press further. It was evident that Ming Yu was acquainted with the individuals from Taisu, but he chose to remain uninformed. For who does not harbor a past they wish to keep hidden? By the time they returned to the city lord's mansion, night had fallen. After deliberation, they resolved to depart. Today's commotion had rendered the search for the exotic treasure futile. It was more prudent to explore other locales and seek fortune elsewhere. When they bid farewell to the city lord, they coincidentally encountered Fong Wei Ming. Upon learning of their departure, he inquired, "Where do you intend to go after leaving Feng Lindu?" Ming Yu replied, "We have not yet decided. The three realms abound with opportunities. My Shi Xiang and I will surely encounter something along the way." Fong Wei Ming suggested, "Why not accompany me to Tianji Zone? Perhaps there you might find unexpected adventures." Ming Yu did not respond, but instead firmly stepped on Yu Yin Chu's foot, causing him to wince internally while maintaining an impassive facade. "Young city lord, you are unaware that our travels carry a mission. We cannot visit Tianji Zone. However, should fate allow, we shall surely pay a visit in the future." Understanding the delicacy of their task, Fong Wei Ming refrained from prying further, wishing them well for a future reunion. They exchanged bows and, after bidding farewell to the city lord, departed Feng Lin Du. As they left, the Taisu group was also preparing to return to their sect. Just before their departure, news from the communication stone reached them. The Xianqing sword has been acquired. In mere 5 words, Jiang Zhimiao's spirit sword, dissipating any lingering frustration over the lost exotic treasure. Ultimately, it was merely an unknown artifact, less significant than a divine weapon. With matters in Feng Lin Du nearly settled, Baiyu accompanied them back to the sect. The journey back to Tai Su required only 2 days of sword flight to the nearest teleportation point at Tianji Zone. A brief passage of time, especially since Tianji Zone had arranged for a flying vessel that could reach them in half a day. Naturally, the vessel was filled with disciples from Tianji Zone, including the young city lord. Jiang Zhimiao, disinterested in conversing with those he disliked, offered a perfunctory greeting before retreating to his cabin for rest. Baiyu, on the deck, engaged in conversation with the disciples. as he was accustomed to handling such social interactions adeptly. He overheard the young city lord discussing the two individuals who had saved him in the forest, their swordsmanship being a point of admiration. Intrigued, he approached and bowed. "Might I inquire about the two individuals you mentioned? Are they sword cultivators of Hua Shen level?" Fong Wei Ming, taken aback by this sudden inquiry from a disciple of Tai Su, replied, "Indeed, they are disciples of Xing Luo Island. My master has connections with my father, hence they are currently residing in my household. Their swordsmanship is indeed remarkable, and they rescued me and several other disciples from Tai Su in the forest." As he spoke, a hint of embarrassment colored his cheeks. At over 20 years of age, he was merely a Jindan cultivator, while those two, though younger, had already attained Huashan prowess. Baiyu nodded knowingly, pondering the implications. Disciples of Xing Luo Island? Could be I was mistaken. If that were not Ming Shimi, revealing this to Yin Sui would only deepen the heartache. It is best left unspoken. Unbeknownst to Ming Yu, she was not privy to Baiyu's thoughts. She held the belief that in a vast world like the Three Realms, similar individuals were plentiful, and it was improbable she would be recognized. Moreover, she had been deceased for over 5 years. It was uncertain whether the male protagonist even remembered her. To fret over events yet to unfold would be a disservice to the beauty of spring. As the two departed Feng Lin Du, they traversed the mortal realm during early spring, where cities were adorned with blooming flowers. They opted not to fly on swords, instead purchasing a horse, traveling as ordinary people do by day and resting nearby at night. They ambled for over half a month before reaching the border between Tianjizong and Laningu, where they received a message from Shixingzi. To Tai Palace? When did my master establish relations with Tai Palace? Ming Yu wondered, a sentiment mirrored by Yu Yanchu. Yet the communication stone offered only a few brief lines, leaving them in the dark about the specifics. My master mentioned that this year, the Tai Palace's spring banquet extended an invitation to him. Today he comprehended a new law and cannot attend. Thus he tasked us with representing him. Ming Yu sighed. Given the circumstances, we must alter our course towards Tai Palace. The spring banquet at Tai Palace had a long-standing tradition, ostensibly a scenic appreciation event. Yet it served primarily to showcase one's strength. It was not an annual occurrence, though the dates were roughly consistent, taking place around mid-March. Ming Yu recalled attending once in her past life, where she had participated in a competition with an unknown disciple. The spring scenery at Tai Palace was indeed splendid. Although located in the west, the climate was warm and the terrain was flat, allowing for a variety of rare species to flourish, nurturing the growth of floral spirits. Now in early March, the two had squandered considerable time in the mortal realm and would need to find a vessel or utilize sword flight to reach their destination. As for the former acquaintance at Tai Palace, the young palace master, she wondered whether he had found his beloved after 5 years. Regarding their potential meeting, Ming Yu planned to adopt a nonchalant attitude. Since avoidance was futile, she resolved to face whatever came her way, even contemplating feigning amnesia to dodge Lu Yin Sui as much as possible. Ming Yu's intentions were well-meaning, yet unbeknownst to her. This year Lu Yin Sui had also received an invitation, not one from Tai Su, but a personal missive from Du Zhongyin, specifically addressed to him. His engagement with Yi had lingered for too long. She had persistently delayed their marriage, even retreating into seclusion under the guise of cultivation for the past 2 years. Ultimately, the burden of their union rested upon him. The messenger continued, "My young master personally penned this invitation, hoping that Lu Gongzi might grant him the honor of attending." After much contemplation, Lu Yin Sui finally acquiesced, stating, "Inform your young master that I will assist him in bringing the one he desires. After this, I shall have no further involvement in their matters." The attendant withdrew respectfully, leaving Lu Yin Sui to place the invitation on a nearby stone table. He sat upright, absent-mindedly stroking the jade pendant hanging at his waist. Someone approached from behind, attempting to obscure his vision. Habitually, Lu Yin Sui sidestepped, causing the person to miss. Undeterred, they tried again, prompting him to unsheath his sword slightly, halting any further contact. "Shi Xiao," Jiang Ji Miao exclaimed in a flustered tone, "Why have you drawn your sword?" Lu Yin Sui merely sheathed his sword, his demeanor indifferent. When did you return? Jiang Ji Miao, familiar with the surroundings, poured himself a cup of tea. I just got back to see you. How heartwarming of me, isn't it? Lu Yinsui was not easily swayed. As the eldest disciple under the second sect leader, he adhered strictly to the established rules and felt it was necessary to pay respects to his master upon returning. Jiang Jimiao, visibly perturbed, replied, Senior brother, I have already endured a lengthy lecture from Bai Shixiao. Please spare me the reminders of these formalities. Moreover, since master is in seclusion, I can only pay my respects before the hall, without the chance to meet him. Although Lu Yinsui's expression remained unsatisfied, he chose not to press the matter further. With a graceful flourish of his sleeve, a long brocade box appeared upon the stone table. The Xianqing sword. Jiang Jimiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she opened the box. It was indeed an ancient, divine weapon, radiating rich spiritual energy, its entire body of vivid green, elegantly curved, and the blade emitted a dazzling sheen. Thank you, senior brother. Her brows were alight with joy, while Lu Yinsui merely gazed at her before turning away. If there is nothing else, you may leave. Yi Liani had been in seclusion for quite some time. While it was referred to as seclusion, everyone understood that she was simply unwilling to fulfill her marriage arrangement. Chao Tianke, being aware of his daughter's sentiments, had only her as a child, and although she carried her mother's surname, the Yi family practiced a detached doctrine, fostering weak emotional ties. He had raised her himself since childhood. If both parties were willing, he would not oppose the cancellation of the engagement. However, one side was unwilling, and Tai Palace was also unwilling to annul the marriage, leaving him to let the younger generation handle their affairs. Nevertheless, with the invitation to the spring banquet arriving, he had no choice but to make this trip. Although Yuliani's courtyard was sealed, it was not entirely closed off. She could still receive messages from outside, depending on her willingness to listen. Clearly, she was not inclined to hear anything regarding Tai Palace. Chao Tianke found himself at a loss. Lu Yinsui saluted him. Sect leader. Chao Tianke remained with his back turned. You have come? Liani has been intermittently in seclusion for the past 2 years, and even I have scarcely seen her. Lu Yinsui fell silent, understanding the implications of Chao Tiang's words, yet he was reluctant. Chao Tianke, aware of this, sighed very well. Matters of the young should be resolved by themselves. With that, he departed. Lu Yinsui bowed until Chao Tiang's figure vanished from sight. He stood at the courtyard gate for a moment, and the formation of the courtyard closed. Yilianyi Enraged, Kalatin Pilain garments. Her once youthful visage had blossomed into a captivating beauty. Senior brother, have you come with a purpose? Lu Yinsui presented her with the invitation from Tai Palace spring banquet. Let's attend together. Yi Liani's eyes glistened with tears. Is this the only matter you wish to discuss with Liani? Lu Yinsui paused for a moment before stating, we depart the day after tomorrow. With that, he turned to leave. Yi Liani called after him once more. Senior brother, do you not know my feelings for you? Must you press me so? Lu Yinsui did not halt his steps, his figure hastily disappearing. The distance between Lanning Pavilion and Tai Palace was considerable. If they were to travel by sword, it would take them a full 7 days to arrive, and even upon arrival, they would be utterly exhausted. Fortunately, Lanning Pavilion offered a specialized flying vessel to Tai Palace, accessible not only to disciples, but also to ordinary folk with the payment of spiritual energy, allowing them to board with ease. The flying vessel sailed swiftly, and within 2 to 3 days, they reached their destination, with ample time before the spring banquet commenced. Although various sects had begun to arrive and settle in, they were merely passing through and wished to avoid any disturbances. So they sought out an inn to stay until the banquet officially began. The recent hustle and bustle of Qinyang City was palpable, with inns brimming with guests. After much searching, they finally found a room available, albeit at a steep price. The innkeeper, with a charming smile, said, You may not be aware, but the city is currently overrun with visitors. Our establishment has just expanded, and we even have private courtyards. How do you wish to proceed? Yu Yinshu tossed a pouch of spiritual stones to him, requesting a private courtyard. The innkeeper immediately departed with great respect. With their accommodations settled, the two set out to explore. Chapter 43. A leisurely outing Qianyang City was built along the water's edge, surrounded by a protective moat. Tai Palace lay to the north of Qianyang City, and the entire sect was constructed atop water, with courtyards separated by winding streams adorned with numerous lotus flowers. Though in spring, they had yet to fully bloom, with only a few buds peeking above the surface. The city was dotted with rivers, and boatmen called out to invite guests aboard to tour the scenic beauty, all for 10 low-grade spiritual stones. As someone paid the fare, Ming Yu was eager to partake in the experience, and Yu Yenshu willingly contributed a high-grade spiritual stone, declaring, "I will hire this boat, row slowly, and ensure my junior sister enjoys the city's sights." The boatman was delighted to oblige. Indeed, the scenery within the city was splendid, with many flowers blooming in spring, their fragrant aromas filling the air as they vied for attention. Near the water's edge, vendors sold local specialties, including Yinchu wine. As their boat glided past, Ming Yu tugged at Yu Yenshu's sleeve, wordlessly urging him to indulge. Yu Yenshu understood and replied, "Just a taste, do not overindulge." Ming Yu promptly agreed and paid for the wine, which was delivered by a boat. It was indeed a local specialty, smooth and fragrant, unlike any other wine, reminiscent of a beverage, entirely free of bitterness or spiciness. After only 3 cups, the wine jug was taken away. "This wine has a strong after-effect. That should be sufficient." After circling the city 3 times, they had seen enough of the sights and decided to disembark in search of food. The crowds in the city were indeed substantial, with many cultivators in uniform, likely from various sects attending the banquet, bustling about, alongside ordinary folk leisurely strolling with their families. Ming Yu and Yu Yenshu mingled within the throngs, with Ming Yu purchasing various snacks, all of which Yu Yenshu carried, still keen to explore, having visited nearly half of the vendors on a single street. Yu Yenshu remained unfazed, continuing to smile as he followed her, as such a childlike enthusiasm was a rare sight from his junior sister. Disciples from Tai Su had also arrived, as they were closer to Tai Palace and had taken a flying vessel. Upon disembarking, they first went to pay their respects to the palace master before venturing out to explore. Lu Yinsui initially had no desire to go out. He had become increasingly disciplined in recent years, dedicating his days to cultivation and reading, rarely engaging in such activities. However, with Jiang Jimiao accompanying him, he had no choice. She was restless and insisted on exploring, and with her noble temperament, she was prone to causing trouble, necessitating the presence of a senior brother or sister to temper her spirit. Furthermore, Du Jingyan had also come. "Lu Xiang, join us. The scenery in Qianyang is delightful and worth exploring," Du Jingyan remarked, compelling Lu Yinsui to consider Yi Liani and reluctantly agree. The group changed into their travel attire and set out without any other disciples. Lu Yinsui deliberately led the way, with Jiang Jimiao trailing closely behind, her gaze wandering. Yi Liani and Du Jingyan walked a few paces behind. Although they were traveling together, communication between them was sparse. "I heard you have been in seclusion for quite some time. I wonder how much you have comprehended," Du Jingyan inquired. Yi Liani replied, "Thank you, Du Shi Xiao. But Liani is rather dull and has made little progress." With that, she fixed her gaze ahead, her eyes reddening. Du Jingyan clenched his fists, turning his head away to feign ignorance. Jiang Jimiao remained oblivious to the tense atmosphere. She had longed to explore, but her master and parents had disapproved. Thus, she seized the opportunity to enjoy herself. After wandering for a considerable time, they followed Du Jingyan's lead to a restaurant for a meal. "The cuisine here is quite commendable. Do give it a try," he suggested. Jiang Jimiao cheerfully responded with a grateful thank you. Du Shi Xiao. Yi Liani remained silent, occasionally glancing at those around her. Lu Yinsui chose to ignore her demeanor and engaged in conversation with Du Jingyan. "This spring banquet seems especially lively. Are there any recent celebrations?" Du Jingyan replied, "Indeed, many hidden sects and prominent families have arrived. My father is preparing to transfer some of his enterprises to my stewardship." Lu Yinsui raised an eyebrow, exclaiming that it was indeed a good thing. After serving as a young master for so many years, merely possessing a title, the acquisition of real power now was truly a matter of joy. Du Jingyan smiled and raised his cup in agreement, stating that Lu Xiong was correct. After the meal, Lu Yinsui prepared to leave, but Jiang Zhimiao attempted to tug at his sleeve, only to grasp at air. Shi Xiang, I wish to wander a bit more. I promise I won't cause any trouble. Yi Liani chimed in, expressing her desire to return. Lu Yinsui's expression darkened instantly. You haven't ventured out in a long time. Today is a good opportunity to explore before returning. Make sure she doesn't stir up any trouble. Yi Liani's face flushed red, and tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded, Shi Xiao. Lu Yinsui pretended not to see her distress, bowing slightly to Du Jingyan before turning to leave. The tangled emotions among the group were well known to Jiang Zhimiao, yet at merely 14 years of age, she often feigned ignorance due to her youth. In that moment, she innocently asked Yi Shiji, why are your eyes so red? Did the wind bother you? Let us continue exploring. Yi Liani's face shifted from red to pale and back, throwing out a retort of you go on your own, before running off in tears. Upon her departure, Du Jingyan naturally pursued her, and Jiang Zhimiao waved him off, saying, hurry after her. I can explore alone. With everyone gone, she relaxed completely, wandering aimlessly. How could one enjoy shopping with others watching? It was far more delightful to explore alone. Lu Yinsui did not return immediately. He merely wished to escape the current atmosphere. The two needed private space to clarify matters. A vendor selling tonghalu was calling out nearby, and he suddenly recalled how Ming Yu had loved tonghalu in the past, back when they had just left Lujia village. Their money had quickly run out, leaving them to beg. During the Mid-Autumn Festival, they had been begging on the street when Ming Yu pointed at the tonghalu, expressing her desire for it. He had promised her that once they reached the Xianmen, he would buy her tonghalu every day. Memories surged forth, bringing warmth to his eyes. A voice echoed in his mind, assuring him that as long as he continued to gather fragments, his shimmy could be revived. He merely responded with an saying nothing more, and hurried to buy a skewer of tonghalu. Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu encountered the same vendor, although she had already purchased many items. A glance was all it took for Yu Yinshu to instinctively pay. The two strolled back to the inn, enjoying their snacks. Ming Yu had indeed bought a plethora of goods, food, necessities, and various trinkets cluttering the table. She did not forget to present a wrapped tonghalu to Yu Yinshu as a gesture of gratitude, saying, thank you for accompanying me today. Yu Yinshu raised an eyebrow, accepting it. Have you changed your temperament today, Shimmy? He took a bite before she could snatch it away. As evening fell, the two began to organize Ming Yu's purchases. While tidying up, Ming Yu chatted with Yu Yinshu about the rumors she heard during their outing, mentioning that Tai Palace had invited numerous hidden sects and noble families. Were they planning? She wondered. Who knows? The intentions of these major sects are often complex. Yu Yinshu replied. Ming Yu agreed, acknowledging not only their intricate thoughts, but also their diverse methods. The small courtyard, facing the street, still faintly echoed with the sounds of the bustling crowd outside, while within it, the moonlight cast a tranquil glow. It's getting late. I should rest, Ming Yu finally declared, unable to keep her eyes open. After a brief tidying, she retreated to her room, and Yu Yinshu followed suit. The noise persisted until the early hours of the morning, when faint screams and sounds of struggle pierced the night. Ming Yu, already a light sleeper, became alert at the disturbance. Donning her outer robe and grasping her sword, she stepped outside. It was already the hour of the tiger, and the streets were deserted, save for a few houses with lanterns still burning. In the moonlight, two figures were locked in combat. One she recognized as Jiang Zhimiao, while the other was cloaked in black, their face obscured. Nearby lay a fallen figure, gender indiscernible, collapsed against the wall, a pool of blood forming on the ground. The combatants were becoming unevenly matched, and when one struck out, the other was sent reeling backward. Just as the latter was about to fall, Ming Yu gathered her spiritual energy to steady the descending figure, drawing her sword to strike. The azure blade cleaved through the thick darkness of night, forcing the black-clad assailant back several steps. Ming Yu swung her sword once more, this time with greater force. The cloaked figure attempted to block with both hands, but it was only a momentary respite before they were struck on the right shoulder. His strength was not what it appeared, Ming Yu thought, tightening her grip on the sword. As the black-clad figure prepared to charge again, a silver firework erupted in the distance. prompting the figure to reluctantly retreat into the shadows. Once they were gone, Ming Yu turned her attention to the injured Jiang Zhimiao, who was pale and covered in wounds, barely managing to support herself against the wall. "Can you walk?" Ming Yu asked, watching as Jiang Zhimiao spat out blood and nodded. Ming Yu sheathed her sword and sealed her acupoints with spiritual energy before assisting her out. Jiang Zhimiao had initially sought solitude for her own enjoyment, but when she felt a sudden urge to search for Tang Yuan at a roadside stall, she had encountered the assailant instead. Ming Yu understood the situation, recognizing that despite Jiang Zhimiao's privileged upbringing and fiery temperament, her heart was not malicious. It was a duty for every disciple of the immortal sect to draw their sword in protection. "Where do you reside?" Ming Yu inquired. Jiang Zhimiao, gathering her strength, replied, "Tai Palace." As dawn approached, the first light began to break, and fortunately, Tai Palace was not far. Despite the commotion of the previous night, no one seemed to have noticed, nor had any guards come to investigate. After a while, they spotted the gates of Tai Palace in the distance, where disciples stood watch. Ming Yu channeled another surge of spiritual energy to Jiang Zhimiao, stating, "This is as far as I go. I prefer not to be questioned." Jiang Zhimiao nodded in understanding. Just as Ming Yu was about to depart, Jiang Zhimiao gently grasped her sleeve, murmuring, "Thank you," her face flushing. Ming Yu smiled softly, replying, "No need to mention it." As dawn broke, Ming Yu stealthily returned to the inn, quietly closing the courtyard door. Just as she turned around, she found Yu Yanchu seated at a table, sipping tea, clearly having waited for her for some time. "Did you send them off?" Yu Yanchu asked in a nonchalant tone. Ming Yu nodded, affirming, "I did." "Next time, don't return like a thief," Yu Yanchu remarked enigmatically before retreating to his own room. Ming Yu was left puzzled but too weary to dwell on it, needing to reclaim her lost sleep. The events of the previous night passed without any aftermath, as if nothing had transpired. Everyone resumed their routines as usual. Jiang Zhimiao, having returned injured to Tai Palace, faced numerous inquiries, but she had little to share. Fortunately, her injuries were superficial, with the worst being the impact from a single blow, which would heal in a couple of days. After resting for 2 to 3 days, she still inquired whether the disciples of Taishu had caught the assailant. A junior disciple awkwardly scratched his head, explaining, "Shiji, Tai Palace has announced a spring banquet. With the crowds in the city, it's challenging to conduct a search. They'll pursue it after the banquet concludes." Jiang Zhimiao could hardly believe her ears. An incident had occurred on their territory, and instead of seeking out the culprit, they intended to wait for the banquet to end. Lu Yansui waved the junior disciple away and placed a box before her, stating it was a token of apology from Tai Palace. Inside were healing elixirs capable of rapid recovery and spiritual pills to consolidate her cultivation, all quite valuable. Yet for Jiang Zhimiao, the daughter of the Jiang family, these items were of little significance. What truly concerned her was why Tai Palace was reluctant to pursue the matter. Lu Yanshui was well aware of her doubts and took the initiative to speak up, explaining that this banquet was of paramount importance to Tai Palace and could not afford any mistakes. Furthermore, their palace master had personally come to apologize. Thus the matter had to be temporarily accepted. Rest assured, they had intensified the patrol arrangements for the evening to prevent any similar incidents from occurring. Jiang Zhimiao understood that the palace master had personally apologized, compelling their younger generation to comply, though it left a sour feeling within, yet there was no recourse. In a fit of pique, she retreated back to her bed, declaring her weariness and urging her senior brother to depart. Lu Yanshui placed the box away and left, closing the door behind her. Ming Yu also harbored similar questions. Although there had been no significant casualties, the lack of information seemed illogical. Yu Yanshu found it quite reasonable, noting that the spring banquet's commotion was evidently greater than in previous years, suggesting that something significant might occur. Thus it was natural to avoid any unfavorable rumors. Ming Yu sighed, questioning whether the reputation of the sect held greater value than the safety of the common folk. Yu Yanshu raised an eyebrow, commending her junior sister's chivalrous spirit, befitting a swordsman. Then, as Ming Yu cast a glance in her direction, she quickly added that the thoughts of those in power were consistently such, and moreover, Hadn't she noticed the increased number of patrolling disciples outside? Upon reflection, Ming Yu acknowledged this observation. Yu Yinshu snapped her fingers, affirming that was indeed the case. Ming Yu realized that perhaps she was just an ordinary person, unable to comprehend the mindset of those in power. At least for now, she did not understand. Chapter 45. The Banquet, with 7 days remaining until the banquet. The two decided to reside outside until the official commencement approached before paying their visit. Since they were to attend on behalf of their master, they deliberately donned formal attire. This marked Ming Yu's first proper grooming since her arrival. Previously, she had either ascended mountains or descended into the sea, always prioritizing convenience. This time, she meticulously styled her hair into a Ling Shuji, and donned a Soilanser de Liu Xianqin, Shuilanser de Liu Xianqun, adorning her head with several silver hairpins and applying a light touch of powder, rendering her quite beautiful. As she stepped out, Yu Yinshu was already prepared. They seemed to share an unspoken connection that day, both clad in shades of blue. However, Yu Yinshu wore an ice blue brocade robe, with a jade pendant dangling at his waist, and his hair tied back in a ponytail with a silver crown. Upon seeing Ming Yu emerge, he smiled, gazing intently before remarking that his junior sister looked exceptionally lovely today. Ming Yu mimicked him, stepping closer to observe and complimenting her senior brother on his radiant appearance. They exchanged smiles and set off for the banquet. The number of attendees for the banquet was substantial, to the extent that the gates of Tai Palace were nearly blocked, exemplifying the magnitude of the invitations extended. Fortunately, they arrived early, gaining entry before the main crowd. They were escorted by an outer disciple of Tai Palace, traversing several small bridges and streams until they reached a courtyard. Though somewhat distant from the central area, its serene beauty was a silver lining. The disciple halted, bowing, and explained that due to the overwhelming number of guests, they had to accommodate them in this temporary lodging. This was quite reasonable. With limited guest rooms, and considering they were attending on behalf of their master, it was expected they wouldn't be placed in a prime location. Ming Yu thanked him for the guidance. Upon entering, they discovered the environment was indeed pleasant. Perhaps due to its seclusion, the scenery was quite appealing, albeit somewhat far from the main hall, which would require some time to reach. However, they were unconcerned, for they were not prominent figures. Attending the banquet was merely fulfilling a task. As the midday banquet approached, they ventured out for a stroll. Tai Palace, being renowned for its picturesque views, certainly lived up to its reputation. How could such an event be held in an unappealing setting? Yet, they were not particularly interested in sightseeing. Amid the throngs of disciples guiding the way, Ming Yu spotted familiar faces, the ones who had referred to Yu Yinshu as Xiaozhu on the boat. Yu Yinshu noticed as well, maintaining his composure and pretending not to see them, guiding Ming Yu in another direction. Unable to resist teasing, Ming Yu remarked that even if they didn't see them now, they would surely encounter them at the banquet. Yu Yinshu scoffed, stating that would be a matter for later. Just then, disciples from Taishu approached. Though they had arrived early, they still needed to present the gifts prepared by the sect leader, with Liu Yinshue leading the group. Ming Yu felt her heart race before she could process her thoughts. Her body instinctively pulled Yu Yinshu to the side to avoid them. Yu Yinshu, with his arms crossed, teasingly remarked that they would see them at noon. Ming Yu retorted that was indeed a matter for later. The two siblings found themselves caught in a humorous predicament. They had anticipated such an occurrence and had cleverly agreed to let the other face the banquet alone if necessary. Who would have thought that both individuals they wished to avoid would appear? Ming Yu chuckled, tugging at Yu Yinshu's sleeve and tentatively suggesting, "Senior brother?" "No." He interrupted her before she could finish. Ming Yu pouted, feeling somewhat deflated. "I hadn't even completed my thought, yet you refuse." Yu Yinshu scrutinized her before laughing. "Sister, do you think I don't know you? There's no escaping. We're going together." Ming Yu feigned a pitiful expression, looking at him earnestly, to be honest. "I was once a disciple of Taishu." Sensing Yu Yinshu's interest, she hurriedly continued, "Yet they were excessively domineering, casting me aside when I was gravely injured, while they fled themselves. I have been deeply affected and have no desire to see them again." Yu Yinshu chuckled lightly. "Is that so? They were truly outrageous." Ming Yu asserted seriously, "Indeed." The essence of the story remained largely unchanged, with only slight alterations to certain details. Yu Yinshu playfully remarked that since Taishu had acted so unjustly, his sister should accompany him, allowing them to witness how exceptional the disciple they once abandoned had become. Ming Yu felt utterly defeated, releasing his sleeve. If I must go, then so be it. With that, she strode purposefully toward the main hall of the banquet. Yu Yinshu followed her closely, shaking his head with a smile. The main hall was already filled with numerous attendees, and their seats were naturally positioned toward the back. A variety of fruits and cold dishes adorned the table before them. Surrounding the hall were vibrant flowers, lush and fragrant. As Ming Yu settled down, she poured herself a glass of wine, a delightful fruit wine that was not easily intoxicating and could enhance spiritual energy. She drank alone, somewhat petulantly ignoring Yu Yinshu beside her. Yu Yinshu chuckled, prompting Ming Yu to erupt. What are you laughing at? Feigning innocence, Yu Yinshu replied, Sister, am I not allowed to laugh? Before she could fully express her frustration, he skillfully slipped a ring onto her finger. What is this? The ring was of an ancient design, bordered with silver filigree, and set with a blue gemstone at its center. Yu Yinshu wore a matching one. Zhiying Jia, he explained, capable of conjuring the visage of another in front of unwanted encounters. Ming Yu's demeanor immediately softened, pouring Yu Yinshu a glass of wine. I knew my senior brother would have solution. Yu Yinshu chose not to expose her. Indeed, as individuals moved about, some were vaguely familiar to Ming Yu, but none recognized her. Yu Yinshu remained composed, while those from the boat occupied a table not far from them, appearing to ignore their presence entirely, merely casting a fleeting glance before returning their attention elsewhere. As Taishu entered the hall, Lu Yinshue led the way, with Jiang Zhimiao following closely. After several days, her injuries had healed, and she donned a light pink dress that accentuated her cuteness. Upon spotting Ming Yu, she even exchanged a few playful blinks. Ming Yu smiled back and raised her glass in greeting. Sensing the movement, Lu Yinshue turned to look, initially mistaking Ming Yu for someone else. After a moment of contemplation, he realized the resemblance was superficial, and the features bore no true connection to Ming Yu. Do you know her? He inquired softly. Jiang Zhimiao nodded. She is a disciple of the hidden sect and has saved me several times. Lu Yinshue withdrew her gaze, choosing instead to express her gratitude formally. Chapter 46. The Demon Extermination Alliance. With the arrival of several significant sects, the banquet commenced in earnest. The master of Tai Palace, Du Wu Hui, first raised his glass to invite everyone to drink together, and soon after, attendants began serving dish after dish. The guests in the hall had already started to engage in pleasantries and toasting. Ming Yu and her companion found themselves seated somewhat apart, surrounded by unfamiliar faces, and thus focused solely on the food before them, contrasting sharply with others who were mingling and drinking. As the banquet progressed, Du Wu Hui raised his glass once more, announcing that he had invited numerous hidden sects and noble families to this gathering, expressing gratitude for their attendance. He intended to disclose several important matters to the various celestial sections. The first was that he was aging, and from this day forward, the affairs of Tai Palace would be entrusted to his son, Du Jingyan. As he spoke these words, Du Jingyan stood to toast. The second matter pertained to his family. His son was now over 20 years old and would marry this year, officially assuming the position of palace master thereafter. Upon hearing this, murmurs arose among the guests, for many were aware of the situation between Du Jingyan and Yelini, speculating whether he was being coerced into marriage with Taishu. Yelini's complexion paled at this revelation, her fragile frame trembling further, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked toward Lu Yinshue. However, Lu Yinshue merely lowered her head to drink, while others feigned ignorance. Jiang Zhimiao, however, could not contain her curiosity and leaned to inquire of an inner disciple when the sect leader had agreed to the marriage date, lamenting her ignorance. The inner disciple, equally perplexed, whispered back that she was unaware. Ming Yu raised an eyebrow. Such developments were absent in the original narrative, where the trio's emotional entanglements stretched on until Du Jingyan suffered severe injuries and fell into a coma, bringing an end to the farce. Zhu Win, undeterred by the discussions below, continued with his final announcement. He wished to personally guarantee the establishment of a demon extermination alliance, urging everyone to deliberate on this significant matter. At the utterance of this proposal, the hall erupted into chaos. Hushed whispers turned into open disputes among attendees. The realm of cultivation had always been fragmented, with numerous hidden sects preferring to avoid regulation, and many among them did not wish to confront the demon race. Each sect tended to its own affairs, maintaining a fragile peace. The call to form a demon extermination alliance thus implied a commitment to an unrelenting battle against the demons, necessitating the selection of genuine leaders, which understandably met with resistance from many. Not only others, but Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu exchanged glances, both filled with confusion. Du Wuhui seemed to have gone too far. They both thought simultaneously. Immediately, someone voiced opposition. Master Du, the proposal for a demon extermination alliance may not be prudent. Currently, we coexist peacefully with the demon race. Forming an alliance would openly provoke conflict and invite scorn from future generations. Du Wuhui narrowed his eyes, his expression stern. Master Lu, your words are misguided. It is not I, Du Wuhui, who seeks to incite war, but rather the demons who have gone too far. They have infiltrated our celestial sects, harmed our disciples, and indiscriminately slaughtered innocent civilians within the city. They initiated this conflict. Furthermore, the demon race's saintess has emerged. Our confrontation with them is unavoidable. Why not prepare in advance and catch them off guard? Another voice interjected. Master Du, do you have evidence to support your claim about the demon saintess? We must not act solely for the benefit of our own sect. Du Wuhui snorted coldly, waving his sleeve to reveal a golden missive before the assembly, which stated that the demon saintess had appeared 6 years prior and had infiltrated the celestial sects, successfully acquiring numerous sect secrets. This information, originating from Qinjin Building, had unexpectedly been procured by Tai Palace. With this evidence presented, discussions erupted anew among the attendees. Du Wuhui grew impatient, slamming his hand on the table, which silenced the hall. What were your thoughts? No one replied, yet the whispers resumed. He did not mind, instead scanning the room and inquiring, where is Zhi Zhe Zuanzhang? The crowd buzzed with curiosity. Who is this Zhi Zhe Zuanzhang? Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu exchanged glances and stood to bow, reporting to Master Du that their master had recently entered seclusion to practice spells, sending them in his stead. Du Wuhui beckoned them closer, and the two exchanged glances once more before stepping forward together. Lu Yinshui felt a peculiar familiarity with this person, convinced she knew her from somewhere. It could not recall where she had encountered this disciple of the hidden sect. As the two approached, Du Wuhui scrutinized them for a moment before smiling. Zhi Zhe Zuanzhang has traveled extensively and grasped a fraction of the heavenly Tao. His disciples are no less impressive. At such a young age, they have already attained the embodiment of cultivation. Truly, they are prodigies. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to regard the two, merely in their 20s, yet already possessing such formidable abilities. Had the disciples of the hidden sects become this extraordinary? The two bowed in acknowledgement of the palace master's praise. May I inquire how you are addressed? Yu Yinshu, Ming Yu. Upon hearing these names, many turned to them with recognition. Was this not the name of Taishu's former disciple? Ming Yu, who had defected and been expelled from the celestial sect, disappearing thereafter? Lu Yinshui's grip on her cup tightened, shattering it in her hand. How could she share a name with her junior sister? Yil Yini and Du Jingyan harbored similar thoughts, even questioning whether this person was indeed Ming Yu, who had not perished. However, the individual in the hall, composed and graceful, bore no resemblance to the person they remembered. Zui, Unfa, Inguit, what are your opinions regarding the establishment of the Demon Extermination Alliance? The two exchanged glances, wondering what he meant. Were they to be used as scapegoats? Did he harbor a grudge against their master? Ming Yu gestured for Yu Yinshu to respond. This matter requires reporting to our master, who should decide. Zui Lauet He Titili. I am well aware of Zhi Zhe Zuanzhang's character. My question pertains to your perspectives. They exchanged another glance, questioning whether this old man would ever relent. Yu Yinshu subtly urged Ming Yu to respond, as he wished to avoid further conversation with the elder. After a moment, Ming Yu bowed. deliberately altering her tone to sound more melodious. If what the palace master says holds true, as disciples of the celestial sect, we must contribute our efforts to protect all beings. Chapter 47. Acquaintance Du Wuhui, upon hearing this, laughed even more heartily. Truly, you are worthy disciples of Zhi Zhe Zuanzhang, demonstrating great understanding. He then called upon several other disciples from various hidden sects or noble families, none of whom overtly rejected the proposition. Zhu Wing, well aware of the underlying sentiments, softened his tone. The focus of the banquet remained on the scenic views, and he encouraged everyone to explore freely, hoping for a definitive response regarding the alliance within 3 days. Although termed a response, the underlying threat lingered. Who could predict what actions he might take should dissent arise? While attendees harbored their own thoughts, they maintained cheerful facades, calling friends to join them in exploring the sights and drinking. Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu, too, were swept along, despite not having any acquaintances present, preferring to leave the hall. Yet, even outside, they found no interest in the scenery. The formation of the Demon Extermination Alliance was no trivial matter. Once war broke out, it would impact all realms, leading to untold suffering. They had already sent word back to Xinglua Island during the banquet. Surrounding discussions continued to swirl. Some praised Wu Hui's actions as monumental, while others scoffed, believing he sought personal gain, and still others expressed deep concern. Not every sect possesses the strength or capability to engage in battle. Many sects have scarcely a handful of disciples, and sustaining themselves is already a formidable challenge. How then could they possibly confront the demonic clan? These concerns are naturally unrelated to Taishu. Tai Palace has always been intertwined with Taishu, and the formation of this alliance must have been a decision reached through collective deliberation among several sect leaders. The disciples of Taishu harbor no such apprehensions. Jiang Jimiao, too, is untroubled. She approaches Ming Yu, who is admiring the flowers, with a brocade box she had prepared in advance, feigning indifference as she presents it to her, saying, "For you." Ming Yu chuckles softly upon receiving it, discovering a millennium-old spiritual lotus within. The generosity of Takshishan Zhuang is truly remarkable. Such a precious gift for me? Jiang Jimiao responds with an air of entitlement. You saved me, so a mere 1,000-year snow lotus is but a fitting token of gratitude. Ming Yu acknowledges this with a knowing smile. Then I shall accept it. Thank you, Miss Jiang. The eldest lady expresses her satisfaction, believing that having been saved, one ought to graciously accept a token of appreciation. Any reluctance or pretense is most displeasing. As they converse, Lu Yinsue approaches. He can hardly contain his eagerness. Having wished to meet this person in person while in the hall, he is struck by how familiar she seems, bearing the same name as his dear friend. Could she possibly be Xiaoyu? Lu Yinsue is unsure how he has found them, feeling as if he is struggling to breathe, his mind taut with anticipation. He suppresses his impulse and bows to her, inquiring, "Might I ask, Miss Ming, do we have an acquaintance?" Ming Yu, maintaining her composure, recalls that her character in the original narrative perished without reappearing until the conclusion. If she were to unveil her identity now, it would irrevocably alter the course of the story, leading to its ultimate collapse. She can almost hear the system's wails upon her identity being revealed. Remaining calm, she reminds herself that he may not recognize her, for she appears different to him now. "I do not recognize you," she replies coolly. Lu Yinsue's gaze dims momentarily before brightening again. "I have heard that Miss Ming is a disciple of the esteemed Zhuais from Xinglu Island. May I inquire when you enter the island?" Ming Yu's mind races with a singular thought. Has he recognized her? Yet, as long as the truth remains unspoken, she must feign ignorance. "I have been cultivating on the island since my early childhood," she states. If she has been there since childhood, then she cannot be Xiaoyu, especially since Xiaoyu would not treat her as a stranger unless she were angered by her absence from the secret realm. Yet, this girl feels so familiar. "Shimmy," Yu Yinshu interjects, handing Ming Yu a pear blossom and also placing the snacks she had requested into the box. "Who is this?" Jiang Jimiao inquires. "This is my elder brother, Lu Yinsue," she replies. Yu Yinshu nods in understanding. "Ah, Lu, a disciple of Taishu. Is he the same Lu elder brother you called out during the Endless Seas nightmare?" She subtly appraises Lu Yinsue, reluctantly acknowledging his capability. His cultivation is comparable to theirs, and his appearance is commendable, yet she cannot shake a slight discomfort. Lu Yinsue senses Yu Yinshue's scrutiny and reciprocates in kind. They silently assess each other. An awkward tension envelopes them, prompting Ming Yu to break the silence. I shall not interrupt your appreciation of the scenery. We will take our leave. However, Lu Yinsue is unwilling to let them depart so easily. I have a few more questions for young Master Yu. Yu Yinshu brushes his sleeve, turning calmly. Please, Lu Gongzi. May I ask why the esteemed Zhuais did not attend the banquet? Lu Yinsue queries. My master is currently engrossed in profound studies and cannot spare the time. Yu Yinshu responds. At what age did you commence your cultivation on the island? 7 years old. What technique did you practice? Qinglian swordsmanship. How many disciples reside on the island? 5 in total. When did Miss Ming enter the island? Yu Yinshu pauses for a moment, smiles lightly at Lu Yinsue, and then replies at 6 years old. Ming Yu feels her heart racing. The male protagonist is quite adept at questioning. Their rapid exchange leaves no room for prearranged responses. If Yu Yinshu slips a single word, it could spell disaster. It becomes clear she is not Xiaoyu, for when Xiaoyu was 6, they were inseparable, making it impossible for her to have been at Xingluo Island, and there was no opportunity for rehearsed dialogue. Lu Yinsue breathes a sigh of relief. I apologize for my intrusion today. I shall personally visit to make amends another day. Yu Yinshu smirks. We humble folk cannot afford such an apology from Lu Gongzi. There is no need for a visit. Farewell. With that, he takes Ming Yu's hand and departs. The two walk a considerable distance until Lu Yinsue fades from sight. Ming Yu signals to Yu Yinshu that it is safe to release her, yet he seems oblivious to her cue, continuing onward. Xixiao? San Xixiao? Yu Yinshu. She calls out. He halts abruptly. What is it? What is what? We are nearly out of the woods. Only then does Yu Yinshu realize he has been pulling Ming Yu along for quite some time. She withdraws her hand, rubbing it. It seems we are quite in sync. Neither of us rehearsed our lines, yet you instinctively knew to say I had been on the island since childhood. Yu Yinshu sighs inwardly. It is not a matter of synchronicity, but rather his ability to read lips from a distance, hastily coming to her aid, while she remains blissfully unaware. In the aftermath of their encounter with Lu Yinsue, Ming Yu feels liberated, her spirits lifted, and the spring scenery seems more vibrant. After the midday banquet, there is no need for everyone to congregate, which suits both of them, as they prefer to avoid such gatherings. This was merely out of obligation to their master. Ming Yu is once again tempted to explore the outer city. While the scenery of Tai Palace is delightful, the unpredictability of dangers looms large. The outside world, on the other hand, offers a different charm. Yu Yinshu shares her sentiments, for the effectiveness of the Jiying ring is limited, only lasting 3 hours. And since half that time has already elapsed since the banquet, venturing out is the more prudent choice. Many others have the same inclination, as evidenced by the throngs of people enjoying the outer city, seemingly unaffected by the awkward atmosphere within Tai Palace. The words of Du Wu Hui have already spread, with discussions about the recent events buzzing throughout the realm of cultivation. Even at the adjacent table where Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu dine, the conversation is lively. Ming Yu leans back slightly, eavesdropping. Did you hear what Master Du said at today's spring banquet? How can one not know? The entire realm of cultivation is abuzz. Master Du is truly daring, forming a demonic alliance while leaving Taishu to reap the benefits. This sentiment holds merit. The leading faction in the alliance is undoubtedly Taishu. Regardless of the disciples' capabilities or the sect strengths, given the current circumstances, Tai Palace is on the verge of a leadership change. Yin Shinjiao is reclusive and indifferent to external matters, and Tianji sect has always relied on Taishu. Only Taishu can shoulder this burden. Is it possible that they seek to exchange the position of alliance leader for a marriage arrangement for their son? This is highly plausible. It seems Taishu has acquiesced. Is it true that the sect leader is willing to disregard the wishes of his only daughter for the sake of this hollow title? The conversation grows increasingly animated, veering off topic, soon delving into the romantic entanglements of Yeliani and Du Jingyan. Ming Yu loses interest and withdraws slightly. Yu Yinshu, noticing her disengagement, teases, Have you had your fill of the excitement? Ming Yu, listlessly picking the scallions off her dishes, nods. Yu Yinshu chuckles. Let me share something of substance with you. Ming Yu leans in closer, and upon hearing his words, she immediately removes the ring from her finger. Why didn't you tell me sooner? Yu Yinshu replies matter-of-factly. Isn't that exactly what I'm doing now? Moreover, the Zhuiying ring can be removed and reused in just a quarter of an hour. If you take it off now, when you encounter the person from Tai Su in the evening, they would still fail to recognize you. Ming Yu could only helplessly agree. Fortunately, she had been informed beforehand. Otherwise, if they had met on the street, wouldn't she have been unmasked on the spot? The waiter brought the dishes they had ordered one by one, cheerfully encouraging them to enjoy their meal. However, Yu Yinshu frowned, having specifically requested no scallions. The waiter scratched his head awkwardly, apologizing profusely, claiming that due to the bustling business today, the chef must have made a mistake. He offered to provide a discount for their meal as compensation. With a sigh, Ming Yu conceded. The waiter left with endless thanks, and Ming Yu began to pick out the scallions. Yu Yinshu merely shook his head and joined her in sorting through them, soon accumulating a plateful. Not long after they began to eat, a newcomer approached their table. It was Jiang Jimiao. She seemed somewhat embarrassed, asking if she could share a table with them since the restaurant was fully occupied. Ming Yu glanced at the crowded hall and nodded in agreement. Jiang Jimiao immediately brightened up. Typically aloof, her smile now radiated warmth, and she gestured for someone outside to come in. Lu Yinsui. What a twist of fate, Ming Yu thought. Ming Yu touched the Zhuiying ring on her hand and invited Jiang Jimiao to sit beside her. Lu Yinsui, who had shared some unsavory moments with him at lunchtime, now found himself dining at the same table, his ears slightly reddening as he offered an apology before taking a seat. Ming Yu handed the menu to Jiang Jimiao, who perused it before adding a few more dishes. When the waiter returned with their order, Jiang Jimiao exclaimed in surprise, noticing the absence of scallions. The waiter, scratching his head again, explained that since the young lady did not eat scallions, and it seemed the two were familiar, he assumed she would prefer not to have them either. Jiang Jimiao accepted the dishes without further ado. Before they could even touch their chopsticks, Lu Yinsui, though maintaining a calm demeanor, spoke with a slight tremor in his voice, inquiring if Ming Yu also abstained from scallions. Ming Yu tightened her grip slightly and replied affirmatively with a smile. It was a rare similarity she shared with the original owner of this body, and it felt oddly exposed in that moment. Lu Yinsui forced himself to relax, nodding nonchalantly as they resumed their meal. Having consumed a good portion of their food, the atmosphere in the restaurant suddenly grew lively as a storyteller arrived, recounting the tale of the ancestors of Tai Palace who valiantly defeated the demonic clan. Given the setting, it was impossible to believe that there wasn't some ulterior motive behind the storytelling. Nevertheless, the narrative itself was captivating, and Ming Yu nodded in agreement, finding herself at ease as she listened, occasionally laughing at amusing parts and sharing whispers with Jiang Jimiao beside her. Yu Yinshu, accustomed to her demeanor, called for the waiter to clear the dishes and bring in some fruit platters, pastries, and tea, while he sat beside Ming Yu, peeling the lotus seeds for her. Ming Yu accepted without reservation, consuming one for everyone he peeled. After finishing the story, they rose to leave the restaurant. Are you two planning to return, young Master Yu and Miss Ming? The waiter inquired. Yu Yinshu replied that they would continue to explore for a while longer, as such splendid scenery was rare on the island. Lu Yinsui nodded in understanding and gestured for Jiang Jimiao to follow him. Jiang Jimiao pouted in reluctance, expressing her desire to wander a bit longer, claiming that Tai Su lacked such views. Lu Yinsui remained silent, maintaining a composed expression as he bid farewell to the duo, while Jiang Jimiao could only glance back repeatedly as she followed him. Once they had distanced themselves, Ming Yu let out a sigh of relief, pondering the sheer luck of encountering them during a meal. Yu Yinshu teased her, suggesting that perhaps she had a secret story with Lu Yinsui, thus her current desire to avoid him. Ming Yu turned back, somewhat speechless, retorting if he was attempting to suggest that she was evading someone on the ship who had forced him into something. They both simultaneously thought how accurately he had guessed. Yu Yinshu refrained from further questioning, instead gazing up at the sky, remarking on the pleasant night, and inviting her for a stroll. Chapter 49. The homicide, Lu Yinsui, remained tense throughout the journey back to the courtyard, his steps faltering as he retrieved an item from a box beside his pillow, a sachet embroidered with green leaves containing several seeds. These were the seeds of the lotus fruit, now slightly oxidized and darkened due to the passage of time. Senior brother, what is this? It's the seed of the lotus fruit, brought back by our master from the mountain. You must try it. It's delicious. Delicious. Is this its seed? If we plant them, will we have lotus fruits to eat every year? You're quite clever. We shall plant all these seeds another day. The conversation felt as if it had taken place merely yesterday, yet now he was left alone. Lu Yinsui sank helplessly to the ground, clutching the sachet, murmuring, Xiao Yu. Is it truly you? Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu continued wandering until the hour of high, when the night market began to disperse, prompting their decision to return. On the way back, Ming Yu contemplated once more, feeling an unsettling urge to leave this place. Senior brother, let us depart tomorrow. Yu Yin Chu paused slightly, responding. The banquet is to last 3 days. Are we to leave tomorrow? Yes, we shall leave tomorrow. I feel something will happen, and we should leave early. Moreover, Master has yet to send any word. We should return to the island to report the situation personally. Yu Yin Chu felt a heaviness in his heart, but betrayed none of his emotions. Very well. Once they made the decision, they returned to pack their belongings. Fortunately, they hadn't planned to stay long and had little to gather, allowing for a swift departure. The Tai Palace had a restriction against going out at night, or else Ming Yu might have left immediately. Her heart was heavy with a sense of impending trouble. As dawn broke, the courtyards of all were surrounded by the restrictions of Tai Palace, preventing anyone from leaving. During the night, someone had been murdered. The deceased was an elder from a hidden sect in the northwestern mountains, specifically the individual who had questioned Du Wuhui about his ulterior motives the previous day. Du Wuhui's voice echoed through the amplification technique to every courtyard, addressing them. Everyone, last night. Elder Wang was tragically killed between the hours of Hai and Z in the forest. The restrictions of Tai Palace allow us to investigate all who entered or exited during that time. Please remain patient. Tai Palace will provide an explanation to the Immortal Gate. Between the hours of Hai and Z, what a coincidence. Ming Yu looked at Yu Yin Chu, who had stepped out of his room. Is this mere coincidence, or? Yu Yin Chu shook his head, holding a finger to his lips to signal silence, indicating that there might be eavesdroppers outside. In less than half an hour, the restrictions were lifted, and Du Jinyan arrived, personally inviting them to the front hall, demonstrating Tai Palace's sincerity. Dressed in white, Du Jinyan appeared stern yet maintained a polite demeanor, saying, Please, both of you, follow me. In the front hall, many had already gathered, those who returned late last night or had been out during that time. The crowd was buzzing with discontent regarding Tai Palace's method of investigation. Ming Yu scanned the throng, noting that most were from hidden sects and minor families, with only a few disciples from major sects present. Was Tai Palace planning to make an example of them, without even a hint of discretion? Once everyone had arrived, Du Wuhui emerged, displaying his usual courteous demeanor, stating that he only wished to ask a few questions rather than implying that anyone who had been out during that time was necessarily suspicious. As individuals were called up one by one for questioning, the inquiries were quite standard, where they had been the previous day, when they left, when they returned, and if anyone had seen them. When it came to Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu, the questions were the same. Where did you go yesterday? We dined in the city, enjoyed the sights, and visited the night market. When did you leave, and when did you return? We departed around the 3rd watch and returned to the 1st watch of Hai. Is there anyone who can vouch for your whereabouts? In the evening, along with the disciple Lu Yinsui from Tai Su, Jiang Zhimao dined together, and upon their return, they encountered young Master Wu at the entrance of the courtyard. At this juncture, young Master Wu stepped forward to offer a bow, affirming the situation. He was also a late returner, having sat quite close to them at yesterday's lunch banquet, and their courtyard happened to be adjacent to theirs, leading to a brief exchange of glances upon their return. Du Wuhui nodded slightly, indicating the next individual. The questioning proceeded swiftly, lasting merely half an hour. Aside from a few individuals who could not be corroborated and were to be escorted to a separate location for further questioning, the rest were allowed to return to their quarters. A voice from the crowd inquired whether they could return to their respective sections. Du oui, maintenant agente demi-heure, addressed the assembly, stating that although suspicions had diminished, it was prudent to wait until the perpetrator was apprehended before departing, for the sake of everyone's reputation. This pronouncement stirred the crowd anew. Was it possible that Tai Palace had orchestrated this to detain them? Such questions arose among many, especially since just yesterday they had discussed an alliance, and now a dissenting voice had met with death, leaving numerous individuals under suspicion and barred from leaving, making it difficult not to suspect a connection to Tai Palace. Du Wuhui remained indifferent to their speculations, simply closing the gates, ensuring that no one could leave until the culprit was found. Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu returned to their quarters. Although the restrictions had been lifted, it unveiled a troubling matter. If the barriers could monitor the comings and goings within a courtyard, could they also record conversations? This concern was not limited to them. Others had certainly pondered the same. Fortunately, Yu Yin Chu had always been cautious, having previously set up isolation charms in all their quarters, meaning that even if the barriers could eavesdrop, they would gain nothing. However, most individuals lacked such vigilance, and with the prohibition on exiting, chaos erupted within Tai Palace. Many disciples from concealed sects were already discontent with the alliance, and, now trapped, congregated before the hall, clamoring for their release. Some even suggested that Elder Wang was a victim of Tai Palace's machinations, murdered for questioning their ulterior motives. Despite the uproar from the hidden sects, the members of Tai Palace feigned ignorance. Du Wuhui sat in the main seat, his expression inscrutable, idly toying with a string of Bodhi beads. Had everything been arranged? Du Jingyan stood before him, respectfully responding that the palace gates had been closed, and without an edict, no one could depart. Yet what? Just that the commotion from the outside houses was rather intense. Du Wuhui scoffed, letting them be. When the head of the sect arrived, they would have no choice but to comply. Chapter 50. Chao Tianke. Everyone was anxious about the intentions of Tai Palace, and Ming Yu was no exception. Now, with nothing to do and unable to even leave the courtyard, their meals were delivered by attendants, and those who had already begun fasting could opt for medicinal pills. The more impeccable Tai Palace appeared, the clearer it became that they had been prepared all along, waiting for everyone to fall into their trap. What were their true intentions? Were they coercing everyone into an alliance? Ming Yu found herself increasingly agitated, for Tai Palace's actions were entirely unexpected. The original text did mention the Demon Extermination Alliance, but that was a matter for later, when a male lead had already become a potential leader. Now, everything was in disarray, further diminishing her hopes of returning home. Although Yu Yin Chu was unaware of her heightened sensitivity regarding this matter, he nonetheless poured her a cup of tea, asserting that whatever they intended, it bore little relation to them. What does that mean? It merely suggests a forced alliance. As mere disciples, we wield no authority. They may manage to hold us for a while, but not forever. The elder must have foreseen this, which is why he sent us to the banquet. Truly, he is a person of profound insight. After sipping the tea, Ming Yu gradually calmed down, realizing her reaction to the Demon Extermination Alliance had been somewhat exaggerated, surpassing that of an ordinary disciple. However, Yu Yin Chu refrained from asking anything, demonstrating a remarkable understanding of interpersonal boundaries. Thus, 3 days passed in silence, and on the evening of the third day, the barrier at the entrance was suddenly lifted. Someone had arrived, and it was none other than Du Wuhui himself who went to greet them, Chao Tian, Quebec. Though individuals in each courtyard were still barred from leaving, the news swiftly circulated throughout Tai Palace. Everyone was astute enough to have left some contingency plans outside. Upon learning of Chao Tian's arrival, Ming Yu realized that they would all be summoned to meet this esteemed leader of Tai Su. However, when she glanced at Yu Yin Chu, she was surprised to see his expression equally unsettled. Senior brother, she began, but was interrupted by Yu Yin Chu, who cautioned that the Zheng Ring would have no effect on cultivators of the Great Ascension stage. Junior sister, we must prepare ourselves. Senior brother, Ming Yu did not finish her sentence, but they both understood that neither could step forward to meet this Tai Su leader. Whichever one did would introduce an incalculable variable. Outside, the sky suddenly darkened, and a thunderclap split the heavens, mirroring their tumultuous hearts. Du Wuhui had awaited Chao Tian for quite some time, having thought the latter would arrive the day after the news spread, yet he had delayed for several days. Truly patient. Regardless of his internal thoughts, he maintained a composed exterior, as Chao Tiankei's spiritual energy waves entered Qianyang City. The barriers at Tai Palace dissipated. After waiting a moment at the entrance, Chao Tiankei arrived alone, without a single disciple accompanying him. "Brother Chao, I have awaited you for long." Chao Tiankei smiled, replying, "Brother Du, I had intended to come in person for this banquet, but the affairs within the palace were numerous, which caused my delay. I hope Brother Du will not take offense." "Not all. Please enter. I wonder if Lian Yi has caused any trouble for Brother Du these past few days. I fear I have spoiled her." "Brother Chao, you flatter me. We are all family, and besides, my niece has a pure and gentle nature. I could not be more pleased." "That is wonderful." As they exchanged pleasantries, they reached the main hall. However, Chao Tiankei suddenly halted, expressing, "Brother Du, I wish to first see Lian Yi. Let us discuss our matters afterward, shall we?" Du Wuhui was momentarily taken aback, but quickly regained his composure, repeatedly affirming that there was no rush and inviting Chao Tiankei to proceed. Lian Yi had not stepped outside for several days. Upon learning of the Demon Extermination Alliance at the banquet, she anticipated that she would inevitably be wed to Du Jingyan, yet she still clung to a shred of hope. The courtyard door swung open, and having not seen anyone for days, she was overwhelmed by the sight of a familiar figure. After merely a few days of distress, she appeared considerably thinner, unable to eat or sleep. Chao Tiankei gently stroked her head, exclaiming, "Lian Yi, how have you lost so much weight?" Tears welled in Lian Yi's eyes as her voice trembled. "Father, why have you come? In light of such grave matters, how could I not come? Father, do you know about the Demon Extermination Alliance? It was Uncle Du's decision, wasn't it? It was not something you both discussed, was it?" Chao Tiankei merely caressed her head, his lips quivering but remaining silent. Lian Yi understood, and her last flicker of hope extinguished. She collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down her face. "Father, I am your only daughter. For the sake of a mere title, are you willing to disregard my wishes and marry me off to Du Jingyan?" Chao Tiankei held her tightly, filled with compassion. "But Du Jingyan is not inferior to your senior brother. He is a good boy and genuinely likes you. I have investigated this thoroughly." Lian Yi pushed him away, falling to the ground, "But I do not wish for this. When I was young, you assured me that I would be allowed to marry the one I cherished. Yet now, for the sake of hollow fame and selfish gain, you are forcing me. You deceive me. You deceive my mother as well." The quarrel between the two of them naturally reached the ears of those outside. Du Wuhui remained composed, as if he had heard nothing, while Du Jingyan's face shifted from pale to flushed, and then from white to ashen. He lifted the hem of his garment and knelt on one knee. But before he could finish his words, a sharp slap struck his face, sending him tumbling backward. His already pallid complexion turned crimson on one side, and a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his mouth, illustrating the force of the blow. "Regardless of what you wish to say, retract your words. Do you truly believe that by defeating everyone, you can secure the position of the Lord of Tai Palace?" With that, he raised his hand, signaling for servants to seize Du Jingyan. "You need only obediently await your marriage." As soon as he finished speaking, the servants restrained his hands behind his back, disarmed him of his sword, and escorted him away. After a while, Chao Tiankei finally emerged, his expression unchanged, yet the smile on Du Wuhui's face deepened, though the creases in his clothing seemed to whisper of recent events. Du Wuhui feigned ignorance and approached with a smile. "Brother, my niece has finished watching. Let us proceed to the main hall to discuss matters." Chao Tiankei readily agreed, and after their departure, the barriers of the courtyard activated once more. In Chapter 51, titled Disappearance, Lian Yi leaned helplessly against the wall of her room, her face marred by tear stains, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit. Her hands bore numerous red imprints from her nails digging in. Her mind was in chaos, as if on the brink of explosion. With a voice in her ear laughing maniacally, its shrillness threatening to rupture her eardrums, Yi Lianyi clutched her head in agony, pleading, "Stop laughing. I told you to stop." Yet the voice only grew more insistent. Mocking her, "Why shouldn't I laugh? Yi Lianyi, how foolish you are. Does your persistence hold any value? You have merely become a tool for your father. Can't you see it? Even after what happened to your mother? No, go away. Leave me. Yi Lianyi. I can help you. Just like 6 years ago, when I assisted you in driving that soul destruction nail into Ming Yu. I did not, it was not me. Seeing your sister Ming is innocent. Yi Lianyi, stop struggling. You have long succumbed to madness, have you forgotten? In the secret realm 5 years ago, it was your hand that struck her. I did not, it was not me. It was her. She betrayed the righteous path, not I. Yi Lianyi had descended into a frenzied state, crying out and shattering everything in her room, yet no one came to her aid. Stop struggling, come to me. I can assist you. I will help you kill Du Jingyan, and then you will not have to marry him. You can wed your beloved senior brother instead. Senior brother. Yes, senior brother, come to me, hurry. As the laughter grew more piercing, Yi Lianyi, barefoot and treading on shards of glass, moved toward a corner of the room that emanated a dark purple glow. With each step, blood dripped onto the ground, yet she seemed oblivious to the pain. Her vacant eyes filled with longing as she sought her salvation. Later that evening, food was delivered, and although the barriers had not yet closed, everyone was aware that they would soon. The time for decision was at hand, yet Xingzi had still not sent any word. The two had evolved from an initial state of confusion to now confronting their hardships head-on. There was no escaping it. With so many present, including numerous practitioners at the out-of-body and harmonization stages, not to mention several at the Great Ascension stage, it would be nearly impossible for the two of them, in the transformation stage, to flee. It would be wiser to resign themselves to their fate. Thus, they found peace in an early night's rest, for after tomorrow, they might not enjoy peaceful slumber for a long time. As the night deepened, Du Jingyan found himself similarly confined within his chamber. His health had deteriorated further, and the wounds on his face had yet to heal. Perhaps it was a retribution for his actions against those closest to him. His body had grown weaker each year. Though he clutched a book, his thoughts remained fixated on Yi Lianyi. A gust of night wind swept through, extinguishing the candlelight. With a flick of his wrist, he reignited a new flame. Perhaps it was the impending chill of spring that caused the night to feel particularly frigid. His cough became uncontrollable. In the flickering light, another figure emerged, and he instinctively reached for his weapon. But upon recognizing the visitor, he halted, uttering, "It's you." The light was completely snuffed out. In the depths of night, the barriers of Tai Palace were suddenly breached, not dissolved but shattered, as the entire protective array fell apart in an instant. A voice rang out, proclaiming disaster. The demon clan was invading. Ming Yu, roused by the commotion, stumbled outside, only to catch a glimpse of a dark figure darting through the air. Without a moment to think, she drew her sword, yet failed to land a blow on the shadow. Instead, a wave of demonic energy surged toward her, forcing her to retreat several steps. This foe was at least a demon emperor. Yu Yanchu also emerged from the courtyard, and the two mounted their swords in pursuit of the shadow, following it beyond 100 miles. The demon was exceedingly audacious, and as they chased, they discovered that it had also abducted Du Jingyan, who lay pale and unconscious, bloodied beside them. The demon, cloaked in darkness, seemed to have paused, waiting for them. "I only intended to capture one of you, but since you have come willingly, you shall all accompany me." As the demon spoke, it struck without warning, coalescing demonic energy into a long sword aimed at them. The two of them simultaneously raised their swords to defend, and as their powers clashed, spiritual and demonic energies surged through the forest. The force erupted, forcing them to stagger back. The demonic energy surged once more, thicker than any they had previously encountered. Who was this person? They dodged to the side, and the figure momentarily materialized amidst the demonic haze, hands coming together and then apart, forming a blade-like shape. The two evaded in unison, raising their swords to counter, but the demon effortlessly matched their strength, far surpassing them in power. "You dare to obstruct me. Mere transformation stage cultivators?" The demon unleashed another wave of power, and the two were overpowered, struck simultaneously. Ming Yu felt a sharp pain in her chest, a wave of metallic sweetness rising within her, and she sank to one knee. Yu Yanchu fared slightly better, retreating a few steps. Dragon Abyss once again manifested as a massive dragon, striking at the figure, yet the demon did not evade, simply condensing energy to block. Their energies clashed repeatedly, leaving the ground in disarray. In the distance, others were approaching, and the demon finally withdrew, retreating into the shadows with Du Zhengyan. Yu Yanchu swung her sword once more. Yet all that remained were shattered bamboo, scattered across the ground, with no trace of the demon left behind. He supported Ming Yu with one hand, sealing her turbulent spiritual energy. The sound of footsteps grew nearer. Many had arrived. This was a fleeting opportunity to escape. Activating the breaking boundary pearl once more, their figures vanished into the forest. When Lu Yansui and a throng of disciples arrived, they found only the remnants of battle and traces of blood. "Senior brother, we have made a discovery." A disciple held out a torn corner of fabric, a piece of azure gauze. Instantly, Lu Yansui recalled Ming Yu walking ahead with candied hawthorn, sharing laughter with Yu Yanchu. "Continue the search." "Yes." Meanwhile, chaos reigned within Tai Palace. Both Du Jingyan and Yu Liani had been taken by the demon clan, and many disciples were injured. Several hidden sect disciples had pursued them, but had yet to be found. It was unclear whether they had also been captured or had fled. Upon their arrival, the courtyard was filled only with the lingering traces of demonic energy and the remnants of tables and benches affected by the sword energy, bearing witness to the tumult that had transpired. The rooms of Yuliani and Du Jingyan were in disarray, clearly having been forcibly taken. Chao Tiang's expression darkened, struggling to contain his fury. "Is this what you call fail-proof? Before the alliance was even formed, the demon clan has dealt such a blow to us. Can your guards not even keep watch over a few individuals?" Du Wuhui's face was equally grim. The demon clan was utterly detestable beyond measure. "Rest assured, Brother Chao, I shall personally escort my disciple to bring back my niece safe and sound." Chapter 52. The journey continues until dawn, aside from the scant traces left in the forest. No other signs remained. They seemed to have vanished into thin air. Lu Yansui clenched the torn fabric in his hand, striking it fiercely against a tree. The Tai Palace was in disarray. Tai Su exerted pressure, demanding all disciples to search for the missing individuals. While members of the hidden sect arrived, seeking explanations for their injured or deceased disciples. Furthermore, many took advantage of the chaos to request their return. It could be said that all the plans previously conceived were shattered by the emergence of the demonic clan. Everything on the table had been shattered to pieces, and Du Wuhui threw the only ornament in his possession at the kneeling disciple, bellowing that after 2 days they had uncovered nothing. What were they doing? The disciples could only kneel in silence. With Du Jingyan absent, no one dared to step forward to speak. As Du Wuhui's fury began to subside, one disciple dared to kneel forward, trembling as they asked the sect leader what to do about the hidden sect and the aristocratic families. Du Wuhui inwardly cursed the foolishness of the group, but could not display his feelings outwardly. He simply waved them away, instructing them to send all disciples to search for Jingyan, alive or dead. Naturally, Tai Su also dispatched most of its disciples to search. After all, the daughter of the Tian Ke was cherished above all, and the abduction by the demonic clan was akin to gripping his lifeline. The chaos outside had little to do with Ming Yu, who was struck by demonic energy and needed to meditate to dispel it. Fortunately, before leaving, Yin Pang Pang had packed all the necessary medicines into her spatial pouch. All she required now was an undisturbed environment to enter seclusion for a few days. The news that the demonic clan had breached the defenses of Tai Palace and abducted Du Jingyan and Yi Liani spread rapidly, making the Demon Extermination Alliance seem like a farce, as they were swiftly slapped in the face by the very clan they aimed to combat. Many gathered to witness the spectacle, with numerous others expressing their concerns. The two took refuge in a bamboo hut within the mountains, both sustaining minor injuries, and thus decided to recuperate there for 7 days. However, upon emerging after the seclusion, they found that public opinion had shifted dramatically. Before their retreat, there had been mockery directed at Tai Palace for underestimating their capabilities and inciting conflict. Now, however, there was widespread support for resisting the demonic clan. As they descended the mountain, they observed that the streets were filled with individuals promoting the Demon Extermination Alliance, and in just 7 days, it felt as though 7 months had passed. The response from Shi Xinzi arrived belatedly, indicating that participation in the Demon Extermination Alliance was not mandatory. And should the need arise, Yin Pengpeng and Shi Huai would be sent off the island while the two continued their travels. What did Master mean by this? The reply dissipated in the wind moments later, and Yu Yinshu maintained a calm demeanor, suggesting that they should refrain from intervening in this matter. Junior sister, where do you wish to go after leaving Tai? Ming Yu contemplated for a moment before suddenly recalling a place she wished her senior brother to accompany her to. Where? Deep within the Shawandishan in the southwest. It is said that during ancient times, many immortals fell, severing the connection to the divine realm, and the demon clan subsequently fell into slumber within the Shawandishan. Thus, it became a forbidden area in the realm of cultivation, accessible only to the exceptionally powerful. However, as time passed, the mysteries of Shawandishan were gradually unraveled. It turned out to be merely a series of formations left behind by certain immortals, now rendered ineffective due to the passage of time. Indeed, many ordinary people, seeking refuge from warfare, would also venture there to reside. Lu Family Village is nestled deep within an unknown peak, surrounded by mountains, rivers, and trees, making it an ideal place for seclusion. The village is home to both cultivators and ordinary folk, living in harmony. The original self was not born in Lu Family Village. She had traveled to many places with her father in her childhood, eventually settling there. Her memories of her father depict him as a taciturn man with a resolute countenance, carrying a massive sword, which ultimately led to his demise. The original self held few memories of her mother, knowing only a handful of words that indicated her mother's passing at the time of her birth. To reach Shawandishan, they must pass by Tai Palace and the Yenshin sect. The boundary-breaking pearl randomly transported them close to Tianji's sect, necessitating another search for the formation. Fortunately, they were not in a hurry. Ever since departing the island, Ming Yu had frequently dreamt of the original self's childhood memories, as if a voice deep within her urged her to visit Lu Family Village, which presented a perfect opportunity. Within the confines of Tai Palace, the search continued. The two utilized the Shadow Veil ring to alter their appearances, encountering several groups along the way without being recognized. However, just as they were about to leave the boundaries of Tai Palace and enter the Yenshin sect, they unexpectedly encountered Lu Yinsui and his companions. As they approached the border of Tai Palace, typically a bustling area, this particular location was not. The Yenshin sect had always kept to itself, refraining from interaction with the outside world, and even at the borders, they often set up barriers, resulting in a lack of commerce in the area. After much searching, they finally found a small inn to stay in. The inn appeared to have been long neglected, somewhat dilapidated. The owner and the attendant were relatives, relying on the patronage of passing travelers to earn a meager living. The meals offered were simple, home-cooked dishes, lacking novelty, but they were palatable. Ming Yu was satisfied, considering that they would soon enter the Yenshin sect, perhaps rendering even this humble and non-existent. The Yenshin sect's seclusion was one matter, but did the common folk nearby seldom venture out as well? Yu Yinshu, somewhat exasperated, asked how many times she had read the record of the 100 sects. Ming Yu, puzzled, replied that she had read it twice. Although it was not part of their regular studies, the Yin Shan sect's isolation meant that if the commoners faced disturbances, they had no means of reaching out for help. Did they have any alternative aside from shutting themselves away? Ming Yu felt somewhat aggrieved, nearly voicing her sentiment aloud. Yu Yinshu chuckled, wondering if she was getting carried away in her performance. Their initial confrontation had yet to commence when they were interrupted by an unexpected arrival. Lu Yinsui, accompanied by disciples from both Tai, Su, and Tai Palace, came to conduct a search. They had intentionally donned the attire of ordinary folk and altered their appearances. After a thorough search, they remained undetected. Ming Yu, getting into character, pretended to be frightened, hiding behind Yu Yinshu, embodying the innocence of a young girl alongside the dependable demeanor of her older brother. Thus, they continued their masquerade as ordinary siblings. Wishing to avoid entanglement in any matters concerning the alliance. As night fell and the search concluded, Lu Yinsui led the disciples away. Ming Yu seized the opportunity to inquire with the attendant whether searches occurred daily. The attendant, being honest, replied that it was not the case, but searches had increased recently, and they had encountered the leading young master 2 or 3 times. It seemed they had merely crossed paths by coincidence. Chapter 53. A chance encounter. Since it was merely a coincidence, she did not dwell on it. However, the following day brought an unexpected downpour, making travel impossible, and they could only rest. Fortunately, although this place was secluded, it was sturdy due to being built by their own kin. Otherwise, they might have found themselves drenched. Ming Yu gazed out at the torrential rain, fearing the house might not withstand it, and they would end up as drenched chickens. They did not end up soaked, as others did. Lu Yinsui's team, initially set to return to Qianyang City the previous day, had delayed their departure due to discovering other traces at the border. Little did they know that the weather would change so drastically the next day. This area, being southern, faced heavy rains, and if it rained, it would continue for several days. They had no choice but to seek shelter, ultimately returning to the same small inn from the previous day. The number of disciples accompanying them was considerable, with each sect bringing over a dozen, quickly filling the entire inn to capacity. The owner, having not seen such a crowd in a long time, expressed that the inn was old and dilapidated, and with only a few rooms available. He feared they could not accommodate so many guests. However, once they arrived, they were reluctant to leave, especially with the thunder booming outside and the rain showing no sign of stopping. Lu Yinsui raised his hand, and all the disciples immediately fell silent. Though his hair was drenched, he maintained the composure befitting a practitioner, stating that they only needed a few rooms for the time being. As soon as the rain ceased, they would depart. He even paid several times the regular fare, which naturally prompted the innkeeper to agree. Fortunately, there were some storage rooms available. After tidying them up, over 20 people could squeeze in, which was certainly better than being drenched outside. Ming Yu had not anticipated such a stroke of luck. However, now that they were all here, there was no escaping, and she could only resign herself to the situation. Thankfully, she was merely an ordinary person accompanying her brother on a trip, so the presence of numerous disciples from Xianmen did not concern her. From the outset, she chose to ignore the commotion outside, and during mealtime, the two remained in their quarters. It was only later, when the rain lightened slightly, that they ventured downstairs for some fresh air. Lu Yinsui had remained in the lobby, not ascending to their room, and the disciples on rotation had changed 2 or 3 times, yet he still did not leave. It was not due to any airs of a young master who could not share space with many. Rather, it was the fact that those he had brought along were mostly unfamiliar inner disciples, making it uncomfortable for him to be with them. If he were to go rest, he feared it would disrupt the others' rest, so he simply sat in the lobby for a while. As Ming Yu descended the stairs, she spotted Lu Yinsui sitting in the lobby and contemplated retreating upstairs. However, a keen-eyed waiter inquired, "Miss, is there anything you need?" All eyes turned towards Ming Yu, who had not had time to turn away. Taking a deep breath, she slowly descended the stairs, stating that there was nothing in particular. She merely wished to get some air. The waiter understood immediately, promptly bringing her a stool to sit on and serving her tea. The tea was the most ordinary kind, somewhat astringent, yet Ming Yu could not discern its taste at the moment. Her position was too close to Lu Yinsui, allowing her to clearly see the worry etched between his brows. The rain continued to fall, albeit slightly less heavily. If it persisted for 2 or 3 days, all traces would be washed away, making it impossible to track the demonic clan. Despite his concerns, Lu Yinsui displayed no outward signs of distress. When he turned to see Ming Yu sitting nearby, adorned in a crimson ruchuan with floral adornments and her hair styled in a single twist, she appeared every bit the wealthy young lady. Their gazes met, and Ming Yu quickly averted her eyes, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Sensing this might be impolite, he considered moving elsewhere. He had already risen when something caught his eye, prompting him to sit back down. Ming Yu, witnessing his intention to rise, felt elated, but her joy was short-lived as he chose to remain seated and engage her in conversation. "May I inquire about your surname, miss?" Ming Yu stood slightly, offering a gentle bow. "I am Lu, a mere girl. Yesterday, during the search, it seems I startled you." I apologize for any offense. Ming Yu quickly shook her head, indicating it was of no consequence. However, Lu Yinsui grew increasingly animated in their conversation. Did you come here to enjoy the scenery with your brother? Did you visit Qinyang City a few days ago? Yes, it was beautiful, with flowers blooming everywhere. Their discussion meandered until it eventually circled back to Ming Yu. That ring on your hand is exquisite. Is it a family heirloom? Ming Yu's heart skipped. Although their outfits had been changed, the Zhiying ring could not be concealed. She could only continue to deflect, claiming it was not a treasured heirloom, but merely something her brother purchased during his travels. Lu Yinsui nodded. Might you allow me a closer look at that ring? I have a younger sister who adores such antiquated styles. Ming Yu felt a rush of anxiety. This seemed inappropriate, given its personal nature. Just as they were locked in this awkward standoff, Yu Yinshu descended the stairs. Ming Yu, seeing him, felt as if she had found a savior and called out to him. Yu Yinshu nodded, moving Ming Yu's chair back slightly and bowing to Lu Yinsui. Might I ask what brings you to seek my sister? Lu Yinsui smiled. It is nothing of great importance. I merely admired the style of the ring and wish to buy a similar one for my younger sister. Yu Yinshu acknowledged this with a sound of understanding. My sister has been pampered at home and is somewhat shy. Please forgive her. With that, Ming Yu tactfully shifted behind Yu Yinshu. That ring is merely a style I came across while trading. If you do not mind, I can sketch it for you. Lu Yinsui agreed, and the conversation shifted again. Are you two siblings? He inquired, noting they did not resemble each other closely. Yu Yinshu chuckled. We are not siblings by blood. She is my cousin. May I ask your name, good sir? I am Qi Guang. Qi Gongzi possesses remarkable poise, yet his appearance is rather ordinary. It seems a mismatch. Yu Yinshu gently patted Ming Yu's tightly clenched hand. There is no extraordinary poise. I have merely traveled extensively and broadened my horizons. As their conversation unfolded, mealtime approached, and they seized the opportunity to ascend once more. After the others departed, Lu Yinsui pondered the exchange, questioning whether Ming Yu had clearly displayed the Jing ring. I cannot ascertain fully from a distance, but the two individuals from Tai Palace wore it just days ago. It must be the same. Lu Yinsui felt a surge of frustration. Why did you not mention this earlier? What good does it do now? The voice responded calmly. I have only recently awakened. It is natural that I may not recall certain details. Lu Yinsui tightened his grip on the teacup, his expression inscrutable. Chapter 54. Wushan Ming Yu had thought that Lu Yinsui would continue to press her about the Jing ring the following day. However, in the middle of the night, she heard commotion outside, revealing that he had departed with all his disciples. The rain persisted, but had lessened in intensity. Through the half-open window, Ming Yu caught a glimpse of Lu Yinsui braving the rain as he left, then promptly closed the window. A message from Tai Palace arrived, indicating that Yu Liani had been found. When located, she was hiding alone in a remote mountain, not speaking to anyone, and even unable to approach Chaotian, Quebec. The only recourse was to summon Lu Yinsui back. It seemed her fixation was profound. She only recognized Lu Yinsui and forbade anyone else from approaching her, insisting that he escort her back to Taishu for recuperation. Naturally, this news did not spread beyond their circle. Ming Yu only knew that the skies had cleared, and it was time for them to set off again. Traveling south into the territory of the Yinshan sect, they indeed found it sparsely populated, with few main roads and mostly narrow mountain paths surrounded by dense forests. The Yinshan sect operated with greater secrecy than the Yin Zone, Ming Yu mused. Fortunately, they had prepared in advance by purchasing ample satiety pills and provisions, and throughout their journey, they encountered very few people. Even inns were scarce, and those they did find were of mediocre quality. Thankfully, both were not overly particular, and they continued on their way. After passing through Wushan, they would enter the Shawandishan area, where the Yinshan sect was located. Wushan was rugged and treacherous, initially a desolate mountain. It is said that the first leader of the Yinshan sect altered the spiritual veins and feng shui of the area with all his cultivation, transforming it into a land of treasures. The disciples within the sect not only vanquished demons and eliminated curses, but also assisted the local populace in constructing irrigation systems and improving livelihoods, which gradually established the Yinshan sect's stature. Yet, for reasons unknown, they abruptly severed ties with the outside world. Ming Yu instinctively felt this was connected to Jiang Chongyu. She could not forget the revelations regarding the manipulation of temporal rules they had overheard in the cave upon exiting the secret realm. To traverse Wushan, there were only two routes, a longer detour or a passage over the mountain. Naturally, they chose the latter. Atop Wushan, there's a formation that needed to be activated at the right moment to transport them into the Shawanishan area. And this timing coincided with the days when Yinshin's sect disciples entered the secret realm for training. Previously, the safety of the Shawandishan area had been the responsibility of the Yinshin sect. Having arrived here, it was only fitting that they pay their respects. To their surprise, the two individuals did not ascend the mountain at all. At the base, there existed a magical barrier, a rather commonplace occurrence. The entrance of outsiders would trigger this barrier, alerting those within. They patiently awaited someone's emergence. Yet, to their astonishment, no one appeared even after a long night. Ming Yu, feeling a tinge of irritation, resolved to pursue this path regardless of the absence of others. The two had traversed the elusive realms of the Yin, Shun, Jiao multiple times, often finding certain routes unchanged. Ming Yu had previously scrutinized the paths leading to the mountain, identifying one that did not necessitate triggering the barrier for entry. Initially, they intended to present themselves as disciples of Xing Luo Dao, but given the closed gates, they had no choice but to assume the guise of Yin Shun Jiao disciples. The garments for this masquerade were still tucked away in their momentary bags. Donning the simple attire with silver trim, they ascended the mountain via a less-traveled path, which proved somewhat arduous. Despite both being sword cultivators with a focus on physical training, Ming Yu found herself somewhat flustered, relying heavily on Yin Chu's support throughout the journey. After much effort, they reached the summit, performed a cleansing ritual, and fortuitously caught the morning lecture. Despite the Yin Shun Jiao's reclusive stance, the disciples remained diligent in their training, dedicating a significant portion of each day to concentrated study, with self-cultivation only permissible upon reaching a certain level. Having previously resided in Wushan for a few days, they were familiar with the basic academic routines and blended seamlessly with the throng of disciples attending the morning session. The morning lectures primarily focused on the cultivation of mental techniques and foundational knowledge. Seated in a corner, they remained largely unnoticed. Ming Yu quietly whispered to Yin Chu, expressing her surprise at the number of disciples still present despite the sect's seclusion. The lecture space was indeed spacious, yet the sheer number of disciples sitting on the ground rendered it difficult to discern unfamiliar faces. Yin Chu gently nudged her head away, indicating a nearby disciple who was glaring at them with suspicion. Immediately, Ming Yu corrected her posture and closed her eyes to begin her mental cultivation. After the morning lecture, disciples were divided into groups for classes. All members of the Yin Shun Jiao were required to study various subjects, including some younger members who appeared to be headed towards the dining hall. Naturally, Ming Yu felt it inappropriate to join the children for a meal, so they casually followed two other disciples into the refining class. The classroom for refining was equally populated, and the instructor was a senior they had encountered before, the one who had provided them with their garments. Remarkably, within just over a decade, he had risen to the rank of elder in the refining department, highlighting the hidden talents within the Yin Shin Jiao. The elder's teaching style was notably more serious, beginning with theoretical knowledge before transitioning to practical fire control. Neither of the two had any prior experience in refining, although they had learned some physical and sound cultivation from Yun Pangpang and Qi Huaida. It was merely superficial knowledge. Refining had not been taught to any disciples on the island, as artifacts were traditionally acquired through fortuitous encounters. Consequently, their actions were clumsy and conspicuous, prompting nearby disciples to quietly advise them to first manage the fire temperature before adding materials, as their flames were insufficiently heated. Ming Yu felt a wave of embarrassment and graciously thanked the senior disciple for his guidance. The disciple's ears flushed crimson, and he stammered that there was no need for thanks, encouraging her to ask if she had further questions. Ming Yu smiled, only to be gently redirected by Yin Chu's firm hand, refocusing her attention on the fire. The lesson revolved around the forging of basic instruments. which was relatively simple, allowing the two novices to produce a rudimentary artifact. Although it lacked practical utility and aesthetic appeal, it held sentimental value. As they tidied up their materials, the noon bell chimed, signaling the time for the midday session. All disciples of the Yin Shan Jiao over the age of 16 were required to abstain from solid food, relying instead on medicinal pills to enhance their spiritual energy. Thus, they once again ingested tasteless pills, mingling under the blazing sun with their fellow disciples during the midday class. The content of the midday session was more challenging than the morning's, serving as an advanced course. However, it bore a resemblance to an unnamed ancient tome in the Xing Luo Dao's library, sharing similar principles. Consequently, the two managed to navigate through without raising suspicion. The afternoon was designated for free cultivation, followed by another concentrated evening session. Ming Yu felt increasingly overwhelmed, pondering why the Yin Shun Jiao favored collective learning, especially when the material was fundamentally basic and required attendance from all. Having not eaten a proper meal for 2 to 3 days, relying solely on pills, she was not physically hungry but felt a deep sense of discontent. Chapter 55. Awaiting the right moment while her heart protested, her actions remained powerless. In the dead of night, as she tossed and turned, Yu Yin Chu knocked on her door. Ming Yu promptly sprang from her bed to open it, finding Yu Yin Chu clad in black, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Junior sister, would you care to sneak into the dining hall tonight?" The mountainous terrain of Wushan saw few wanderers at night, and with magical barriers in place, outsiders were virtually non-existent. Even the disciples on night watch were few, with some dozing off. They were accustomed to stealthily dining at midnight, having often done so back on the island, albeit less surreptitiously. The dining hall was locked, but with no windows, they climbed through one, discovering remnants of food still warming in steamers, alongside some buns casually displayed. Ming Yu leisurely inspected the offerings, selecting several dishes they both favored, when suddenly footsteps approached. They quickly concealed themselves beside the stove, listening to the sound of the door opening. It was still the early hours, not yet time for breakfast preparation. Two individuals entered quietly, their footsteps confirming they were also sneaking in. With no adequate hiding spots in the dining hall, the two remained huddled together, and Ming Yu could feel Yu Yin Chu's breath near her ear, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth. The two newcomers swiftly gathered their provisions and departed, not forgetting to lock the door and secure the half-open window behind them. The stillness of the room felt stifling, the air almost oppressively warm. Ming Yu opened the window again, allowing the cool night breeze to wash over her. She turned to Yu Yin Chu, holding 2 bottles of bamboo leaf wine from the corner, smiling as she said, "Senior brother, let us indulge." The bamboo leaf wine from the Yin Shun Jiao was exquisitely brewed, and having tasted it long ago, they seized the rare opportunity to savor it once more. Beneath the moonlight, with fine wine in hand, they naturally partook a bit too liberally. Ming Yu propped her chin in her hands, gazing at the full moon, murmuring that it was truly beautiful, even more so than the one at her home. Yu Yin Chu, slightly less intoxicated, concurred that it was not as lovely as the one on the island. Ming Yu, feeling indignant, insisted that it was. The debate, reminiscent of childhood arguments, unfolded under the moonlit sky until they ultimately succumbed to slumber in the courtyard. Awakening to the sound of the morning bell, the clamor of disciples could be heard outside. Ming Yu sprang up, rousing Yu Yin Chu, and they hastily adjusted their attire before merging into the crowd. Still groggy from the night's revelry, the scent of alcohol lingered. A disciple seated beside them, the same one from the refining class, hesitated before quietly calling out to Ming Yu. Turning back, she noticed his flushed face as he awkwardly remarked that their scent of alcohol was quite strong and urged them to perform a cleansing spell before the instructor arrived to check on attendance. Ming Yu bowed in gratitude, and the two swiftly cast a purification spell before attempting to catch a few more moments of rest. Indeed, the attendance-checking disciple arrived shortly after, counting heads and reprimanding several who were not focused on their cultivation. Ming Yu continued her actions, her ears attuned to their conversation. Why are there more individuals for this attendance check? More? Surely not. You must have miscounted. Impossible. The retreat has ended, and it seems there aren't fewer people than before. One individual wished to confirm something, but was persuaded to leave by others who were also checking the classes. Ming Yu exhaled in relief, while Yu Yin Chu remained beside him, earnestly reciting his mental cultivation method with closed eyes. As Ming Yu leaned in to listen, he discovered that Yu Yin Chu had already drifted into slumber. Upon the conclusion of the morning class, Yu Yin Chu finally stirred awake, and the two casually entered another classroom, only to encounter the same disciple again. The disciple's eyes were filled with confusion, yet he said nothing more than to correct Ming Yu, stating that his arrangement of herbs was incorrect. Subsequently, during a discussion, he quietly inquired, "I haven't seen you in these classes before. Are you new disciples?" Ming Yu initially feared being exposed, but upon hearing the latter half of the question, he awkwardly laughed and replied affirmatively, indicating his recent entry and lack of experience. The young disciple smiled, assuring him, "It's quite simple. If you have any difficulties, feel free to ask me." Ming Yu once more bowed in gratitude. When they attended the afternoon class, the disciple had already reserved seats for both of them, waiting patiently. Yu Yin Chu turned and led Ming Yu to a corner in a different direction. "Why not return to yesterday's spot?" Ming Yu inquired. Yu Yin Chu averted his gaze. "The sun was too intense there. This place is better, and no one has noticed us." As Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu disguised themselves as disciples of the Yin Shin sect, waiting for the opportunity to enter the formation, Lu Yin Sui was also devising a way to extricate himself. Having been the Tai Su for several days, Yi Yin Yi's condition showed no improvement. In fact, it had worsened, as she would only see Lu Yin Sui daily, refusing to meet anyone else. Even after taking the Qing Xin Dan, there was no effect. The Chao Tian K had run out of options, advising Lu Yin Sui to focus solely on accompanying her for her recovery. Lu Yin Sui was anxious each day, feeling utterly powerless. Jiangji Miao returned after several days, carrying the tranquil lamp specially offered by the Tai Yi Palace. By channeling spiritual energy into this lamp, it could calm the mind and aid in Yi Lian Yi's recovery. Thus, upon discovering this treasure, he promptly requested Jiang Zhimiao to return to Tai Su to deliver it. Once the tranquil lamp was lit, Yi Lian Yi finally settled down. She had not rested for days, and whenever Lu Yin Sui was absent, she would create chaos, smashing anything within reach, even losing control of her spiritual energy and injuring several disciples who came to tend to her. Jiang Zhimiao understood the situation. She had often competed with Yi Shiji, and now witnessing her in such a state made her heart ache. "Senior brother, you haven't tea rested in days either. Please take some time to recuperate. I will keep an eye on Shiji." Lu Yin Sui waved his hand. "Has Du Zhongyan returned with news?" Jiang Zhimiao shook her head. "We searched the woods where Shiji disappeared inside and out, but found nothing." "What about the other disciples from the hidden sect?" "Nothing either. But I believe we need not worry too much about the two from Xingluo Island. They grew up together and trained side by side, so they're likely just recuperating somewhere. Their skills are among the best of this generation." Lu Yin Sui remained silent, his heart churning like boiling water, suppressing his emotions to avoid detection by others. Once upon a time, he and Ming Yu had grown up together, cultivating side by side, sharing a deep understanding. Chapter 56. It really is her. Lu Yin Sui sat in silence for a long time, while Jiang Zhimiao, unsure of what to say, attempted to comfort him. "Senior brother, there is no need to be so anxious. With the tranquil lamp as support, Shiji will surely recover soon." Yet Lu Yin Sui remained mute. Jiang Zhimiao felt helpless. It was her first time comforting someone, and she was unsure how to navigate the awkward silence, forcing herself to continue discussing other matters. The demon-slaying alliance must continue to advance. The sect leader has contacted several other sections. They claim the demons from that day possess strength at least comparable to a demon lord. Senior brother Bai has also returned to seek out missing individuals. While I was at the foot of the mountain, I noticed some new disciples attempting to challenge the mountain this year. A few seem quite talented. I heard that the two disciples of the Elder of Discipline are set to become partners. That's wonderful, haha. Miss Ming and her senior brother actually seem quite well matched. Both are good-looking, and the beauty mark at the corner of Miss Ming's eye is particularly charming. "What beauty mark?" Lu Yin Sui finally spoke, his tone suddenly fierce. "Which eye has a beauty mark?" Jiang Jimiao, startled, stammered. Miss Ming, the disciple from Xing Luo Island. Everything in Lu Yin Sui's mind collapsed in an instant, leaving only Jiang Jimiao's words echoing. Well-matched, good-looking beauty mark. He controlled his breath and, in the calmest tone he could muster, asked her, "Did you say that Miss Ming has a beauty mark on her face? Which eye? What position? What color?" Jiang Jimiao felt a sudden fear. It was the first time she had seen her senior brother like this. "It's on the lower left of her left eye. Black. Senior brother. Didn't you see it?" Lu Yin Sui recalled every encounter he had with Ming Yu. Her face distinctly mismatched with her aura, delicate, yet certainly not beautiful. And he had never noticed a beauty mark. If it existed, he would have certainly seen it. "Please describe her appearance in detail." "No, draw her likeness for me." Jiang Jimiao was utterly confused. Huh? Ming Yu had endured the unified curriculum of the Yinshin sect for several days, leaving her spirit somewhat depleted. Heaven knows, since graduating high school, she had never experienced collective teaching again, let alone such a grueling schedule of rising at dawn and sleeping at dusk. Fortunately, the secret realm would open in 2 days. Once they entered the secret realm and located the formation, they could directly reach the depths of the 10,000 Great Mountains. After that evening, when the two first ventured into the dining hall, they became regulars. Occasionally, they would encounter other disciples, all of whom were too shy to come during the day and instead slipped in at night, pretending not to see one another as they grabbed their meals and departed. This provided some comfort amidst Ming Yu's arduous existence in the Yinshin sect. She often sighed inwardly, grateful that the original owner was not a disciple here. Otherwise, she might not have lasted 3 days. Yu Yin Chu, in contrast, seemed to adapt much better than she did. Ming Yu was curious how her third senior brother could thrive in such an environment while everyone else on the island lived leisurely. However, she never voiced her question, as the matter concerning the demon-slaying alliance had somehow reached the Yinshin sect. It was said that Chao Tianke personally sent a message to the sect leader, inviting him to emerge from seclusion for a significant discussion. Did the sect leader agree? One anxious disciple asked. "If the sect leader agrees, will we also have to go out to slay demons?" The small disciple in the center shook his head. "I don't know. That's all I heard before my master discovered me and punished me with 3 days without meals. I doubt the sect leader will agree. We have not involved ourselves with outside matters for quite some time." However, this seemed like a significant issue. The younger disciples huddled together during the morning class, discussing it, only to be caught by the instructor who was checking attendance, and each was punished to copy the rules 50 times. Ming Yu naturally heard this news. After all, with Jiang Chongyu as a precedent, how could they be called upon to act? What were they truly plotting? Since that day, no further updates had emerged, but other news arrived that the monthly secret realm trial was about to commence. This indicated that they would soon depart. Jiang Jimiao suspected that her senior brother was overwhelmed by the busy affairs within the sect. Ever since she sketched Ming Yu's portrait, he seemed to have transformed entirely. He had wept upon seeing the drawing, repeatedly murmuring, "It really is you. You have returned." Consequently, Yu Yin Yi's visits diminished as well. Fortunately, under the influence of the tranquil lamp, Yu Yin Yi's condition was kept at bay. She spent her days sleeping, and his absence mattered little. The senior disciple had been absent for days, prompting her to seek him out, only to discover him poring over ancient texts in the library, emerging only after several days. Jiang Jimiao's conviction in her thoughts grew stronger. Alas, being the eldest senior brother seemed a burdensome fate. Thankfully, she was merely a little junior sister, unencumbered by responsibilities. With genuine sentiment, Miss Jiang sighed. Inside the library, Lu Yin Sui had been engrossed in ancient tomes for several consecutive days, unearthing all references to the Jin ring, which bore no significant difference from what he had previously encountered. Coupled with the portrait drawn by Jiang Jimiao, it became evident that the individual in question was undoubtedly Xiao Yu. Additionally, records concerning Xingluo Island surfaced, raising the question of whether Xiao Yu had been rescued from the secret realm. What was the true identity of her senior brother that allowed such intimacy? Why did she conceal her appearance and refrain from acknowledging him? An overwhelming multitude of questions filled his mind, and he yearned for answers. The direction they intended to head towards seemed to lead to the Yanshan sect. The library door was rapped upon once more, and he initially presumed it to be Jiang Zhimiao, yet the disturbance felt different. Lu Shixiang, the sect leader summons you to see Huang Peak. You are to personally deliver this letter to the sect leader of Yanshan sect and ensure a response before returning. Disciple obeys. Yanshan sect. That aligned perfectly with his intentions. Meanwhile, the distant system on the island awakened abruptly from its slumber, plagued by a foreboding sense of dread, reminiscent of the ominous feeling it experienced before being cast from the temporal tunnel. This sensation had resurfaced once again. Ming Yu remained oblivious to the fact that her identity had been exposed and that Lu Yinsui would soon come seeking her. Recently, she had begun to experience nightly nightmares once more. Perhaps it was the pangs of homesickness or the overwhelming load of recent studies. But her already scant sleep was now inundated with the memories of the former occupant, replaying scenes of Lu Jia village vividly in her mind each night. Though she had anticipated this occurrence, the reality of it was still a source of distress. She longed for a moment of genuine rest. Chapter 57. Entering the passage while Ming Yu was consumed by her nightmares, Lu Yinsui was already en route. The journey from Taisu to Yanshan sect would typically require at least half a month, yet he utilized the teleportation array and, through relentless sword flight, arrived in just 5 days. It was not until he reached the foot of Wu Mountain that he realized how close he was to the 100,000 mountain range. Close enough that a formation could grant direct access. Ever since the annihilation of Lu Jia village, he had not returned. Following the incident all those years ago, he had sought assistance from Yanshan sect, but found no entry, ultimately leading him and Ming Yu to beg their way to Taisu. Little did he expect to return after more than a decade, and even less so to consider the possibility that Ming Yu might also be present. Did she wish to return? Lu Yinsui infused spiritual energy into the invitation, causing it to levitate gently before vanishing into the protective barrier. After a brief incense's worth of time, the golden barrier dissipated, and a junior disciple clad in plain robes with silver trimmings approached to greet him. This senior brother, please follow me. As he ascended the mountain, the serene environment enveloped him, with other disciples journeying to class, all reminiscent of the external sect. The junior disciple led him directly to the sect leader, Heng Zhuxianzun. The news of Chao Tian K had reached him a fortnight prior, but he had set it aside. Now, the sect leader had sent this individual to deliver the message personally. Heng Zhuxianzun gazed intently at Lu Yinsui, noting how he had changed since his childhood visit. Though some semblance of similarity remained, his demeanor was entirely transformed. The reason for Chao Tian K summoning him to deliver the letter was unmistakable. Very well. You may rest here for 2 days while I confer with the elders within the sect. As you command, Xianzun. Being a guest, Lu Yinsui was assigned to a more secluded courtyard, fortuitously situated not far from the courtyards of Ming Yu and Yu Yanchu, close enough to be seen from his doorstep. On her way back to the courtyard, Ming Yu glimpsed a junior disciple escorting Lu Yinsui past her, initially doubting her vision until Lu Yinsui halted and cast a glance in her direction before proceeding. That seemingly casual glance ignited a revelation within Ming Yu's heart. You must be aware. What's wrong with you? Yu Yanchu inquired, observing her reaction. Ming Yu shook her head, dismissing it. It's nothing. Let's go. The following day, the secret realm opened. All disciples gathered, entering in batches. For the 3 days of the realm's opening, each disciple would receive a jade token, should they encounter danger. Shattering the token would summon an elder to extract them, simultaneously signifying failure in the trial. This secret realm was the very one they had traversed in the illusion. Located behind the waterfall of Jiang Chongyu's small courtyard, with 2 pathways available. One led through fragmented temporal rules, while the other was the direct passageway established by the founding ancestor of Yanshan sect to access the 100,000 mountain range. However, only those with a direct connection to the sect were privy to these routes. As the secret realm opened, they stepped inside once more, witnessing the shifting scenery. The realm was adorned in autumn's embrace. Leaves turned to a brittle hue, the autumn wind mournful, and the ground carpeted with fallen foliage, crunching beneath their feet. Let us go and pay our respects at their courtyard, Ming Yu suggested. She nodded in agreement. The forest was not far from the small courtyard, which evidently had been uninhabited for many years. The locks on the door rusted. Pushing the gate open revealed a carpet of leaves, with the stone table in disarray. Scattered in pieces, doors ajar, and some roofs damaged. This was a far cry from the courtyard they remembered. Upon entering, the gate closed automatically behind them. A surge of spiritual energy sealing the entire courtyard, enshrouded in an instant by a veil of white mist. Beyond the mist, Jiang Chongyu's voice resonated. "Ah, we meet again, you two." Both were taken aback. "You're not dead? After more than a decade apart. Is that all you were concerned about?" "Of course, I am dead, but considering we might meet again, I left some things for you, located above the main room's beam. I would also appreciate it if you could tidy up the courtyard. Yunyang prefers cleanliness." As the mist dissipated, a surge of spiritual energy guided them forward. Indeed, there was a box atop the beam, but oddly enough it was locked tight. What does he mean by this? Is he leaving us a riddle? Ming Yu pondered in confusion. Yu Yanchu took possession of the box. "I don't know. Let us clean the courtyard first." What should have been a simple task, easily accomplished with a cleansing spell, took them half a day to fulfill, restoring the courtyard to its former glory. As if Yunyang might emerge at any moment with tea and pastries to greet them. Ming Yu retrieved incense and some snacks from her pouch, managing to assemble 3 plates, and together they offered incense within the house. Behind the courtyard lay the waterfall, and just as they entered, Lu Yinsui arrived. "Xiao Yu." Ming Yu halted, Lu Yinsui clad in a dark brocade robe, the jade pendant at his waist still belonging to the former occupant. She recognized it immediately. "Lu Gongzi." "It has been a while." Ming Yu bowed slightly. Lu Yinsui reached out to touch her, but she sidestepped, evading him. He reached again, only to be intercepted by Yu Yanshu. "Lu Gongzi, please maintain your decorum." Lu Yansui's anger flared. "Who are you to dictate my decorum?" Yu Yanshu merely regarded him coolly. "As your senior, it is my duty to remind you, Lu Gongzi. Though Xinglua Island is a hidden sect, it is not one to be insulted at your whim." With fury in his eyes, Lu Yansui implored, "Xiao Yu, are you angry with me? I didn't abandon you. I was merely knocked unconscious. I sought you out, but you were gone." "Lu Gongzi," Ming Yu interrupted, "I'm unaware of what you speak." "Xiao Yu, it was my failure to protect you. Do not be like this." Yu Yanshu remained steadfast in front of her. "Lu Gongzi, my junior sister has made herself clear. She does not understand you, nor does she recognize you." Lu Yansui unleashed a surge of spiritual energy with his right hand, while Yu Yanshu deftly sidestepped, causing the energy to strike the cavern wall, creating a deep indentation. "Stant Azida." Yu Yanshu chuckled lightly as Long Yuan materialized in his right hand, thrusting directly towards Lu Yansui's heart, only to be blocked by his sword. Having heard of young Master Lu's fame from the battle at Donchuan Prefecture, where he was hailed as the foremost among the younger generation of the cultivation world, I have come to seek your guidance. Both swords were drawn simultaneously, clashing against one another, and Lu Yansui's eyes burned with fury. Ming Yu, uncertain of what to do, watched as the two engaged in combat. Yu Yanshu managed to suppress Lu Yansui's sword strike with his right hand while casually advising her to activate the formation. After casting a glance at them, Ming Yu turned and ventured deeper into the cave. Chapter 58. The 10,000 great mountains deep within the cavern, a golden formation floated in the air. Ming Yu channeled her spiritual energy, flipping her wrist as the boundary-breaking pearl rose from her bosom, hovering atop the formation. With her hands clasped together and then spreading apart, she infused her energy into both the formation and the pearl, merging them, causing the pale golden formation to erupt with a blinding white light. The formation was activated. Yu Yanshu remained entangled with Lu Yansui, their strengths evenly matched, both adept in swordplay, rendering it difficult to determine a victor. The sword intent of Long Yuan charged at Lu Yansui with a roar, while the overwhelming sword intent of the Broken Mountain matched it, both being swords of kings, causing the cave to tremble. Unyielding spiritual energy surged towards the two, prompting them to retreat a few steps apart. Ming Yu stood between them, declaring, "Stop fighting." "Xiao Yu." Ming Yu ignored Lu Yansui and turned to Yu Yanshu, saying, "Senior brother, The formation is open. Cease hostilities. Their eyes locked for a moment, after which Yu Yanchu sheathed his sword, acknowledging the limited time the formation would remain active. He then turned and moved deeper into the cave. Ming Yu clenched her fist, pivoting to face Lu Yinsui. Young Master Lu, I truly do not comprehend your words. Please refrain from following us. Lu Yinsui gazed at her with a complex expression, recognizing her familiar face, yet perceiving a stranger's coldness in her eyes. You are heading to Lejiakan, are you not? Ming Yu sheathed her sword. Young Master Lu, that may not concern you. Why does it not concern me? That is my home as well. If you can take him, why can't I? Lu Yinsui's frustration mounted. Ming Yu, you must cease this. If you do not recognize me, if you are not her, then tell me. Where is she? Where is she? Ming Yu offered no reply, her figure receding into the distance. Lu Yinsui, unwilling to relent, lunged forward to grasp her, only to be halted by a barrier of magic. He struck the barrier fiercely until the formation's white light faded within the cave, leaving him alone. The communication stone in his possession flickered. A message from Chao Tian, K, urging him to return to the mountain promptly. Clenching the communication stone, he violently slammed it against the cavern wall and staggered to forcibly activate the formation. Once more, a surge of spiritual energy restrained him. Are you mad? Attempting to forcibly activate the formation without a spiritual device? Do you truly believe you have achieved perfection? Stand Azide. Lu Yinsui, in a frenzy, swung his sword at the spiritual energy, but it remained unmoved by his assault. Calm yourself. How can I remain calm? She does not recognize me. She claims she does not understand what I am saying. How could she not know? My only reason for persisting are revenge and finding her. How can she be unaware? The voice ceased to respond, yet the spiritual energy continued to envelop him, preventing his advance. In any case, attempting to forcibly activate the formation with your current cultivation level is tantamount to courting death. There will be opportunities to meet again. The spiritual energy pressed upon him, immobilizing him, so he chose to remain still. After the fervor subsided, clarity returned. All he felt was his own helplessness. Release me. I shall not go. The spiritual energy slowly dissipated, and Lu Yinsui gazed at the still floating formation, a wry smile escaping his lips as he staggered out of the cavern. Upon exiting the secret realm, disciples awaited him. Senior Lu, the sect leader requests your presence. Though he did not encounter the revered Hengzhua again, he received a clear response. Young friend, please return. In response to the request of the sect leader, our Yinshan sect has agreed that in half a month, disciples will emerge from the mountain to join the Demon Extermination Alliance. Lu Yinsui bowed at the door as a junior disciple followed him out of the mountain. Have any outsiders come by recently? The junior disciple scratched his head. Senior Lu, aren't you an outsider? Lu Yinsui fell silent. I meant anyone besides me. Has there been anyone? None. Lu Yinsui nodded, casting one last glance at the stone plaque of the celestial spirit before departing. Once the formation's teleportation was activated, Ming Yu and Yu Yanchu felt a tremor, nearly losing their footing. Yu Yanchu pulled Ming Yu close, enveloping her in his embrace until the teleportation concluded. Upon solid ground, he willingly released her. We have arrived at the 10,000 Great Mountains. As far as the eye could see, dense forests stretched endlessly. Towering trees loomed within, their thick canopies forming a verdant curtain, the underbrush thick and concealing the rugged paths. Ming Yu stood still, memories and emotions of her original self threatening to overwhelm her. Senior brother, let us proceed. As they walked, Ming Yu introduced the area to Yu Yanchu. In the 10,000 Great Mountains, one cannot ride a sword. Even higher cultivation levels are suppressed here, and one must rely on physical strength to traverse. Traveling north for 2 days will lead us to the original Lejiakan. It is said that during ancient times, the demon clan was suppressed here, and later the beast clan fell into slumber. Hence the area is imbued with suppressive spells laid by immortals. Few dare to venture deep within. Only in recent years have sects begun sending disciples here for training. The 10,000 Great Mountains are not devoid of inhabitants. In fact, there are several small villages, some home to ordinary folks, others to the descendants of immortals, and still others to a mix of both. Lejiakan is not solely inhabited by commoners. In the memories of the original owner, besides her father. There were others with cultivation abilities, and the village seemingly held a belief in something, though she was too young and traumatized at the time to recall many details. In the forest, the passage of time was indiscernible, compelling them to rely on their stamina to find moments of rest. Nearby creatures rustled through the underbrush, and as Yu Yinshu ignited a fire, he heated some provisions he carried, transforming them into a hearty meal. Ming Yu sat before the fire, lost in thought, as Yu Yinshu offered her a bowl of hot soup and bread. After one more day of travel, we should arrive. Junior sister, is there anything you wish to share with me? His seemingly casual inquiry was a subtle nudge for her to express her thoughts. In truth, he had gleaned some insights from her conversation with Lu Yinsui, yet he yearned to hear her articulate everything herself. After a moment of silence, Ming Yu gazed earnestly at Yu Yinshu and asked, "Senior brother, are you familiar with the Tian Di Ling too?" Yu Yinshu met her gaze, affirming his knowledge. The artifact of ancient immortals, capable of unsealing, collecting treasures, traversing thousands of miles, and preserving mountains and rivers. When I was young, I heard a tale of an immortal who forged a remarkable treasure, so powerful that many sought it. Later, the immortal traveled the world, and a young disciple, in a moment of folly, revealed the treasure to others, only to have it stolen by those with ill intent. The immortal, enraged, expelled the disciple from a sect, tasking him with retrieving the treasure. Thus, the disciple devoted his life to the search, even sending his descendants to seek the artifact, hoping for forgiveness from his ancestor. Chapter 59. Lejiakin, my father, is a descendant of that disciple. Although the immortal has long since perished and the whereabouts of the Tian Di Ling too are unknown, he continues the search, eventually bringing me to live in Lejiakin. I spent my childhood here alongside Lu Yinsui. He lived nearby, but one day, calamity struck the village. Upon our return, none were left alive. Subsequently, Lu Yinsui took me to Taisu to learn the arts, and then I was severely injured, and he was taken away. The story concluded, yet Yu Yinshu remained silent. In the dim light of the flickering flames, his somewhat chilly voice emerged. "Shimmy, what distinguishes the you of the tale from the you of now?" Ming Yu's heart trembled. He unexpectedly uttered, "The person within the story is both me and not me." Yu Yinshu chuckled lightly. "I understand now. The night has grown late. Rest well while I keep watch." He gently ruffled her hair, then rose to lean against a tree, gazing into the distance. As the night deepened and tranquility enveloped the surroundings, Ming Yu fell into a deep slumber. Occasionally, birds flitted through the woods, and Yu Yinshu flicked a stone from his hand, striking one, which hastened its flight. The forest fell utterly silent. His mind echoed with Ming Yu's words, "Is me, yet is not me," and he sighed softly at the moonlight. A night devoid of dreams ensued. Ming Yu slept soundly that night, awakening to find Yu Yinshu had prepared some porridge. Under such harsh conditions, the mere existence of a warm bowl of porridge brought her immense satisfaction, and she generously praised it as delicious and unforgettable. Yu Yinshu merely smiled, playfully flicking her smooth forehead. "If we travel a bit faster today, we could reach Lujia village before nightfall." After tidying up, they continued their journey. In the woods, distinguishing direction proved challenging, and the scenery appeared indistinguishable. Yet, possibly due to remnants of the original spirit, Ming Yu felt an inexplicable force guiding her path. As night fell, they arrived at Lujia village, which bore some differences from her recollection. What lay before them was a desolate ruin, scattered remnants of walls long abandoned, exuding an air devoid of life. Ravens flew overhead, carried by the chilling night breeze, sweeping away the accumulated fallen leaves at the village entrance. Venturing further, they encountered the remains of those who had once laid there, their flesh long since desiccated by time, leaving behind stark white bones that stood out in the darkness. Ming Yu's legs weakened. She had overestimated her capacity to endure. Witnessing this reality was far different from experiencing it in dreams. Yu Yinshu swiftly caught her, covering her eyes, and whispered, "Do not look." Tears streamed through his fingers, and Ming Yu could not discern whether it was the original owner or herself weeping. Her heart felt as if it had been cleaved by a blade. Yu Yinshu turned her away from the scene, embracing her and gently patting her back. It's all right, do not cry. Your Xixiang is here. In their haste years ago, they had only been able to hastily bury the original owner's father before fleeing the village to escape disaster. After more than a decade of absence, the lonely grave was overrun with weeds, and the wooden plaque had cracked. Ming Yu retrieved the items she had prepared, which were the favorite foods of the original owner's father. Most of the houses in the village lay in ruin, yet they ultimately settled back into the original home, which fortunately had been constructed with care. The timber was of high quality, and despite years of neglect, it had not collapsed. Ming Yu managed to salvage 2 bedboards. While the blankets had become moldy, fortunately, her space pouch contained spares. Only the main room remained intact, and the 2 of them made do for the night. The following morning, upon awakening, Ming Yu found Yu Yanchu had already departed. She stepped outside to discover the courtyard had been cleaned, and breakfast awaited on the table. Yu Yanchu returned from outside with tools in hand, smiling as he said, "You're awake. Time to eat." "What are those?" she inquired. "Oh, tools for repairing the roof." Ming Yu pursed her lips. "Xixiang, we won't be staying here long. There's no need for all this." Yu Yanchu remained silent, merely patting her head, then gestured toward the food. "Let us eat." Lu Yinsui journeyed back to Taisu, where Chao Tianke had been waiting for some time. "Zhongmen." This is the response from Zuanzhong Hongjua. After reading the letter, Chao Tianke raised his head and let out a long howl, repeatedly exclaiming, "Good, great news. A significant matter is at hand. You should rest. You will be the vanguard for the upcoming demon-slaying alliance." "Disciple obeys," he replied, returning to Yunmi Peak, where Ming Yu's former residence had been sealed, preventing anyone from entering. Everything in that courtyard remained just as it was. He pushed the door open, and, at that moment, the peach blossoms were in full bloom. For a fleeting instant, he thought he saw Ming Yu beneath the tree, brewing wine from the petals, playfully asking him why he had returned so late. In the blink of an eye, the illusion dissipated. The blossoms remained, yet the figure beneath the tree was gone. "Xixiang," Jiang Jimi called from behind him. She was unaware of the courtyard's former owner, as Ming Yu had already perished by the time she entered. Ming Yu's betrayal was a lingering mystery, one that was forbidden to mention in Taisu. Jiang Jimi only knew that the courtyard's owner shared an extraordinary bond with Xixiao, who now often sat alone in contemplation. "What is it?" he asked. "Sister Yi has heard of your return and wishes to see you." The effects of the Jingxin lantern had indeed proven effective, for after just a few days, Yi Liani's consciousness had returned to some degree, along with half of her powers. When Lu Yinsui arrived, Yi Liani, dressed in plain robes and with her hair casually tied up, was in the courtyard brewing tea. Though not much time had passed, it felt as if she had not seen the light of day for ages. "Are you feeling better?" he inquired. "Much improved. I apologize for troubling you these past days." She pushed a cup of clear tea towards him. Lu Yinsui did not accept it. "Since you are nearly recovered, let us discuss what transpired that day. Who abducted you? Where's Du Zhengyan? Why did only you return?" Yi Liani's complexion turned pale, tears brimming in her eyes. "Xixiang, is that all you wish to ask me today?" Lu Yinsui remained silent, merely gazing at her. After a moment of shared glances, Yi Liani averted her gaze, gently wiping away the tears from the corners of her eyes. "I cannot recall much clearly. All I remember is someone suddenly breaking in and knocking me unconscious. When I awoke, it seemed as though someone was pursuing us. That demon's cultivation was formidable, surpassing even that of the demon lord. Afterward, I fell unconscious again, and when I awoke, I found myself in the woods." Lu Yinsui remained silent for a while before rising. "Rest well, Xixiao," Yi Liani called out to him once more. "Do you truly have nothing else to say to me?" The only response she received was the retreating figure of Lu Yinsui, a silhouette she had seen countless times, yet never once had it approached her. She endlessly chased after it. "You see, he cares not for you. It would be better to continue collaborating with me. Whatever you desire, I can grant you, including his heart." That voice echoed once again in her ears. Yi Liani wiped the tears from her face, her eyes filled with indignation. "Very well." The demon-slaying alliance was officially established, citing provocations by the demon clan, abductions of sect disciples, and harm to innocent civilians as reasons. Numerous celestial sects convened in Taisu to discuss this significant matter. This was a rare event in the realm of cultivation, attracting many sects and families, including the Yinshin sect, causing quite a stir. It should be noted that since more than a decade ago, the Yinshin sect had almost severed ties with the outside world. Their return now was likely due to the influence of the Tai Suzhong men. Oh, must you speak so carelessly? Might it not be that they genuinely care for the common folk and willingly come forth to slay demons? They could have come forth earlier. Instead, they chose to emerge only when the Tai Suzhong men summoned sect from across the realm. It is clearly to save face. I believe the current celestial sects still regard Tai Su as their leader. Naturally, Chao Tian was feeling quite pleased, as the demon-slaying alliance had been established. And Yi Liani's condition had markedly improved. The Yinshin sect's involvement added to their odds of success. Originally, it was thought that such an event would cause the previous plans to be shelved, but unexpectedly, a turn of events allowed them to use this as a pretext for war, which was indeed a stroke of good fortune. Yi Liani personally brought over nourishing soup, kneeling beside him to serve it. "Father, drink the soup." Chao Tian readily accepted, and Yi Liani, still dressed in plain attire and having recently recovered from her illness, appeared considerably lighter, her face appearing smaller. "Now that you are well, there is no need for you to do all this yourself." Yi Liani settled down beside him, contemplating the recent tranquility of her life. She wondered if her father would find her daily visits tiresome. Chao Tian finished his soup and reassured her, expressing concern only for her well-being. "Father, I have come to a decision. I no longer wish to insist. If Du Jingyan returns safely, I am willing to marry him." Chao Tian was taken aback, then overjoyed. "Is this truly your sentiment?" "Indeed," she replied. "This illness has clarified much for me. It is evident that my bond with my senior brother is not meant to be. Since he is unwilling, I shall not force it." "Very well, rest assured. Du Jingyan possesses both virtue and good looks, and most importantly, his heart is dedicated solely to you. Should he treat you poorly, I shall not let him off lightly." Yi Liani gently leaned against Chao Tian's shoulder, her eyes devoid of warmth, replaced instead by an icy demeanor. Time had swiftly passed, and they had resided in Lejiakin for several days, repairing the house inside and out and burying the neglected remains from years past. The once desolate village now had wisps of smoke rising from its chimneys. This routine continued for several days, and Ming Yu felt an unexpected contentment in the simplicity of their lives. On the night of the full moon, the two shared a drink in the courtyard. Ming Yu had never been one to indulge in alcohol, often finding those who did to be unruly and uncontrolled. However, upon finding herself alone in this foreign world, with only the system to accompany her, she often drank to the moon, as if it were a reminder of home. As the alcohol took effect, memories of her modern life flooded back, urging her not to forget her true self and the need to return home. Ming Yu was aware of the formation beneath Lejiakin, recalling the events from the original narrative where Lu Yensui, pursued by demons, inadvertently activated the formation with her blood, awakening her greatest potential and propelling her to the brink of becoming a legendary sword deity. She had assumed the formation to be a closely guarded secret, visible only to the protagonist, yet it now appeared before them so casually. Having indulged in drink, the two reclined in rocking chairs, gazing at the moonlight when the formation unexpectedly activated. Golden light enveloped them, and as she reached out to touch it, the light dissipated only to reassemble and encircle them. "What is this?" Yu Yanshu, also slightly inebriated, reached out as well, and the golden light coiled around his wrist, forming a golden circle. This formation below the village has lost its efficacy over the years. But why does it surround you? He pondered aloud, amused by Ming Yu's flushed face and slurred speech. It should not be so, he chuckled. The formation typically only interacts with the villagers, yet it chooses you. Perhaps it finds you unpleasant due to your intoxication. And as your senior brother, I am merely a resident of this village, Ming Yu retorted, struggling to counter his teasing. I do not stink. Yu Yanshu laughed heartily. All right, you do not stink. I am the one who stinks. You are the stinky one, he muttered before drifting off to sleep under the moonlight. When they awoke, it was already midday. Having drunk too much the previous night, Yu Yanshu had thoughtfully prepared a hangover remedy by the bedside. After she drank it and felt somewhat better, they realized it was time to depart. Yu Yinshu was weaving a wrought tan chair in the courtyard, recalling how they had crafted furniture on the island together. Ming Yu squatted beside him, selecting wrought tan strips to smoothen. Senior brother, let us stay for another 2 days before we leave. We came to the island for training, and there are no opportunities here in these mountains. It would be better to explore nearby. There might be secret realms left by immortals. Yu Yinshu paused, then smiled in agreement. Very well. We shall venture into the unfamiliar terrain, but we need not pack extensively, as we will likely return here after our training. The effort we have made here will not be in vain. At least it looks as though someone has lived here. The next day, they set off, and before leaving, Ming Yu cast a protective formation outside the courtyard. What is the purpose of this? Yu Yinshu inquired. With a sly smile, she replied, to safeguard your hard work, of course. What if some wild creatures come and damage the house? Yu Yinshu chuckled. If it breaks, we shall simply repair it. After all, I am destined to be your laborer. Chapter 61. Returning to the familiar ground, the alliance against the demons was swiftly formed, with Lu Yinsui, the highest-ranking disciple of Tai Su, taking the lead in battle. Everything was prepared, yet the location for their first confrontation was debated for an extended period, with no consensus reached. Although the demons had initiated the provocations, their whereabouts were notoriously elusive. Over the years, various sects had only managed to confront them sporadically, rarely tracking them back to their lair. It was not due to a lack of capability. Rather, the demons had been sealed since the cataclysmic battle between gods and demons a millennium ago, with only a few fortunate enough to enter the realm of hoodoo, while most demons wreaked havoc in the mortal realm until their demise. Amidst this stalemate, Lu Yinsui proposed, why not head to the 10,000 Great Mountains? Indeed, he continued, it is said that the demons are suppressed there, but the seals have weakened in recent years, allowing them to escape and wreak havoc. We shall split into 2 groups. One will enter the 10,000 Great Mountains to set a trap, while the other continues to eradicate demons within the 3 realms. Chao Tian displayed a satisfied expression, recognizing Lu Yinsui's bravery, skill, and character. It was a pity they were not fated to be together. Otherwise, he would have made a fine successor. What do you all think? After a round of discussion, a voice among them spoke up. We believe that young Master Lu's suggestion is sound. Very well, let us proceed accordingly. We depart tomorrow. Each sect dispatched elite disciples to gather at Tai Su before heading to the 10,000 Great Mountains. Lu Yinsui was mindful of Ming Yu, who had been there for several days. He feared missing her again, so he sought permission from Chao Tianke to depart ahead. Unbeknownst to him, Jiang Jimi overheard. If Lu Yinsui were absent, the leader would undoubtedly be Bai Yu. Jiang, who had a contentious relationship with Bai Shixiang, felt that if she were to be restrained, it could lead to greater issues. Determined to accompany Lu Yinsui, the 2 hastily prepared their belongings and set off that night. The Yinshan sect had opened its gates since its emergence. Lu Yinsui deliberately approached Chao Tianke to procure the Tai Su's spirit treasure, the sensing pearl, and swiftly made his way through the air, reaching the Yinshan sect's secret realm in just 5 days. The disciples within the secret realm awaited his arrival, and upon entering, he activated the formation. This was Jiang Jimi's first visit to the Yinshan sect, which, while a formal sect, bore the charm of a rustic retreat, piquing her curiosity. Although she wished to linger longer, Lu Yinsui was focused on their mission, and Jiang dared not provoke him in his current demeanor, obediently following him into the formation. Once the formation dissipated, they found themselves deep within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Lu Yinsui felt a momentary disorientation, recalling his childhood hunts with Ming Yu's father in this very area, which was not far from the village, a perfect hunting ground. He remembered every detail of Lajayakan vividly, often dreaming of it after Ming Yu's absence. Senior brother, which way shall we go? After a brief pause, Lu Yinsui replied, north. Let us proceed. Meanwhile, Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu had already exited the village, and she had correctly deduced that a secret realm lay nearby. The 2 individuals had scarcely traversed the mountain path when, unbeknownst to them, they inadvertently triggered a transformation in their surroundings. Before them loomed a fearsome magical beast, its demeanor menacing and its size colossal, resembling a wolf with bared fangs as it roared menacingly towards them. Ming Yu drew his sword and unleashed a strike. The sword's energy struck the beast's visage, but left no mark. Following closely behind, Yu Yin-Chu's blade joined the fray, and together, they toppled the creature to the ground. Enraged, the beast rose again, letting out an even more ferocious roar as it lunged at them with increased speed. The two deftly evaded its advance. Yet the beast was relentless in its pursuit, intent on inflicting harm. With a synchronized motion, they unsheathed their swords once more, employing the same technique. The intertwining azure and violet energies pierced the beast's heart, causing it to collapse with a thunderous crash. Moments later, a shard emerged from within the creature's body, slowly descending into Ming Yu's hand. As the scene before them faded, they found themselves once again amidst the familiar mountain landscape. What was this? The fragment in his hand glowed a crimson hue. Though no larger than a fingertip, it emanated an inexplicable power that evoked a sense of distaste within Ming Yu. It must be something the magical beast had inadvertently swallowed. He decided to stow it away for now. In the illusory realm, the two felt as though only a brief moment had passed. Yet upon their exit, they discovered the skies had darkened. The village was not far, so they retraced their steps to rest. Lu Yin-Sui landed closer to the destination than Ming Yu had on his previous visit. Without pausing for rest, he promptly led Jiang Zhimiao towards Lu Jiaxiyuan. Along the way, they spotted remnants of passage, though inconspicuous. It was evident that someone had traversed this path a few days prior, most likely their companions. This thought quickened his pace further. However, Jiang Zhimiao found it arduous. Here, she could not summon her sword, and even her swift movement technique was hindered, making the journey all the more taxing. Having never walked such a distance, especially along this narrow woodland path, she struggled to keep pace with Lu Yin-Sui, ultimately arriving just before she was ready to concede. A few days prior, Ming Yu and Yu Yin-Chu had meticulously restored the village to its former glory, recreating it as it existed in their memories. Upon Lu Yin-Sui's arrival, he noticed smoke rising from a building, momentarily believing he had returned to a time over a decade ago, where he could walk in and see his grandmother beckoning him for a meal. Upon entering the village, they found it remarkably clean, not at all resembling a place long abandoned. Jiang Zhimiao, puzzled, inquired, "Senior brother, what brings us here?" Lu Yin-Sui casually replied, "The night is drawing near. Let us rest here." "Very well. It appears there are others ahead. I shall seek lodging." Jiang Zhimiao quickly stepped forward to knock on the door, which was unlatched. A gentle rap caused it to swing open. The courtyard was tidy, adorned with fresh flowers, yet the owner was absent. The moment she stepped inside, a surge of spiritual energy expelled her from the courtyard, instantly enveloping it in a green barrier. Lu Yin-Sui, positioned behind her, braced her with the hilt of his sword, gazing at the courtyard in astonishment. It was identical to the way he remembered it. "Xiaoyu, we must have returned." He swiftly traced a symbol in the air with his right hand and thrust it forward, breaking the barrier. As the protective shield dissipated from the assault, they entered the courtyard. The courtyard appeared to have been recently refurbished, with thatch and lime stacked in a corner for roofing repairs, along with a half-finished wrought-tan chair placed nearby. In the center of the courtyard, a stone table was set with a tea set. Ming Yu sensed the barrier's breach from outside the village and hastened her steps, colliding directly with the two standing in the courtyard. Lu Yin-Sui regarded the figure before him, recognizing her, yet sensing her reluctance to acknowledge him. He instinctively moved closer, then halted upon seeing the silhouette trailing behind her. Chapter 62. An awkward evening. Yu Yin-Chu followed closely behind Ming Yu, a slight furrow creasing his brow as he queried, "What troubles you?" Upon noticing the two figures in the courtyard, his expression shifted. He patted Ming Yu reassuringly on the shoulder before stepping forward to bow. "It has been a long time since we last met." Jiang Zhimiao's eyes sparkled with delight. She reciprocated the bow and cheerfully asked, "Sister Ming, what brings you here?" Ming Yu's expression softened slightly. "I reside here. What about you?" Jiang Zhimiao instinctively linked her arm with Ming Yu's. "The demon-slaying alliance has been established. My senior brother and I have come as vanguards." "Vanguards?" Ming Yu echoed, puzzled. "Indeed, senior brother mentioned that below us lies a suppression of the demon race, and the seal has weakened. We are here to lie in wait." Ming Yu understood. Shall we rest here for the night? Yu Yin Chu, already aware, stated, I will check the kitchen to see what remains. Lu Yin Sui attempted to interject several times, but was continually interrupted by their conversation, leaving him to stand silently by. Jiang Jimiao, genuinely fond of Ming Yu, lingered at her side, recounting recent events and lamenting her sore feet from the journey. Ming Yu responded to each of her concerns. I have a bottle of medicine in my room. Apply it before you sleep, and you'll feel much better by tomorrow. Thank you, Sister Ming. The four of them shared an evening meal, the atmosphere somewhat unclear. The courtyard had only 2 available rooms, necessitating that each pair share a space. Fortunately, Yu Yin Chu had refurbished the rooms. Otherwise, all 4 might have been forced to sleep in a communal setting. Lu Yin Sui was no stranger to staying here. His home was adjacent, and during his childhood, his grandmother would sometimes leave him in Ming Yu's care, often in this very room. However, circumstances were now markedly different. The room contained only 1 bed, and it was evident that the 2 could not share it as the other pair could. Yu Yin Chu pondered for a moment before moving a lounge chair from the courtyard into the room. He reclined on the chair, resting his hands behind his head, and closed his eyes to relax. Lu Yin Sui, not one to stand on ceremony, lay down fully clothed. The night passed in silence. With only the occasional call of a bird outside the window, both maintained their positions as they drifted into slumber, fully aware that the other was likely awake. It had been over a decade since they last shared this room. Lu Yin Sui provocatively remarked, How time has changed. Yu Yin Chu furrowed his brow, but kept his eyes shut. Back then, Xiaoyu was merely 4 or 5 years old, insisting on sleeping beside me. Yu Yin Chu let out a derisive laugh, its sharpness piercing the stillness of the night. What brings you to laugh? If Master Lu wishes to reminisce about the past, you may do so before my junior sister tomorrow. Discussing such matters late at night holds little purpose. Little purpose? I would argue that you seem rather invested. It's merely the past. What matters is the future. What say you, Master Lu? Lu Yin Sui turned abruptly. Yu Yin Chu also sat up. It seems Master Lu has no intention of resting tonight. Then I shall take my leave. With that, he stepped outside. Upon exiting the room, Yu Yin Chu settled into another lounge chair in the courtyard. His mind was tumultuous. How could he not care? The side of Ming Yu he had never seen. All of it was known to Lu Yin Sui. The past he was unaware of, Lu Yin Sui was fully acquainted with. But what did that knowledge matter? His junior sister was resolute in severing ties with the past. What was essential was the future. With this thought, he felt somewhat at ease and soon fell asleep, letting the night breeze lull him into slumber. Though Lu Yin Sui lay inside, he tossed and turned, unable to find rest throughout the night. Ming Yu remained oblivious to the events that transpired. When she rose early the next morning, she found Yu Yin Chu lying in the courtyard without even a coat to cover himself. After checking his forehead, relieved to find no fever, she nudged him gently. Only then did Yu Yin Chu stir awake. Why sleep in the courtyard? The night air is chilly. You might catch a cold. Yu Yin Chu shielded his eyes from the sunlight, lazily responding, Perhaps it is a matter of incompatible energies with Master Lu. I came out to sleep for comfort. It is nothing. The breeze makes it easier to drift into slumber. Sword cultivators temper their bodies. This little chill is manageable. Ming Yu naturally comprehended his meaning, unable to restrain a laugh. This young Master Lu is rather excessive. The night breeze is so frigid, yet he vacated the room for him to sleep. Without a hint of gratitude, he shall not be permitted to stay here tonight. Yu Yin Chu raised an eyebrow. There is no need for you to be so concerned. Junior sister. No. Senior brother. Rest assured, I shall take charge. Both were well aware they were merely jesting, and Yu Yin Chu continued in agreement. Then, junior sister, you must indeed advocate for me. A light cough from behind interrupted their banter, and all 3 exchanged glances. Ming Yu was the first to retreat, stating, I shall go see if Ji Miao has awakened. Yu Yin Chu stretched, pretending that nothing had occurred, and rose to head toward the kitchen, but was halted by Lu Yin Sui. Isn't young Master Yu indifferent? When did you adopt this vulnerable stance? Do you truly believe Xiaoyu is oblivious? Yu Yin Chu chuckled, surveying him from head to toe. If young Master Lu is at a loss for words, he need not speak. What if I adopt this posture? Junior sister, are you not still cooperating with me? If young Master Lu wishes to engage with me, Pray. Choose another time. For now, I must prepare a meal for Junior's sister. With that, she pushed past him and entered the kitchen. Luyan Sui, vexed, was about to pursue her when the recently arisen Jiang Ji Miao called out, "Senior brother," a message from the sect leader. A missive from Chao Tian Ke indicated that the immortal sect had discovered several small demonic strongholds in the mortal realm and had made preparations to eradicate them, instructing him to assist other disciples and ensure the safety of the 100,000 mountain. Lu Yin's Sui acknowledged this, and the message dissipated into the wind. They concealed nothing. Ming Yu observed everything clearly, yet feigned ignorance, setting the table in the courtyard. The atmosphere was even more awkward than the previous day as Ming Yu lowered his head to serve Jiang Ji Miao. Since young Master Lu has pressing matters, why waste time here? Lu Yin Sui was taken aback and quickly clarified, "I did not mean to imply that. This is a rural area, and my senior sister and I are but common folk. It is best for young Master Lu to depart soon. Are you now urging me to leave?" Ming Yu remained silent and averted his gaze. Lu Yin Sui inquired again, but Ming Yu pretended not to hear, responding off-topic, "Young Master Lu should indeed depart promptly." Lu Yin Sui clenched his right fist, then released it. "Very well, I can leave. However, the demon-slaying alliance has been formed, and, as individuals of the immortal sect, you should contribute to its grand endeavors." Chapter 63. The illusion of the array. Yu Yin Chu coldly remarked, "Is young Master Lu coercing us?" Lu Yan Sui se don softened, merely inquiring about the choice of Xing Luo Island. Ming Yu restrained Yu Yin Chu's hand, speaking in a calm tone. "We are merely disciples and cannot make decisions on behalf of our master. If young Master Lu wishes to know the choice of Xing Luo Island, you may inquire with my master, Zhe Zunjia." The atmosphere froze once more as Jiang Ji Miao interjected, "Oh, it isn't necessarily required to join. After all, we haven't even engaged in battle with the demon clan yet. Let's eat." The group finished their meals, each lost in their thoughts. Jiang Ji Miao pulled Ming Yu outside for some fresh air, her mind heavy with questions, yet she hesitated to speak. Ming Yu found it amusing. "Just ask what you wish to know." Jiang Ji Miao was startled. "How did you know I wanted to ask?" She soon realized it was quite natural to be guessed, halting her steps to inquire, "Sister Ming, did you know my senior brother previously?" "I did." "Were you once a disciple of Tai Su?" "I was." Jiang Ji Miao surmised, speaking softly. "I heard from other senior brothers that my master had a disciple who later betrayed the sect and was expelled. Was that you?" Ming Yu chuckled. "Do you believe that was me?" Jiang Ji Miao shook her head. "Though we haven't known each other long, I don't believe you are such a person. Moreover, I know my senior brother also thinks highly of you. He reprimanded those who spoke ill of you." Ming Yu replied in a calm tone, appearing indifferent. "It is merely a matter of the past. I am now a disciple of Xing Luo Island. Those bygone events are no longer relevant to who I am today." The two had not wandered far when they turned back toward the courtyard. Lu Yin Sui gestured for Jiang Ji Miao to gather her belongings, and the young girl reluctantly responded, turning back multiple times as she entered the house. Standing in the courtyard, Ming Yu felt a sense of irritation and turned to leave. Lu Yin Sui hurried to catch up, and as they exited the courtyard, the array manifested once more, encircling them. Ming Yu reached out to dispel it, but was scorched by the spiritual energy upon contact. Yu Yin Chu also pursued them, extending his hand only to be caught in the array as well. The sky darkened, and the spiritual energy from the surrounding mountains surged toward the array, stirring a fierce wind. Jiang Ji Miao heard the commotion and emerged from the house, only to be repelled by the array as she approached. The array intensified, enveloping the three, golden light blindingly bright, rendering them unable to open their eyes. In the blink of an eye, their figures vanished from the doorway, and tranquility returned, leaving only the fallen leaves in the courtyard as a testament to the recent events. Though Ming Yu was within the array, she could not make contact. She sensed a distinct repulsion directed toward her, filling her with confusion. This scenario unfolds as the male protagonist is injured and enters the array, activating an external power. How did all three of us end up here? Furthermore, why does the array reject me? That repulsion stirs an unsettling anxiety within me. As the three remained encircled by the array, Yu Yin Chu maintained a calm demeanor, the array showing no intent to harm him. He effortlessly drew Ming Yu close to his side through the barrier of spiritual energy. The energy swiftly dispersed, and their surroundings shifted to a familiar scene from over a decade ago, Lu Jiaxiyuan. The village was alive with smoke rising from chimneys and paths crisscrossing. At the entrance, fields stretched out, with villagers carrying farming tools, greeting one another as they returned home. The three were spiritual entities, invisible to the villagers and unable to touch anything. Merely spectators. A man approached from outside the village, clad in a dark robe, a massive sword on his back, and holding the hand of a little girl. The girl, just beginning to walk, licked a candied hawthorn, her face radiant with joy. Ming Yu involuntarily called out, "Father." The man passed through her form, taking the little girl to reside in the village. The scene shifted to the man practicing swordplay in the courtyard, while the little girl, armed with a twig, mimicked him. After a few attempts, she sat down, refusing to continue. The man chuckled, carrying her inside. Lu Yin Sui observed the unfolding scenes, glancing at Ming Yu, whose eyes glistened with tears, her body trembling. He wished to offer comfort, but Yu Yanshu had already patted her back, and he withdrew his hand. That night, the girl fell into a deep slumber, and the man stepped out, entering the adjacent house. Inside were villagers who greeted him with a bow, led by an elderly woman. Lu Yin Sui's eyes widened in shock. "Grandmother?" "Ming Ji, what brings you here?" The man replied, his expression unchanged. "I seek a place to reside." "How absurd! Seeking refuge in our remote mountains. Let me inform you, what you desire is not here. Leave at once. I seek nothing. You cannot drive me away." With that, the man turned and departed. The villagers murmured among themselves, and the elderly woman sighed. "Let him go, but keep a close watch on him. He must not approach the altar." Life in the village passed swiftly, the man indeed seeking only a place to stay, behaving in an oddly normal manner. Yet the atmosphere gradually grew tense. The altar stood in the southeastern corner of the village, and one night, the candles burned throughout, gathering all the villagers at the altar, flames rising as they knelt in chant. The elderly woman stood before the altar, slicing open her palm to offer her blood in reverence to the moon. Suddenly, a beam of white light illuminated the altar, casting its glow upon each person present. They all knelt, bowing their heads, murmuring incantations whose meanings remained unknown to them. Meanwhile, a man watched from a distance in the courtyard, hearing the sound of a bowl shattering within the house. Upon entering, he found a little girl blinking her large eyes, her voice sweet and innocent as she said, "Father, I didn't mean to." The man smiled, gently ruffling her hair as he cleaned up the shards on the floor. This must be the illusion that the male protagonist experienced in the original text. Ming Yu cast a surprised glance at Lu Yin Sui, still astonished by the village's rites. He had never known that the village harbored any faith. Within this illusion, he would uncover the truth behind the village's demise, awakening the greatest power within him. Vowing to engage in a relentless battle against the demon clan, yet unaware that fate's cycle had predetermined all. The illusion was not reality. It was a deliberate creation left by those who came before him. This was yet another significant event from the original narrative, as all circumstances began to shift. It remained uncertain whether the system was aware of these changes. Chapter 64. The spirit map of heaven and earth concluded, plunging into darkness. Lu Yan Sui trembled slightly. For these visions foretold the truth of the Lu family village's annihilation, truths he might find unbearable. The scene brightened again, revealing an inexplicable influx of birds and beasts in the village. The children played joyfully with these suddenly appearing creatures, while the adults grew pale with fear. A village meeting was convened, and even Ming Yu's father attended. The man stood silently in the corner, as the villagers believed they had drawn the attention of the demon clan and needed to reach out to the outside world for protection. After a moment of contemplation, the elderly woman spoke. "Ming Ji, what do you think?" The man stepped out of the shadows, asking, "What can you offer to seek help from outside?" Silence enveloped the room. The items they possessed could very well lead to their destruction rather than salvation. The demon clan and the outside world were not so different. It was merely a gamble with a tiger. "Then what do you propose we do? Send the items away and seek assistance as ordinary citizens?" Impossible. The man exhibited little reaction, stating, I have said all I can. He departed, leaving the villagers to mutter accusations of his ill intentions. He scoffed, returning to the courtyard where the little girl had fallen asleep, tucking her blanket snugly around her. The elderly woman had made a decision to send the items away, but the destination remained a conundrum. As she pondered, a memory surfaced. Young Lu Yin Sui and Ming Yu had played hide-and-seek with their companions, hiding in the altar until the adults found them later that evening. A glimmer of inspiration sparkled in the elderly woman's eyes. That night, she conducted a grand ritual, seeking forgiveness from the deity they once worshipped for their transgressions. The villagers engaged in repentance. As the two children slept before the altar, Lu Yin Sui and Ming Yu. Ming Yu was taken aback. What connection did the original protagonist have with the male lead's powers? This passage was not included in the original text, and the male protagonist should not have witnessed these events within the illusion. Lu Yin Sui was equally astonished. He had long been aware of something within him awakening during his 3 years of reflection. An ancient figure had claimed to be a celestial being, able to resurrect Ming Yu, if only he could assist in locating the remnants left in the world. In this moment, he suddenly realized that this ancient celestial might be intertwined with the village's faith, as well as the elements mentioned by Uncle Ming, all connected to the village's downfall. A burst of white light erupted from the altar, and a scroll-like object soared forth, swirling rapidly around Ming Yu and Lu Yin Sui before in an instant. The radiance intensified, and the scroll vanished into one of their bodies. It was the spirit map of heaven and earth. Yu Yanchu suddenly recalled the tale Ming Yu had shared with her about the celestial being. This village concealed the spirit map, indicating that their identities were indeed extraordinary. As the map emerged, its spiritual energy resonated throughout the heavens, alerting the entire realm of cultivation to its presence, drawing numerous individuals towards it. The elderly woman placed the two children in Ming Ji's arms, urging him to take them away and never return. The man responded with silence, and, as the children awakened, he gently asked, Little Yu, do you enjoy playing games with your brother? The little girl chirped happily yes. He patted her braid and turned to the other child, asking if Xiao Sui could protect his sister. The boy proudly lifted his chin, declaring, I can. The man rarely smiled, suggesting, Then let us play a game today. You two should hide in the mountains and wait for father to find you. Do not come out on your own. You must wait for me, all right? The children eagerly agreed, carrying the little bundles prepared by their father as they ventured hand in hand deeper into the mountains. The man stood watching their figures recede into the distance before returning to the village. Indeed, the demon clan had arrived. The visitor was the demon emperor, the very one they had encountered in the illusions garden, the same demon clan that had battled with Yuchio-wan. Clad in black robes, her face was alluring, and behind her, puppet attendants held umbrellas, disdainfully covering their noses. Ming Ji, what a wretched place you dwell in. It was difficult for me to find you. The man remained silent, while the woman merely smiled. Hand over the items, and I shall grant this entire village a complete corpse. Otherwise, you shall all perish, devoured by birds and beasts, without hope of reincarnation. You may certainly try, the woman laughed. If it were your former self, you might have had some say, but now, you are merely a reformed, nascent soul. What can you use to contend with me? Lu Yin Sui could no longer restrain himself, stepping forward, but his hand passed straight through the demon's form, accomplishing nothing. The villagers had gathered, activating the village's protective formation and brandishing their weapons. One villager stepped forward, Demon Emperor. Do not speak too soon. Your confidence may be misplaced. The woman simply chuckled lightly. You are but a traitor from a century past. How dare you act so brazenly before me? With that, her whip lashed out, sending several villagers flying. Attack! The demon clan surged forth, assaulting the villagers, as the demon emperor effortlessly shattered the protective formation. In the blink of an eye, her whip darted toward Ming Ji. The man sidestepped, entangling her whip with his sword and yanking it free. They both leaped into the air, engaging in a fierce battle, their spiritual energy clashing with demonic force. Most villagers possessed cultivation, yet the sheer number of demons overwhelmed them, encircling the villagers. With a single swing of his sword, the man felled dozens of demons, causing the woman's eyes to widen in surprise. I underestimated you. Then, a colossal demonic beast emerged behind her, roaring as it charged toward the village. The beast's roar was enough to incapacitate some villagers, their eardrums bursting from the sonic waves, while others were sent flying by a mere stomp of its foot. They could no longer withstand the onslaught. The man too began to falter, struck down by the woman's palm. She stood over him, demanding, "I will ask you once more. Where are the items?" The man suddenly smiled, unleashing a surge of spiritual energy that sent the woman crashing away. The villagers began to self-destruct. Many demons, caught off guard by the explosive force, obliterated into dust. In an instant, the village transformed into a hellish battleground. Yu Yanchu had once again covered Ming Yu's eyes, tears streaming down her face, though it was truly the original self who wept. She had never known how the village met its demise, nor why her father had not sought her out. The destruction of the village was a deep scar within her heart. Chapter 65, Resisting Fate. The scene faded to black once more, revealing a small point of light ahead. If one were to venture out at this moment, they would only witness half of the illusion, precisely the portion that the protagonists wished the male lead to see. Meanwhile, Lu Yensui had already collapsed to the ground, racked with unbearable pain, as if he were engulfed by searing flames that ignited from his heart and spread to every corner of his being, leaving him drenched in cold sweat. The entity within him was evidently startled and hastened to channel spiritual energy to him, only to be scorched by the internal flames as well. What was happening to him? Before they could react, the light vanished and the scene shifted once more. After the village's destruction, a celestial sect arrived, albeit too late. It seemed that the treasures had already been taken. They discovered Ming Yu and Lu Yensui, who were in a deep slumber within the mountains. And the Tian Di Ling, too, was bound to Lu Yensui, impossible to extract. What should be done? The demon clan would undoubtedly continue their search. They transferred a portion of the spiritual power from the map to a young girl, intending to lead the two to Tai Su. Concurrently, the demon clan received word of the spiritual map being linked to a child and sent their agents to Tai Su. The scene faded to darkness as they were expelled from the magic array and returned to the courtyard. Lu Yensui, due to the explosive burning of spiritual power, had fallen into a deep unconsciousness. Ming Yu remained in place, perplexed by the notion of spiritual power being transferred to her. What had caused the original host's demise? Her mind raced, recalling every moment from her childhood to the present. Upon her arrival, the original host had already perished. She pondered the reasons behind her death and why the demon clan relentlessly pursued them. It dawned on her that everything stemmed from her, for she was the target of the male lead. It was her first realization that she was entirely a target, a shield to absorb harm for the male lead. The intertwining feelings of resentment, anger, and bitterness regarding the original host's emotions towards Lu Yensui threatened to overwhelm her senses. She struggled to maintain her composure, feeling as if she might topple over, utterly unprepared for the original host's fate. Yu Yanchu swiftly supported her. "Junior sister, are you all right?" Ming Yu was at a loss for words. Her eyes reflected disbelief, confusion, and anguish before she fainted. In her dream, she found herself back in the modern world, where she faced her boss's ire for an unfinished project, and she furiously pounded on her keyboard to vent her frustrations. The scene shifted to Ming Yu, who was in her courtyard in seclusion. Suddenly, a figure emerged from the shadows, plunging two soul-destroying needles into her body. She had no time to glance back to see who it was before she coughed up blood and died. The figure in the shadows probed her aura and swaggered out the door. The scene changed again to a pitch-black space, where she and Ming Yu stood together. "Do you feel hatred?" "Hatred for what?" "For being treated as a target, for dying in place of Lu Yensui." Ming Yu shook her head, uncertain. "We relied on each other. Perhaps this is my fate. But this was imposed upon you by others. You should not bear this burden." "And you? Do you feel hatred?" "I do. I am not you. I refuse to accept this predetermined fate. They want me to die for him. I shall not comply. I choose to live. I reject destiny. I shall fight, then go forth and act. I will no longer appear. Pursue whatever you desire." Ming Yu awoke from her dream, suddenly feeling weightless, as if a part of her essence had vanished. It was the original host, completely gone. Yu Yanchu entered with a bowl of porridge. Awake? Have some porridge. Ming Yu stirred the spoon absent-mindedly and asked, "What of Lu Yinsui? He remains unconscious. Would you like to see him?" "No." Ming Yu paused. "When he awakens, let them leave. I do not wish to see him, senior brother." Yu Yanchu gently patted her head, replying softly, "Very well." Lu Yinsui was similarly tormented by nightmares, his spiritual energy surging and clashing with his meridians, causing him to feel an unrelenting heat. He remained unconscious for 4 to 5 days before awakening. When he did, only Jiang Zhimiao was dozing at a distant table. He struggled to rise, but fell to the ground due to his weakness, startling Jiang Zhimiao awake. "Senior brother." Jiang Zhimiao helped him up. "What Ming Yu?" "Sister Ming has already awakened." His complexion was pale. "I must see her." Jiang Zhimiao blocked his path. "Senior brother." Sister Ming said she does not wish to see you. She wants you to leave after you awaken. Lu Yinsui collapsed again, his dark hair tousled, appearing considerably emaciated and unnaturally pale, even burning with fever. I. Yu Yanchu entered with medicine. "Miss Jiang, I have something to discuss with your senior brother. Could you kindly step outside?" Jiang Zhimiao hesitated but nodded and closed the door. Yu Yanchu approached Lu Yinsui with the medicine, but Lu Yinsui ignored him and attempted to rise again, only to be forcefully pressed back down. "Release me. Young Master Lu, my junior sister does not wish to see you. Your words carry no weight. Get out." Yu Yanchu's resolve hardened, forcing him back onto the bed. "Lu Yinsui, why do you have to see her? She has been your target for over a decade, pursued by the demon clan, impaled with soul-destroying needles, and left in the secret realm, regarded by all as a traitor. If you possess any conscience, you should keep your distance from her." "What do you mean? What is this soul-destroying needle?" Lu Yinsui was taken aback, bewildered by his words. "It seems young Master Lu is unaware. My junior sister has a soul-destroying needle within her, which nearly cost her life because the demon clan believes the Tian Diling too is bound to her." "What spiritual map? I have no idea what you're talking about." "Young Master Lu." Yu Yanchu's tone grew impatient. "Do you truly not know? You possess a treasure within you. Have you felt nothing after all these years? Your swordsmanship is extraordinarily gifted, to the point where you could be considered the foremost among the younger generation in the cultivation realm. Can you claim that none of this is related to the Tian Diling too?" Lu Yinsui was utterly stunned, at a loss for words. "Young Master Lu, to whom the treasure belongs is none of our concern, nor do we have the right to question you. However, because of you, my junior sister has been a target for over a decade, bearing all the schemes directed at you. You must acknowledge this. She has instructed me to inform you that from the moment she entered the secret realm, the former Ming Yu has perished. The person she is now desires no connection with you. I kindly request that young Master Lu recuperate and depart as soon as possible." Yu Yanchu placed the medicine beside him and turned to leave. Jiang Zhimiao had been eavesdropping outside and was equally astonished, realizing why Sister Ming's attitude toward her senior brother was so peculiar. Lu Yinsui collapsed onto the bed, the echo of Yu Yanchu's accusations reverberating in his mind, alongside the image of Ming Yu dying before him in the secret realm. Chapter 66. Waiting for the rabbit. Having spent several days within the illusion crafted by the magic array, everyone had suffered some depletion of their spiritual energy. However, Lu Yinsui experienced greater loss due to the awakening of the Tian Diling too, leading to a prolonged recovery period of half a month. Once he had regained his strength, reinforcements from Tai Su arrived. Jiang Zhimiao had just finished placing the spiritual stones necessary for activating the array when she spotted Lu Yinsui standing by the window, clad only in an outer garment. "Senior brother, how is your health?" Lu Yinsui replied calmly, "I am fine now. How many disciples have arrived?" "Tai Su has sent 1,000, led by Brother Bai Yu, along with 2,000 disciples from various sects. More will likely follow." Lu Yinsui nodded. "Pack your belongings. We are leaving." Jiang Zhimiao was taken aback. "Are we departing?" Lu Yinsui gazed out the window. "Yes, this place will soon become perilous. We must join them. Also, convey this message to her." Jiang Zhimiao hesitated slightly. "Understood." Ming Yu had been recuperating in her room for several days, having been able to leave long ago. To avoid encountering Lu Yinsui, she had remained inside. However, After so many days of rest, she gradually regained her composure. Unlike the previous days filled with anger, resentment, and hatred, she now embraced acceptance, accepting the identity of the original host and the predetermined fate arranged by others. To speak honestly, the misfortunes of the original owner are indeed related to him. But to what extent? Back then, he was merely a 7-year-old child. How could he possibly comprehend that his sister, who played alongside him, had unwittingly borne the burden of suffering on his behalf? If given the choice, Ming Yu would surely prefer not to be entangled in such a fate. However, the words have been spoken, and she finds herself at a loss on how to confront Lu Yinsui. She is not the original owner. There has been no long-standing mutual support or shared experiences of life and death between them. Her only desire is to return home, a wish that hinges upon the male lead. Ming Yu feels a profound sense of contradiction within herself. There to depart today, Yu Yinshu brought her a calming herbal concoction, as she had not had a good night's sleep for several days. Ming Yu responded with a faint acknowledgement. Will you not go and bid farewell? Once we activate the formation, we may encounter the demonic clan, which could mean we may never meet again. What does that have to do with me? Ming Yu downed the herbal brew in one go, then pulled the covers over herself and drifted back to sleep. Their departure was swift, and by the following day, they met up with the main force deep in the mountains. Lu Yinsui had taken some elixirs beforehand and appeared to be in good condition, as he did not dare show any signs of weakness in the current situation. Many disciples had come, including direct disciples from Tai Palace, as well as members from Yinshin sect and Tianji sect. Lu Yinsui bowed to everyone, saying, "Please follow me." He then proceeded to introduce the circumstances of their surroundings. The 100,000 Great Mountains had originally served to suppress the demonic clan, and later, the beast clan lay dormant within. Thus, danger lurked everywhere. The forests often harbored demonic energy and beasts, and since all present were elite disciples from various sects, I shall not elaborate further. I trust you all understand the gravity of the situation. Our task here is simple, to wait for the right moment. However, this rabbit is far from ordinary. It could very well claim our lives if we are not cautious, and its cultivation may far exceed that of all present. Yet, as members of the celestial sect, we must not disappoint expectations. For the sake of peace across the ages, we shall confront the evil. I, Lu Yinsui, request that you all unite in this endeavor to vanquish the demons. Lu Yinsui's motivational speech resonated well, and every disciple bowed in respect, chanting in unison to join forces against the demons. Subsequently, the group hastily set up camp. Some accompanied Jiang Jimi to inspect the arrangement of the spirit stones, as activating the formation required an immense amount of spirit energy, necessitating the establishment of a spirit gathering array to ensure sufficient energy. Others patrolled the perimeter to guard against sudden beast attacks, as the group was unprepared. The distribution of personnel was arranged adequately, yet Lu Yinsui felt increasingly strained. The spiritual energy within him had yet to be fully transformed, and he could only barely suppress it now. His complexion had begun to pale, prompting Bai Yu to approach and support him. "Are you all right?" Lu Yinsui waved his hand, assuring him that he was fine, and requested Bai Yu to take care of the subsequent matters. Bai Yu nodded and helped him into the tent. Ming Yu observed from a distance, reflecting on how distinct the male lead was, endowed with innate leadership qualities as evidenced by the gathering of hearts around him. She gazed from afar and recognized several familiar faces, including Bai Yu and Fong Weiming. Yu Yinshu, standing behind her, scrutinized the scene and remarked, "Isn't it supposed to be unrelated? Why are you still peeking on their territory?" Ming Yu's ears flushed red. Feeling embarrassed at being caught, she retorted, "The 100,000 Great Mountains are so vast. Can every inch truly be their territory? Besides, while not peeking, I am merely observing openly, as I know many people here." With that, she flicked her sleeve and walked away, while Yu Yinshu shook his head and followed. "Let us accompany them." Ming Yu paused, asking, "What did you say, senior brother?" Yu Yinshu replied earnestly, "Let us follow these disciples and join in the fight against the demons. But the master has ordered us not to interfere in this matter. That is the old man's command, and he is not here to oversee us. Shall you? I'm speaking seriously. We shall go and vanquish the demons." I know you have been unable to let go of the vendetta for the annihilation of your village. Let's seek revenge. The demonic clan destroyed your village and has harmed you repeatedly. We will hunt them down one by one. Ming Yu gazed intently at Yu Yanchu, feeling a surge of unspoken emotion blossoming within her heart. She suddenly sensed a peculiar feeling inside her. If the old man forbids us to intervene, then we shall secretly follow them, using the Jing Ring's identity. As long as we do not reveal ourselves as disciples from Long Ao Island, it will not be deemed interference. Ming Yu murmured, "Thank you, senior brother." Yu Yanchu chuckled as he ruffled her hair, saying, "Do not speak such foolishness." Ming Yu felt genuinely touched. She had initially planned to investigate alone. The grievances with the demonic clan were ultimately her affair, and she did not wish to embroil Yu Yanchu in it. However, he had seen through her intentions effortlessly, and she felt a deep sense of gratitude for his companionship. Isn't the Jing Ring ineffective once someone recognizes our identities? Then let us ensure that those who recognize us do not reveal our identities. Ming Yu paused, realizing this was indeed a clever plan. Without delay, they decided their first target would naturally be Jiang Jimi. Once they established contact with her, matters concerning Tai Su would essentially be resolved, after which they could continue pretending to be disciples of Yenshin's sect. Chapter 67. Concealing Identity. Fortunately, Yenshin's sect has not communicated with the outside world for many years. Otherwise, we would truly be a loss regarding which sect to impersonate. Yu Yanchu smiled. There's always a way. Jiang Jimi led a group of disciples to inspect the spirit-gathering array. Though young, her cultivation made her a standout among her peers, capable of leading a team. Ming Yu, from a distance, summoned a bird using her spiritual energy, which briefly perched on Jiang Jimi's shoulder, delivering a surge of spiritual energy into her body. Once the inspection of the spirit-gathering array was complete, Jiang Jimi instructed the others to return first. She wandered through the forest alone for quite a while, before finally locating Ming Yu in the depths. "Sister Ming." Ming Yu greeted her with a smile, saying, "There is something I need your assistance with. Speak freely. I shall not refuse anything within my capacity." After resolving the matter, the two parted ways, and Ming Yu continued her solitary journey through the woods. Though she intended to follow discreetly, it was still preferable to remain hidden, so they would continue residing in the village, which offered shelter rather than exposing themselves at the camp. As she traversed the forest, her smoke-pink attire stood out against the deep green backdrop. Behind her, there seemed to be faint sounds, followed by a sudden strike. Ming Yu sidestepped to avoid it, but the assailant quickly closed in, standing before her. The intruder was alert, with a sword drawn perilously close to her. Ming Yu remained unfazed, and with a swift motion, she summoned her sword to parry the incoming blade. "Miss Ming?" Fong Weiming exclaimed in shock, quickly sheathing his sword. Ming Yu was taken aback, having initially assumed it was a disciple from Tai Su who recognized her, and she had intended to subdue and detain the person. She did not expect it to be him. "I did not anticipate encountering Miss Ming here. I thought it was a member of the demonic clan probing for information nearby, which prompted my action. I apologize for the offense. Please forgive me." Ming Yu performed a bow, saying, "What offense does the young lord speak of? It was merely your duty." Fong Weiming smiled awkwardly, scratching his head. "What brings you here, Miss Ming?" "I heard my father mention that Long Ao Island does not intend to join the alliance against the demons." Ming Yu replied with a faint smile, her eyes bright. "I have heard that Lord Fong has not made a declaration regarding the alliance against the demons either." Fong Weiming affirmed, "Indeed. But Fenglin Town is ultimately just a mortal city. Declaring or not declaring holds little significance. Moreover, my father is my father, and I am myself. As a disciple of Tianji's sect, I naturally intend to join my sect in the fight against the demons." Ming Yu nodded in understanding. "So Long Ao Island is Long Ao Island. And I am I. The fact that Long Ao Island does not interfere does not mean I will stand idly by." Fong Weiming's face brightened with joy. "Does that mean Miss Ming intends to join us? Are we now allies on the same front?" Ming Yu smiled gently and requested that Xiao Chengzhu keep their identities confidential, as she and her senior brother had joined under different guises and wished for their true identities to remain undisclosed. Fong Weiming repeatedly assured her, "Rest assured, miss, I shall keep your secret." After a considerable time had passed, Ming Yu had yet to return, prompting Yin Chu to use spiritual energy to keep the meals warm before venturing out to find her. The three coincidentally crossed paths. Fong Weiming greeted with a smile. "Young Master Yu, it has been quite some time." Yin Chu reciprocated with a smile. "Indeed, it has been a while, Xiao Chengzhu. Have you taken on the duty of patrolling?" "Precisely. The camp has been established, and you too shall accompany me. If your identities pose a hindrance, you may present yourselves as residents of Fenglindu. I still hold the authority to arrange that." Yin Chu graciously declined. "Thank you for your kindness, Xiao Chengzhu, but my senior brother and I have our plans. In that case, I shall say no more. Farewell." The three parted ways. Once all disciples were assembled, Ming Yu and Yin Chu donned the attire of the Yin Shunjiao and blended into the ranks. Having spent some time within Yin Shunjiao, they were indistinguishable from the ordinary disciples, and no one perceived any anomaly. The sealed area of the demon race was fortified by the spiritual energy of ancient immortals and magical artifacts, ensuring an abundance of spiritual power. Were it not for the passage of time, the demon race might have escaped. They were merely young disciples. Despite their talents, their experience was still limited. Therefore, they enacted a 1,000-person formation around the seal, employing spiritual energy to encircle and capture any demons that emerged from the weakened points of the seal. All disciples stood vigilant, aligning their artifacts according to the positions of the 12 constellations as the 1,000-person formation was activated. Behind them, a gathering formation continuously replenished spiritual energy, and in an instant, a brilliant white light surged forth, various forms of spiritual energy converging to create a massive celestial map in the air, illuminating the sealed area. The formation was set. They merely awaited to ensnare their quarry. The disciples resumed their duties, taking turns to patrol and promptly address any vulnerabilities, while also hunting the surrounding magical beasts. The days within Yin Shun Jiao passed, and Ming Yu accompanied them on their patrols. While it was not overly exhausting, she did overhear numerous tales. For instance, Du Jingyan had been located, but much like Yi Liani, he had nearly succumbed to madness. He avoided the light, secluding himself indoors and refusing to meet anyone. Was the marriage between Tai Su and Tai Yi Palace now indefinitely postponed? Oh, you know nothing. It has not been postponed at all. In fact, once Du Xiaogong recovers, they will marry immediately. This supreme leader is truly heartless, marrying his only daughter to a frail madman. And who knows when Du Zhengyan will recover. It seems familial ties are no match for power. Tai Su is currently flourishing, relying on Tai Yi Palace and Tianji sect for support. A mere daughter can easily be sacrificed. The disciples of Yin Shun Jiao spoke freely, and thus Ming Yu listened to their gossip daily without sharing her thoughts. And no one found it peculiar. Internally, she pondered, something feels amiss. In the original narrative, Yi Liani and Lu Yin Sui were embroiled in a romantic entanglement that nearly reached its climax. Although she did not become part of the harem, she certainly did not marry Du Jingyan. The current storyline seems utterly divergent from the original. Moreover, given her understanding of Miss Yi, would she willingly acquiesce to marry Du Jingyan? While she harbored doubts, she kept them to herself, recognizing that the romantic subplot in the original text was rather minor. The primary narrative focused on the male protagonist's pursuit of career and vengeance. The visions witnessed within the formation's illusion were indelibly etched in Lu Yinsui's mind. The demon race had wrought havoc upon them, leading to the village's demise, and thus he was resolute in his quest for revenge. The Demon Extermination Alliance was a facet of that vengeance. Here, he would slay numerous demons, earn significant accolades, and garner recognition, ultimately exonerating the original protagonist in the later stages of the narrative. Yet, as she remained alive, she could only wonder how events would unfold in the future. Chapter 68. The formation completes. The 1,000-person formation was complete, and the immortal sect had deliberately dispatched a message. They had captured numerous demons in the mortal realm, and interrogations revealed that the prophecy of the demon race's saintess was indeed true. In recent years, the demon race had been amassing power, awaiting the opportune moment to break free from the seal of the 10,000 mountains. Upon the dissemination of this news, many praised the immortal sect's foresight in forming the Demon Extermination Alliance. Otherwise, chaos would ensue once the demon race's saintess gathered her forces to breach the seal. During this period, the disciples of Tai Su achieved considerable feats, enhancing Tai Su's reputation beyond previous measures. Chao Tianke, too, was increasingly cheerful. Having presided over Tai Su for decades, witnessing its rise to such prominence under his leadership, he was destined to be a significant figure in the annals of immortal history. Though he had cultivated to the great ascension, he could not escape worldly desires. After a century, who would not wish to be remembered in the chronicles of history? Recently, Yi Liani had remained at Tai Su. In the past, she would have insisted on joining the front line to eradicate demons. However, after suffering a severe illness, her temperament had transformed. Where she was once somewhat willful, she had become serene and refined. Each day, she personally brewed nourishing soup for Chao Tianke. Naturally, he welcomed this attentively, for he had only one daughter who had not been raised by his side during her childhood. Even after arriving at Tai Su, their bond had not been particularly close. Now, their father-daughter relationship had grown intimate, fulfilling his long-held wish. Liani, you must have heard about Du Jinyan's recovery. Your father wishes for you to visit Tai E Palace to see him, both to inquire about his health and to relieve your mind. You have been cooped up indoors. Consider this an opportunity to relax. Yi Liani ladled out the nourishing soup and replied, Very well, I shall heed my father's wishes. Chao Tianke felt a surge of happiness. After drinking the soup, he gazed at her, filled with nostalgia. When you were born, you were so tiny, crying in your father's embrace. When your mother brought you to Tai Su, you were barely the height of my calf, clinging to me and refusing to let go. Now you have grown so much, reaching the age suitable for marriage. Yi Liani leaned her head on his shoulder. Even if I marry, I will always be my father's daughter. Chao Tianke patted her back. Indeed, indeed. After playing out this charade with a cold gaze, she returned to her chamber, where she commenced smashing various items in frustration. Why could he continue to spew such nonsense? Had he not already poisoned the demon race within? When would he meet his end? Yi Liani screamed towards a corner of the room, her demeanor erupting into madness. What are you anxious about? You have yet to be married off. He has already sent me to Tai E. He is forcing me. He claims it is for my own good, but those are mere excuses, all for his grand ambitions. I shall not allow him to succeed. Indeed, he never regarded you as a daughter. Everything he did was for himself, and thus we need not show mercy. Yi Liani raged in her room until she collapsed in exhaustion, hoarsely calling someone. Numerous attendants entered, well accustomed to tidying up the chaos in her room. Among them was a disciple sent to convey a message. Senior sister, I have been assigned to accompany you to Tai E Palace. Yi Liani nodded, vavink headhunt. I understand. You may leave. The disciple hesitated in place, prompting Yi Liani to frown. What are you waiting for? Senior sister, are you unwell? Yi Liani smiled fondly. No. I simply tripped over the table. The disciple clearly doubted this explanation, but Yi Liani's countenance darkened, her eyes narrowing. What? Do you not believe me? The disciple hurriedly replied. No, no disbelief. I shall take my leave now. Once the last of the crowd had departed and the door was securely closed, Yi Liani finally allowed herself to relax. Leaning against the edge of the bed, her gaze hollow, resembling a lifeless doll. The operations in the 10,000 Great Mountains to eradicate the demons proceeded smoothly. The formation involving 1,000 participants had been meticulously inspected, revealing no weaknesses. The beasts in the forest had all been hunted down, allowing Ming Yu to acquire a considerable number of fragments imbued with demonic energy. She submitted a portion of these while retaining some for her private study. These fragments were peculiar. Although discovered within the bodies of demonic beasts and inherently containing demonic energy, they exuded a calming aura that soothed the spirit. In the original narrative, Ming Yu's understanding of these fragments was not profound, and she could hardly recall their existence, thus opting to keep a portion for her own research. The complexity of the setup in the 10,000 Great Mountains was not overly challenging, and there were no elders present. Most matters were handled by Lu Yin-sui and Bai Yu. Lu Yin-sui seemed yet to fully assimilate that surge of spiritual energy. Often, It was Baiyu who took charge in his stead. It was no wonder, for in the original story, he activated the formation at the brink of death, and the immense spiritual power contained within the heavenly spirit diagram instantaneously healed all his severed spiritual veins, propelling him to break through his realm and attain a level comparable to that of a great ascension. Now, having inadvertently activated the formation, it was akin to mending a shattered vessel, only for it to expand beyond its capacity. Presently, it was as if a perfectly intact vessel was forcibly filled with water it could not contain, leading to an inevitable overflow or rupture, resulting in mutual destruction. The infrequent appearances of Lu Yensui to preside over matters indicated a deteriorating situation. The power of the heavenly spirit diagram could not be swiftly digested. Yu Yenshu was naturally aware of this, half-jokingly suggesting to Ming Yu that they ought to inform the old man, who might have a solution for this predicament. Ming Yu, feeling somewhat helpless, replied, "Senior brother, are you testing me? Whether he can assimilate that spiritual energy depends on his fate. Why should I intervene?" Ming Yu sincerely believed this. She had no intention of devising a plan for Lu Yensui. After all, he was the male protagonist, the son of destiny. Regardless of his circumstances, his advantages remained. He was certainly not destined to perish and would undoubtedly find a way to resolve his issues. As a minor supporting character with an early demise, why should she worry for him? Her greater concern lay with the current formation of 1,000 participants and whether it could withstand the impending counterattack from the demon race. The demons were not foolish. Having witnessed their kin captured by the celestial sect in the mortal realm, they would surely be aware of the situation. Their apparent inaction was merely a prelude to waiting for the opportune moment. Once that moment arrived, they would undoubtedly launch a fierce counteroffensive, and the 10,000 great mountains might once again descend into a hellish nightmare. Indeed, Ming Yu's suspicions were confirmed. Long before Tai Palace attempted to retain everyone to form the Demon Eradication Alliance, the demon race had already received word. The 5 great demon lords and 3 demon emperors gathered, having all been informed of the alliance's formation. A voice emerged from the darkness. These celestial sects truly overestimate themselves. Do they dare challenge us, mere ants? If they wish to eradicate demons, let them come. It is high time those newly hatched cubs tasted the blood of cultivators. It is a delicacy indeed. The saintess has given orders. We must not act independently. What nonsense! A saintess who has not shown her face in over a decade, merely issuing worthless commands. Who knows if she is even alive, or if someone is falsely conveying her orders? Healy, you are being disrespectful to the saintess. A woman stepped from the shadows, clad in red, her alluring gaze captivating and her figure enchanting. A burly man also emerged from the darkness, stating, "Do not think I am unaware. The news of the saintess's emergence was released by you. And what of it? I'm merely following orders." Enough. Another voice from the shadows interrupted, accompanied by 2 distinct tones, one youthful, the other aged. "What is the saintess planning?" The enchanting voice replied with a smile, raising a black token. "Saintess's order. No one is to act without permission. All shall remain on standby. Those who defy this command shall be executed." In unison, several voices echoed, "We obey the saintess's order." The figures melted back into the shadows, and everything returned to normal. Following the initial fervent hunts that captured numerous demons, there had been no further sightings of their kind. It was uncertain whether they had received word and concealed themselves. But the 1,000-person formation in the 10,000 great mountains had long been established, yet no demons had appeared. It seemed to have reached a stalemate. Lu Yensui's inability to conquer that surge of spiritual energy had instead damaged his own spiritual veins, leading to a bout of vomiting blood and several days of unconsciousness, causing Jiang Zhijiao significant distress. The sect leader had sent a letter urging them on. The progress in eradicating demons had hit a bottleneck, and rumors were circulating within the alliance, demanding they achieve results swiftly. Yet, Lu Yensui, at this critical juncture, remained incapacitated. Fortunately, the demon race had not yet launched an attack. Should they do so, the situation would only worsen. The disciples left to guard the 10,000 great mountains naturally had their grievances. They had been sent by their master to eradicate demons, yet had encountered none, spending their days patrolling and slaying mere beasts, while those dispatched to the mortal realm garnered greater merits. Moreover, they were obliged to heed Tai Su's arrangements, which only fueled their discontent. Ming Yu sensed the rising unrest among the disciples. She and Yu Yinshu had accompanied these disciples for nearly a month, and the demon race had not shown any signs of movement. Was this not their strategy, to remain dormant and sow discord within the alliance? Ming Yu found herself perplexed. However, if they continued to remain inactive, the celestial sect might not hesitate to launch an assault. With the Saintess overseeing matters, and the 5 great demon lords and 3 demon emperors remaining silent, it was clear they had received some directive. The contest now lay in who possessed greater patience. Ming Yu was acutely aware of what Yu Yinshu referred to, acknowledging that there were indeed insiders within the celestial sect aiding the demon race. However, the celestial sect could not infiltrate the demon ranks. In recent years, all who attempted had perished. Yet, the insiders within the celestial sect had yet to be identified, leading to a leakage of many confidential messages and the wrongful persecution of numerous innocent disciples. Was the original host one of those wrongfully accused? When Lu Yinsui awoke again, 3 days had passed. The internal tension among the disciples was becoming increasingly palpable, and since the formation's inception, not a single demon had been captured. This strategy of waiting for the rabbit to appear would become a farce if no rabbits arrived. Lu Yinsui understood this principle well. After conferring with Baiyu, he decided to personally lead a team of elite disciples into the sealed area to gather intelligence on the demon race, while Baiyu continued to oversee matters outside. This is unwise. Your injuries are severe. How can you venture into the demon territory? Lu Yinsui leaned against the bed, coughing lightly. Then who do you suggest should go? I will go. You should remain. Lu Yinsui smiled faintly. My injuries stem from the overwhelming spiritual energy within me. If I encounter a demon lord, I can unleash my power once more to protect myself. If I stay outside, I will merely have to handle trivial matters daily and deal with the sex correspondence. It will be better for me to enter. But there are no buts by you. As the eldest disciples of our respective peaks, you know me well. His resolute demeanor left Baiyu with no choice but to concede. I will ensure the morale remains stable until your return. Naturally, Jiang Zhijiao wished to accompany Lu Yinsui into the demon territory. Though young, she was already at the initial stage of the Yuaning realm and possessed numerous spiritual treasures, which would prove useful in aiding Lu Yinsui if necessary. She approached Ming Yu, bowing respectfully. Sister Ming, I have a request. Ming Yu helped her to her feet. Speak freely. My senior brother intends to lead a team through the seal to the demon territory, and I would like to ask Sister Ming to accompany him. I am aware of the enmity that exists between you, yet his body is now beset by backlash, and his cultivation continually regresses. He is venturing into the perilous lair of tigers and wolves, and I truly fear he may perish there. I am at a loss as to whom to turn. Among all the acquaintances I possess, apart from my senior brother, it is you and Yu Gongzi who possess the most formidable cultivation. Thus I can only implore you. Ming Yu's expression momentarily faltered. She did not anticipate that Lu Yinsui, in such a frail state, would dare to undertake such a reckless endeavor. Rest assured, since I have concealed my identity here, I shall not stand idly by. Jiang Zhimiao naturally expressed his gratitude to her with great delight. Once the individual had moved away, Yu Yinshu emerged from behind a tree, remarking on the recklessness of Lu Yinsui's actions. Ming Yu responded with indifference. He is merely compelled to take a gamble. Is junior sister truly determined to proceed? However, the domain of the demon clan, known as Hudu, is not unfamiliar to us. Yu Yinshu assessed the situation and chuckled. Indeed, we have emerged from Hudu unscathed in the past. After 2 days of recuperation, Lu Yinsui gathered a team of 20 elite disciples to accompany him, while Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu discreetly trailed behind. Although this action did not completely eradicate the rumors, it did quell them to some extent. Among the chosen disciples, many hailed from Tai Su, and while there were a few from other sects, they were scarce since traversing the seal into the demon territory is akin to courting death. Most individuals, despite claiming a desire to achieve merit, were reluctant to sacrifice their lives unnecessarily. Jiang Zhimiao was acutely aware of their sentiments and felt an intense indignation. Chapter 70. Re-entering Hoodoo. The sealing formation of the demon clan was established by ancient immortals using their bodies and artifacts. In the past, its power was such that none could approach. However, with the passage of time, the seal has weakened. Demons occasionally escape from vulnerable points, while mortal cultivators may inadvertently wander in. Liu Yin Sui intends to lead them along a well-known route, which was once traversed by the esteemed Hung Yun Xianzun of the Yin Shanjiao over a decade ago, who breached Hoodoo. This path was sealed off by the demon clan after Hung Yun Xianzun's passage. Yet there are those who have mingled among the demon populace and unearthed information indicating that the route is not entirely blocked. And a small detour exists to access Hoodoo. Liu Yin Sui's team altered their appearances and entered through the back road. Certain areas of the seal are firm and should not be tampered with lightly, as this may provoke unusual movements and expose their whereabouts. Thus, the group cautiously traveled for 3 days before reaching the vicinity of Hoodoo. Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu trailed at a distance, having also disguised themselves as ordinary demons. As they neared Hoodoo, the group paused to find a nearby place to rest. Though the demon clan is suppressed here, it is not dissimilar to the outside world, with cities and villages present. Many demon civilians, lacking cultivation, reside in the outskirts. The reluctance of Shi Xingzi to join the extermination alliance against demons is straightforward. He has traveled extensively, with no corner of the 3 realms left unexplored. And the demon territory is no exception. While cultivators and demons are adversaries, the common folk are innocent. Just as the mortal realm harbors ordinary people, so too does the demon realm. They were born here, have never ventured beyond, and have not taken any lives. Indeed, many demons exhibit a hospitable demeanor towards outsiders. Having witnessed too much suffering in the world, he is averse to inflicting pain upon others, yet he cannot halt the tide of fate. Thus he chooses to withdraw from worldly affairs. Ming Yu understands this principle as well. Liu Yin Sui and his group camped nearby due to their distrust of the demon clan, while Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu sought refuge with a local host. The host quickly recognized them as outsiders, but still welcomed them. You two need not be polite. We have only simple fare to offer, as ordinary folk can provide little. Ming Yu bowed in gratitude. Thank you, this will suffice. You intend to enter Hoodoo, correct? May I offer a word of caution? Within Hoodoo, there are many formidable cultivators. Given that you have reached this point, it is evident you are resolute in your decision, and I shall not obstruct you. However, I hope you can leave a path of escape for the innocent. Ming Yu grasped his meaning. The extermination alliance's affair must have reached the demon realm. The enmity between the human and demon races has spanned a millennium, yet not all wish to incite this conflict. 5 miles from here lies a hidden stream, a tributary of the River of Rebirth. You may obtain water from this stream to conceal your celestial aura. Thank you. The members of Liu Yin Sui's team each possessed inner cores extracted from magical beasts to mask their presence, and the quality of these magical beast cores was notably high. But their hunting efforts had yielded limited results. The two who had stealthily followed them naturally had no share in this bounty. Fortunately, as the host suggested, the stream's water indeed provided temporary concealment. The demon folk favored dark colors, and the two disguised themselves as hunting siblings upon entering the city without encountering any inquiries. Hoodoo appeared just as it had in visions, indistinguishable from other prosperous cities. Vendors peddled their homegrown produce and hunting spoils along the streets, while children frolicked and adults reveled. The currency circulated among demons is known as embodying, and prior to their arrival, they had exchanged for a considerable amount of it. They opted not to stay at an inn, but rather rented a modest residence. News of their entrance into Hoodoo swiftly reached the demon emperor's palace. With a single gesture, the woman ignited the message in blue flames, which turned to ashes moments later. These disciples of the celestial sect are indeed bold. A mere handful dare to venture into Hoodoo, keep a close watch on them, and at the appropriate time, release some information. I wish to play with them. A subordinate departed to carry out her command. A hand emerged from the bed, brushing through the woman's long hair, but was intercepted as it ventured lower. The saintess forbids us from acting recklessly. Is this not overstepping? The woman chuckled softly, flipping the man onto his back. Wu Jin, are you growing impatient in your role as Demon Lord? To question me alongside these youngsters is merely retaliation for their intrusion into Hudu. How can that be considered overstepping? The man chuckled, caressing the woman's waist. How could I dare? The Demon Empress is always right. Since entering Hudu, Liu Yin Sui and his group have remained behind closed doors. Unlike the outside world, their access to spiritual energy is limited, necessitating conservation of their own resources. Until a letter arrived from someone who had lived there previously, informing them that news of their entry into Hudu had reached the Demon Emperor. Senior brother, what should we do? Liu Yin Sui burned the letter. It is of no concern. This was anticipated. With so many of us entering Hudu, the Demon Clan would certainly take notice. There are likely watchers outside. We shall remain inactive until they grow complacent, then venture forth and act separately. Remember, our sole purpose in coming here is to gather intelligence. We are not here to slay enemies, so do not recklessly throw away your lives. The group responded in unison, affirming his words, and then each began to fortify their defenses. The Demon Clan indeed surrounded them, and even Ming Yu and her companion had been observed for several days. However, they ventured out each day to sell furs and occasionally left the city to hunt, maintaining good relations with nearby residents, and gradually, their watchers lost interest. After several days of surveillance without any developments, the demons discovered one day that the inn had been vacated. Upon rushing in, they found that the remaining occupants had been rendered unconscious, and the room they had occupied was entirely empty. A pack of fools. I instructed you to keep watch, yet you allowed them to escape. The woman lashed out at one of them with a whip. Since you have failed in your duty, you shall visit the soul drain pool. As all were dragged away, the woman regained her composure. I shall see what you intend to do. More than 20 individuals dispersed into smaller groups for their operations. Moving as a large party made them an obvious target. They agreed to reconvene outside the city in half a month, and then parted ways. Liu Yin Sui and Jiang Ji Miao walked separately. The demonic energy in the MOU had a certain corrosive effect on cultivators' bodies, conveniently alleviating the agony caused by the overflow of spiritual power. However, this was not a sustainable solution. His cultivation had already regressed a small tier, yet he concealed this from others. Chapter 71. The original self has met you. Jiang Ji Miao observed the situation with urgency, but felt powerless. She understood that Liu Yin Sui's current predicament stemmed from his inability to suppress the spiritual artifact within him, yet this matter could not be disclosed to others. There was always the risk that someone might covet the treasures within his body and resort to lethal measures. The two of them found a secluded residence and rented a remote property in Pseudo. It was fortuitous that this property was quite close to the courtyard rented by Ming Yu, saving Ming Yu the trouble of searching for them. The MOU was shrouded in murky energy, inherently clashing with the spiritual energy of cultivators. Although Liu Yin Sui possessed the Tian Diling too, the collision of the two energies, while providing a better experience than outside, was akin to quenching thirst with poison. It was imperative to quickly find a way to disseminate information, whether by neutralizing the spiritual power for his own use or extracting the spiritual map. Under the cover of night, Jiang Ji Miao approached Ming Yu to strategize. They would need to remain in the MOU for at least half a month. Given the simultaneous assaults on Liu Yin Sui's body, half a month was ample time for him to regress from transformation back to foundation establishment. The Tian Diling too was a treasure of ancient immortals, containing spiritual power capable of forming a spiritual vein for several sects to cultivate for millennia. Fortunately, Liu Yin Sui was the male protagonist. Had it been anyone else with such a treasure, they would have perished long ago. We must find a way to enter the Mo Huang Bi Yuan, Ming Yu remarked. Montak Fang Bi Yuan? Jiang Ji Miao inquired. Indeed. Ming Yu unfurled the map in her hand. This is the retreat of Mo Huang Jiesheng. It is said that she has cultivated for a millennium, preserving her beauty through the spiritual power of countless cultivators transformed into a pool of essence. In other words, she must possess a method to neutralize the spiritual energy in a person. However, the neutralization of spiritual energy would render one a cripple, incapable of further cultivation. Jiang Ji Miao cautioned. Ming Yu interrupted. I understand your concerns, But in Lu Yin Sui's current state, if the spiritual energy is not neutralized, he will inevitably become a cripple. It is better to take a risk and observe what the demon clan intends to do while they remain inactive. He knows I am in the team. Relay my message to him, and he will agree. Jiang Jimiao nodded. Then I shall take my leave, Ming Yu. Yu Yanchu emerged only after Jiang Jimiao departed. The power of Mo Huang Jiesheng is not something we can match, she remarked. I understand, Ming Yu replied. But are we not seeking her? It would be wise to take this opportunity to gauge the situation. Since departing from the island, Yu Yanchu had obediently followed her junior sister, transforming into her devoted follower, devoid of the authoritative presence he had on the island. Yin Pang Pang frequently communicated through the message stone, offering her unwavering support for all her decisions, while warning Yu Yanchu not to bully her, or he would face dire consequences upon their return to the island. Yu Yanchu protested, "This is unjust. Now that I am recognized as Ming Yu's junior brother, there are those who would believe it. How could I possibly bully her?" The last time they visited the Mo Huangbi Yuan was during the abduction of Ming Yu, which was later largely destroyed by Yu Qiuwan. However, many years had passed, and it was likely rebuilt by now. While selling furs outside, they learned that the Mo Huang generally did not permit outsiders to enter. The internal attendants were either formidable members of the demon race or puppets she had crafted. All puppets were under her sole control, following her orders, making impersonation impossible. If they attempted to masquerade as members of the demon race, they would likely be recognized immediately. If you wish to approach the esteemed Mo Huang, there's another method, a vendor suggested. What method? They inquired. The Mo Huang has a fondness for beautiful individuals. Regardless of gender, he winked, and they immediately grasped his meaning. 2 days later, 2 pairs of siblings appeared in pseudo, seeking to enter the Mo Jun mansion. All 4 possessed striking appearances. The eldest brother appeared somewhat frail and delicate, while the younger brother exuded youthful vigor. The 2 sisters were also beautiful, one elegant and graceful, the other charming and adorable. Upon entering, they were promptly taken by servants searching for beauty for the Mo Huang. Are you not seeking to enter the Mo Jun mansion? The other Jun are not in pseudo, but my master is here. Entering my master's residence is the same. And who might the master be? They asked. Montak Vang Yisheng. Thus, the 4 entered the Bi Yuan, filled with beauties gathered for the Mo Huang, both mortal and cultivator, temporarily residing there. They settled in, awaiting the Mo Huang's arrival, who would choose those deemed worthy to enter her residence. This Bi Yuan was the same one Ming Yu and Yu Yanchu had encountered in the illusion, now restored to its former glory. With the pool of blood essence formed from the spiritual energy of women still present, though they could not approach it freely. The 4 of them took turns transmitting spiritual energy to Lu Yin Sui, managing to suppress the excess energy of the Tian Diling too. But a solution was still urgently needed. The servants attending to them were puppets, meaning their every action was under the scrutiny of the Mo Huang. After 2 more days, the Mo Huang finally arrived at the Bi Yuan. Upon her arrival, all present, men and women alike, gathered, creating an atmosphere of springtime beauty. Among them were certainly some who had been deceived, but many were drawn to her and had come willingly. Jiesheng instructed her attendants to bring forth the newcomers, inspecting each one with a smile. Indeed, they are of fine appearance. I shall reward them. She then singled out Ming Yu and her companions to examine their features closely. The 4 felt as though their true identities were at risk of exposure, but the Mo Huang merely smiled and beckoned Ming Yu and Yu Yanchu to step forward. Have I met you before? She inquired. Ming Yu quickly nodded. Esteemed Mo Huang, your presence is unparalleled. We are merely humble folk from the countryside and have not had the honor of meeting you. Is that so? Perhaps I am mistaken. What brings you here? We, for siblings, are ordinary citizens who have practiced some basic techniques. Unfortunately, my elder brother has been gravely injured by a sect from the outside world, and we seek the Mo Huang's aid. We are willing to serve you in gratitude. The Mo Huang's expression remained unchanged as she glanced at the pale Lu Yin Sui. Indeed, he is gravely wounded. Very well, let us see how you intend to serve me. They withdrew, and another group was summoned. What do you plan to do in service? Yu Yanchu asked, his expression inscrutable. Ming Yu chuckled softly. Senior brother, I believe you are perfectly suited for this task. As the most handsome among us from Xing Luo Island, you are indispensable this time. Yu Yanchu flicked her forehead with his finger. Don't even think about it. Whatever you say, you must take responsibility for it. Chapter 72. The assassination news of the Mo Huang's extended stay in the Bi Yuan quickly circulated, drawing numerous outsiders in addition to the original puppet attendants. Liu Yansui's cultivation had slipped another notch, reaching the early stages of transformation. Though his bodily pain had lessened somewhat, he now spent even longer hours in slumber. The Mo Huang's presence was, for them, a welcome development. Yu Yanchu resolutely rejected Ming Yu's proposal for a seductive disguise, suggesting instead that she could simply don male attire herself. Ultimately, she relented, donning a green long robe, her dark hair partially tied back, and applying makeup to transform into an elegant young man. Jiangji Miao stared in astonishment for a while before teasingly saying, "If Ming Jie were a man, I would surely marry you." Ming Yu playfully flicked her forehead. "What about marrying your senior brother? Senior brother is so serious and fierce." Naturally, Ming Jie is the better choice. Yu Yanchu lightly coughed twice to separate the two individuals, instructing Jie Sheng to summon everyone tonight for companionship, advising caution as they would remain outside, signaling should any issues arise. Ming Yu smiled and waved his hand, assuring her of his discretion. The garden of the Bi Yuan was adorned with lanterns, and the flowers quietly bloomed in the darkness, exuding a fragrant aroma. Jie Sheng, clad only in a fitted dress, soaked in a pool of spring water, attended by a servant who gently pressed her shoulders. Those willing to come tonight gathered in the courtyard, totaling several dozen, each possessing distinct temperaments and appearances. Upon entering the garden, an eager individual approached Jie Sheng, offering her a cup of wine. Without expressing approval or disapproval, she accepted it with a smile. She then lifted the person's chin for a closer inspection, appearing somewhat disdainful as she withdrew her hand, wiping it clean. "How long have you been here? With such a complexion, you should have been sent away long ago." The person stood frozen, still smiling obsequiously. "My lord must have forgotten. I have served you for several years, eagerly longing to be by your side day and night." Jie Sheng feigned surprise and then beckoned the individual closer, teasing, "If you are so fond of me, why not plunge into this blood pool and serve me eternally?" The individual immediately knelt, banging their head on the ground, pleading for mercy. Before they could complete two bows, a servant standing nearby kicked them into the blood pool, their body instantly vanishing, white smoke rising above the surface. Jie Sheng wrinkled her nose in disgust. "Such filth has tainted my blood pool. Who else wishes to serve me?" The few who had witnessed the prior death exchanged glances. Remaining silent, Jie Sheng suddenly laughed. "No one? Then send them all back." A hand emerged from the crowd, declaring, "I wish to serve you, my lord." As the crowd parted, Ming Yu's figure became visible, clad in blue, tall and handsome. Jie Sheng gestured for him to approach, taking the wine jug from the tray, held by a servant to refill the cup. "Please, my lord." Jie Sheng smiled, raising her cup to drink. Their gazes locked, and she lifted Ming Yu's chin with one hand, jesting, "Very well, you shall do. Everyone else leave." The puppet servants immediately began ushering away the remaining individuals. Some reluctant ones continued to advance, declaring their willingness to serve. Jie Sheng waved her hand impatiently, and the demon servants stepped forward to assist the puppets in driving the others away, creating a momentary uproar. Yet, by the poolside, it remained quiet, with only Ming Yu, held by the chin, and Jie Sheng, slightly inebriated. Suddenly, an arrow flew from outside the courtyard, aimed directly at Jie Sheng's back. Ming Yu pushed her aside, evading the arrow's trajectory, but sustaining a direct hit to his shoulder, causing him to fall back. In the crowd, several men transformed, their expressions changing as they shouted demoness. "Pay with your life." Their spiritual energy morphed into weapons, cutting through the servants. Jie Sheng's expression shifted only briefly upon being pushed by Ming Yu. Then she quickly regained her smile. Numerous figures had gathered atop the courtyard walls, each wielding bows, unleashing a rain of arrows. She raised a purple protective barrier with one hand, blocking all arrows, and, in a swift motion, wielded a long whip to strike down those attempting to rush forward. Seeing their efforts thwarted, the archers discarded their bows, drawing swords instead, attacking the barrier. Jiexing frowned in annoyance. A swarm of ants. Behind her, a purple, serpent-like apparition of a sorceress appeared, its right limb moving slightly, and with a single strike, the attackers on the wall were pierced by demonic energy, collapsing in blood. In just a quarter of an hour, the battle ceased. The fallen puppets were reanimated by the demonic energy, rising again in various grotesque postures. "Take him back," Jiexing commanded, pointing at Ming Yu, who lay nearby. The puppets complied, lifting Ming Yu and exiting the garden. The commotion outside was palpable, and Jiang Jimiao, sensing the fight, attempted to rush out but was stopped by Yu Yanchu. "There is no need. She can handle it." With her own brother obstructing her, she could only wait inside until the puppets opened the courtyard gate, allowing her to dash outside. There, she beheld Ming Yu, blood-soaked and unconscious, being carried high by the puppets. Her steps faltered momentarily. Ming's elder sister, tears streamed down her face as the puppets, devoid of consciousness, carelessly dropped Ming Yu to the ground before closing the door and departing. Jiang Jimiao's face was streaked with tears, large droplets falling onto Ming Yu's face and body. With no other recourse, she attempted to console him. "Do not cry. I am fine. But this blood is not mine. Come, help me inside." The demon clan's healer arrived promptly, taking her pulse and administering a pill, followed by extracting the arrow with their spiritual energy, leaving behind several bottles of medicine before departing. Yu Yanchu inspected the medicines one by one, confirming their efficacy. Indeed, they were healing elixirs for blood loss and vitality. "How could this happen? How did you get injured?" Ming Yu forced a smile, wiping away her tears. "It's merely superficial wounds, nothing of significance. The Demon Emperor is testing us, and we must comply with her wishes." Yu Yanchu's eyes flickered. "Testing? The ones who came tonight are not from the immortal sect?" Ming Yu gently shook her head. "No. Although they wielded immortal sect weapons and spells, it was evident they were somewhat clumsy, as if they had mixed several techniques in their training. What does the demon clan truly intend?" Chapter 73. The deal within the main hall. Jiexing reclined upon a couch, toying with an arrow feather, the very one that had pierced Ming Yu's shoulder the previous night. Kneeling before her was a man clad in a celestial robe, his demeanor sycophantic. "My lord, those sent last night were all skilled. Are you satisfied?" Jiexing scoffed coldly. "Skilled? They couldn't withstand even 3 of my moves. These are the best you have trained over the years? Let alone those from the immortal sect. Even I can see through their strengths and weaknesses at a glance." The man immediately bowed multiple times. "My lord, the physical differences between our races make it a challenge to reach such a level." "Oh, a challenge? Then it seems you cannot refine more potent individuals for me, and thus your usefulness has expired." As her words fell, a curved knife flew from the corner of the room, swiftly severing the man's head, blood splattering across the floor. Jiexing clicked her tongue, covering her mouth and nose. "Clean this mess. What does the demon clan truly desire?" A hand emerged from the bed, parting the curtains. "Senior brother, you are awake." Jiang Jimiao quickly hung the other side of the curtain. Ming Yu's eyelashes fluttered slightly. "I suspect they have long known of our ambush in the Shiwan Dashan and have arrived at Sudu. However, due to their orders, they have been reluctant to act." "And what of you? What are you planning here?" "Naturally, revenge. Since young Master Lu is unwell, you need not concern yourself with such trivial matters. Your priority should be to recover your health." "Ming Yu, what exactly do you intend to do?" Ming Yu offered no reply, simply shutting the door. Within the demon realm, the distinction between day and night was ambiguous. Even during daylight, the sky remained perpetually gray. The creatures that thrived here were deemed malevolent by outsiders, their transgressions eternally recorded in tomes. That night, the Demon Emperor summoned Ming Yu once more for a private meeting. Dressed in white and still disguised as a man, Ming Yu followed the guiding puppet into the main hall. "I always find your face familiar, yet cannot recall where I have seen it until today. I remember over 20 years ago, you and your brother visited Sudu, right here." Ming Yu clasped his hands in a bow. "Your Majesty, the Demon Emperor has a remarkable memory." A woman's figure suddenly emerged from the shadows, pressing down hard on Ming Yu's injured shoulder with her right hand, causing her to kneel in pain. The demonic energy of Jiesheng had already permeated her body from her palm, circulating within Ming Yu for an entire cycle before returning to her hand. She gazed thoughtfully at her palm and suddenly burst into laughter. How intriguing! The destined one bears traces of temporal rules. Who exactly are you? Ming Yu knelt on the ground, tilting her head back to smile at her. It matters not who I am. What is significant is that the very things upon me are precisely what the demon lord desires. The woman's figure was as light as a feather, instantly retreating back to her seat. Oh, due elaborarci. Ming Yu, covering her already torn wound, rose and stated, I know where the time, order, and destiny the demon lord has been seeking are located, and I can disclose it to him, provided I can make a transaction with the lord. Jiesheng's smile grew ever more radiant. Continue. I wish to know who the insider in Taisu is. The woman's laughter echoed throughout the palace, her face splitting into two halves, one still bearing a beautiful smile, while the other contorted with rage, manifesting as a male visage. Why should I trust what you say? Why should I engage in this transaction with you? Jiang Chongyu, who could enter the demonic realm as a cultivator and evade pursuit by the celestial sect, had deciphered a fraction of the temporal order, allowing him to traverse parts of time. Though he perished, the temporal order did not vanish, and I possessed the temporal mark he left behind. The woman's face reverted in an instant to her normal, beautiful visage, stepping closer and lifting Ming Yu's chin. Truly a beauty, and a clever one at that. I find you delightful. I shall proceed with this transaction. Ming Yu slightly curled her lips. Then may I ask, Demon Lord, who is the insider in Taisu? Upon returning to her room, Ming Yu leaned against the wall, taking slow, labored steps. Her wound was torn open and infused with demonic energy, leaving her spiritual energy unable to circulate. Yu Yanchu had awaited her return for a long time. As soon as she arrived, she produced a pill that had been prepared in advance, urging her to take it, and used a formation to eliminate the demonic energy from her wound while channeling spiritual power to aid her recuperation. It is done. You can prepare to leave now. Jiang Zhimiao was exceedingly worried, hearing this and questioning, what is done? What about my senior brother? Ming Yu's complexion was pale, and she coughed up a mouthful of congealed blood, explaining, the transaction with the demon lord is complete. We shall exit. The holy maiden of the demon clan is outside. If we find her, we will have achieved half of our objective. As for your senior brother, let him soak in the blood pool for a day. It will temporarily suppress the spiritual power within him. Lu Yinsui, who had been drugged by Yu Yanchu, was in a semi-conscious state. Hearing this, his fingers twitched, but he could not fully control his body. I have reached an agreement with Jiesheng. We shall leave tomorrow night and deliver your senior brother to the blood pool. Lu Yinsui was stripped of his clothing and placed into the blood pool, his entire body beginning to corrode the moment it made contact with the spring water. Even under the influence of the drug, he could still feel the agonizing pain. The celestial spirit diagram within him activated in response to the destruction of the vessel, enveloping him in golden light as his body continuously healed itself. This is merely a temporary remedy, observed Yu Yanchu, leaning on the edge of the pool. Ming Yu sat nearby, her expression still not quite well. The power of the demon lord ultimately surpasses mine by a tier. I'm aware of that. However, being able to treat him for this period is sufficient. Afterward, he must rely on himself. After soaking for a full day and night, when Lu Yinsui was pulled out, he had completely lost consciousness. He now resembled a newborn, his cultivation restored to its peak, and his skin as fresh as that of an infant. The group boarded a carriage and signaled to depart the city, awaiting the arrival of the other disciples. Ming Yu handed a vial of pills to Jiang Zhimiao, stating, We cannot leave with you. This pill, crafted from the blood pool water, can temporarily alleviate the conflict of spiritual power within him. But there is only this one vial. Sister Ming, what else do you intend to do? Ming Yu clasped her hand in return. Zhimiao, take him outside. He can barely maintain normalcy for 3 months now. Tell him that if he wishes to survive, he must find a solution within those 3 months. We have matters to attend to. Footsteps approached, and Ming Yu released her hand, their figures vanishing into the darkness. Sister, all the disciples are on their way. Chapter 74. Actions. Jiang Zhimiao tightened her grip around the vial of medicine, speaking in a low voice. As soon as everyone assembles, we shall depart immediately. Ming Yu observed her rallying the group from the shadows, the well-trained disciples leading everyone through the small path, and could not help but smile. Is that so appealing? Yu Yanchu raised an eyebrow. Ming Yu waved her hand dismissively. You wouldn't understand the joys of nurturing. What system is that? The two once again returned to the realm of the demon clan, changing into demon attire, this time directly infiltrating the demon lord's estate. The demon lord's estate was unlike other gardens. Here, in addition to puppets, there were numerous trusted confidants, rebels from the demon clan over the years, captives, and those she had taken an interest in. They disguised themselves as newly arrived disciples of the puppet master. This puppet master was originally from the celestial sect, but devoted to mastering the art of creating puppets from ordinary people with exceptional combat capabilities. He was pursued by several families skilled in machinery and was once shunned by the righteous path, thus seeking refuge in the demon realm. His puppet technique coincidentally aligned with Jie Shang's interests, as her own puppets primarily operated on demonic energy, while they could serve a monitoring function. That was the extent of their utility. If she could craft ordinary people into puppets with cultivation, it would significantly enhance her power, thus earning her a modicum of respect in this estate. Disguised as minor disciples, they were soon swapped out by Ming Yu while delivering medicine to the demon lord. Utilizing a shadow ring to assume identical appearances, even the puppet master could not recognize them after a brief circle in front of him. They once again followed the servants delivering items to the main hall. In the main hall, Jie Shang had set up restrictions and activated the sound transmission array. Holy Moiden! The individuals from Tai Su have already left the demon realm. All the tasks you assigned have been completed. A deep voice responded from the other end. What about the others? The others should have completed their tasks as well. Is that so? Then in 2 months. Await my command. All demons shall break through the seal and reclaim what rightfully belongs to us. Obey the Holy Maiden's order. Jie Shang knelt on one knee. Her right hand pressed her heart. Moments later, the sound transmission array dissipated, and a figure emerged from the shadows. Do you truly intend to follow this young Holy Maiden's every word? Jie Shang's eyes narrowed, dripping with disdain. I shall do as I please. Do I require the approval of a demon lord like you? Wu Jin was not angered, but approached with a smile. I would not dare question the demon lord. I merely wish to sincerely inquire if you genuinely believe that this holy maiden, who has only been in the world for a mere decade or so, can lead our demon clan back to our rightful place? Jie Shang's gaze turned icy, yet her smile remained. Wu Jin, you are but an ordinary spirit demon, who inadvertently consumed a fragment of Jiang Chongyu's power to ascend to the ranks of the 5 demon lords. Your shallow insights are not your fault, and I do not blame you. What fool would heed your words? Opposing the Holy Maiden is none of my concern. However, should you dare to obstruct my path again, do not blame me for severing the ties of our many years of friendship. Wu Jin's expression shifted momentarily before he quickly regained his composure, understanding that he would not disturb the demon lord any longer. His figure vanished from the hall in an instant, and as the magical array withdrew, the waiting servants began to enter one by one, delivering various items before departing. Ming Yu presented the tray in her hands and respectfully exited the grand hall. That night, the two returned the puppet master's disciple, taking a different route to leave the realm of the demon clan via the Santu Chuan. Yu Yanchu paddled the boat at the front while Ming Yu sat behind him, leisurely chewing on a piece of candy. It has become fairly clear. The demon clan is not so unified, and that Holy Maiden has not completely won over everyone. Yu Yanchu was in constant motion, as expected, among the demon clan. Apart from one, the others had lived for centuries. How could they easily heed the commands of a saintess who had only emerged for a few years? Ming Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging that they had obtained the saintess's leads. Since the celestial sect aimed to eradicate the demons, they would lend their assistance to resolve all matters at once. With a smile, Yanchu responded, "Very well, you may proceed as you wish." Suddenly, Ming Yu's expression changed. Her small face wrinkled, and her eyes glistened with unshed tears. Third senior brother, you're being perfunctory. Yu Yanchu chuckled. If you were to find someone else to row the boat now, I would certainly not be perfunctory. Ming Yu immediately lay down, pretending not to hear. Jiang Zhimiao led the team out of the demon realm. The journey was excessively smooth. Without time to ponder, Baiyu had already been waiting for them at the entrance for quite some time. The power of the blood pool was overwhelming, and Lu Yinsui's body was still in the process of self-repair, remaining unconscious throughout the journey. Baiyu carefully checked her pulse, confirming that the chaotic breath was indeed absent, and her internal spiritual veins were flowing exceptionally well, which was beneficial for cultivation. Let us depart. It is unwise to linger in the sealed land. He consolidated the messages brought back and transmitted them to Tai Su. During their month in the demon realm, the outside world remained unnaturally calm, but the eradication of demons could be postponed for the time being. Du Jingyan had awakened, and Chao Tianke personally conferred with Du Wuhui, planning to hold a wedding in 2 months. Jiang Zhimiao was puzzled. Is it that urgent? Shouldn't the eradication alliance take precedence? Baiyu sighed. The sect master's actions are also aimed at stabilizing public sentiment. Tai Su's current position is indeed reliant on the long-standing support from Tai Palace. After marriage, the Palace Lord of Tai will officially be Du Jingyan, which is beneficial for us. Jiang Zhimiao naturally understood this principle, yet she pondered, but does Sister Yi agree? Is she not waiting for senior brother? Baiyu looked at the still unconscious Lu Yinsui and remarked, she proactively proposed to marry quickly and set the wedding date herself. She must be willing. In matters of affection, one cannot force it. After so many years, she should understand this. Since Tai Su was to celebrate a joyous occasion, they, as direct disciples, needed to return. Moreover, Lu Yinsui also required a return to a spiritually abundant place for further seclusion. The matters concerning the 10,000 great mountains would be handed over to the disciples of the Yenshin sect who came to take over. The disciples would shift changes, with some returning while others came to guard. Although the demon clan had remained silent, everyone knew that if they were to act, the 10,000 great mountains will be the first to be breached. Currently, despite being in a bottleneck period, they had achieved commendable results in the early stages, capturing many troublesome demons in the mortal realm. At one point, a mortal even chronicled their exploits into a tale that spread widely. From the present perspective, the Celestial Sect was in a favorable situation, with rumors suggesting that the Demon Clan was merely fearful of the United Celestial Sect, hence their retreat. In Chapter 75, Entering Tai Su, while the Celestial Sect members naturally did not believe the rumors, who among them was not secretly pleased? The mere Demon Clan was nothing more than this. They too feared them and dared not cause trouble. As the rumors spread, and given that the Demon Clan had indeed not appeared for quite some time, more individuals praised the merits of the Celestial Sect. Ming Yu merely smiled. Do you think those in the Celestial Sect might take these rumors seriously? Yu Yanchu stroked his chin, pondering, perhaps, if you could defeat the Demon Clan and they did not emerge for months, you might take it to heart. Ming Yu chuckled. I do not possess the capability to create such momentum, nor to form any alliances. They had been out of the demon realm for half a month, and news of Tai Su's upcoming joyous event had spread throughout the cultivation world, with many celestial sects intending to attend to convey their congratulations. Tai Su also sent out numerous invitations, and, unsurprisingly, they were once again tasked with acting on behalf of Shi Xingzi. Though this was part of Ming Yu's plan, she still found it hard to comprehend. When did the reputation of her master become so renowned? Did this mean that in the future, they could wield his name to do as they pleased? Yu Yanchu halted his steps. What do you mean, to do as you please? Ming Yu, not detecting the threat in his words, continued to ponder earnestly. For instance, when unable to win, one might say, do you know who my master is? How dare you act against me? Yu Yanchu chuckled. Perhaps in such moments, you could also say, do you know who my senior brother is? Ming Yu appraised him from head to toe, patting his shoulder. Senior brother, your name is not yet well known enough in the cultivation world. Yu Yanchu shook his head with a smile, following her steps. Attending the wedding banquet would undoubtedly require them to bring gifts, and Shi Xingzi had sent word for them to first stop at Fenglin due to collect items, without specifying what they were. However, Ming Yu suspected that it was something prepared by the city lord, so it was bound to be correct. Although the detour to Fonglin do slightly alter their route, there was still time. The two took a leisurely journey for over half a month before finally arriving. The scenery of Fonglin do remained unchanged after several months. The city lord's mansion had resumed its daily operations. Long before their departure, news of the rare treasures being taken had circulated, forcing the imperial envoys to return with the news midway. Upon their arrival, they found Fong Qingzhu in a meeting, so they chose not to disturb him, taking their items and preparing to leave. They had not anticipated Fong Weiming's presence in the city, as he had not gone to Tianji's sect. "Miss Ming, long time no see." Ming Yu smiled and returned the greeting, "Young city lord. Why are you not at Tianji's sect?" Fong Weiming chuckled. "Tai Su is hosting a joyous occasion, and my master commanded us to assist. I merely returned home to take a look. Did not expect to see you here. Are you also heading to Tai Su?" Ming Yu responded cheerfully, "Indeed." Fong Weiming's eyes sparkled. "Then we could travel together." Before descending the mountain, I overheard the elders discussing Zhe Zunjia, and I thought there would be invitations for Xing Luo Island. I did not expect it to be true. Ming Yu's eyes flickered as she exchanged glances with Chu. Then continued, "Is that so? My master is a free-spirited person. I did not expect the elders of Tianji's sect to be aware of him." Fong Weiming, eager to clarify, explained, "Though Zhe Zunjia has a relaxed demeanor, his cultivation is top-notch. Despite being low-key for so many years, he still holds a reputation among the numerous celestial sections." Ming Yu had already grasped the general idea and continued to smile in agreement. "When you plan to set off, Miss Ming? May we accompany you?" Ming Yu was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating his direct inquiry, then replied, "We intend to depart shortly. I have not had the chance to greet the city lord and will certainly apologize upon my return." Fong Weiming frowned. "Are you leaving so soon? Is it that urgent?" The butler, standing nearby, timely interrupted, "Young city lord has just returned and has yet to meet with the city lord. It would not be appropriate to leave now." Fong Weiming, considering this, sighed, "Fine, you may go first. Once I have greeted my father, I will catch up." Ming Yu naturally agreed. As they left under Fong Weiming's fervent gaze, Ming Yu could hardly contain her frustration and, without a second thought, kicked Chu hard. He yelped in pain, "What are you doing, junior sister?" Ming Yu, with an unkind expression, retorted, "Did you enjoy watching? You did not help me with even a word. Is that how you act as a senior brother?" Yu Chu, exasperated, replied, "I merely thought you could handle it on your own." Ming Yu, ignoring his words, strode ahead. Yu Chu, still nursing his foot, could not be bothered with anything else and hopped on one leg, comically chasing after her. They bickered and played around, taking quite some time to finally reach Tai Su. The lively atmosphere from the foot of the mountain extended all the way up, and they both wore shadow-reducing rings. Although these were ineffective against some, it remained necessary until Ming Yu's plan was fully realized. All the guests were arranged at by Yun Feng, which is in close proximity to Yun Mi Feng, so near that Ming Yu could see the main hall of Yun Mi Feng from her doorstep. Jiang Zhimiao was aware of her impending arrival and was initially delighted at the prospect of showing her around the entirety of Taishu. However, due to the overwhelming number of people required for the wedding preparations, even she, who usually remained uninvolved, was conscripted into service and found herself too preoccupied to come. Ming Yu sent a message via the Fuyin Shi, assuring her not to worry and that they would explore together when time permitted. Thus, she turned and began to wander through Taishu with Yu Yanchu. Although the original body had lived here for nearly a decade, she rarely ventured out for leisure, spending most of her time in cultivation. Taishu enforced rigorous standards for new disciples, expelling those who did not meet the criteria, while the original body was consumed by thoughts of vengeance, dedicating the majority of her time to training. As the years passed, she gradually drifted apart from the male lead, yet still harbored a reliance on that sole family member in her heart. Ming Yu often pondered how the original body would choose if she were aware of her destiny. Their choices would likely differ significantly. She would not have harbored hatred for Lu Yin Sui in that moment, for their bond was steeped in years of emotion, care, and attachment. However, she was ultimately not the Ming Yu of this realm and could not afford to graciously absolve someone she had known for such a short time. Neither could she comfortably accept Lu Yin Sui's kindness, fully aware that it was extended solely because of the original owner. She contemplated that perhaps it was time to disclose everything to Liu Yin Sui, at the very least to elucidate the reasons behind her actions. In Chapter 76, titled News, Ming Yu led Yu Yin Shu on a tour of several places in Taishu that she remembered fondly. There was nothing particularly exceptional about them. Most of the immortal sects bore little difference, their structures strikingly similar, with the only divergence being the unique landscapes of each locale. Taishu, being mountainous, housed the various sect leaders and their chosen disciples on their respective peaks, while both inner and outer disciples resided on a single peak together. Coincidentally, it was a splendid season, and Ming Yu decided to take Yu Yin Shu down the mountain for a stroll. The base of Taishu was typically bustling, benefiting from the prestige of being the foremost sword sect, attracting numerous vendors selling rare trinkets, as well as individuals seeking to learn or find a place to reside. They descended the mountain late, and by the time they reached the town, night was fast approaching. Yet, the town was alive with activity, thrumming with the sounds of haggling, brightly lit and filled with expressions of contentment on every face, where there seemed to be no conflict between humans and demons, only the simple joys of life. Following Ming Yu's lead, Yu Yin Shu bought a plethora of items. They settled at a small stall where the vendor immediately served them 2 bowls of noodle soup, assuring them the beef noodles would be ready shortly. The neighboring table was occupied by others attending the wedding at Taishu, their presence marked by congratulatory gifts, suggesting they had recently arrived and were engaged in conversation with their companions. Indeed, Taishu lived up to its reputation, for in a radius of over 100 miles, no evil spirit dared to trespass. Naturally, as the foremost sword sect, even smaller sects like theirs received invitations, indicating the leader's benevolence toward the world. Ming Yu couldn't help but scoff internally at the notion that inviting a few smaller sects demonstrated a concern for the world. The group began discussing the progress of the wedding arrangements, mentioning how Tai Palace had dispatched 8 esteemed elders to escort the bride, a testament to their sincerity, with wedding gifts that were rare treasures, reflecting the closeness of the 2 families. However, someone then queried about the health of the young palace master, stating that he was reportedly nearing death. This remark prompted immediate admonitions from others, cautioning him to lower his voice, for there might be ears lurking nearby. The group hastily settled their bill and departed. Ming Yu tightened her grip on the noodles, pondering the implications of these revelations. Was Du Zhengyin truly on the brink of death? If so, why was the wedding proceeding, and what connection did it have with the Demon Extermination Alliance? What were their true intentions? Were they genuinely seeking to exterminate demons, or was there something else afoot? Yu Yinshu pushed the bowl of noodles toward her, wiped the chopsticks clean, and arranged them neatly, urging her to eat and not to dwell on it, for a path would surely reveal itself. Ming Yu nodded in agreement and picked up her chopsticks. As they continued their descent, they encountered familiar faces, including Fong Weiming, despite wearing a shadow-concealing ring. He recognized them immediately and called out to the leading senior brother before heading towards them. Ming Yu noticed that the senior brother looked somewhat familiar, recalling that he had accompanied her in the secret realm a few years prior as the senior brother of Tianji Zone. That individual also cast a glance her way before ascending the mountain with his disciples. Fong Weiming approached, adjusting his attire with a bow, greeting them. "Miss Ming, young Master Yu, it is a pleasure to see you again. Your pace is remarkably swift. I have been chasing after you for some time." The 2 responded in unison. Rising to bow, "Young lord." They sat down, and Fong Weiming ordered a bowl of noodles, engaging in casual conversation. He explained that he could have arrived earlier, but encountered his senior brothers along the way and did not wish to leave them behind, so he had traveled with them. Ming Yu smiled. "Young lord, your timing is impeccable. The ceremony is still half a month away, so arriving early is of no consequence." Fong Weiming scratched his head, acknowledging her point. "Indeed, we also encountered members of Tai Palace on our journey. They were behind us, with a much grander entourage. Did the young palace master happen to be among them?" "Alas, no. When we crossed paths, it was with the eldest disciple of Tai Palace. And the young palace master must be resting in the carriage due to health concerns, for he did not appear." Ming Yu nodded. "Please take your time, young lord. We have matters to attend to and must take our leave." With that, They settled their bill and departed before Feng Weiming could utter his invitation. It seemed Du Jingyan was indeed gravely ill. Otherwise, such rumors would not circulate. Tai Palace had no other heirs, so were they truly banking everything on Taishu? Yu Yanchu remained unconvinced. Du Hui is not the type to place his hopes upon others. We can avoid them for now, but once the ceremony commences, we shall have to confront Tian Xue directly. Are you prepared, senior brother? Yu Yanchu raised an eyebrow with a smile. Are you ready, junior sister? Ming Yu returned his smile. Regardless, we must present a gift to him on the day of the ceremony. If he recognizes me, so be it. After all, I am now a disciple of Xinglua Dao's Zhi Zhe Zuinjia. Yu Yanchu nodded. Indeed, we shall leverage this opportunity. As for myself, I have nothing to fear with a master as great as mine. They exchanged smiles and continued on their way. In Taishu, sword flying required either their passage spirit patterns or the presence of Taishu disciples. Thus, most visitors had to ascend the mountain on foot. Taishu was elevated, with mortals claiming it had 9,999 stone steps, followed by sheer cliffs, perilous precipices, and cloud-shrouded mountains, all challenges designed to test aspiring disciples. However, the two of them would not traverse these paths. As Yu Yanchu listened to Ming Yu recount the process of Taishu's disciple recruitment, he couldn't help but express his sentiments. This foremost sword sect is truly burdensome, unlike the old man, who simply takes any fated individual as a disciple. Ming Yu chuckled, recalling something. Indeed, Master is rather laid back. Who would dare question the authority of Taishu? Footsteps approached from behind, and Ming Yu turned to find unfamiliar faces. The leader appearing to be a direct disciple, reasonably handsome, but bearing a face that seemed destined for mediocrity, followed by several inner disciples. Which sect do you belong to, and do you challenge Taishu's protocols? Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu exchanged glances, both thinking, have we stumbled upon an argument? Ming Yu took the lead with a smile. Not at all. We are merely humble individuals who have not seen much of the world. Now that we understand Taishu's recruitment rules, we cannot help but express some modicum of admiration. The leader, however, was impervious to such tactics, sneering dismissively and continuing his boastful tirade. Naturally, I, Taisu, as the foremost sword sect of the immortal realm, have disciples who are all paragons of excellence. How could your petty sects possibly compare? On the surface, Ming Yu displayed no reaction, yet inwardly he pondered whether he had unwittingly triggered some sort of cannon fodder narrative. Wasn't this the typical script reserved for the male protagonist in a counterattack story? Chapter 77. When will the barrier break? The man, noticing the lack of response from the two, assumed they were intimidated by his imposing presence and continued. Currently, the demon-slaying alliance has been established, and the immortal sects ought to unite as one. If you truly admire Tai Su, you may apply to come here to learn. It would surpass what you could grasp in your own sect over the course of a decade. Ming Yu couldn't help but marvel at the man's theatricality. While he continued his soliloquy, Yu Yanchu had already grasped Ming Yu's hand, signaling him. As the two began to move, the man, ever vigilant, quickly took notice. What are you doing? I am kindly discussing matters with you. And this is your attitude? Truly, you are but a small sect, unworthy of the stage. Ming Yu couldn't help but chuckle at his indignation, replying, Indeed, we are a minor sect, lacking the grandeur of your Taisu, the world's premier sword sect. If that is the case, why bother with the demon-slaying alliance? Why not just take care of your own affairs? The man, incensed by Ming Yu's sarcasm, drew his sword in fury. Sword energy surged forth, threatening the two with lethal precision, revealing that he was a cultivator at the Yuan-Ing level. Long Yuan had already been unsheathed, and with a single strike, he met the man's long sword, followed by a second strike that sent the man's weapon flying, now resting perilously close to his neck. You dare. This is Taisu. Do not create a ruckus. Ming Yu clicked his tongue. Long Yuan inched closer, the razor-sharp blade breaking the man's skin, drawing forth blood. The inner disciples behind the man drew their swords in response, but remained hesitant to advance. Esteemed gentlemen, Taisu is on the verge of a significant occasion. It would be prudent to avoid conflict. A figure emerged from the woods, clad in white, adorned with a golden crown, wielding an iron fan. His demeanor was as gentle as jade, Yet his eyes, shaped like phoenixes, commanded respect and caution. With a wave of his hand, a surge of spiritual energy erupted, prompting Long Yuan to retreat and stand beside the two. Long Yuan is indeed a discerning spirit, befitting a disciple of Zhi Zunjia. I am Su Jingwei, a disciple of Yun Luo Feng. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Ming Yu subtly gestured, and Yu Yin Chu understood, recalling Long Yuan into its sheath. Ah, a disciple of the third master. We shall extend you this courtesy. The man, weakened by Long Yuan's retreat, collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. Upon hearing their words, his expression shifted. Senior brother, we cannot let them off so easily. Silence. Su Jingwei's gaze flickered, and the man promptly fell silent. Ming Yu chuckled lightly. In that case, we shall take our leave. With that, the two figures vanished from sight, prompting Su Jingwei to turn and glare at the fallen man, anger boiling over as he delivered a swift kick. Useless. To be so humiliated on your own turf, truly a disappointment. The man, nursing his injury, attempted to defend himself. Senior brother, they were far too arrogant. Su Jingwei raised his right hand. No need for excuses. Ensure you handle the tasks assigned to you. Should there be any further mistakes, I shall hold you accountable. The others knelt on one knee in unison, affirming their compliance. As Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu made their way back to the courtyard, the disciples of Tai Su were bustling about, having received their orders. Who was that man? Ming Yu poured a cup of tea and offered it to Yu Yin Chu. He is Su Jingwei, the eldest disciple of the third master, Shi Ci, at the initial stage of transformation. While his strength is commendable among the younger generation, what truly makes him formidable is his family background. Yu Yin Chu scoffed. Family background? What sort of background? The second prince of the kingdom of Chu. Yu Yin Chu paused, the cup in his hand shattering as water spilled across the table. Ming Yu continued, in the mortal realm, such status is insignificant, and in the realm of cultivation, one's origin holds little weight. However, the kingdom of Chu has grown powerful, nurturing numerous families of cultivators who serve its interests. While we may not fear them, we must still show some regard. It was different before. Now, which influential family does not send their children to the immortal sex? The connection between the mortal realm and the realm of cultivation has long been intertwined. Yu Yin Chu sighed inwardly. Indeed, the separation has been irrevocably lost. What do you plan to break through? Yu Yin Chu downed the contents of his cup. What about you? Ming Yu pondered for a moment before a smile broke across his face. Perhaps, in the presence of the multitude. How does that sound? After several bustling days. As the ceremony approached, Jiang Zhimiao finally found time to seek out Ming Yu, only to come up empty-handed. Ming Yu had taken Yu Yin Chu to Yunmi Feng, and the talismans leading up the mountain remained unchanged. The disciples of Yunmi Feng were the fewest among the 7 peaks, as the peak master preferred tranquility. On the ascent, they encountered no one. For most of the Tai Su disciples were occupied at the main peak, rendering this already sparsely populated area even more desolate. Ming Yu's previous dwelling was halfway up the mountain. The original host had been selected as a direct disciple at the tender age of 8, having just endured the loss of his family and living by begging. Through relentless effort in the outer sect, he carved a path to enter Yunmi Feng among the younger generation. Before long, they arrived. It had been over a decade since his last visit, yet the courtyard remained unchanged. Pushing the door open felt akin to returning to the days of his arrival. Even the fallen peach blossoms and the clouds in the sky mirrored the past. Within the courtyard, Lu Yin Sui had awaited for quite some time. Since the posting had been released, he had been waiting, and now, finally, she had arrived. Although she was not alone, it mattered little. Ming Yu clasped his fists in greeting. Young Master Lu, it has been too long. Lu Yin Sui suppressed her impulses and replied, It has been a while for both of you. Yu Yin Chu followed her inside. The courtyard arrangement was reminiscent of that on the island, save for the peach tree, which could not thrive in the ocean. Having exchanged pleasantries, Ming Yu, feigning indifference, led Yu Yin Chu into the room. What are you observing? Yu Yin Chu continued to survey the surroundings. It seems familiar, just browsing. Ming Yu followed his gaze and chuckled lightly, having grown accustomed to living here. It is only natural that the island's layout is similar. Lu Yin's sway often came to tidy up, and the place had been restored to its former glory. Ming Yu opened a box in the cabinet, revealing a stone. What is this? A memory stone. The stone recorded the entire ordeal of the original host's injury. But Ming Yu had been unaware of its significance upon arrival, simply tucking it away. Who could have imagined it would prove so useful now? All is in readiness, Ming Yu remarked, gripping the stone tightly. Just then, a knock echoed from outside the door. Yu Yanchu raised an eyebrow. Before proceeding, you should handle the individual outside. Ming Yu sighed, tossing the stone to Yu Yanchu. Chapter 78. I am not her. From the moment the two entered the room, Lu Yin Sui clenched his fists tightly. He could not comprehend why things had transformed into their current state, nor could he fathom why Ming Yu, although alive, had kept him entirely in the dark, even deliberately avoiding him. He could not understand why his sister, who had once been his closest companion, now treated him as a stranger. Ming Yu was well aware of his thoughts. He truly knew nothing. The current circumstances were unjust to him, and Ming Yu understood this truth. If in the past she had been cautious of the original plot or the world's rules, she now felt utterly indifferent. This world had crumbled into chaos, transforming the male protagonist's journey of growth and revenge into a singular obsession with vengeance, with many scenarios that belonged to him now playing out with others. It would not be an exaggeration to say that it was a world where even one's own mother could no longer be recognized. Given the unfolding of events, it is only fitting to reveal the truth to Lu Yanxue, allowing him to grasp the reality before his demise. After merely 2 knocks, Ming Yu opened the door, and Yu Yanxu was seated at the table nearby. Let us converse in the courtyard. I have something to discuss with you, Ming Yu interjected. Lu Yanxue regarded her and nodded in acknowledgement. A gentle breeze swept through, scattering the peach blossoms in the courtyard, letting them fall carelessly upon the ground, the table, and even upon the people present. For a moment, Lu Yanxue found himself at a loss for words, despite having sought this conversation. Yet, now that they stood face to face, he felt somewhat bewildered. Are you here to retrieve something? Everything remains unchanged. I have restored every corner, and all your belongings are still in place. Ming Yu nodded appreciatively. Thank you, Lu Gongzi. Indeed, I seek to take something. How have you been? Have you found it difficult to adjust on the island? Lu Yanxue began, but Ming Yu interrupted him. I have something to tell you. Lu Yanxue was taken aback and slightly pursed his lips. Speak. Ming Yu inhaled deeply. In truth, I am not her. I am not the Ming Yu you once knew. She has long since passed away. Lu Yanxue understood each word she spoke, yet when pieced together, their meaning eluded him. He suddenly stepped forward, grasping Ming Yu's hand. What do you mean? What do you mean you are not her? Then who are you? Ming Yu infused her spiritual power into the stone of memories in her hand. The stone levitated, projecting an image of Ming Yu cultivating within her room. As she continued to channel her power, the scene began to shift. In the dimly lit room, only a few candles flickered, accompanied by the faint glow of the blue spiritual energy surrounding Ming Yu. She sat upright on the bed, her spiritual energy swirling violently, moving in alarming speed. It was evident that Ming Yu sensed something amiss. Beads of sweat formed on her forehead, and a look of anguish crossed her face. Suddenly, 2 candles extinguished, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing onto the bed in sheer exhaustion. Before she could recover, the last remaining lamp also went out, plunging the room into complete darkness. From the shadows emerged an indistinct figure, who let out a cold laugh and lifted Ming Yu's face, rendering her powerless to resist. Before she could react, 3 soul-sealing spikes pierced her body, prompting another spurt of blood and sending her into a deep unconsciousness. The figure then probed her body with his spiritual energy, and moments later, he exclaimed in surprise, followed by laughter, and leisurely departed. When the unconscious Ming Yu awoke the next day, she had become someone entirely different. The vision concluded, and Lu Yanxue instinctively released her hand, retreating 2 steps while gripping the table for support, his knuckles turning white, his expression desolate. This is it. I am not her. When I arrived, she had already perished, slain by the soul-sealing spikes of the demon race, succumbing to her predetermined fate. Then who are you? He managed to utter, each word a torturous blade to his heart. I hail from another world, and my name is also Ming Yu. This is impossible. I have always felt her presence beside me. So many aspects of you mirror her. How can you not be the same person? This cannot be. If you're not her, then what am I, junior sister? Where has she gone? When I arrived here, her spirit had already been extinguished, leaving only a trace of consciousness to guide me to Lu Jia village, and thereafter she was no more. Lu Yinxue leaned against the stone table, his expression shifting from disbelief to tears, then to laughter, and finally to a state of numbness, before he dashed out. Ming Yu observed her own hands moving unconsciously and sighed. Addressing the void, I shall avenge you. Rest in peace. A gentle breeze swept by, and her hands fell still. Yu Yanchu waited until she had composed herself before emerging from the room. Ming Yu had not taken special measures to soundproof the area, and he had heard everything clearly. It was no wonder that despite her youth, she sometimes appeared as if she had traversed the trials of life. What, then, is your purpose for coming here? Ming Yu raised an eyebrow, having anticipated that Lu Yinxue would pose this question, only to be surprised that it came from him. To assist the heavenly path in maintaining order, and then return home. After a brief silence, Yu Yinshu replied, Then let it be as you wish. Upon bursting out of the small courtyard, Lu Yinxue was lost as to where to go. He had always believed that once he became powerful enough, he could resurrect Ming Yu, take revenge, and lead her to the life they had envisioned. Yet now, all had turned to mere illusions. His life felt like a cruel jest. Until this moment, all his friends and family lay dead, with not a single soul remaining. When Jiang Zhimiao arrived, she found Ming Yu standing beneath a tree, watching the petals fall. Yu Yinshu had already taken his leave with his belongings, and she wished to linger for a moment of solitude. System, has the original host truly perished? Indeed, had she not died, you would not be able to fully control this body. Is there any chance for her to live again? Even if the male lead were to open the door to reincarnation, it would not save her. 3 soul-sealing spikes have pierced her, obliterating her spirit, leaving not a trace of her soul behind. Ming Jia. On her way, she had encountered Lu Yinxue, though he appeared as a mere shell of himself, completely oblivious to her presence. In her heart, she had already surmised much. I saw my senior brother. He is not well. Will you not return to Taishu again? Ming Yu turned with a smile, beckoning her closer. All is predestined. My fate with him was severed 6 years prior. Although Jiang Zhimiao did not fully grasp the events that transpired between them, both were dear to her, making it difficult for her to let go. Zhimiao, I am rather weary. Let's plan to explore Taishu another day. She nodded. Very well. Chapter 79. The wedding. Upon returning, Ming Yu fell ill, not from a broken heart, but due to the events of the night following her revelation. A bolt of celestial lightning struck her directly, an assault she could not possibly withstand, causing her to kneel and expel a significant amount of blood. This was the world's punishment for her transgression against its laws. Despite this, Ming Yu remained unfazed. It seems the heavenly path is indeed faltering. After all this time, a mere lightning strike is all it can muster. She rose, wiped the blood from her lips, and returned to the courtyard. Subsequently, she fell ill, remaining unconscious for several days, plagued by a high fever. Despite employing numerous remedies, Yu Yinshu was left in a state of distress. Lu Yinxue also fell ill, afflicted by heartache. He collapsed on the path descending from Yunmi Peak, discovered by passing disciples. His suppressed spiritual power surged violently due to this emotional blow, rendering the blood elixirs ineffective. Jiang Zhimiao became increasingly anxious, losing several pounds, her garments hanging loosely upon her. She struggled to conceal the turmoil within Lu Yinxue while devising a means to awaken him swiftly. The wedding feast was but 3 days away. Fortunately, on the eve of the ceremony, Lu Yinxue finally regained consciousness. His condition had deteriorated further. Externally, he appeared unremarkable, yet internally he had suffered significant depletion. Yelini was to wed, and he was to accompany her to Taishu. This was the sole request Yelini made in agreeing to marry Du Jingyan, and it was her final plea to Lu Yinxue. He could not refuse. Jiang Zhimiao had prepared his attire, accessories, and various items. In just a few days, the once chubby face had transformed into a gaunt visage. Lu Yinxue chuckled softly, patting her head. Do not worry, Shi Xiao. It is merely a wedding send-off. Jiang Zhimiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. While a send-off might seem trivial, her senior brother bore wounds, and the demon race lurked in ambush, waiting for an opportunity. What if something were to happen? Perhaps you should inform the sect leader that you are unwell and cannot attend the send-off. Lu Yinshui's smile deepened. Do not speak such foolishness. Go rest early. Tomorrow you must participate in the ceremony. The following day dawned bright and clear, an auspicious occasion for weddings. The ceremony commenced at dawn. Du Jingyan personally sought to marry, adorned in crimson attire. Although his complexion remained excessively pale, it did not appear to pose a significant issue. He respectfully bowed towards the Chao Tian Quebec Chao Tian K, smiling, placed Liani's hand into his. The two were to cherish one another henceforth. Their hands clasped tightly together, they bowed in unison, affirming their commitment. Thus, the ceremony officially began. All guests were seated within the hall as the newlyweds entered hand in hand, instantly greeted by celestial birds scattering petals above them, creating a cascade of floral beauty. The hall echoed with congratulatory remarks. Du Jingyan guided Yi Liani around, offering toasts. She donned a resplendent red bridal gown, her long hair elegantly styled, adorned with a complete set of jeweled headpieces, and a red beaded curtain veiled her face. Each toast was met with an abundance of well-wishing remarks, such as a match made in heaven, a harmonious union for 100 years, and may you bear children soon, until their ears felt entirely dulled by the flattery. Finally, they reached Ming Yu's table. She and Yu Yinshu had made a commendable effort to don formal attire for the occasion. Ming Yu, typically favoring convenience in her hairstyle, had specially crafted an ethereal bun today, adorned with numerous hairpins, and wore makeup that added a touch of color to her naturally fair complexion, enhancing her allure. Clad in a flowing green gown, she exuded an air of gracefulness and elegance. Yu Yinshu's hair was tied high in a ponytail, but he wore a white jade crown. His attire, though seemingly ordinary, a black brocade robe, revealed intricate silver patterns upon closer inspection, giving him an exceptionally noble appearance. Neither of them wore shadow-repelling rings today, leading many nearby to speculate on their unfamiliarity. Du Jingyan's hand holding the wine cup trembled slightly, prompting an attendant to support him and whisper, "These are the disciples of Ji Zhe from Luo Island." He grasped the situation, realizing that these two must have employed some method to conceal their identities while at Tai Yi Palace, eluding the notice of all. And now they chose to reveal their true selves. Though puzzled, he maintained a smile as he offered his toast. The two rose in response, smiling in return. "Wishing you both a harmonious union for 100 years. Du Jingyan drained his cup of wine, but Yi Liani remained motionless, entranced by Ming Yu's visage. The moment she beheld Ming Yu's face, she lost all capacity for response, her gaze fixated in astonishment. Ming Yu, unable to ignore such a penetrating stare, downed her drink and smiled back at Yi Liani. According to protocol, after finishing one table, they were to proceed to the next, where guests were already preparing. However, Yi Liani found herself unable to move. Upon seeing Ming Yu's face, she was rooted to the spot, murmuring softly, "You're not dead. How can this be?" Du Jingyan continued to lead her forward, but she stood still, her eyes suddenly flashing with resentment as her voice turned sharp. "How are you here? You're not dead? Why are you not dead?" Her tone was piercing, drawing the attention of others nearby, who began to turn their heads in curiosity. Du Jingyan wrapped his arm around her shoulder, attempting to coax her away, but she stubbornly stood her ground. Ming Yu met her gaze, smiling slightly. "Why would I be dead? I am Ming Yu, a disciple of Luo Island, here to attend the joyous occasion of Tai Su and Tai Yi Palace. Of course I must be present." Yi Liani's mind unraveled completely. She no longer knew what she was doing. Why had she agreed to marry Du Jingyan? Why was Ming Yu alive? She should have perished. She should have succumbed the moment those 3 needles pierced her body. Should have died within the secret realm when struck by her own spiritual power. Why was this happening? She felt her strength wane, nearly collapsing. Du Jingyan quickly steadied her waist, noticing her pale complexion and the sweat beading on her forehead, her words faltering. He handed his wine cup to the attendant behind him, scooped her up in his arms, and announced to the onlookers, Liani is feeling unwell. I shall take her to rest and return to toast you all shortly." The other guests naturally responded with laughter and understanding. Du Jingyan nodded slightly and strode forward. Ming Yu's voice, cool and collected, followed him. "Is the young palace master planning to leave?" Du Jingyan halted, turning with an apologetic expression. "Today, Liani is unwell and has disturbed Miss Ming. I apologize on her behalf. I shall return to personally make amends." Chapter 80. Repaying interest. Ming Yu smiled gently. "There is no need for apologies. I merely wish to converse with Miss Yi." However, Du Jingyan would not permit it, insisting that Liani's condition was not suitable for such exchanges. Some discussions were better left for another time. For today was the most opportune moment. Ming Yu persisted, and Du Jingyan's expression darkened. Today was his day of celebration. He had no desire for discord. "Miss Ming, today is a joyful occasion. I trust you will not overstep your bounds, lest your identity be revealed to the world, which would surely be unfavorable for you." His words dripped with thinly veiled threat, yet Ming Yu remained unfazed. "Pray tell, young palace master, what is my identity?" "Ming Yu, you." The atmosphere between them became tense, and Du Jingyan's demeanor shifted entirely. While Ming Yu remained seated, Yu Yanshu's sword had already begun to unsheath slightly beside her. Yu Liani weakly nestled in his embrace. "Spoke, Jingyan, it's nothing. Put me down. I wish to hear what Miss Ming has to say." Du Jingyan furrowed his brow, about to protest, but Yu Liani tightened her grip on his chest, coughing lightly. "Please let me down." Their commotion had attracted the attention of nearly half the hall, and whispers began to circulate. Liani's pallor was so pronounced that even makeup could not conceal it. Following her recent illness, she appeared even more delicate, eliciting sympathy from those around her. "Miss Ming, what do you wish to discuss with me?" Ming Yu rose, smiling at her with eyes as gentle as water. "I wish to pose a question to Miss Yi." Yu Liani coughed again. "What question?" "I did not perish beneath the Miahan needles. Does that astonish you, Miss Yi?" The smile faded from Yu Liani's face. What Miahan needles? I don't understand what you are saying." "It matters not if you do not understand. Merely seeing is sufficient." As she spoke, a glint of silver flashed, and a fine needle shot towards Yu Liani's heart. Terror filled her eyes as she stumbled back, colliding into Du Jingyan's embrace, blood seeping from her lips. "Liani, du Zongyan Huad, Sumion." "Find these two." Disciples seated nearby immediately drew their swords, and chaos erupted. Uninformed guests questioned what was happening, yet the two at the center of the storm remained composed. "Miss Yi, you drove 3 Miahan needles in my body. I return one to you, and we shall be even. However, next I must settle another score." Du Jingyan's complexion turned ashen, his eyes blazing with fury. "Seize them." "Hold on." Lu Yanshui emerged from the crowd, clad in a blue brocade robe, slender in frame, yet possessing an elegant visage and an ethereal demeanor. He was the eldest disciple of the second leader and the foremost disciple of Tai Su, and his words commanded attention. Du Jingyan's anger morphed into a sardonic smile. "Lu Yanshui, are you defending her?" Lu Yanshui responded with a gentle smile. "I merely wish to hear what she has to say." Ming Yu, ever cooperative, continued. "As it stands, this matter cannot be settled with Miss Yi. Yet, who can forget that the individual in question resides within your body?" "Ming Yu, what are you trying to say?" Ming Yu's eyes flickered as she spoke. "What I wish to convey, Your Highness, is that today the interest must be repaid." No sooner had her words left her lips than the gleam of a sword ignited. The silver blade, accompanied by an azure-green spiritual energy, surged towards her with such velocity that evasion was futile. Du Jingyan, momentarily taken aback, could only watch as the sword energy approached Yu Liani, halting mere inches from her. Suddenly blocked and unable to advance. A palpable astonishment enveloped the onlookers, for a dark aura unexpectedly emanated from Yu Liani, shielding her from Ming Yu's strike. The long sword retreated to Ming Yu's grasp, and with the second strike, a figure emerged in tandem with the blade's brilliance, the sword dancing like a dragon, exuding an irresistible momentum as it engaged Yu Liani in a fierce clash. Thus, amidst the celebratory hall, the two commenced their battle. The sword light rippled outward, causing numerous guests to retreat, clearing a path for the duel. If the initial engagement had elicited murmurs regarding Ming Yu's harassment of a fragile bride, the present moment bore witness to their astonishment at the formidable dark energy emanating from Yi Liani. Du Jingyan regained his senses as Ming Yu unleashed her second strike, promptly drawing his own sword towards her, only to be thwarted by Long Yuan. "Young mistress, are you truly intending to harm my junior sister?" Yu Yanchu remained steadfast, arms crossed. Long Yuan itself erupted from its sheath, rendering Du Jingyan unable to break through, helplessly observing as Ming Yu relentlessly pressed Yi Liani towards despair. "You, what are you all waiting for? Seize that person!" Du Jingyan roared in fury, yet none dared to advance. Liu Yansui's gaze remained fixed on the combatants, his silence commanding respect among the disciples of Tai Su, while others remained stunned by Yi Liani's dark aura. "Young mistress, Yi, her dark energy. She has fallen into darkness. She belongs to the demon clan." Du Jingyan could not abide such words. "I care not whether she is human or demon. She is my wife, Du Jingyan. Subdue them." No sooner had he spoken than he was struck unconscious from behind. A figure bowed respectfully to the crowd. The resolve of Tai Palace to exterminate demons remains unchanged. Meanwhile, Ming Yu and Yi Liani were locked in a fierce struggle, their energies colliding and then separating, each retreating a few paces. An ethereal sword, conjured from the air, suddenly multiplied into 1,000 blades, encircling Yi Liani, who swiftly formed seals with her hands, erecting barriers to thwart the relentless attacks. "Your Highness believes she can challenge me with but a mere doppelganger? Is she underestimating me?" Yi Liani scoffed. "A mere transformation is sufficient." The sword light surged upward, piercing the heavens, as their duel raged on. The surrounding spectators dared not intervene, merely drawing their swords to spectate. Distant sounds of commotion echoed from the mountains below, and dark clouds loomed ominously on the horizon. "Senior brother, the demon clan is advancing." A disciple rushed forth, bloodied yet resolute. Liu Yansui unsheathed his sword, standing before the crowd. "Join me in battle." The impending conflict was palpable. Ignited by the events of the day, the demon clan descended upon them, and the majority of the disciples from the celestial sect rallied to resist. The clamor of battle entwining with the clash of spiritual and demonic energies. Their strengths appeared evenly matched, though the celestial sect held a slight advantage. Meanwhile, in the rear hall, Chao Tianke sensed the unsettling shift in the atmosphere. Chapter 81. A laughingstock for the three realms, the surroundings were eerily silent. A wedding banquet should not be so devoid of sound. The flow of his spiritual energy slowed. Even the circulation of his blood felt lethargic, and he found himself unable to halt his actions, his body betraying him. Only when his blood seemed frozen could he barely cease his movements. In the pleasant warmth of May and June, the room felt as frigid as ice. Chao Tianke rang a bell, yet no one entered. He repeated this several times to no avail, an unsettling feeling creeping into his heart. "Chao Secmaster, how have you been?" A woman in a black robe, embroidered with faint red patterns, stepped forth from the shadows, her alluring visage adorned with a red floral ornament upon her brow. Chao Tiang's expression shifted. "You? How can it be you?" "Why, Secmaster, could it be that I am not the true embodiment?" She replied with a subtle smile. "As her daughter weds, I have come to bestow a gift." Chao Tianke was consumed by rage, yet he felt his spiritual energy draining, barely managing to remain upright. She smiled again, understandingly adjusting a cushion behind him. "Do not let your anger overtake you. Have you not sensed the numbness enveloping your body, the sluggishness of your blood?" Chao Tianke refused to yield easily. "What poison have you administered? What is your intent today?" She waved her hand, and a long ribbon flew forth, binding Chao Tianke completely. "I have come today to fulfill a transaction, and I invite you to witness a performance. As for the poison coursing through you, it bears no relation to us. You shall soon discover its origin." With a flick of her sleeve, the ribbon followed her away, leaving Chao Tianke utterly immobilized. Exiting the grand hall, they beheld the square engulfed in chaos, celestial disciples wounded, yet still brandishing their artifacts. The relentless tide of the demon clan continued to surge forth. "What do you think of the scene below, Secmaster?" Is it not splendid? She taunted. On this day of your daughter's wedding, the elite disciples of Tai Su are present. Despite my arrangements for other sects to guard various locations, they cannot be stopped. You vile woman. Shoo! She silenced him with a finger to her lips. Do not be so agitated. Observe over there. Her finger pointed towards the ongoing duel between Ming Yu and Yi. The demon clan's holy maiden's doppelganger proved formidable, as the two had battled for over half an hour, evolving from a calm counterattack to an even match. If this persisted, it was likely that Ming Yu would exhaust her spiritual energy first, she thought, while her hands remained deft, crafting a myriad of sword shadows that transformed into a radiant arc, driving Yi back several steps, causing her to spit blood. Although Yi had coughed up blood, Ming Yu was not faring any better. Tai Su was a land rich in spiritual veins, and Yi's endurance was bolstered by the abundant spiritual energy surrounding them. Yet, her methods were ruthless, and the dark energy she wielded not only inflicted wounds, but also eroded her flesh. Both bore injuries and once again summoned their energies. Observing the scene, Chao Tiang's expression grew increasingly rigid, his features twitching. The revelation that the seemingly virtuous elder had ruined her bright future, binding her life to that man, must have been a bitter realization. Do you now understand who has poisoned you, Sect Master? Indeed, it is your daughter. Chao Tiang's ears buzzed, his mind blank. Do you perceive it? The dark energy emanating from her is so potent. Even compared to mine, it is not lacking. Your esteemed position as the head of the foremost sword sect, and yet your only daughter is a demon. Should this leak, it would be a laughingstock across the three realms. What the so-called alliance against demons? Chao Tianke remained silent, and she was unperturbed. This Tian soul-devouring pill requires only a modicum to damage one's meridians, making cultivation arduous. With your profound mastery, consuming such a quantity has rendered your meridians utterly devastated, a rarity in this world. Chao Tiang's mind spiraled with memories of Yi's unusual demeanor since her return, a marked shift from her former self, now displaying a closer affinity towards him. Fear not. I shall not kill you. That would be too merciful. I wish for you to witness how all this unravels into nothingness. A disciple, noticing the bound Chao Tianke, fought through the fray, sword raised, only to be struck down by her whip. Yi found herself laboring under the weight of a body that was far from perfect, one that persistently resisted her consciousness. There existed a more suitable form for her. Her gaze flickered over Ming Yu, but alas, someone had acted prematurely. She retreated a few steps, conjuring a myriad of needles fashioned from demonic energy that shot toward Ming Yu, who raised his sword in a crescent-shaped barrier to shield himself. She turned to the direction of the Grand Hall and called out, "Jie Sheng, what are you waiting for?" At her words, Jie Sheng smiled once more, tightening the long ribbon around his waist before leaping forward, wielding his whip to strike at Ming Yu, only to be intercepted by Long Yuan. Jie Sheng raised an eyebrow, transforming his whip into a sharp sword, which was also blocked by Long Yuan. Yu Yanshu drew his sword and broke through Yi's onslaught. The two stood back to back, facing formidable foes. Little young master, today this deity is not a mere avatar. Even if you and your junior sister join forces, you would not be my match. Yu Yanshu offered no reply, instead deflecting another strike from her. In an instant, they exchanged dozens of blows. Yu Yanshu stepped back, thinking to himself that the Demon Emperor was indeed a tough opponent. The killing intent in his eyes intensified as he waved his long sword, dispersing the blade's light into dozens of streams that intertwined to form a lethal sword net. Its aura fierce and intent formidable, aimed directly at Jie Sheng. Beneath the sword net, Jie Sheng maintained his composure, his own sword slicing through the air, infused with surging demonic energy. The two forces clashed and eventually broke apart after an indeterminate duration. The Qinglian sword technique, impressive. If today were an avatar, you might have one. Once again, Yu Yanshu and Ming Yu stood back to back, both severely drained of spiritual energy. The other disciples of the celestial sect were not faring much better. The strength of the demonic clan ultimately surpassed theirs. Each was preoccupied with their own battles, unable to assist the duo. It seemed they had no choice. Their eyes met, and they simultaneously reached a decision. Their long swords floated before them as they infused their entire being with spiritual energy. The ambient spiritual energy was continuously drawn into their bodies, and the sky transformed dramatically, thunder rumbling ominously above. Were they attempting to break through at this moment? Jiesheng frowned slightly. Yi Liani understood their intentions. She unleashed another blow of demonic energy, only to have it cleaved apart by a bolt of lightning descending from the heavens. Chapter 82. Tribulation Thunder. The resounding thunder had arrived, enveloping the four within its fury. The tribulation thunder recognized its master and swiftly sought its target, yet the other two present could not escape its reach. Yi Liani's expression was one of utter dismay. This body could not withstand the tribulation thunder. Jiesheng's countenance was hardly better. Once the heavenly lightning struck, she would either perish or suffer grievous wounds. While these two youths remained unscathed within the out-of-body realm, heavenly lightning struck down in succession, and Ming Yu and Yu Yanshu, with an uncanny synergy, engaged their opponents, causing the tribulation thunder to strike not only themselves but also impact their adversaries. Yi Liani's body had endured only a few strikes when her breath became tumultuous, her form teetering on the brink of collapse. She glanced at Jiesheng, who was equally preoccupied with her own survival. Yu Yanshu fought more ruthlessly than Ming Yu. With each strike of the tribulation thunder against him, he retaliated toward Jiesheng with Long Yuan, infused with both spiritual energy and the sword intent of the heavenly lightning. Each strike evoked a visceral aversion within Jiesheng. The demonic clan's path to advancement did not require the tempering of tribulation thunder, and the thunder itself bore the essence of the heavenly way, an aura most loathed by the demons, capable of inflicting profound harm upon them. Yet for centuries, few had considered using tribulation thunder to ensnare the demonic clan, for breaking through was inherently perilous, especially against the demons. Ming Yu and Yu Yanshu found themselves with no alternatives, given their prowess. They could not hope to defeat a demon emperor or a divine avatar without traversing this treacherous path. Should they retreat today, vengeance would become a distant dream. The tribulation thunder also attracted the attention of the onlookers in the plaza, as the demonic forces had been largely vanquished. Many demons remained in the mountains below, but Taisu had always possessed countermeasures. Although Chao Tian could no longer activate this mechanism, Lu Yinsui had taken blood spring pills and other elixirs to consolidate spiritual energy the day before, allowing him to slay some demons and still activate the formation. Chao Tian had been rescued by several disciples, but his spiritual meridians had suffered varying degrees of damage, rendering him nearly incapacitated. Lu Yinsui ordered by Yu to lead the other disciples down the mountain to protect the common folk and hunt down remaining demons, while he retained a portion of the disciples to await the outcome of Ming Yu and the others. Jiang Zhimiao insisted on staying behind as well. "Brother, I cannot leave you alone here." Lu Yinsui sighed, conceding, "Then you may stay, the others shall descend." Once all disciples had departed, he arranged for others to clear the battlefield, assisting Chao Tian back to the sleeping quarters and relocating the surviving guests elsewhere. With all nearby disciples dispatched, he waited until the area was deserted before spitting out a mouthful of blood. His internal organs were once again under attack from the spiritual energy of the heavenly diagram. The blood spring was indeed proving insufficient to contain the damage. He struggled to maintain his footing, and Jiang Zhimiao swiftly supported him, channeling spiritual energy into his body. Lu Yinsui comfortingly patted her hand, assuring her that there was still time and a way forward. Jiang Zhimiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she nodded, yet both were acutely aware that while time remained, it was limited and solutions had yet to materialize. The battle amidst the tribulation thunder did not bode well. Their combined efforts yielded only a mutual depletion, and due to their prolonged hesitance to break through, the intensity of the tribulation thunder had escalated beyond previous encounters. With each strike against Ming Yu, she felt her very soul teetering on the brink of departure from her corporeal form. Though her spirit was unstable, she clung fiercely to Yi Liani, determined that if she were to perish today, they would do so together. After all, she would not die. Yi Liani's frustration reached its zenith. under the tribulation thunder. Her demonic energy was significantly constrained, and with each blow, her true form suffered as well. She had only emerged into the world a mere decade ago. Her innate demonic energy had yet to fully coalesce, and her body remained inadequately formed, forcing her to seek vessels through her avatars. This person was truly detestable, having obstructed her path a decade prior, and now still standing in her way. Ming Yu swung her weapon with mechanical precision, her body drenched in blood. Unable to discern whether it was the result of her own vomiting, the lightning's assault, or the demon's strikes. She sensed her strength waning, yet persisted in her struggle. Fortune and timing seemed to align just enough to barely contend with the divine avatar. Yi, too, felt the weight of her burdens. Years of painstaking cultivation had been nearly obliterated, and if she were to start anew, it would take another decade. Anger surged within her. Disregarding her battered body's capacity to endure, she forcefully gathered her demonic energy. Today, she would slay this person as they broke through, ensuring her soul was extinguished, leaving no possibility of return. The gathering of demonic energy beneath the tribulation thunder was so pronounced that Yu Yanshu, sensing it, hurried toward her, only to be intercepted by Jiesheng. "Young lad, you must first pass through my barrier." He appeared far more beleaguered than Jiesheng, yet upon gazing toward Ming Yu, he steeled his resolve, once more consolidating his spiritual energy. The tribulation thunder, which should have been waning, suddenly surged anew at that moment. Jiesheng's expression shifted tumultuously. "To forcibly break through two realms, do you comprehend the consequences?" Yu Yanshu, equally determined, clashed his long yuan against Jiesheng's sword, their blades radiating light and generating surging waves. "I understand, but I do not care." This time, the tribulation thunder bore down solely upon him. His body was ravaged, yet it continually regenerated. He endured the agony of his flesh being torn apart, only to mend again, while relentlessly attacking Jiesheng with ever-increasing ferocity. Even Jiesheng, under such relentless onslaught, felt the tide of battle turning against her. She gathered her demonic energy, only to have it dispersed. As Yu Yanshu charged at her with reckless abandon, indifferent to the wounds he sustained, with a singular purpose: today, he must prevail. Jiesheng's heart sank as she realized the unwavering resolve of the Xianmen, making it appear increasingly difficult for her demon clan to avenge their millennium-old grievances. With a resounding clang, yet another strike was delivered. Once more, she was struck simultaneously by the heavenly thunder and spiritual energy, her hand transforming into a deadly blade that slashed against Yu Yanshu's shoulder. Yet, he seemed impervious to the pain, thrusting forward once again. Her body was pierced by Long Yuan, the heavenly thunder and Xianmen's spiritual energy invading her being, instantaneously disrupting the flow of her demonic energy. Jiesheng plummeted beneath the onslaught of the heavenly thunder, only to vanish thereafter. Yi naturally took note of their actions, inwardly cursing the ineffectiveness of her comrades. Her movements quickened, though her body could no longer heal or restore itself. She pressed on, her blade piercing Ming Yu's body once more, only to be thwarted by Yu Yanshu on the third attempt. Undeterred, the violent heavenly thunder threatened to tear Yu apart, yet she continued her relentless assault, only to be met with Yu Yanshu's repeated defenses. In Chapter 83, The Outcome, Yi raised her head and let out a fierce roar, declaring that even if they thwarted her today, there would come a tomorrow. Could they truly block her every time? Yu Yanshu shielded Ming Yu behind him, his expression as cold as water, vowing that before tomorrow arrived, the saintess would pay for her deeds today. Yi forcibly gathered her demonic energy, only to be interrupted by the relentless heavenly thunder, rendering her body utterly ruined. As she fell beneath the thunder, her expression grew exceedingly grim. "Wait for it. I shall surely demand repayment for today." As Yi body crashed to the ground, a surge of demonic energy fled towards the southwest. Yu Yanshu turned to protect Ming Yu, having broken through two realms consecutively. The heavenly thunder grew fiercer, striking him repeatedly until even his life lamp flickered. On the small platform of Long Ao Island, 6 lamps were placed, 2 of which flickered incessantly, while another had dimmed considerably. Yin Peng, having knocked over her cup, wore a troubled expression. What could have happened? What kind of obstacle have they encountered that even the life lamp flickers? Chi Huide reassured her. They may have encountered a formidable adversary. Yinshu and Xiao Yu would not act recklessly. Do not overthink it. How can I not? The flickering of the life lamp indicates a simple adversary. She insisted, I must seek out the master. Shi Xingzi had already arrived outside the courtyard. Raising a hand to silence the two disciples' queries, he sighed, It is fate. You two must leave the island. Both knelt in unison. Master. He raised his hand to halt their words. Do not worry about anything else. Go assist them and return swiftly once the matter is resolved. They clasped their fists and replied, We shall obey your command. As Yi Liani's corporeal form fell, Jiang Jijun used spiritual energy to cushion her. Her body was bloodied and mangled, and even the infusion of spiritual energy could not restore her. With a final breath, she murmured, Senior brother. Lu Yinsui knelt beside her. Yi Liani whispered, I am sorry, senior brother. It is my unstable heart that has wrought this calamity. Lu Yinsui felt a surge of emotions. His heart softened upon seeing his junior sister, battered and broken. It is all right, sleep now. Yi Liani closed her eyes with a smile, her form dissipating. Having been struck down in such a manner, she would never reincarnate again. The heavenly thunder raged for an entire day, with Ming Yu losing count of the strikes. As by the end, she could no longer endure. When the thunder finally ceased, she lacked the strength to land gracefully, losing consciousness entirely. Yu Yenshu, straining to support Ming Yu, descended with her, his back burned to the point of revealing bone, yet he gently wiped the blood from her face. In the square, only the four of them remained. Jiang Jijun fed Ming Yu the medicines he had prepared, while Yu Yenshu expressed his gratitude before carrying her away. He was utterly exhausted, uncertain if he could endure until they returned. Suddenly, Lu Yinsui appeared before them, his expression devoid of emotion, questioning, Why did you expose her true nature today? Yu Yenshu remained silent, too weary to utter another word. Lu Yinsui pressed on, Do you know something? Finally, Yu Yenshu spoke, his voice hoarse and weary, laced with impatience. Must you insist on clarity at this moment, Lu Gongzi? With Ming Yu unconscious and heavily injured, demonic energy ravaging her body, Lu Yinsui eventually stepped aside. When Ming Yu awoke 5 days later, Yin Peng was at her bedside. Initially, she struggled to comprehend her surroundings, but the decor was unmistakably ethereal. As she moved, Yin Peng reacted, awakening from her stupor. How are you? Do you feel any discomfort? Is there any pain? Ming Yu attempted to shift her body, discovering only a pervasive soreness, yet no acute pain. Her spiritual energy flowed normally. Smiling at Yin Peng, she replied, Senior sister, I am fine. What brings you here? Yin Peng, somewhat annoyed, smacked her lightly. How could I not come? You two have such audacity. Master clearly forbade meddling with the demon clan. Yet you faced the demon emperor and the saintess. Did you know your life lamps were flickering that day? Startled by the familiar reprimand, Ming Yu coughed but quickly sought to appease, Senior sister, I was wrong. Yin Peng grew more irate. You two always know you aren't wrong. Yet you dare to repeat it. Once this matter is settled, you will return to the island with me for some serious reflection. Ming Yu, taken aback, stammered, What? What do you mean what? This is non-negotiable. You both need to return and reflect. Ming Yu felt as though she had been struck by frost, leaning against her pillow in sorrow. Chi Huide entered with medicine, smiling, Senior sister, do not frighten Xiao Yu. Yin Peng shot him a glare, Mind your own business. Chi Huide cooled the medicine and offered it to Ming Yu. Your senior sister is simply worried. Master has ordered us to leave the island to assist you. So, Xiao Yu, do whatever you wish. Ming Yu, moved to tears, asked, All right, what of second senior brother and third senior brother? Upon mentioning Yu Yenshu, Yin Peng became even angrier, delivering another slap to Chi Huide, that reckless fool. Using heavenly thunder against the demon clan is already perilous. Yet he forced his way through 2 realms at once. If we had not arrived in time, what would have become of him? Chi Huide coughed a few times, reassuring her softly, He is fine, just unconscious due to severe injuries. He needs to recuperate. Both of you are also heavily wounded, so stay put and recuperate. If anything arises, your senior brothers and sisters will come. Ming Yu nodded, drank her medicine, and fell back asleep. Yin Peng Peng and Chi Huai exited the room together. Over the past few days, numerous disciples from Tai Su had come to inquire about their condition, all of whom they had turned away. Tai Su was indeed excessive. Despite their injuries, they insisted on having them testify. What was there to testify about? The matters of their sect were irrelevant to Xingluo Island. Chi Huai consoled her. Tai Su is in turmoil, their strength diminished and in crisis, naturally leading them to desperation. Yin Peng Peng grew even more angry. What does their desperation have to do with us? They abandoned Xiao Yu without a second thought, and now that they need her, they acknowledge her as a disciple of Tai Su. Chi Huai continued to comfort her until her anger subsided somewhat, before turning back to the kitchen to prepare medicine for the two. Chi Huai sighed and followed her inside, dutifully offering medicine and water. In Chapter 84, The Three Masters, disciples from Tai Su returned twice more, each time being rebuffed by Yin Peng Peng. Though she had not left the island in many years, she had thoroughly read the history of the various sects and understood Tai Su's current status. Yet, how was this relevant to Xingluo Island? Now, with Tai Su lacking leadership, they were in utter disarray. The poison of Chao Tian Ke has infiltrated every meridian, and even if saved, one would become a cripple, forever unable to cultivate again. The second master has yet to return, and the third master is on his way back. The remaining elders are hardly capable of shouldering the great responsibilities of the sect, not to mention the presence of the Demon Extermination Alliance. Other sects are reluctant to take the initiative, but Lan Yinggu is undeterred, openly demanding an explanation from Tai Su. The Demon Extermination Alliance was initiated jointly with Tai E Palace, and with many disciples suffering casualties, Tai Su must provide an account for such an embarrassing incident. Although everyone witnessed Yulini engulfed in demonic energy battling Ming Yu, there remain a few stubborn individuals who refuse to acknowledge her, leading the disciples attending the Immortal Gate Critique Conference to seek out Ming Yu even more persistently. Lu Yinsui's condition deteriorates daily, yet he must still maintain appearances and oversee various affairs. Bai Yu can only handle some simple matters, and he is still lacking in negotiations with other sections. Others are unaware of his true condition, believing he has merely sustained some injuries during the battle with the demon clan, while only Jiang Zhimiao is deeply anxious. Fortunately, just as Lu Yinsui's body could no longer endure and he could not meet anyone, the third master Yu Weilian returned. At the onset of the alliance, he was dispatched by Chao Tian Ke to handle affairs at the North Sea and establish relations with the mortal realm. His eldest disciple is a prince from the mortal world, giving him some leverage with the emperor. Handling these matters is most prudent, yet none could have foreseen such a series of events. Lu Yinsui awaits him with a multitude of disciples at the mountain gate, and upon his return, he first goes to see Chao Tian Quebec. Since being rescued, Chao Tian Ke has been under medication, sleeping soundly. Whenever he awakens, he screams and struggles, hurling objects with his spiritual power. Although his spiritual meridians have been completely destroyed, his foundation from years of cultivation remains, and he has still injured several disciples. Lu Yinsui decides to administer medicine to him. When Yu Weilian arrives, Chao Tian Ke is still asleep. The entire chamber is dimly lit, with doors and windows sealed by spells, only a few candles flickering in the distance, and Chao Tian Ke lies peacefully in bed. Yu Weilian sighs, remarking on the tranquility of Chao Tian Ke's state, yet he is left with such a mess. He recalls having advised caution, but it seems he was blinded by something, insisting on establishing the Demon Extermination Alliance. The chamber is eerily silent, with no one responding to his words. Lu Yinsui waits outside, and when he emerges, the two proceed to the main hall for deliberation. As soon as they enter, Yu Weilian's spiritual power envelopes Lu Yinsui, who cannot evade it and must endure the force. The energy circles around him before returning to Yu Weilian's hands. What has happened to you? Your injuries are severe. Your organs are damaged. Do not tell me it was the demon clan that did this. I know your capabilities. Even if the demon emperor had personally intervened, it wouldn't have resulted in such dire consequences. Lu Yinsui realizes he cannot keep it a secret and kneels before him, laying everything bare. After hearing all, Yu Lian is taken aback. The temptation brought by the celestial spirit map poses a lethal threat to Tai Su at present. He steadies his mind and gestures to Lu Yinsui. From today, focus on recuperating. The ice cliff cave in the forbidden area of the back mountain can temporarily alleviate your symptoms. Go now. Lu Yinsui bows and retreats. On the umpteenth visit of the Tai Su disciples, Ming Yu finally encounters them. The disciple who comes this time had previously obstructed her and Yu Yanchu. Though not particularly prominent under the third master's name, he is a direct disciple and comes from a well-off background with a rather strong temperament. After being blocked a few times by Yun Pangpang, an argument ensues. I want to see what injuries they sustained that keep them bedridden for so long. Perhaps it is their own cowardice, unwilling to face others. Do not overstep your bounds. Tai Su may be powerful, but Xing Luo Island is not one to be bullied. Yun Pangpang has already gathered her spiritual power, and if the disciple insists on entering, she will not hesitate to take action. The disciple maintains a disdainful demeanor, prompting those behind him to draw their swords. Just as the tension escalates, Ming Yu appears. She is indeed gravely injured, having lost much weight. She looks as if a gust of wind could carry her away. Draped in a cloak, her hair is hastily tied back with a ribbon, her complexion pale, and she is coughing incessantly, supported by Qi Huide. This appearance has been nurtured over a long period. Yu Yanshu remains unconscious and, when he awakens, will likely require extensive recovery time. What brings young Master Zhao here? Ming Yu had already learned that this individual is Zhao Feikuan, son of an elder from Tianji's sect, and his own talent enabled him to be accepted as a disciple of the third master of Tai Su. Nothing in particular. However, several major sects are convening a critique meeting, and Miss Ming, as a witness, is naturally required to attend. My master wishes to meet you beforehand. While Zhao Feikuan speaks, Ming Yu continues to cough. Her spiritual power is severely depleted, and she has yet to recover fully. If it were merely an informal request from the third master, why would Zhao Feikuan need to speak in such a manner, undermining Xing Luo Island's dignity? Does he deem our hidden sect beneath notice, regarding even a few words from him as a favor? Zhao Feikuan senses the sarcasm in her words, yet cannot afford to engage in a war of wits at this moment. If he angers her, and she speaks recklessly at the critique meeting, it would spell disaster for Tai Su, and he would be blamed. Thus, he performs a formal bow. I spoke inappropriately. Please do not take it to heart, Miss Ming. Ming Yu coughs again and replies, before the critique meeting, I will certainly meet with the third master. Zhao Feikuan leads his disciples out of the small courtyard. Where he spits in disdain, he truly thinks highly of himself. Let's depart. They leave, and Yun Pangpang is infuriated, remarking on the absurdity of Tai Su. Despite seeking assistance, presents themselves with an air of superiority. I say, Xiaoyu, you should not have agreed to them. Ming Yu sips the tea Qi Huide has prepared for her. We are still in Tai Su. We must give them some face. Moreover, although he may be a bit arrogant, the third master of Tai Su is quite decent. There is no need for us to make enemies of the entire Tai Su. Chapter 85. Caution and prudence. Qi Huide seldom agrees with his junior sister's opinions, but after such a long absence, she has indeed made progress. Yun Pangpang remains upset. Your health is not yet restored. Why are you out? Return to your bed. After lying down for several days and consuming countless spiritual herbs brought from the island, Ming Yu suspected that Yun Pangpang had emptied the reserves of his Xingzi before leaving the island. Qi Huide, seeing through her thoughts, assures her, do not worry. Our master has accumulated much more than this over the years. Moreover, it is not solely from him. Who else then? Your spiritual pet has also contributed. It has gathered quite a few spiritual fruits and herbs, which are packed in our belongings. With so much happening recently, Ming Yu nearly forgot about the system. Today, feeling well enough, she inquires about matters on the island from Qi Huide. After you left the island, our master took your spiritual pet out once more, but since then, it has remained in seclusion on the island. Fuyu is also doing well, still in slumber. The Beast clan has long hibernation periods, and she is still young. After your departure, your senior sister was quite worried, losing considerable weight from her anxiety, though her cultivation has improved. Chi Huide recounts interesting events to Ming Yu, and she eventually grows weary and drifts off to sleep. After several more days of recuperation, the day arrives when Yu Yanshu also awakens, and the critique meeting of the sect is fast approaching. Ming Yu is now able to rise and move about freely. Her external wounds have nearly healed, and though her internal deficiencies have not been fully replenished, there is some improvement. Before meeting Yue Lian, she took a moment to glance at Yu Yanshu. When Ming Yu arrived, he had just taken his medicine and fallen asleep, his hair cascading around him on the bed. Unlike his usual carefree demeanor, he now bore the semblance of a sickly beauty. She gently checked his forehead temperature and compared it with her own before concluding that there was no cause for concern. Then she rose to leave. After her departure, Yu Yanshu subtly curved his lips into a smile and succumbed to the effects of the medicine, drifting back to sleep. Yue Lian waited in the main hall for quite some time for Ming Yu. Upon learning of the situation, he recognized Ming Yu's true identity and could only sigh internally about the entanglements of fate. Initially, Tai Su abandoned them in the secret realm, and later, under pressure from various celestial sects, branded her as a traitor of the demonic clan, thereafter refusing to acknowledge her existence. The current predicament was merely the result of karmic cycles. When Ming Yu entered the hall, she performed a respectful bow, introducing herself as Ming Yu, a disciple of Xing Luo Island, here to meet the third master. Yue Lian scrutinized her appearance. It had been many years since they last met, and she had grown significantly. "Please rise," he said. Ming Yu was also observing Yue Lian. The original owner of her identity had indeed met him before, albeit without much familiarity. However, she was aware that he was easy to get along with. In the original narrative, everyone agreed to have the original owner take the blame, except for him and Lu Yin Sui, while the original owner's master was absent. Lu Yin Sui, who had known the original owner for years, did not believe she would betray the demonic clan, while Yue Lian understood the reasons and disagreed with the plan. Although the original owner was ultimately labeled a traitor, he was at least someone who dared to speak and act, making him a trustworthy individual. "It has been a long time. You have matured and your skills have grown considerably. If your master were to see you, he would surely be pleased." Ming Yu paused. "My master is on the island. If he were to see me, he indeed would be happy." Yue Lian detected her reluctance. She no longer acknowledged herself as a disciple of Tai Su, which was to be expected. "Let us discuss serious matters. In 2 days, during the Celestial Sect's criticism meeting, I would like to hear how you intend to speak." Ming Yu lifted her gaze. "Naturally, I shall speak as necessary." Yue Lian regarded her with a profound gaze. "I know Tai Su has wronged you. However, we are merely conducting a joint trial. If a few words are too harsh, their implications could differ significantly for Tai Su. I do not wish for you to fabricate anything. I simply hope that the words spoken can be considered carefully. If you can do this, Tai Su would be immensely grateful." Ming Yu understood his intentions and realized this posed no real harm to her. So she agreed. "Rest assured, third master, I shall speak with caution. There is one more matter. Do you have any means to address Yin Sui's injuries?" Ming Yu chuckled lightly. "If such a large sect as Tai Su has no solution, what can I possibly do?" Yue Lian sighed, gesturing for her to leave. Ming Yu turned to exit the main hall, where Su Jingwei had long awaited her. They exchanged a slight nod, acknowledging each other, yet were abruptly interrupted as they passed. "Miss Ming, please hold on. I have some questions I wish to consult." Ming Yu smiled. "I cannot claim to offer guidance, but if young Master Su has something to say, please do. How should one deal with an enemy upon encountering them?" "What kind of enemy?" "An unending, lifelong foe." "What is their current situation?" "Currently, they pose little threat, but in the future, they will undoubtedly become a significant concern." Ming Yu felt a jolt. Su Jingwei was not one to ask questions lightly. Since he inquired, it indicated that the individual was closely related to her. The only person in her circle who could potentially be linked to this matter was Yu Yanshu. Initially, she had merely mentioned this person's familial identity, and Yu Yanshu's reaction had been somewhat odd. It now seemed her suspicions were not unfounded. Although she had long suspected a connection between Yu Yanshu and this person, she had not anticipated it had escalated to such a degree. Steadying her demeanor, Ming Yu replied coolly, "If you intend to eliminate him, young master, Su must assess our respective strengths. If you cannot achieve a decisive strike, the complications could be considerable." Ming Yu implied that if he could not slay the entire Xing Luo Island, he should abandon such thoughts, lest they retaliate fiercely. Su Hing Wei chuckled softly. "I have learned much from you, Mississippi. Please travel safely." As he stepped into the hall, Yue Lian's spiritual energy surged towards him, knocking him to the ground. Su Jingwei knelt, and Yue Lian's anger intensified. "In these troubled times for Tai Su, why are you still dwelling on past grievances? Do you wish to provoke a conflict with Xing Luo Island?" Su Jingwei replied, "Disciple dares not. Your actions suggest otherwise. I warn you, resolve your matters in Chu country as you see fit, but do not let them affect Tai Su. I will not spare you." Su Jingwei bowed again. "Disciple understands." Yue Lian's temper cooled slightly. "What are the matters I entrusted to you?" The second master has yet to provide any updates. "The elders of Tianji sect and Tai E Palace wish to meet with you, but Yin Shun's sect has declined, stating it is inappropriate to meet before the criticism meeting, fearing it may arouse suspicion." Yue Lian replied, "Very well, you may leave." He then sighed, while gazing at the mural on the wall of the empty hall. Chapter 86. Guarding one's heart, the Celestial Sect's criticism meeting was set to commence in a few days. Since the events unfolded within Tai Su, the meeting would also take place there. The atmosphere surrounding the gathering was starkly different from that of a fortnight prior. Though feelings of frustration lingered, there was little choice. After all, such events had befallen their own sect. Many disciples of Tai Su could only console themselves in this manner. The meeting would span 3 days. The first day would inquire into the alliance between the leader of Tai E Palace and the head of Tai Su to eradicate the demonic forces. The second day would be dedicated to the trial of Yilian E. Although her spirit had dissipated, the deeds committed and the intelligence betrayed would be scrutinized thoroughly. The final day would announce the outcome and investigate the internal supporters of the demonic clan within the celestial sections. A significant number of attendees were present, including many esteemed elders who had remained hidden from the world, underscoring the gravity of the situation. Liu Yinsui had spent several days cultivating in the ice cliff cave, alleviating his internal suffering, and thus emerged to greet the guests. Given the presence of substantial figures, it was inappropriate for him to remain absent, as it could lead to a perception of weakness for Tai Su. Jiang Ji Miao accompanied him at the mountain gate, and within a mere few months, the young girl had made notable progress in her cultivation, truly showcasing her innate talent. The attendees were mostly venerable elders, accompanied by a few discreet disciples, all of whom were composed and discerning, preventing any disorder from arising. The criticism meeting targeting Tai Su was set to commence on the second day. Du Wu Hui arrived a bit late, just before the meeting was to begin. Tai E Palace and Tai Su had always been closely allied, and in light of the current events, both sects were significantly weakened. The Lan Yin Pavilion not only collaborated with Yan Shun's sect to host the criticism meeting, but also specifically invited several reclusive ancestors to come out of seclusion to arbitrate, which was indeed infuriating. Du Zheng Yin accompanied him on this occasion. When Yu Yin, he was deemed a fallen demonic being. He was knocked unconscious and returned to Tai E Palace. Upon returning, he had expressed considerable anger, insisting on confronting her, only to be met with a slap from Du Wu Hui, leading him to reflect for a long time before he could attend as a party involved. Although he had learned that Yi Lian was possessed by the demonic clan, he still harbored some resentment towards Ming Yu and the others. The revelation had to come on the day of their wedding. Until Yi Lianyi's death, they could not be considered a true couple, which left him feeling bitter. Du Wu Hui was acutely aware of his son's sentiments. His narrow-mindedness was worrying, yet he was also the one among the inept group who could be the most ruthless. He couldn't help but regret allowing these children to engage in such life-and-death struggles. In the dead of night, Du Wu Hui ventured out alone. His courtyard had been intentionally arranged to ensure seclusion for Du Zhengyan's recovery. Thus, it was situated quite close to the back mountain. As he approached the back mountain, a fragrant scent wafted through the air, prompting him to halt and bow respectfully. "I have seen the Demon Emperor." The silhouette of Jia Sheng gradually emerges from the darkness. a subtle smile gracing their lips as their eyes shimmer with intrigue. What brings you to seek my presence? They inquire. The response is clear. It is a desire to continue dealings with the demonic clan. However, Jiesheng suddenly bursts into laughter. Du Gongzhu, given your precarious situation, what do you propose to offer in this venture? Du Wuhui chuckles as well, stating, while the adjudication conference may carry a formidable reputation, it has yet to yield a definitive outcome, has it not? Jiesheng raises an eyebrow, sensing the amusement in the exchange. If my Tai E Palace can extricate itself from this predicament, I trust that the demon sovereign will be willing to continue our transactions. Jiesheng smiles slightly. Then I look forward to your performance, Du Gongzhu. Once Du Wuhui has departed, Jiesheng wipes away a trickle of blood from the corner of their mouth. Those two young men are indeed audacious, inflicting considerable harm even upon her true form, forcing her to remain in the demon realm to recuperate. Yet, regardless of their efforts, the realm of cultivation is rife with individuals of ill intent. As Du Wuhui exits, Du Zhengyan remains observant, though he chooses not to speak. He has always been aware of his father's dealings with unknown parties and understands the underlying motivations. The progress of Tai E Palace to its current stature has indeed required tremendous effort and sacrifice. The night before the adjudication conference, Jiang Zhimiao sought out Ming Yu. The weight of recent events burdened her heart, yet she found no one to confide in. Liu Yinsui's injuries had yet to heal, and she had nearly relocated to the ice cliff cave to suppress the turbulence of her internal spiritual energy. With no other close disciples to turn to, she ultimately decided to seek Ming Yu's company. Prior to her arrival, Ming Yu had discreetly informed Yun Pangpang, ensuring her unimpeded entry. Ming Yu needed to change into more presentable attire, so Yun Pangpang welcomed Jiang Zhimiao in the courtyard, her heart fluttering with curiosity. The young girl was undeniably charming and adorable, her youthful visage still adorned with the remnants of baby fat, evoking a desire to pinch her cheeks. Unbeknownst to Jiang Zhimiao, she remained oblivious to Yun Pangpang's intentions, her heart heavy with sorrow, her spirit languid, prompting Liu Yinsui to admonish her repeatedly. Ming Yu emerged from her quarters in appropriate attire, as she had been recuperating within and typically donned casual garments. It was acceptable in private, yet not suitable for public appearances. She had also brought some spirit fruits provided by the system for the young girl to enjoy. Upon seeing Ming Yu, Jiang Zhimiao rushed forward, and Ming Yu affectionately patted her head, urging her to sit. What troubles you? Have you been wronged? Jiang Zhimiao shook her head. No. Who would dare to offend me? I am the third miss of Ruo Shui Mountain Manor. Yet her expression soon fell again, overwhelmed by the myriad of recent events. Sensing a shift in everyone around her, all seemed preoccupied, leaving her heart aching. Ming Yu peeled fruit for her, offering comfort. You are still young. These matters are not directly related to you, but they occur right before my eyes. Seeing your sister, ye dissipated before me, leaving not even a trace of dust. I am sorry, Ming Jia, for bringing her up. Ming Yu handed her the fruit. There is nothing wrong in speaking of it. She made mistakes and faced consequences. We can consider the matter settled. Zhimiao, do you know what is most vital for cultivators? Jiang Zhimiao shook her head. Ming Yu replied, it is the cultivation of the heart. Only with unwavering resolve and a sincere disposition can one ultimately attain complete mastery. Should one's heart falter, the consequences can lead to stagnation or even descent into darkness. Yu Yin's excessive obsession destabilized her heart, providing the demons with an opportunity. This is solely her own failing. As a sword cultivator, you must take her experience as a lesson, reminding yourself to uphold your original intentions. Jiang Zhimiao nodded. I understand. What have you seen your brother's injuries? Jiang Zhimiao sighed. They remain unchanged, only manageable, not curable. Ming Yu nodded deep in thought. Chapter 87. The Celestial Gate Adjudication Conference the following day. The Celestial Gate Adjudication Conference commenced. All celestial sects entered one by one, the venue being the main hall where a wedding was to take place. The disciples of Tai Su felt a profound sense of unease. As the conference began, Yu Weilian escorted Chao Tianke to the hall. He was still unable to rise, as the poison had not only ravaged decades of his cultivation, but had also crippled his spiritual veins and shattered his pride. Once a prominent leader of Tai Su and one of the few great cultivators in the realm, he had now been reduced to a state of utter dependence. The gravity of the adjudication conference had been conveyed to him by Yu Weilian previously, and he had prepared himself to some extent. However, as he sat upon the playing mat, thrust into the spotlight and scrutinized by a multitude of eyes filled with sympathy, disdain, anger, or mere amusement, he realized he had overestimated his fortitude. He could not ignore their gazes, and a torrent of emotions surged within him, compelling him to wish them all away from his sight. Yu Weilian sensed his distress and discreetly infused a calming energy into him, offering him a clear heart pill. He sighed internally, lamenting the cruel fate. After taking the medicine, Chao Tiang's spirit eased somewhat, and he was positioned at the center of the hall, where Du Wuhui stood waiting. They exchanged calm expressions, awaiting the proceedings. As the audience settled, 3 chimes echoed, marking the commencement of the adjudication conference. The 3 individuals seated at the forefront were venerable elders, long since withdrawn from public life, clad in plain garments with flowing beards. Next to them were representatives from the 5 major celestial sects, followed by members of various noble families and hidden sections. Ming Yu and her companions found themselves seated in the middle, not at the far end. On this day of the adjudication conference, the 4 from Xingluo Island were present, with Yu Yenshu, despite his illness, determined to witness the proceedings, a bowl of steaming medicinal concoction before him, prepared by Qi Huaid to keep warm for his journey. Though pale, he wore a smile, appearing remarkably at ease. The 3 elders began their inquiries. "Do you have anything to say regarding the Demon Extermination Alliance?" Du Wuhui responded with gravity. "We have no regrets and nothing to say." The members of Lanyin Pavilion grew restless, having sent numerous elite disciples to offer tributes, only to suffer heavy losses. Thus, they could not swallow their indignation. Du Gongzu, do you truly have no regrets? How do you explain the events that transpired? What are that day's events? The demon rabble possessed my niece, bringing such calamity to my sect. We must unite in solidarity to confront them and ensure they learn their lesson. The speaker's words were met with laughter by Du Wuhui, who, upon hearing the reasoning, was momentarily rendered speechless, only to be restrained by those behind him, resulting in a cold huff before he resumed his seat. Ming Yu observed the individual behind him, clad in white, veiled, and adorned with a forehead chain. Though her appearance was obscured, it was evident that she was strikingly beautiful. Could it be the young master of Lanyin Pavilion? All members of Lanyin Pavilion were adept in sound cultivation, predominantly comprised of women. With the young master, surnamed Chu and given the single name Yu, a character introduced in the latter stages of the original story and one of the male protagonist consorts. She was known for her icy demeanor and shrewd intellect, serving as a pivotal strategist for the male protagonist. The 3 elders continued their inquiries. Many have reported that the Demon Extermination Alliance was formed for your own gain. Do you acknowledge this? Du Wuhui replied earnestly, "We do not." Chao Tianke echoed, "We do not. Do you not bear suspicions of collusion with the demon clan?" At this, Du Wuhui felt a jolt within, yet maintained his composure. "Is there any evidence? If we conspired with the demons, why would we invite you all to join the Demon Extermination Alliance?" Chao Tianke added, "The demons have harmed Tai Su and brought us to this state. How could I possibly collude with them?" The 3 elders nodded slightly, appearing to find their reasoning plausible. The middle elder then waved his sleeve, and a seal materialized on the table. This seal bore Du Wuhui's personal insignia, accompanied by a letter that floated to the center of the hall at his gesture. The letter described a transaction between Du Wuhui and Xiesheng, wherein certain cultivators endowed with spiritual power and several mortal women would be sent to Hu Du for her cultivation, in exchange for a single individual's abilities. The letter bore Du Wuhui's personal seal, causing an uproar in the assembly. Instances of disappearances between the realms of cultivation and the mortal world occurred periodically, initially dismissed as mere chance. However, it was later revealed that these individuals were abducted by the demon clan to serve as nourishment for their practices. Many, outraged, joined the Demon Extermination Alliance. Now, it was alleged that Du Wuhui orchestrated this entire affair, capturing those individuals and trading with the demons. Ming Yu was also taken aback. suddenly recalling her own experience with Yu Yin Chu in the elusive realm of unfulfilled desires. Had she not been captured and offered as sustenance to the demon clan? Fortunately, she had encountered Yu Chio Wan. At that time, the demon clan had established a foothold in the mortal realm, and there existed a passageway leading to Hudu. She had previously thought it was merely a consequence of the illusion, and now it appeared that someone had indeed assisted the demons in opening that passage. Yu Yin Chu was equally stunned, not only reminded of the realm of unfulfilled desires, but also contemplating other matters. When chaos erupted in the state of Chu and the demons rampaged, could it truly be unrelated to these celestial sects? Du Wuhui's expression darkened as he asserted that the letter was not his handiwork, but rather a forgery concocted by the demon clan. However, he was questioned about the seal. The Tai Palace was not impenetrable. If the demon clan sought to frame him, they would have made thorough preparations. If even the only daughter of Brother Chao could be possessed by the demons, it was plausible that some of his disciples had also been compromised, stealing his seal to fabricate this letter. Before the three elders could respond further, an individual from Lanyin Pavilion interjected, stating that they possessed a treasured artifact capable of identifying all individuals who had come into contact with a specific item and reconstructing the scene at that moment. Would Du Gongzhu be willing to undergo this examination? Du Wuhui's countenance darkened further. Did Lanyin Pavilion intend to cling to him relentlessly? The individual scoffed, querying why Du Gongzhu would hesitate if he had a clear conscience. Du Wui Awad recalling with certainty that he had never penned such a letter and feeling emboldened by that conviction. He declared that he had no reason to fear, but questioned how Lanyin Pavilion would provide him with an explanation if the letter was not his. Chao Yu interjected, calmly assuring that if it were indeed not written by Du Gongzhu, he would personally apologize. After a moment, Du Wuhui acquiesced, and a disciple was dispatched to retrieve the artifact from their quarters. The assembly buzzed with whispers. Yin Pang couldn't resist sharing her thoughts with Ming Yu, questioning the efficacy of Lanyin Pavilion's artifact and expressing concern that they might have to apologize to Du if it turned out otherwise. Ming Yu reflected on the original text regarding Chao Yu's character, believing her to be cautious and confident in her assertions. As Yu Yin Chu exited, he was enveloped tightly by Qi Huaid, who had initially planned not to bring him out but reconsidered, realizing it would be unwise to leave him alone in the courtyard. After consuming his medicine, Yu Yin Chu still experienced some coughing, needing a few sips of tea to recover. Su Jingwei sat across from him, his gaze fixed intently upon him, which Yu Yin Chu chose to ignore, immersing himself in his own activities. Qi Huaid, noticing the attention from afar, kicked Yu Yin Chu lightly, questioning the situation. Yu Yin Chu, seizing the moment, poured a cup of tea for him, stating they were not acquainted and to disregard it. Soon, the disciples of Lanyin Pavilion arrived, presenting the artifact to the three elders. The base resembled a candlestick, adorned with a lotus shape, housing a luminous orb at its center. Chao Yu rose and greeted the assembly, introducing the ice lotus seal, a treasured item of Lanyin Pavilion capable of identifying all users of any object and reconstructing their actions at the time. The elders examined it closely, confirming its legitimacy before placing it before Chao Yu. With a deft motion, she drew her finger across her skin, allowing her spiritual energy to pierce it and draw forth blood. She let several drops fall onto the orb's center while simultaneously infusing it with her energy, causing the orb to radiate even more brightly. The brilliance was impossible to ignore, enveloping the artifact, the seal, and the letter. Moments later, the two items were lowered, and the artifact projected a series of images into the air. The scenes depicted Du Wuhui managing affairs, devoid of anything extraordinary or related to the demon clan, leading many to lose interest and wait for the more entertaining developments. The imagery shifted, revealing Du Jingyan, who had secretly used Du Wuhui's seal. The hall erupted in murmurs, as he not only used it himself, but also passed the seal to Yili. All eyes turned toward Tai Palace and Tai Su, with Du Wuhui's face turning an ashen hue as he mentally cursed his own son. Chao Tianke was equally displeased, his disdain for the venue intensifying. Though Yue promptly sensed his agitation and channeled spiritual energy to calm him, advising him to maintain composure for the sake of Tai Su's reputation. The imagery continued to unfold, returning the seal to Du Wuhui, who was seen writing a letter that he did not submit to a disciple, but instead clandestinely summoned a crow to deliver it. An uproar ensued, for the letter bore a striking resemblance to the one on the table, right down to the exterior, compounded by Du Wuhui's suspicious behavior. No cultivator had ever utilized a crow for correspondence, let alone done so in secrecy. Du Wuhui's expression shifted once more, for although he had indeed sent a letter, he was unaware of the scene now presented. He hastily defended himself, urging the elders to recognize that he had never colluded with the demon clan. Then how do you explain this scene? They pressed. After much internal conflict, he finally conceded that he had sent a letter via crow. But it was not destined for the demon realm. Rather, it was intended for the mortal world. The woman from Lanyin Pavilion could no longer contain herself, retorting that Du Gongzhu spoke quite lightly. Asserting it was not bound for the demon realm did not render it so. The images displayed the letter's exterior identical to that of the one in question, and they queried how they could trust him. Moreover, was there truly a need for such secrecy in communicating with the mortal realm? Her words resonated with the crowd, as the evidence was compelling and could not simply be dismissed. Du Wuhui's expression darkened once more, his mind racing to formulate a response. Ultimately, he steeled himself, stating that if it were merely a matter of communicating with the mortal realm, there would be no need for concealment. However, the letter in question was directed to the Grand Sorcerer of the current state of Chu. The mention of the state of Chu and its Grand Sorcerer incited a wave of discussion. The state of Chu had descended into chaos over a decade prior, with the demon clan emerging from the shadows and harming many innocents, prompting the celestial sects to intervene, a situation that directly led to the upheaval in Chu's political landscape. The Grand Sorcerer of Chu was a disciple of the celestial sect at that time. In his efforts to save the populace from peril, had exhausted his cultivation, thereby forfeiting the path to immortality and leaving his powers unfulfilled. Du Wuhui's covert communication with him raised eyebrows, as it was difficult to separate the two events in the minds of the assembly. Upon hearing those two phrases, Yu Chu tightened his grip around his cup, recalling how this very individual had once saved the people of Chu while abandoning his own mother, forcing him into exile for over a decade. Su Jingwei was also taken aback. His father had been a beneficiary of that great chaos, ascending directly from an obscure prince to the imperial throne. That great sorcerer was also his mentor during his mortal life. Du Wuhui continued. In the turmoil of the Chu kingdom, the great sorcerer sacrificed himself to save the populace, exhausting his cultivation, and his physical form is difficult to sustain. He has sent word to me, hoping to find a solution to delay the dissolution of his body. Why must this matter be concealed? Du Wuhui's gaze was piercing, his voice resolute. The great sorcerer's fate is tied to the safety of the people of Chu. If the demonic clan were to learn that he can no longer maintain his physical form, would they not rise again? Furthermore, the method to sustain him is a forbidden technique of my Tai Palace, one that leaves no survivor. Naturally, we must avoid any public communication about it. Within the hall, silence reigned. Some admired the great sorcerer's noble sacrifice, while others questioned the veracity of Du Wuhui's claims, and a few outright disbelieved, thinking he was merely evading responsibility. If any of you doubt, you may use the Echo Stone to send a message to the great sorcerer. The truth will be revealed. The three elder representatives and the representatives from the various celestial sects exchanged glances, all nodding in agreement, leading an elder to send a message. The Echo Stone soon stirred, bringing back the great sorcerer's reply, confirming the situation is true. Indeed, he had a request of Tai and asked for confidentiality. Chapter 89. Intentions yet, some still doubted, arguing that the Echo Stone could only convey certain messages. How could they be sure it was truly the great sorcerer replying? The individuals on the stage also pondered this point, and after some discussion, the leading figure said, "Please do not rush. We shall pause our inquiries for now. Everyone, take a moment to rest. I have sent a message to the Chu Kingdom, dispatching disciples to welcome the great sorcerer himself to testify. And he shall arrive in a day or two. The crowd bowed and withdrew. Yu Weilian stepped forward to move Chao Tianke aside. Du Wuhui smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. But Yu Weilian's expression darkened slightly as he turned away. Chao Tianke's condition was not suitable for long journeys, so he rested in a chamber within the rear hall, where Yu Weilian administered the brewed medicine to him. He asked, somewhat ambiguously, "Brother, tell me the truth. Does the chaos in the Chu kingdom from over a decade ago have any connection to you and Du Wuhui?" Chao Tianke, unable to move, leaned against the plane's surface, his face the only part of him that could express emotion, occasionally contorting into strange expressions against his will. He spoke slowly, word by word, what has already transpired. What would he do about it? Yu Weilian felt a wave of desolation. How had his once vibrant brother become this way? So the child you entrusted to me was, in fact, a part of a transaction, was it not? Chao Tianke remained silent, prompting Yu Weilian to continue. Brother, cultivators must not recklessly interfere in mortal affairs. Why must you do this? Destiny cannot be defied. Your forceful meddling will bring calamity upon yourself. Chao Tianke's face flushed with agitation, and he exclaimed, All I have done is for the sake of Tai Su. Yu Weilian sighed. Yet the current plight of Tai Su stems from your actions. There remains an hour until the questioning resumes. Please rest well. With that, he left the room, unable to linger any longer. Ming Yu and others returned to the small courtyard, where Qi Huai took Yin Pangpang to prepare lunch. Ming Yu stayed with Yin Shu in the courtyard. They were aware that he hailed from the Chu kingdom, though the specifics were unclear, given the current circumstances. It was evident he had a significant relationship with the great sorcerer. Yin Shu was lost in thought, clutching a cup of water, prompting Ming Yu to brew him a cup of tea made from peach blossoms. Regardless of the circumstances, one's health is paramount. Yin Shu smiled faintly and accepted it. The afternoon inquiries shifted focus to Du Jingyan. Initially, he seemed to have little involvement, yet it turned out he had sneaked out with a personal seal, indicating that the demonic clan had likely infiltrated the celestial sections. Du Jingyan's health had also deteriorated. Following the devastating loss of Yi Lian's spirit, he had become emaciated, resembling little more than a mere skeleton. Du Wuhui had previously declared he would pass the position of palace master to him after his marriage, but it appeared he was unfit to bear such a burden. Du Jingyan himself was unaware of when he had reached the point of being willing to forsake everything for another's happiness, only to realize that everything had been a facade. The concern once shown to him had been false, the smiles he received had been hollow, and every word spoken had been insincere. Du Jingyan, you handed over the seal to Yi Liani. Do you know what she intended to do with it? Du Jingyan offered a bitter smile. In response to my ancestor, the disciple does not know. You did not know, yet you gave her your father's personal seal? She merely mentioned having a disagreement with Master Zhao and wanted to step outside to clear her mind, borrowing the seal to obtain a travel permit. I truly did not know what she intended to do. She returned in less than the time it takes to burn an incense stick. The individuals on stage exchanged glances, internally lamenting how Du Wuhui, such a cunning fox, could have fathered such an oblivious son. During the time you were captured by the demonic clan, did you notice anything unusual? Du Jingyan pondered carefully before responding. Not particularly. The demonic clan cast a sleep-inducing spell on me, making it difficult to maintain consciousness, and they drained a considerable amount of my spiritual power, leaving me unable to resist. Du Jingyan could not provide much more information. After posing a few additional questions to which he had no answers, they dismissed him. Next came Chao Tianke. In truth, questioning Chao Tianke was a more complicated matter. In his current state, it was impossible for him to be colluding with the demonic clan. Nevertheless, they needed to proceed with the formalities, and the three inquired if he had noticed anything amiss with Yi Liani. Chao Tianke replied slowly, since her return from being captured by the demonic clan, her demeanor has changed significantly. She remains by my side all day, rarely interacting with others. I initially thought it was due to her illness, but now I realize she had been possessed by the demonic clan. The crowd exchanged glances again, puzzled. Hadn't Yi Liani already been possessed? According to Master Zhao, how could it have occurred only after her illness? Ming Yu understood Chao Tian's intent. He was merely reluctant to admit that his beloved had leaked secrets, aiming to maintain that there had been no issues before. Even in his current state, he remained obstinate. The afternoon session concluded swiftly, with the main event anticipated for the following day. Ming Yu was to recount everything that transpired during the wedding banquet and confront Du Zhengyan and Chao Tian. She was not particularly worried, as it ultimately did not concern her. At worst, others would label her cold-hearted and unfeeling, indifferent to her previous sect's sentiments, which she did not mind. The others shared her indifference. They of Xing Luo Island were never concerned with others' opinions. In a world filled with voices, if one were to heed every word spoken, there would be no reason to continue living. That evening, they relaxed in the courtyard, and a disciple from Tai Su arrived. This time was Bai Yu. Master, Miss Ming, the sect leader requests your presence. Ming Yu had no intention of going. I have already met with Master Yu a few days ago and promised to speak truthfully and objectively about everything, without mixing in any other matters. Bai Yu appeared somewhat troubled. It is not the third sect leader. It is Master Zhao who wishes to see you. Ming Yu's expression turned frigid. Tomorrow is the day of confrontation. If I visit Master Zhao today, it may raise suspicions of collusion. I believe it is best to wait until after the proceedings. Bai Yu had anticipated her refusal and said nothing further. He took his leave after bowing. Chao Tian, however, was furious. Now that everyone was willing to show him respect, a mere junior disciple dared to ignore his summons. After his rage subsided, he was engulfed by profound sorrow. Here he was, a dignified master of the Great Ascension, whose every action was meant for the sect, now reduced to a state where he could not even care for himself, unable to rise to his feet. It was only natural for others to look down upon him. A surge of resentment welled up within him. Had he secured the heavenly spirit map back in the day? How could he have found himself in such a predicament now? The demonic clan has brought me to this state. The celestial sect looks down upon me. It is not an exaggeration to say that my life has descended into utter chaos. Chapter 90. Recalling past scenes as dawn approaches, the sky is at its dimmest, and the human spirit is most scattered. In a side room of the Tai Su back palace, the guarding disciples are already drowsy. Lying in bed is none other than Chao Tian, who is now unable to care for himself and constantly requires assistance. Although it should be the most exhausting time, he finds himself unable to sleep, while some disciples outside the hall have secretly dozed off. At night, human hearing is particularly acute. He seems to hear the sound of yawning from the guarding disciples at the door. Inside the room, one disciple, overwhelmed by fatigue, inadvertently bumped his head against the table corner with a thud, and then he held his head in pain for quite some time. The sounds of birds chirping, cicadas singing, and leaves growing can also be heard. He cannot help but reflect that it is somewhat amusing. When he was once extraordinary, he never paid attention to these things around him. Now, reduced to a state of helplessness, he finds himself intrigued even by a single bird. In the darkness, it seems there are other sounds as well. Chao Tian clears his mind to listen closely, then succumbs to unconsciousness. All the disciples in the hall also fall into a deep slumber. The second day of the critique meeting begins at the same time as yesterday. Yet Chao Tian has yet to arrive. Yu Weilian, who handled numerous affairs overnight, did not attend to Chao Tian and specifically instructed the disciples not to miss the appointed time. As the time approaches, he still does not appear. He personally went to the back palace. The disciples at the door were still asleep, and he was nearly amused by their sloth, yet felt something was amiss and burst through the door. Inside, everyone was asleep, and Chao Tian lay there unharmed. He infused a surge of spiritual energy to ensure everything was fine and awakened him. The hour had arrived, and the critique meeting officially commenced. Ming Yu stood in the hall, having been roused early by Yun Pang for an elaborate grooming session. Before she could protest, her face was adorned with powder. Unlike yesterday's ordinary attire, today's gown was a specially chosen azure long dress by Yun Pang, paired with her matching accessories. She appeared less like a member of the celestial sect and more akin to a young lady from a noble family in the mortal realm. Once everyone had gathered, the 3 chimes sounded and the second day commenced. Ming Yu stepped forward to salute the three elders, saying, "Junior disciple Ming Yu of Luo Island pays respects to the three esteemed seniors." After rising, she began recounting the events of that day. "I was entrusted by my master to attend the wedding banquet at Tai Su. Due to my previous identity, I had long harbored suspicions about her. During our expedition into the demonic clan in the 10,000 Great Mountains, we discovered that the demons would launch a large-scale attack during the banquet. Therefore, I seized the opportunity to test Yi Lian Yi, and she indeed was possessed by that demonic saintess. Furthermore, she had secretly poisoned Master Chao with a slow-acting toxin and stolen numerous secrets of the celestial sect." After her statement, inquiries arose immediately. "May I ask what was Miss Ming's previous identity?" Ming Yu replied calmly, "I was once the direct disciple of the second master of Tai Su. 7 years ago, during the Secret Realm trial, I nearly lost my life while saving someone. In the Secret Realm, we were ambushed by the demonic clan, sustaining severe injuries. When I regained consciousness, there was no one left alive. By chance, I stumbled to the edge of the Secret Realm and was rescued by my master, Ji Zunja, and thus entered Luo Island." Upon hearing this, the crowd began to murmur. "I recall that a disciple had defected to the demons before the incident, right? Isn't that so? It seems to be this very person, but she appears to have been pushed forward to quell public opinion." Others then raised doubts. "Since Miss Ming was once a disciple of Tai Su and later joined Luo Island, surely she harbors some grievances against Tai Su. How can you prove your words are not false?" Ming Yu presented a stone in her hand, a Huanin stone capable of recording sound and images. "This contains my experiences in the secret realm and the information I gathered about the demonic clan." The stone was infused with spiritual energy, quickly revealing the recorded scenes. As Ming Yu had mentioned, during the fierce battle in the secret realm, an unexpected surge of spiritual energy struck her vital point, causing her to kneel and spit blood. Subsequently, she fought desperately against the demon lord with her golden core cultivation, rising amidst the torrential rain like a lost soul, surrounded by severed limbs and the corpses of countless disciples. Watching it once more, Ming Yu still felt reluctant, as it was her first encounter with death, and the first time she crawled out from amidst the dead. The inner turmoil, loneliness, helplessness, and despair she experienced, along with the shock to her mind, are feelings she never wishes to endure again. The audience below also found it hard to witness the scene. Experiencing it firsthand is one thing, but seeing it displayed vividly is another. The impact on the mind and eyes is something not everyone can accept, especially considering that many among them had never seen the demonic clan. Yu Yanchu averted his gaze after just a few glances. He could not bear to watch further, even though he had long known the truth and did not wish to see it again. In the secret realm, I was indeed injured by Yi Lian Yi's spiritual energy. It seems she had already been possessed by the demons at that time. Chao Tian Kish Chao Tidangrili. Nonsense. How could my son possibly do such a thing? Ming Yu remained unperturbed. To be precise, it was indeed not Yi Lian Yi who acted, for from the moment she was possessed by the demonic clan, she was no longer herself. Every action she took and every word she spoke was no longer under her own control. Chao Tian Ke was about to retort, but Yue Lian had already approached him from behind, infusing a surge of spiritual energy. He whispered in his ear, "If brother wishes to preserve Tai Su's millennia of foundation, do not lose your temper here. Today, you must make a choice." Chao Tianke understood Yu Wei Lian's intention, abandoning Yu Lian Yi in exchange for Tai Su's innocence. But how could he choose? Later, when my master rescued me, she discovered that I had 3 soul destruction needles within me. As you all know, these needles are treasures of the demonic clan, guaranteed to cause death when inserted into a critical acupoint. I was fortunate to have avoided vital areas, which allowed me to survive. The soul destruction needles are here as well. Yin Pang Pang presented a brocade box, and after the 3 elders examined it one by one, they confirmed it to be the soul destruction needles. The crowd erupted in commotion. The soul destruction needles are only obtainable by those above the demon emperor in the demonic clan, let alone 3 of them. Yi Lian, he must have been possessed by that demonic saintess. The scene recorded by the Huanin stone shifted once more, this time to the realm of demons. They disguised themselves as members of the demonic clan and infiltrated the demon emperor's residence, taking advantage of the chaos to place the stone in the main hall, thus recording all the events. On display was the scene of the demon emperor, Jiesheng, conspiring with the demonic saintess. Everything was laid bare, and the evidence was irrefutable. Despite this, Chao Tiankei's expression remained grim. He still refused to acknowledge the truth. Chapter 91. The illusory beast, just as everyone believed the matter would be settled. Du Zhengyin suddenly charged forward. Upon arriving, he was immediately ensnared by Du Wu Hui's immobilizing spell, rendering him unable to move or speak. Overwhelmed by rage, he broke free from his restraints, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, unable to even wipe it away. You claim to have recorded everything with the Huanin stone, yet there are traces of spiritual energy fluctuations when it is used. How could someone as formidable as the demon emperor, Jiesheng, not have noticed? Ming Yu replied. Jiesheng certainly noticed. She feigned ignorance on purpose. Du Zhengyin was taken aback. What do you mean? From the moment we stepped into the demon realm, the demon emperor was already aware of our movements. Everything we did was visible to them. Jiesheng has spent her life seeking fragments of time rules, hoping to find a solution for herself. I provided her with a method, and in return, she offered me intelligence and a safe passage out. It was a fair exchange. Suddenly, Du Zhengyin seemed to seize upon a flaw in Ming Yu's argument. Laughing maniacally, you made a deal with the demons. Is that not collusion with them while judging others? Ming Yu coldly remarked, I believe that Du Xiaogong Zhu has lost his mind. If it were not for Yi Liani revealing our entry into the MOU, why would I engage in a transaction with the MO Huang? Did I inform her of the location of the shards of time and order, presuming that it would be accurate? The lives of dozens of elite disciples rest in my hands. How could I ensure a safe exit from the MOU otherwise? Du Zhengyin, however, felt as though the world had darkened before his eyes. He could no longer comprehend Ming Yu's words. His mind consumed by a singular thought. She had colluded with the demon clan, framed Liani, and must be killed for Liani's vengeance. Thus, he acted, channeling spiritual energy towards Ming Yu's heart. She deftly sidestepped, and in the next moment his sword was drawn. Chaos erupted as Du Zhengyin, like a madman, attacked everyone in sight, particularly pursuing Ming Yu, muttering about avenging Yi Liani, until he was struck unconscious by Yue Wei's palm. A surge of spiritual energy entered Du Zhengyin's body, and suddenly a hunched black figure materialized behind him. The shadow retreated a few steps, attempting to flee, only to be blocked by Ming Yu's sword. The shadow chuckled and lunged towards a crowd below, only to be ensnared by a golden net thrown by an elder. After observing for a moment, the elder remarked, "This is a type of magical beast cultivated by the demon clan, feeding on human fantasies and obeying its master. It must have been within him for some time. What level of cultivation allows the demon clan to place such illusions into the bodies of cultivators?" The shadow, confined like a small beast, bared its fangs and roared a few times. Seeing no reaction from the onlookers, it slowly receded, falling silent. Du Wuhui had attempted to intervene when Du Zhengyin launched his attack, but barely escaped injury. Once subdued, he immediately checked on Du Zhengyin for wounds, as he was the only son he could pass the legacy to. After the illusion beast was expelled from Du Zhengyin's body, he fell unconscious and after a while regained consciousness. Upon seeing Du Wuhui, he immediately knelt and clutched his leg. "Father, I beg you, do not force us into marriage. I wish for her to pursue her own desires. I implore you." Everyone was taken aback when had this occurred. Du Wuhui was equally stunned. Had it not been a matter of months ago, he had clearly given his consent, stating he would allow matters to unfold according to his arrangements. Later, could it be? Du Gongzhu is your son? Du Wuhui felt beads of sweat forming. He had just awakened and momentarily failed to grasp the situation, speaking nonsense. He attempted to pull Du Zhengyin up, but Du Zhengyin persisted in bowing his head. "Father, I implore you, regardless of how you and the Chao Zhangmen negotiated, or for what fame and fortune, I am willing to accept any other conditions. Please do not compel me to wed Liani." Now, everyone was listening intently. Before anyone could respond, a voice from Lan Yinggu coldly interjected. Did not Du Gongzhu proclaim that his alliance with Chao Zhangmin to form the Demon Extermination Alliance was for the greater good and the welfare of the world? I beg to differ. If even his son does not believe it, how can we be convinced? Du Wuhui felt as if his head would explode. The sudden emergence of a private seal had already infuriated him, and now Du Jingyan's behavior was not only mad but also self-destructive. Du Jingyan continued to bow, each bow more forceful than the last, his forehead bleeding as blood trickled down the steps. Before he could utter more, Du Wuhui struck him unconscious. Take the young Gongzhu away. The person from Lan Yingge sneered again. Du Gongzhu fears that his son might utter something inappropriate. Does he not? Du Wuhui retorted angrily. Tang Ruan, do not go too far. The woman named Tang Ruan showed no fear, countering sharply. I merely speak the truth. Why does Du Gongzhu take offense? Is this how all of you from Lan Yingge conduct yourselves? Juju my Fili, Du Gongzhu. How my people of Lan Yingge act is of no concern to you. You. Enough. The elder at the forefront called for silence, instructing everyone to rest while retaining Du Gongzhu. Once all had exited, the elder raised a finger, prompting Du Wuhui to kneel. Old ancestor, I truly did not. What did you not do? Do you think we are fools? Your ambitions and aspirations are commendable, yet look at the mess you have created. How can the cultivation world rely on you in the future? Du Wu knelt in silence. The elder waved his sleeve. You may leave. I recall you mentioning wanting to pass the position of Gongzhu to that young man. After this matter is resolved, do so promptly. You need to calm your heart. Du Wuhui lowered his head in acquiescence, his gaze icy. On the way back, Yin Pangpang was still astonished at the morning's events, pondering what had come over Du Jingyan. His sudden declarations and alarming behavior. Ming Yu explained, the illusion beast can allure the darkest thoughts buried within a person's heart. He harbors resentment and hatred towards me. Under the beast's influence, it is only natural for him to wish for my demise. As for his words, they must have been uttered before he was abducted, after which he became possessed by the illusion beast. Thus his memories only extend to that day. Could it be that Du Gongzhu is on the brink of despair, with his only heir reduced to this state? Ming Yu chuckled softly, shaking her head. The illusion beast's departure can cause madness. He merely needs some time to recover, and all will be well in a few days. Chapter 92. The tale of the afternoon meeting did not commence as scheduled. Disciples arrived one by one to convey that today's gathering was postponed, to resume tomorrow when the grand sorcerer of the Chu kingdom arrives. This was anticipated by Ming Yu. Following such turmoil, Du Wuhui would undoubtedly face reprimand, resulting in a loss of face for both Tai Yigong and Tai Su. Tai Su still had the wandering second elder and the capable third elder to take charge, while Tai Yigong was evidently in a state of decline. She could not help but reminisce about the figure she had seen in the illusion within Lujia village, the once aspiring immortals proclaiming their dedication to the common good, yet ultimately ensnared by their own selfish desires, a truly ludicrous irony. With the meeting cancelled, Yu Yinshu was ordered to recuperate in his chamber, unable to emerge. This confinement was particularly vexing for him. Alone, he could not contend with 3 adversaries. Thus he had no choice but to endure. Later, the door creaked open, revealing not Qi Huaid or Ming Yu, but an unexpected visitor. He paused on the bed for a moment before quickly rising and bowing. I have the honor of meeting you, senior. The elder chuckled, motioning for him to rise. No need for such formalities. You have grown and matured significantly since we last met. Yu Yinshu smiled slightly. After a decade, one ought to mature. The elder continued with a smile. Is your health well? In future endeavors, avoid impulsiveness. It is better to proceed with caution. Yu Yinshu replied, it is only superficial injuries. I am nearly recovered. Indeed, youth is a blessing as they recover swiftly. Tomorrow, would you like to meet with the visitors alone? Yu Yinshu hesitated before responding. There is no need. There is nothing important to discuss in private. The elder nodded with a smile. You truly have become more composed. Yin Pangpang had considered eavesdropping in the courtyard, but was intercepted by Qi Huaid. Sister, that is a senior at the tribulation stage, on the verge of ascension. Do you still wish to eavesdrop? It's best to reconsider. Yin Pangpang replied nonchalantly. What the tribulation stage? Do they not still come to converse with that young man? Oh, I simply wish to listen a little. As the two struggled over this matter, the elder exited the door. Instantly, Yin Pang Pang halted her advance and feigned wrestling with Chi Huide, her face adorned with a sheepish grin. Chi Huide, quick-witted, immediately played along, and the two pretended to spar in the courtyard. The elder chuckled, stepping out of the courtyard, prompting the two to rush inside for a thorough inquiry. But Yu Yanchu voluntarily emerged. He raised his right hand before the two of them lunged forward, suggesting they wait until he was seated to ask their questions leisurely. Ming Yu had already arranged the chair for him and brewed a pot of tea. Just as Yu Yanchu settled into his seat, a cup of pre-poured tea was brought to him. Shi Xiang, please enjoy. This is the finest Yuqin Yunwu, your favorite. Yu Yanchu, with an air of pride, responded with a hum, savoring a sip and affirming its quality. Where did this tea come from? Ming Yu innocently replied, from your should I? Yu Yanchu choked on the tea, sputtering it onto his chest. My should I, Ming Yu? There were only a few last precious Yuqin Yunwu left. Ming Yu continued to feign ignorance, I know. That's why I brewed it for you. Before Yu Yanchu could express his frustration, he was restrained by Yun Pang Pang, while Chi Huide took away the teacup. If you're not drinking, we should have a proper discussion. How could someone who has secluded themselves come to see you in person? What did you two talk about? Yu Yanchu clicked his tongue. Shiji, why are you so impatient? Just let me speak. The three spoke in unison. Yu Yanchu chuckled. He came to see me because he has some acquaintance with my mother, asking if I wanted to meet my family privately. Your mother? Shiji, do you know my identity? Yun Pang Pang shook her head, aware only that Yu Yanchu was brought back by their master on someone else's behalf, and that he was not allowed to leave the island before reaching adulthood. She also knew that his family background must be quite respectable, recalling that he was once an unpopular little brat. My mother is Su Yanchen, the former crown prince of the state of Chu. The three of them were taken aback. The former crown prince? Your mother? The illustrious, yet tragically deceased crown prince of Chu? You heard correctly. In the mortal realm, it is widely believed that only men can inherit family fortunes. My mother disguised herself as a man upon her arrival, personally handling everything, excelling in the 6 arts. At that time, the relationship between the cultivation world and the mortal realm was far from what it is today. She was pursued and inadvertently entered the territory of a cultivation family, where she met my father. Ming Yu's interest was piqued. Isn't this a fantasy tale of a powerful woman? After they fell in love, my father relinquished family matters to accompany her in the mortal realm. Later, she was recognized by a senior from the immortal sect, who believed she had the potential for cultivation, yet she refused. She asserted that even as a woman, she would be the future monarch, pledging her life to her people. Eventually, chaos erupted in the state of Chu, with the demon clan launching a massive invasion. After sending me away, she perished alongside my father on the battlefield against demons. Once the tale concluded, silence enveloped the group. Yu Yanchu chuckled. Why does everyone look so mournful? To die for one's people, and with my father by her side. She had no regrets at the end. Xiaoyu, you have met my father, right? Ming Yu was taken aback. Met? When? A face suddenly flashed in her mind, and she incredulously asked, Is it that person? Yu Yanchu nodded. Yes, I never expected to see him in the illusion one day. Yun Pang Pang, unable to comprehend their exchange, remained fixated on the story. So, you are actually the nephew of the current emperor of Chu? That senior was the one who wanted to take your mother for cultivation? Yu Yanchu confirmed. Then, aren't you in danger? Will the emperor let you live peacefully? Yu Yanchu laughed heartily. Shiji, he is an ordinary mortal, while I am a sword cultivator. What'd he do? Yet, it was true that many in the cultivation world served the royal families of the mortal realm. Yu Yanchu, leaning back in a chair, raised an eyebrow nonchalantly. I do not fear him sending people after me. I have yet to investigate the events of that year. If I find them linked to him, then he should be the one who fears. Ming Yu silently mused. Third Shi Xiang is truly prophetic. The events of that year are indeed connected to the current emperor of Chu. I wonder how he will react when the time comes. Yin Pang Pang quickly shifted the topic. What are we having for dinner? There are plenty of delicious dishes in Taishu. Laughter filled the air as they began to discuss the evening's menu. On the evening of the second day, several individuals hurriedly entered Taishu. The grand sorcerer of the state of Chu had arrived. Liu Yensui had already calculated their arrival time and dispatched disciples to greet them along the way and at the mountain gate. After escorting them to meet the three elders, they entered the prearranged rooms. The journey was kept confidential, and any disturbances along the way were reported back. Once inside Taishu, they could not meet anyone proactively to prevent collusion. After all, if it were confirmed that there were connections with the demon clan, the Tai Palace would undergo a complete transformation, which was a matter of great consequence for the entire cultivation world. While the others slept, Yu Yenshu quietly sat in the courtyard. It had been a long time since he felt such discomfort within. Today, he had not spoken the truth. He had been in contact with the outside world for years and had known the general outline of the events from long ago. He was simply waiting for the right opportunity, which was now drawing near. On the third day, the number of attendees at the critique meeting exceeded that of the previous 2 days, involving the mortal realm, which made it even more intriguing. Many had come specifically to witness the spectacle. After all, in the past decade, the relationship between the mortal realm and the cultivation world had suddenly become inseparable, unlike before when they each governed themselves. Now, a case from the mortal sect was entangled with the mortal realm, drawing interest from various factions. As the ceremonial bell tolled 3 times, the crowd before the hall was extraordinary. The arrivals donned Taoist robes, exuding an ethereal presence. Though their faces were lined with wrinkles, their demeanor remained dignified, radiating an aura of elegance. Esteemed guests, it has been a while, the individual greeted the assembly. They all rose to reciprocate the greeting. The 3 elders treated this person with warmth, their inquiries significantly more amiable than in the previous days. We called you here to confirm a few matters of great importance. Hence the need for direct communication rather than through the resonant stone. The individual slightly bowed. This is a matter of great significance. Please proceed, esteemed seniors. The elder smiled gently. Good. You have corresponded privately with Du Wuhui of the Tai Palace. Indeed. What was the content of your correspondence? I requested Brother Du to seek methods to alleviate my physical dissolution, as this matter is of great significance. I specifically instructed him not to let others know. The 3 elders nodded in acknowledgement. By what means did you convey this message? Through crows. Refined crows can swiftly traverse the boundary between the 2 realms without being easily detected. This was an inappropriate arrangement with Shun, yet at that time, the threat from the demon clan had not fully subsided. I could not boldly send someone to inquire. I had to rely on Brother Du. He bowed to Du Wuhui, who promptly helped him up. You speak so humbly. A cultivator should always prioritize the well-being of the populace. Such matters are trivial. Ming Yu had turned away, no longer watching their pleasantries, growing somewhat impatient. Yin Pangpang, however, did not recognize this individual and inquired, "Who is this person? It seems everyone knows him." Ming Yu discreetly informed her, "This person is the current Grand Sorcerer of the state of Chu, once a cultivator in the cultivation world, though his specific sect is unclear. He sacrificed his cultivation to combat the demon clan's turmoil, and from then on, he could no longer pursue cultivation. His deeds have spread across both realms, earning him great respect." Yun Pangpang nodded in understanding. No wonder everyone greets him as if he were their ancestor, so emotionally charged. But Shimmy, why do you seem unperturbed upon meeting him? Ming Yu smiled faintly, choosing not to answer. The reason being, she understood that this grand sorcerer was not as selfless as the stories depicted. The protagonists in tales often sacrifice themselves for the greater good, unwavering in their commitment to the world, even to the point of death. But was he truly without regrets? No, he was filled with remorse. From the very beginning of the tale, he engaged in collaboration with others, using the names of common folk as mere pawns in a game, all to attain his desired outcome by the end of the match. In the original narrative, their scheme was inadvertently discovered by Liansui, who sought to eliminate him to silence him, but was fortunate to be rescued by Lineage. However, today, Lineage seemed excessively tranquil. After posing a few inquiries, they invited him to take a seat, while the 3 elders prepared to announce the verdict of the critique assembly. The head of Tai Su criticized the lax discipline of the Tian K, and due to the damage incurred, they refrained from imposing excessive penalties. Assigning the internal and external affairs of Tai Su to Yu Wei for the time being. Yi Lianyi, whose heart was unstable after years of being possessed by the demonic clan and causing harm to numerous disciples of the celestial sects, had leaked confidential information of the celestial sections. Though he was already deceased, all sects were warned to take heed. Similarly, Dei Yi Belos, like Doixu, faced scrutiny, as its leader Du Wuhui was found to be lax in his supervision of disciples and lacking in righteous intentions. Henceforth, the affairs of Tai Yi Palace were to be entrusted to Du Jingyan. The alliance for demon extermination was to continue, but each sect was required to re-elect a leader, remaining vigilant against the encroachment of the demonic clan. Upon the announcement of the verdict, a wave of discussions ensued. The verdict concerning Tai Su was hardly surprising. For them, the most significant loss was the tarnishing of their reputation and the plight of Tian, Quebec. A once prominent cultivator was rendered useless, leaving a blemish on Tai Su's millennium of honor and casting doubt on the esteemed title of the First Sword Sect. However, the situation for Tai Yi Palace was markedly different. Du Wuhui was in the prime of his life, while his son Du Jingyan was merely a naive youth, frail in constitution. Entrusting the affairs of Tai Yi Palace to him implied a potential reshuffling among the 5 celestial sections. The continuation of the alliance for demon extermination signified an unending struggle against the demonic clan. The re-election of leaders would inevitably fall to the Yenshin sect and lineage. But upon closer inspection, the disciples of the Yenshin sect resembled monks, showing little desire for fame or fortune, while lineage consisted mainly of women. Many individuals began to calculate their own interests discreetly. Of course, these matters held little relevance for Ming Yu and her companions. Regarding the demonic clan, there were still actions they needed to undertake, yet they would not do so under the guise of Xinglu Island. With the critique assembly of the celestial sects concluded, it was time for them to descend the mountain. As for their destination, it remained undecided. The task of exterminating the demons would not commence swiftly. Rather, it would be prudent to seize this opportunity to address other matters. Ming Yu stealthily moved to tug at Yu Yenshu's sleeve, suggesting they venture to Chugua. Yu Yenshu raised an eyebrow slightly, and Ming Yu continued, proposing to investigate the events of his past before returning to deal with the demonic clan, asserting that there was still time. Initially, Yu Yenshu intended to decline, but reconsidered and nodded in agreement, thus solidifying their plans. However, glancing at the 2 individuals ahead, Ming Yu inquired, should we include them in our venture? Yu Yenshu subtly shook his head, and Ming Yu understood his meaning. Meanwhile, Yun Pengpeng was lost in dreams of finally returning to the island. Chapter 94. Parting ways that night, the sky was clear, with the moon shining brightly and stars sparse. In a certain inn at the foot of Tai Su Mountain, the call of a cuckoo echoed from outside. Ming Yu sprang up, swiftly gathering her belongings. Moments latte. The cuckoo called 3 more times, and Ming Yu encountered Yu Yenshu in the corridor. Both were attired in practical travel garments, exchanging a slight nod as they descended the stairs. Suddenly, a door behind them swung open, and the 2 adeptly leapt onto the beams. The figure emerging was Chi Huai, holding a candlestick in one hand and placing a pouch on the ground with the other. He whispered to the empty corridor, urging them to return promptly after completing their tasks and advising Yu Yenshu to take care of his junior sister. Furthermore, he cautioned them to keep their noise to a minimum. If their senior sister caught wind of their activities, none would escape unscathed. After speaking, he retreated into the room. After a brief pause, the 2 descended quietly from the beams, making no unnecessary noise. Yu Yenshu secured the pouch, and soon their figures vanished into the darkness. In the early morning, Yun Pengpeng awoke as the sun began to rise. After yawning and freshening up, she descended to the dining area. Chi Huai had already prepared breakfast, waiting for her. As Yun Pengpeng sat down, still yawning, she sipped her porridge while Chi Huai dutifully placed pastries on her plate. She cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked, "Your attentiveness today is rather unusual. Are you perhaps harboring a guilty conscience?" Chi Huai's smile faltered momentarily before quickly returning to its former cheerfulness. "How could that be? I'm not like those 2, causing you worry every day. Speaking of which, why haven't they come down for breakfast? I shall go call them." He had barely risen from his seat when Yun Pengping's voice rang out behind him, asking why they had not come down for breakfast. Do you not know the reason, junior brother? Chi Huai froze, then quickly returned to his seat, obediently admitting his fault. Senior sister, I was mistaken. Yun Pengping swallowed the pastry in her mouth without looking at him and stated, You three made quite the commotion last night. Did you really think I was oblivious? Be more cautious next time. With that, she patted Chi Huai on the shoulder before heading upstairs for some additional rest, leaving him pondering why their senior sister had become so perceptive. Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu had departed from the inn in the middle of the night, soaring northeast on their swords. They were fortunate to arrive just in time for the trade between the realms, as missing this opportunity would force them to find another way into the mortal realm via the sea. After a day of travel on their swords, they finally arrived at Fonglin City by evening, having passed through the portal. The bustling trade in Fonglin City, a major hub for maritime commerce, was vibrant with activity. As they entered the streets, they encountered a diverse array of people buying, selling, or simply enjoying themselves. Their attire, rather unremarkable, blended in seamlessly. They quickly found an inn where the owner recognized them and graciously provided them with 2 well-located rooms. The owner remarked on the recent excitement in the city, encouraging the two to explore. Ming Yu expressed her gratitude for the owner's kindness, and they both intended to take advantage of this opportunity. Entering Fonglin City signified their arrival in the mortal realm, and there was no need to rush. Moreover, after traveling for an entire day and night, they indeed required some time to rest and recuperate. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, many merchants in the city had begun taking orders for dragon boats, energetically carving wood in their yards. The streets also featured various vendors selling zongzi. The local inhabitants of Fonglin City preferred savory zongzi, filled with meats or salted duck eggs, which were delicious. However, as a native of the north, Ming Yu was accustomed to sweet zongzi. After trying a couple of bites, she found the flavors overwhelming and handed it over to Yu Yinshu to finish. Yu Yinshu, unfazed, enjoyed both sweet and savory varieties. They also purchased 5-color threads for each other. The vendor of the 5-color threads was a young girl, carrying a small basket as she called out in the streets. Although the threads were not intricately crafted, they possessed a certain local charm. Ming Yu stopped her to buy a strand, and the girl, perceptively, asked Yu Yinshu, Big brother, your wife has bought one for you. Want you buy one for her? This left Yu Yinshu momentarily speechless. Smiling gently, he covered Ming Yu's mouth as she attempted to clarify that they were not married, and he placed a piece of silver into the girl's basket. Then I shall buy one as well. The girl joyfully thanked them before darting off in another direction. Yu Yinshu untangled the 5-color thread and tied it around Ming Yu's wrist, then extended his own wrist, indicating that she should tie one for him as well. Ming Yu exchanged a meaningful glance with him before fastening the thread. As she tied it, she leisurely remarked, Brother, do you know that in my hometown, the 5-color threads are tied by elders for their children? Upon hearing this, Yu Yinshu merely continued to smile. Does the junior sister know that in my hometown, the intertwining of 5-colored threads between men and women signifies a pledge of love? Ming Yu paused her actions momentarily before resuming, pointing toward the vendor selling tonghalu. I crave tonghalu. Dear senior brother, would you procure a skewer for me? Yu Yinshu's eyes softened, and he gently patted Ming Yu's head, replying in a warm tone, Certainly. After purchasing the tonghalu, the two meandered through the bustling streets, which were alive with the festive spirit of the Duanwu Festival, resembling a grand celebration. The streets were abuzz with performances of the Dragon Boat Festival, recounting the epic battles between deities and demons from eons past, culminating in the closure of the divine realm. The performers, embodying the deities, danced energetically, vanquishing the demon clan, eliciting waves of cheers from the crowd, stirring Ming Yu's heart with fervor. Following the performance, the actors scattered flower petals into the crowd, and the joyous spectators eagerly reached out, hoping to grasp a petal in their hands. Ming Yu also reached out, but was unable to retrieve one, as the throng was too dense. Yu Yinshu extended a petal he had caught to Ming Yu, sharing the belief that receiving a petal from the performing deities would grant divine protection, wishing that his junior sister would be safeguarded from misfortune henceforth. As Ming Yu accepted the petal, A surge of inexplicable emotions welled up within her, firmly clutching her heart. The crowd began to stir as the final sacrificial ceremony was about to commence, and everyone turned toward the altar. Thus, the two were unwittingly swept along with the throng to the altar. Upon the altar stood numerous offerings, with the city lord already present. Though he was not in the foremost position, the performer who had portrayed the deity had also ascended the stage. Chapter 95, Duanwu's Sacrifice on the Altar. Several individuals had already gathered, yet the principal seat remained vacant. Next to the city lord stood Fong Wei-ming, who appeared to have been summoned urgently. Bearing the signs of travel, he conversed with his father while wiping the sweat from his brow. His attire was somewhat disheveled, clearly hastily donned, and even the jade pendant at his collar clashed with the color of his garments. Ming Yu's suspicions were confirmed. Fong Wei-ming had indeed been called back on short notice. With numerous events unfolding in Taisu, the Tianji sect found itself embroiled in complications, and he had been preoccupied with a myriad of affairs for several days. Upon receiving a letter from his father, he had initially replied, expressing his busy schedule and indicating that he would likely miss this year's Duanwu sacrifice. However, before he could dispatch the letter, another missive arrived from the city lord, emphasizing the presence of an important guest, which necessitated his return. Consequently, he hastily concluded his obligations and made his way back on that very day. The Duanwu sacrifice is a significant event in the mortal realm, traditionally conducted by the city lord. However, this year, due to the arrival of distinguished guests, the ceremony had been deliberately postponed. As anticipated, when the appointed time arrived, the ritual had yet to commence, provoking murmurs among the populace. A representative from the city lord's estate announced from the stage, "This year's sacrifice is graced by esteemed guests from afar, hence the delay of one incense stick's duration." The crowd buzzed with speculation regarding the identity of these esteemed visitors. Naturally, Ming Yu was equally intrigued. She gestured for Yu Yin Chu to come closer. The guests awaiting the city lord could only be members of the royal family or practitioners of the mystical arts. Given the recent upheaval in the realm of cultivation, it was evident that today's visitors must be of royal lineage. Could be a prince from Jigua? Yu Yin Chu nodded in agreement. However, she had only partially guessed correctly. Indeed, there were members of the royal family from Jigua, as well as individuals from Chugua. To Ming Yu's surprise, the grand sorcerer from Chugua had also arrived. Upon his appearance, many in the crowd recognized him and exclaimed, "Look, it is the grand sorcerer from Chugua." Several individuals instinctively knelt in reverence, but the grand sorcerer promptly instructed his attendants to assist them in rising. The sacrificial ceremony was about to commence, presided over jointly by the Prince of Jigua and the Grand Sorcerer of Chugua, signaling a desire for amicable relations between the two nations. From the moment the Grand Sorcerer appeared, Yu Yin Chu's demeanor shifted, his expression growing increasingly tense. He had spent years investigating events related to Chugua, and no matter how he searched, he could not escape the shadow of this Grand Sorcerer. He had never been one to believe in mere coincidence. This individual was undoubtedly connected to the calamities of the past, though the extent of that connection remained uncertain. Ming Yu observed him with growing concern, which did not go unnoticed by Yu Yin Chu. He smiled gently and patted her head, asking, "Why do you gaze at me instead of the sacrificial ceremony?" Ming Yu, aware that he wished to alleviate her worries, playfully replied, "Naturally, it is because senior brother is so handsome that I wish to gaze upon you a little longer." Yu Yin Chu chuckled at her words. Nearby, someone could no longer endure their light-hearted atmosphere and remarked, "The sacrificial ceremony is a crucial ritual for ensuring a bountiful year and warding off misfortune. If the two of you wish to cultivate your feelings, perhaps you should do so elsewhere." This caused Ming Yu's ears to redden, and the two fell silent. The ceremony concluded swiftly, and, as they exited amidst the crowd, they were unexpectedly halted midway. The individual who approached was clad in the garb of a common attendant. Yet his attire was not typical of the people of Fenglin due despite their interruption. His tone remained respectful. "Esteemed ones, my master requests your presence." Many passers-by turned to observe them. Yu Yin Chu lifted his chin, stating, "Lead the way." The attendant guided them through the throngs of people to a carriage, and they soon arrived at the city lord's estate. As they disembarked, they realized they had come to the city lord's residence, where the master awaited them. Their eyes met, and they exchanged glances before following the attendant into the courtyard. The door was closed, and the attendant approached to knock thrice, whereupon a young servant appeared to open the door. Calmly, he announced, "My master invites the third prince inside." Third prince? Ming Yu regarded Yu Yin Chu with curiosity. He momentarily appeared taken aback before realizing the title referred to him. After reassuring Ming Yu with a glance, he stepped inside. Ming Yu pouted, wandering about outside, only to serendipitously encounter Fong Wei Ming, who had just returned. Upon catching sight of him from a distance, Ming Yu deliberately took a circuitous route, but he, being observant, recognized her from just a glimpse of her back and hastened after her, breathlessly calling, "Miss Ming." Ming Yu, wishing to feign ignorance, found it impossible to do so and resignedly halted to greet him, young Lord Fong. Fong Wei Ming wiped the sweat from his brow and returned the greeting. "I thought I saw Miss Ming from afar. I did not expect it truly to be you. Are you here to visit my father?" Ming Yu shook her head. "No. I have been invited by a guest at the estate." Fong Wei Ming, having just returned himself and unaware of the guests at the estate, surmised they must be significant figures. Will Miss Ming be staying in Feng Lin Du for a few days, or is it merely a brief stopover? The smile on Ming Yu's face had grown somewhat strained. The young lord was indeed tenacious. She was well aware of his intentions, yet she had no such plans. According to the system, she would eventually return home, and everything here would ultimately be left behind. There was no need to cultivate unnecessary attachments. "Young lord, I have something I wish to discuss with you." Fong Wei Ming replied, "Please, Miss Ming, go ahead. Since I was young, I have harbored a desire to reside in seclusion with someone of mutual understanding. After becoming a disciple, this wish has not changed. Do you understand my meaning, young lord?" Fong Wei Ming's expression faltered, and he responded with a hint of melancholy, "I understand." How could he not? Residing in seclusion, he was destined to inherit the title of City Lord of Feng Lin Du. How could he possibly share such a life with her, especially when their hearts were not in sync? Ming Yu sighed in relief. "That is good." Just then, Yu Yin Chu emerged in search of her. Spotting Fong Wei Ming, he frowned slightly and naturally took Ming Yu's hand, asking, "Why weren't you waiting for me at the door?" Ming Yu retorted instinctively, "How was I to know how long you would talk? What harm is there in taking a turn?" Yu Yin Chu chuckled helplessly. "None at all. You are quite right." Every interaction between them unfolded before Fong Wei Ming's eyes, deepening his sense of melancholy. It became clear that Miss Ming had already found someone with whom she shared a profound connection. "I shall not intrude upon your conversation any longer." Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu exchanged formalities, and soon after, Fong Wei Ming departed in a state of melancholy. Yu Yin Chu raised an eyebrow, pondering whether his heart had been wounded. Ming Yu retorted, "If senior brother wishes, he may pursue and offer consolation." This remark left Yu Yin Chu momentarily speechless, prompting him to continue lavishing attention upon Ming Yu, saying, "How could that be? I merely spoke casually, and my junior sister has certainly handled matters exceedingly well." Chapter 96. Choices upon returning to the inn. Ming Yu recalled her desire to inquire whom he had met that day. Yu Yin Chu smiled faintly and said, "Guess, my junior sister. Who might this esteemed guest be?" After some contemplation, Ming Yu surmised that either of two individuals could fit the description. Could it be that renowned sorcerer from the state of Chu? Yu Yin Chu snapped his fingers, confirming her guess. With a slight frown, Ming Yu questioned, "What business did he have with you? Is he perhaps calling you back to claim the throne?" Yu Yin Chu's eyes widened in surprise. "Indeed, my junior sister is quite perceptive. You have guessed correctly." Now, it was Ming Yu's turn to be astonished as she pondered. "Could it be that my wit has sharpened so considerably?" Yu Yin Chu chuckled lightly. However, while he spoke such words, his heart may harbor different intentions. Intrigued, Ming Yu inquired further, "What do you mean by that?" Yu Yin Chu beckoned her closer, revealing, "He merely sought to gauge my stance. The Emperor of Chu is now another, and there are numerous princes. Even if that emperor's health is waning, the princes do not pose a significant threat. As the son of a former crown prince, my return would be unjustifiable. His display of concern for the people is merely a ruse to ascertain whether I have uncovered the truth of the past, and to see how I would respond. Ming Yu found his reasoning sound, considering that even if the princes lacked substance, there remained a Su Jingwei in Taishu. Yu Yanchu nodded. Precisely. Moreover, to my knowledge, Su Jingwei's mentor is none other than him. I suspect he favors Su Jingwei as the next emperor. This was indeed a logical conclusion, but Ming Yu suddenly interjected, but does Su Jingwei not hold animosity towards you? Yu Yanshu appeared bewildered. I am unaware of such a thing. Ming Yu clarified. After the three sect leaders met with me, I encountered Su Jingwei outside the hall. He inquired what one should do if a lifelong enemy were to appear. Was he not referring to you? Yu Yanshu was utterly perplexed, unable to recall any grievances with Su Jingwei. In their youth, they had attended school together, and he had even come to Su Jingwei's aid against bullies. How had this resulted in a lifelong enmity? Seeing his confusion, Ming Yu reassured him, do not dwell on it. He cannot possibly best you. You may inquire directly when the opportunity arises. Yu Yanshu considered this and agreed. The two decided to rest another day before continuing their journey. A knock at the door interrupted them. Ming Yu opened it to find another guard, this time clad in the attire of the state of Ji. He clasped his fists and stated, My master requests the presence of the third prince of Chu. Ming Yu stepped back and asked, And who might your master be? The guard remained silent, prompting Ming Yu to turn to Yu Yanshu, saying, Third prince, another has come seeking you. The guard was taken aback, wondering why she had used the term another. Yu Yanshu rose and inquired, Where is your master? The guard quickly regained his composure. This way, third prince, please. They descended to a private chamber below, where several guards stood watch, the entire inn seemingly under siege. Upon entering, Yu Yanshu saw a figure standing by the window, seemingly admiring the view. It has been quite some time, second prince. Yu Yanshu initiated the greeting, to which the figure promptly returned the courtesy, acknowledging that indeed, it had been over a decade. During a previous diplomatic meeting between their two nations, they had exchanged distant glances while their respective parents negotiated, leaving a lasting impression on Yu Yanshu. Xiao Han, the legitimate prince of the state of Ji, was the only son of the reigning queen and had been raised with the expectation of becoming the crown prince. Even as a child, he exhibited remarkable political acumen. What brings the second prince to seek me out? Yu Yanshu asked. Xiao Han smiled slightly, primarily to reminisce, and secondly, to propose a transaction with the third prince. Yu Yanshu responded with curiosity. What sort of transaction? However, Xiao Han chose to withhold specifics for the moment, first directing attention to the delicacies on the table. These are specialties from my state of Ji, which we both cherished in our youth. Pray, do indulge, and see if they evoke memories of the past. Yu Yanshu sat down to sample the treats, nodding in approval. Indeed, they taste just as they did back then. As for my surname, I am now Yu, so there is no need for you to address me as third prince. Xiao Han replied with a smile. Then I shall call you brother Yu, if that pleases you. There is no need for such formality between us. Yu Yanshu smiled, but remained silent, knowing well that Xiao Han's visit held ulterior motives. He had no desire for the throne, nor ambitions for power. Thus, he suspected the second prince had misidentified him. Yet Xiao Han seemed unconvinced. What if I were to inform you that the events of you were orchestrated by the great sorcerer of Chu and the current emperor? Yu Yanshu paused. Does the second prince possess evidence? Xiao Han clapped his hands, and the door opened to reveal someone carrying a box. He presented it to Yu Yanshu, stating, I know that you are also investigating these matters, yet the passage of time has made it difficult for those loyal to the late crown prince to infiltrate the palace. I have lost many informants to gather this intelligence. You may review it and decide for yourself. As Yu Yanshu opened the box, he discovered relics of his mother, correspondence, and some recorded fragments of conversations. He had long suspected the truth, but the reality was even more profound than he anticipated. To secure a mere position, countless innocent lives had been sacrificed. How could one find comfort in acquiring power through the blood and suffering of so many? Both Yu Yanshu and Xiao Han found this unfathomable. What would you have me do? Yu Yanshu asked. Return to Chu and make the truth public. What benefit would that bring to the state of Ji? He countered. I cannot betray my nation. Xiao Han smiled. You have misjudged, brother Yu. This would indeed benefit the state of Ji, and the advantages would extend for generations. Their dialogue had already hinted at the stakes involved. Should the truth be revealed, few in the current royal family of Chu would be deemed innocent, and the state would find itself without capable leadership, unless it were Yu Yanchu to return. Yet he was the least likely to do so. There was no need to seek mercy through territorial concessions. In a few years, the state of Chu would naturally falter. However, if he chose silence, would the common folk perish in vain? Would he not exact his vengeance? What had his years of perseverance amounted to? Yu Yanchu clenched the letters tightly. I require time to deliberate. Xiao Han, ever considerate, replied, of course. You may reach out to me at any time. I hope you will ponder this matter carefully. Yu Yanchu returned to his room in a daze. Ming Yu called out to him several times, but he remained oblivious. Fixated on the papers in his grasp, he found himself at a loss, uncertain of the path he should take. Chapter 97. The throne noticing his unusual demeanor. Ming Yu remained silent until Yu Yanchu finally regained his composure. Junior sister, I find myself faced with a choice, yet I am uncertain how to proceed. Ming Yu encouraged. Share your thoughts with me. We shall decide together. Yu Yanchu handed her the now crumpled paper. Upon reading its contents, Ming Yu was momentarily stunned, realizing the gravity of the situation. The original narrative had described the vice of the state of Chu, where the male protagonist, Lu Yensui, sought refuge in the Chu palace while gravely injured and inadvertently uncovered an old case from over a decade past, leading to a perilous chase that nearly cost him his life. Later, on his quest to eradicate evil, he encountered a formidable youth named Yu Qiu. Only after spending considerable time together did he learn of Yu Qiu's true identity, ultimately revealing the truth of the old case to the young man. Later, when the demon clan had lost its influence, the young man vanished from the battlefield. Simultaneously, the emperor of the Chu kingdom met an untimely demise, leading to the unexpected ascension of a distant relative to the throne. This young man was none other than Yu Yanchu from the original narrative, who had chosen to collaborate with Xiao Han. Now, in this altered storyline, what path should the diverged Yu Yanchu pursue? Since the age of 7, upon entering Xingluo Island, I vowed to exact revenge, believing the demon clan to be my enemies. I practiced swordsmanship diligently every day without fail, achieving the Yuan Ing stage by the age of 13. Later, I discovered possible connections with those noble relatives, and I thought that simply eliminating all those who had erred would suffice. However, could I truly carry out such killings now? Yu Yanchu sat at the table, his back tense. Though he displayed no outward emotion, turmoil raged within him. His heart urged him to act on his desires, insisting that those who dared commit wrongdoings must pay the price. Yet, his reason cautioned him that this was a time of turmoil. While it might be easy to kill them, what would follow? The Chu kingdom would soon fracture, the nation would crumble, and the populace would scatter, all of which he would have instigated. Ming Yu approached and embraced Yu Yanchu's head, equally uncertain of her choice. On one side lay vengeance, and on the other, the lives of countless citizens, human lives, not mere statistics. Senior brother, you already have the answer in your heart, don't you? Then follow your heart and avoid actions you might regret. Finally, Yu Yanchu returned the embrace, tears streaming down his face in a place where no one could see. The following day, the two departed from Fenglin capital. Xiao Han stood at the city gate, watching their figures fade. A nearby guard inquired, will the third prince truly collaborate with us? Xiao Han waved his fan and replied, if he chooses not to collaborate, it matters little. As long as he reveals the truth to the public, it will be beneficial for the Ji kingdom. Fenglin capital lay in close proximity to another port city of the Chu kingdom, practically across the river from one another. Once they entered the mortal realm, revealing the abilities of cultivators could incite chaos, so the two traveled on horseback. Finally, after 7 days, they arrived in the capital of the Chu kingdom, Yingdu. Upon entering the city, they were met by those from the grand ship they had boarded when leaving the island, individuals left by his mother. In Yingdu, Yu Yanchu's identity was precarious. The former crown prince's residence lay in ruins, and they continued to stay at an inn. Yu Yanchu did not accompany them. They are loyal to my mother, the crown princess, who is destined for the throne, but I am not. I have come solely to uncover the truth and seek revenge. I have no desire to become an emperor." Regardless of how the man persuaded him, Yu Yinshu remained resolute, and the man could only leave in silence. That evening, the two sat in the courtyard, drinking wine and gazing at the moon. When Ming Yu asked, "Do you truly not wish to become an emperor?" Yu Yinshu chuckled. "What good is being an emperor? I want to travel the world and ultimately retire in seclusion like an old man on an island. But as an emperor, one can enjoy the reverence of thousands." Yu Yinshu scoffed. "I experienced that feeling long ago. It is overrated. Besides, don't you wish to return home? If I were to become emperor and confine you, preventing you from leaving, what then?" Ming Yu was momentarily taken aback, a thought she had not entertained. Yet, she maintained her defiance. "Can you truly confine me? If I want to leave, I will find a way." Yu Yinshu shook his head with a smile. "Junior sister, you're still too young. The royal palace of the Chu kingdom possesses protective formations that can trap anyone who enters, binding them for life." Ming Yu asked, "If you travel the mountains and rivers while I return home, what then?" Yu Yinshu sat up to look at her seriously and declared, "I will accompany you." Ming Yu was utterly stunned. She had not anticipated such a response. "I am serious, Ming Yu. Regardless of where I travel, it is the same, and I wish to see the landscapes of your homeland and compare them to this place. Ming Yu could only manage. In my homeland, the landscapes are filled with people." This left Yu Yinshu puzzled regarding her stance. "So, do you wish to take me back with you?" Ming Yu's ears flushed crimson. I am uncertain if I can return. Let's discuss it later." She then clutched the wine jar and retreated to her room, leaving Yu Yinshu alone to continue gazing at the moon. News of Yu Yinshu's return swiftly reached the palace. For Enraged, no information could escape the watchful eyes of the authorities. A man of high status, clad in a bright yellow robe, appeared somewhat comical due to his corpulent form. He hurled his teacup in frustration and, suppressing his anger, exclaimed, "Did not the grand sorcerer assure us he would not return? What does this signify? He has entered Enraged openly and met with those people. What does he intend?" The grand sorcerer regarded him with a hint of disdain, but spoke respectfully. "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. I have tested him. He is unaware of the events of years past, and has no intention of seeking power." The man grew more incensed. "Then what purpose does his return serve? Grand sorcerer, enlighten me. Is there anything here that he holds dear? Furthermore, was your test effective? My royal brother once tested me endlessly. What did he gain from it?" The grand sorcerer maintained his calm demeanor. "Your Majesty, you are now the sovereign. The late crown prince has sacrificed himself for the nation. He possesses no evidence to challenge your authority, so there is no need to regard him seriously." Yet, the man remained restless. He smashed everything in front of him and then, as if struck by a sudden thought, knelt before the grand sorcerer, clinging to him. "Assist me, just as you did in the past. Help me." Chapter 98. The moment the grand sorcerer's eyes held a trace of disdain. Yet his outward demeanor remained respectful as he helped the man to his feet. "Your Majesty, there is no need for concern. His every action will remain under our surveillance. Should he exhibit any treasonous behavior, I shall ensure his demise." The man gripped his hand tightly, trembling as he pleaded, "Grand sorcerer, is this true? Then let us end him now." "Your Majesty," the grand sorcerer's tone intensified. "Innocence must not be unjustly slain, and he is now a disciple of the immortal sect. There is no justification for his death. Doing so would only invite endless troubles." Only then did the man settle somewhat, allowing the grand sorcerer to assist him back onto the dragon throne. He clutched the armrests tightly, seeking solace in the inanimate object. The grand sorcerer bowed once more. "I take my leave." He exited the oppressive, dark palace, and immediately upon stepping outside, a servant approached with the latest news. Glancing through it casually, he expressed surprise. "He engages in these activities daily?" The servant affirmed, "Indeed, every move he makes is documented. Aside from the day he entered the city, he has not met with those individuals again, and on that day, he even reprimanded them." The grand sorcerer nodded. "Proceed. This matter should not be taken lightly." The servant responded respectfully, "Understood." Since entering the city, Yu Yinshu had indeed neglected serious matters, taking Ming Yu to explore the renowned attractions of Enraged. Each day, they indulged in wine, often becoming so intoxicated they could not return home, opting instead to sleep on lounge chairs in the courtyard. As time passed, some guards relaxed their vigilance. This did not escape the notice of Ming Yu and Yu Yanshu, who continued to drink and chat in the courtyard. Ming Yu wrote the guards have relaxed in the wine on the table. Yu Yanshu nodded, adding, "No worries. Let us maintain our act for a few more days." Ming Yu had no objections, relishing the daily indulgence. They resumed their drinking contest, and ultimately, Yu Yanshu, summoning his willpower, escorted her back to her room. Otherwise, they would have ended up sleeping in the courtyard once again. For over 10 days, the two indulged in a life of reckless abandon. And just as they were beginning to acclimate to this existence, chaos erupted within the imperial palace. Last night, the Emperor of Chu was the victim of an assassination attempt. The assassin, having disguised themselves as a maidservant to a consort, seized an opportune moment to not only murder the consort, but also injure the emperor. By the time the guards arrived, the emperor was already in a state of panic, weeping and pleading for the grand sorcerer to enter the palace. Accompanied by the knight, He Shin entered the palace to find the emperor shivering on the dragon throne. He forbade anyone from leaving or making any noise. Should he perceive even the slightest movement, he would demand the perpetrator's death. Many had already perished under his orders, yet now he resembled a quivering quail, consumed by fear. He Shin sighed and gestured for everyone to withdraw, quickly clearing the hall of outsiders. The emperor jumped down from his throne, clinging to He Shin's leg and lamenting. That assassin, their dagger was but a mere breath away from me. I nearly lost my life. He Shin patiently reassured him, "Your Majesty, the talisman I inscribed upon you will shield you from any weapon. No assassination attempt can claim your life." Despite his words, the emperor continued to tremble, overwhelmed by fear. The oppressive atmosphere felt as if the souls of those who had perished because of him had returned to haunt him. Yet, in an unexpected turn, his voice grew resolute. "It must be him. He has come to seek vengeance. Grand Sorcerer, go and kill him at once. I command you to slay him." "Your Majesty." He Shin's patience waned. The emperor had done nothing but drink himself into oblivion at the inn, unconscious to the world. It could not be him. It was impossible. Any cultivator entering the palace would find their powers severely diminished, and with his current abilities, he could not achieve such feats. Once He Shin finally calmed the emperor enough to sleep, he exited the hall. "Sir, we have confirmed that the assassin has no connection to that individual. Years ago, his family was annihilated by the emperor, and he has since lurked in the shadows, waiting for this moment," reported a subordinate. "Indeed," He Shin replied, unsurprised. Su Yanshin's son should not act so rashly. This thought prompted another sigh. If only she had been obedient, they would not have had to support such a neophyte to ascend. A slight fright had shattered his resolve. He was unfit for greater endeavors. Regrettably, her son was equally obstinate. Yu Yanshu sneezed violently, pondering if it was due to his habit of sleeping outdoors. He wrapped his garments tighter around him and returned to his chamber to rest. The news of the assassination attempt on the emperor spread the following day. Ming Yu noticed the posted announcement and raised an eyebrow at Yu Yanshu. "Did you do this?" Yu Yanshu chuckled helplessly. "We have been together all day. How could I have done it? Am I supposed to have a clone?" Ming Yu understood he was not the culprit. If one were to assassinate, it would need to be a grand endeavor. As a result of the assassination attempt, the previously lax guards tightened their vigilance, though the two were unconcerned. As long as they wished, these guards would never locate them. It was merely the abundance of commoners that restricted their actions. They awaited an opportunity to strike, knowing they needed to be precise against the Chu royal family. He Shin was also in wait, longing for an opponent. It had been ages since he experienced such exhilaration in a contest of wits, especially since that person's demise. Thoughts of her always evoked profound sentiments within him. The palace defenses grew more stringent than ever, searching all who entered and forbidding anyone from wearing heavy clothing to prevent assassination attempts. This emperor was genuinely terrified. He Shin had no objection. If such measures granted him a sense of security, then he was free to arrange things as he pleased. The emperor's closest attendants were all under He Shin's influence, reporting daily on how much sedative the emperor consumed. One attendant expressed concern. "Although this sedative is harmless, At this rate, it will eventually cause issues. His temper has grown increasingly volatile. He has executed many, including several of our own. Haitian dismissed the concern. Let him be. If anything occurs, I will summon Jingwei back. I have awaited him for quite some time. The attendant quietly withdrew, his expression somber. Haitian, however, continued to admire the scenery before him. Indeed, the mortal realm far surpassed the realm of cultivation. He would undoubtedly acquire everything he desired. Yu Yinshu was similarly awaiting news. He did not fully trust Xiao Han. Although what he provided was genuine, he could not guarantee that critical details had not been surreptitiously omitted. He needed to grasp the entire truth to make an informed choice. Any overlooked detail could lead to a misguided decision. He could not afford to rush into resolution. To the outside world, he appeared to be enjoying leisurely outings with Ming Yu. Yet in reality, he was meeting with every capable individual, striving to reconstruct the events of the past, which yielded results akin to those discovered by Xiao Han. Frustration began to mount within him. Scrutiny within the Chu palace intensified, and numerous servants were executed without mercy, spreading fear throughout, even igniting rumors in the city. The emperor struggled more than ever to find rest. He consumed bowl after bowl of sedatives to no avail. He had also taken numerous elixirs presented by sorcerers, yet their effects were minimal, leading him to execute a batch of individuals in anger. A bunch of useless fools. They cannot even cure my minor ailment. What purpose do they serve? Execute them all. Consequently, waves of individuals were dragged away, leaving the palace eerily quiet. Haitian received news of the turmoil and rushed into the palace that night to quell the disturbance. Shortly thereafter, Yu Yinshu received word. The emperor intends to kill, but the sorcerer forbids it. He has commanded an audience in the palace to halt the chaos. Yu Yinshu lifted the lampshade, bringing the note close to the candle flame, which swiftly consumed the paper, leaving only a few ashes. Ming Yu returned with food and, noticing him alone in the room with doors and windows shut, inquired, "What is wrong? Is there new information?" Yu Yinshu replied coolly, "Junior sister, we may need to make a trip to the palace." Ming Yu paused momentarily before quickly responding, "All right, I have yet to visit the imperial palace." Yu Yinshu approached to assist her in arranging the table, expressing, "The emperor has grown increasingly paranoid. I fear I must remain under his watchful eye. Alas, I have burdened you. The palace is certainly not like the outside world." Ming Yu comforted him, "Then we shall go together. If I remain outside alone, you will only worry more. Besides, I am now a cultivator in the exit stage. Ordinary people cannot harm me." Yu Yinshu nodded. As expected, by midday, someone from the palace came to summon them. The Grand Sorcerer himself requested their presence in the palace for a 2-day stay. Yu Yinshu initially hesitated, but the sorcerer cited the approaching anniversary of his mother's death, stating that a memorial would be held. Since Yu Yinshu had not been in Chu during previous years, it was only right he attend this year. "Then I shall not decline," he conceded. "Rest assured, I have arranged for us to stay in the palace once occupied by the former crown prince. It is secluded and distanced from any unwanted attention." Yu Yinshu nodded, confident in their arrangements. Upon entering the palace, they realized just how cautious the Chu emperor had become. Guards lined the path, with many more hidden from view. Even in the mild months of May and June, everyone was dressed lightly, and as the evening breeze blew, many maidservants clutched their arms for warmth. "What is the meaning of this?" Ming Yu questioned, but the guiding attendant could not elaborate. Only when they entered the hall, finding it deserted, did Yu Yinshu explain the situation. After the assassination attempt on the emperor, he ordered that all palace residents must wear light clothing and carry no extraneous items. "Is this to prevent further assassination attempts?" Ming Yu asked, to which Yu Yinshu nodded, finding humor in the absurdity of the situation. The more he acts in such a manner, the more it seems that someone desires to take his life. Yu Yinshu remarked that he was merely an inconspicuous prince in his youth, having lost his mother early and garnered little attention. It was not until his teenage years that he gained access to the study, where he struggled to learn and often faced the ire of his tutors, remaining a trustworthy and honest individual throughout. Yet this very person, known for his integrity, conspired with others to commit acts that shocked the world. His current behavior is indeed laughable. Ming Yu sighed, suggesting that perhaps he has been adept at masquerading all along. The ploy of feigning ignorance to deceive the powerful is not uncommon within the palace. But who, apart from those involved, can truly clarify the events of the past? Ming Yu chuckled, noting that since we have already arrived, we might as well wait and see. Perhaps he will indeed unveil the truth himself. The two had spent nearly a month in this endeavor, while the Xiuzhen Xianmen were also hastening their discussions. Surprisingly, the influential voices within the sect were predominantly youthful. A group convened in Taisu to continue deliberating the progress of the Demon Extermination Alliance. Liu Yin Sui had made significant strides in his recovery. Having witnessed Yu Yin Chu forcibly breaking through a barrier, he had the urge to attempt it himself a few days ago. Although it was fraught with peril, fortune smiled upon him, as the celestial map demonstrated remarkable restorative capabilities. His nearly ruined body was mended in a matter of days, even surpassing many of his peers in strength. However, he still fell short in certain aspects, yet it was sufficient to sustain him for a while. The atmosphere among the peers was naturally more relaxed than that of the leaders. Jiang Zhimiao had also joined them. With age, her cultivation had advanced significantly, and if the demon extermination were to occur, she would undoubtedly take on the role of vanguard in place of Liu Yin Sui. Thus, she insisted on attending their discussions, and Liu Yin Sui, unable to refuse her, permitted her to listen in. They analyzed the present situation. Following the battle at Taisu, the demon race had also sustained injuries and was avoiding confrontation. While they could not tamper with the ancestral seals, there were still orders from their predecessors insisting on achieving substantial results, which was rather vexing. Personally, I believe it would have been best had we ceased hostilities long ago. The members of Tianji's sect sat with impatience, consuming fruits without engaging in conversation. Undeterred, one continued to voice his thoughts, recalling previous achievements and questioning why they must persist in battle. He expressed indifference to how future generations would perceive them, asserting that they should view matters as they see fit. The others grew weary of his complaints. The young master of Tianji's sect was indeed a source of annoyance, as everyone was well aware of the burdens he spoke of. The commands of their masters were inescapable. What could they do? Others were reluctant to engage further. But Jiang Zhimiao was not one to indulge him. She retorted that the young master, now capable, should instead speak with the elders, allowing them all to return home. The young man momentarily lost his enthusiasm, awkwardly replying that he was not currently responsible for such matters and it might not be appropriate to voice them. Jiang Zhimiao rolled her eyes, urging him to refrain from incessantly lamenting, as it was merely aggravating. After receiving a reprimand, he naturally felt displeased, but was calmed by Feng Weiming beside him. Jiang Zhimiao huffed, leaving without offering either of them a favorable expression. Chapter 100. A meeting in the palace. As a few departed, the discussions continued. Liu Yin Sui and several others decided to return to their sects to pacify the members and restore order. He personally led a group to the kingdom of Chu. The chaos that had erupted in the past was instigated by the demon race, and now that they sought to exterminate the demons, it was essential to uncover the truth of those events. Jiang Zhimiao was entrusted to remain in Taisu, as it was prudent for the young lady to stabilize her cultivation at this critical juncture. Though Taisu appeared to be under the leadership of the three masters, many responsibilities had been delegated to him, as the third master was weary of dealing with the aftermath of daily affairs. In moments of frustration, he would often storm into the room of Chao Tian, berating him before returning to his duties. Strangely, despite the myriad of tasks at hand, he refrained from allowing Su Jingwei to become involved, preferring to delegate responsibilities to Liu Yin Sui and Bai Yu. Su Jingwei was equally perplexed. He was the most talented disciple among Yu Wei Lian's students, and though he did not surpass others, being a prince should have sufficed for managing such tasks. Yet, Yu Wei Lian seemed intent on keeping him at bay, assigning him trivial tasks that further confused him. Before departing, Liu Yin Sui dutifully paid his respects to Chao Tian and Yu Wei Lian. Chao Tian remained unchanged, still struggling to express himself clearly upon seeing him. Yu Wei Lian, however, was as caring as ever, inquiring about his health and advising him to stay safe on his journey before allowing him to leave. With Liu Yin Sui's departure, Taisu, already burdened with responsibilities, found itself further shorthanded, leading to Jiang Zhimiao being conscripted once again for labor. She was tasked with organizing the disciples, cataloging all items damaged during the wedding banquet, and then procuring replacements while also checking the inventory of the sect. The task was not particularly difficult, but was rather tedious, much to the discontent of the young lady. However, she had no choice but to persevere through it. While purchasing supplies at the foot of the mountain, she fortuitously encountered the returning Su Jingwei. Their relationship was not particularly close, but as fellow disciples, it was necessary to exchange pleasantries. Su Jingwei greeted her first, saying, "Junior sister." Jiang Jimiao returned the greeting, "Senior brother." He inquired about her activities, gesturing towards the scattered disciples with lists in hand. Jiang Jimiao smiled, revealing her dimples. "The third master has tasked me with inventorying the sect's items. All the old ones need to be replaced, and the original records must be thoroughly checked." Su Jingwei understood and replied, "I have some matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave." After their farewells, Su Jingwei's gaze darkened with clouds of frustration. He pondered why trivial tasks were not assigned to him, seeking to find ways to extricate himself from his current situation. His master, what are your true intentions? Ming Yu and her companions were unaware of the happenings in Taisu. Since entering the palace, they had been treated like pampered guests, receiving whatever they desired as long as they communicated their needs. Yet one drawback remained. Their freedom to roam was severely restricted. If they wished to take a stroll, they had to carefully choose moments when few others were about, accompanied by a retinue of attendants, making Ming Yu feel as though she were a runaway concubine of a tyrannical ruler from an ancient tale. Yu Yanchu found this description to be entirely inaccurate. Ming Yu pouted, expressing her discontent. "What to do, senior brother? I regret entering the palace with you. Otherwise, I would have been able to indulge in a delicious bowl of hot wontons from the night market at this hour." There are wontons in the palace as well, but they are not merely ordinary meat and vegetable fillings. They are crafted from rare delicacies. The more he elaborated, the more saliva pooled in Ming Yu's mouth, prompting her to ring the bell and summon 2 bowls of wontons. Their actions quickly reached the ears of the Emperor of Chu. Having consumed numerous pills recently, his spirits were gradually stabilizing, reinforcing the effectiveness of his method of counteracting evil with evil. He set down the handkerchief he had been holding, allowing the palace maid to adjust his attire. They were to provide whatever the two desired, but it was imperative that they kept a close watch on them. He wished to be informed of their every move. Once the attendants withdrew, a sense of smug satisfaction arose within him. After all, Su Yanshin's son was no different, confined within the palace walls. While cultivators typically subsisted on air, he and his junior sister indulged in feasting and merrymaking, which suited him just fine. They would never compare to his own son. Had Yu Yanchu known that he was so belittled due to the mere consumption of 2 bowls of wontons, he would likely have burst into laughter upon his bed. Nevertheless, the palace's offerings were indeed delectable. Since their arrival in Yingdu, the two had been engaged in daily revelries, neglecting even their regular sword practice for an extended period. Ming Yu occasionally stood up, only to discover a slight accumulation of flesh around her waist, further directing her vexation towards Yu Yanchu. Yu Yanchu found herself in the delicate position of soothing her emotions while counting the days until the impending arrival. Lu Yansui and her companions entered the city with great haste, heading directly to the royal palace of the Chu kingdom. Prior to their arrival, they had specifically sought a title from Yuelian. The Chu emperor had awaited their presence for quite some time. He sent word to Su Jingwei, requesting his return, but to no avail. The emperor resorted to feigning illness, expressing a desire to see him once more. Little did he know, Su was resolute in his decision not to return. Fortunately, Yuelian had relayed that he would send disciples with tranquil elixirs for Su, along with inquiries for the Grand Sorcerer. The emperor consented, as their arrival coincided perfectly with the needs of the situation. Upon their swift arrival, Lu Yansui and her entourage were escorted to their quarters after a brief audience with the emperor. It was in the garden that they unexpectedly encountered Ming Yu. Both parties were momentarily taken aback, and an awkward atmosphere enveloped the scene. Among the disciples present were several who had previously met Ming Yu and were aware of the developments over the years. They exchanged formal greetings before parting ways. A junior disciple inquired, "Why is she here?" To which the attendant responded with a smile, This young lady is a distinguished guest invited by His Majesty. The disciple felt a twinge of indignation, noting the preferential treatment she received. However, a mere glance from Lu Yinsui silenced any further remarks. They were there on business. With limited time, as the demonic forces would soon regain their strength, it was imperative to ascertain the truth before returning to report back. They were cautioned to speak with discretion, avoiding unnecessary words. Lu Yinsui reiterated her concerns, and the group settled down, responding respectfully. Ming Yu was equally surprised by their arrival. Realizing they had come as guests, she couldn't help but lament the absurdity of the unfolding events, feeling as if she scarcely recognized the plot anymore. The essential elements of time, place, characters, and events had only partially aligned. Chapter 101. A reminder Ming Yu had not anticipated that their chance encounter was merely the beginning. Following the arrival of the Taishu individuals, the Chu Emperor's spirits had notably improved, leading him to summon Yu Yinshu privately. Not only were Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu taken aback by the attendant's announcement, but so was Shinting upon hearing the news from the palace. He had summoned that child alone? The attendant answered respectfully, "Indeed, my lord." Shinting questioned his own hearing and then dismissed the attendant with a wave. He murmured to himself, "Has he changed? How bold of him to summon him privately. I had underestimated him." Yu Yinshu was equally incredulous, having expected the emperor to delay their meeting or to do so in a public setting. The private summons was unforeseen. "Young master, please." The attendant called several times before Yu Yinshu regained his composure. He turned to Ming Yu, instructing her to wait for his return. Ming Yu nodded, watching him leave. Upon reaching the Roman hall, the attendant entered to announce his presence. Yu Yinshu looked up at the plaque, inscribed by his mother's own hand. He had thought that all traces of her would have vanished from the palace, revealing the emperor's intriguing nature. "Your Majesty requests your presence," the attendant announced. Upon entering, he felt an overwhelming familiarity in the decor, arranged in the style reminiscent of his mother's time, even down to the fragrant incense of Wuqinxiang that she favored. "Xiao Chu, it has been so long. You have grown and resemble your father more," the emperor remarked after scrutinizing him. Yu Yinshu merely clasped his fists in respect, replying, "Uncle, it has indeed been a while. Look around, my nephew. Everything is arranged as your father liked." Unchanged, the emperor continued. Yu Yinshu found it somewhat amusing. The very person who had caused his family's demise was now concerned with such trivialities. "When the nation was in turmoil and you were sent away, I intended to send someone to retrieve you. However, with the state in disarray and your whereabouts unknown, I was unable to do so." Yu Yinshu replied with a light chuckle. "Your concern is appreciated, uncle. I have thrived on the island, learning the arts. How have you fared? Are you comfortable and well provided for? Has anyone troubled you? All is well, and my relations with my masters are harmonious. That is good to hear. Now that you have returned, it is time to bestow upon you a title. What do you think of the character name?" Yu Yinshu raised his gaze to meet the emperor's, and after a moment, he replied, "There is no need for such formalities. I have come merely to pay my respects to my father and will leave shortly thereafter." The emperor's smile broadened. "This is for the best. It serves everyone's interests. I shall leave a decree for you. Whenever you desire it, you may return to claim it." On his way back, Yu Yinshu fortuitously encountered Lu Yinsui and her group, who had also been summoned by the emperor. At that moment, Yu Yinshu discerned the emperor's intentions. He was wary of his status as a cultivator and sought the Taishu individuals to soothe his own fears, ensuring that should matters escalate, he would not be at a disadvantage. It was a clever use of resources, Yu Yinshu thought, shaking his head. When Lu Yinsui had met Ming Yu the previous day, she had suspected that Ming Yu was not alone in the palace, and her presumption proved correct. She had come due to her senior brother. Even though she was no longer the little Yu, her body still bore the marks of her past, and it must not be harmed. Their meeting was once again a silent battlefield, with the fuse still in slumber. After her encounter with Lu Yinsui, Ming Yu fell victim to her old habit, spending the night dreaming of various storylines. With Yu Yinshu's departure, she found herself with little to occupy her time, so she indulged in a nap, awakening refreshed. Just then, Yu Yinshu returned, bearing a food box. This was specially procured from outside. It is something you wished to eat a few days ago. With good food and a restful sleep, Ming Yu's spirits lifted. What did he summon you for? Yu Yinshu, while serving her soup, replied, nothing of importance, merely feigned concern. Attempting to gauge my stance. Ming Yu nodded, sharing his assessment. The emperor was still uncertain of his power and would not act rashly. I met Lu Yinsui yesterday. Yu Yinshu acknowledged, I saw her today as well. What is her purpose here? Yu Yinshu replied calmly, regardless of her intentions, it is inconsequential. We shall resolve matters here and then return. What say you? Ming Yu beamed, agreeing. Indeed, the emperor had met with Lu Yinsui immediately following his encounter with Yu Yinshu, subtly inquiring about him. Lu Yinsui, puzzled, offered perfunctory responses before taking her disciples to withdraw. Was the emperor so curious about regarding young Master Yu? A junior disciple whispered, I heard from the palace servants that Yu is the sole offspring of the Chengming Crown Prince. The Chengming Crown Prince held some renown in the realm of cultivation. Possessing the body of a mere mortal, he was gifted with a natural affinity for spiritual energy, able to command the forces of nature without incantations, a feat unattained for centuries. Yet this very individual had forsaken the path of cultivation, ultimately sacrificing himself to protect the populace, fighting against the demonic forces until the last moment. It was rumored that by the time reinforcements arrived, he had lost any semblance of a complete body. If Yu Yinshu was indeed the crown prince's son, he would not lack such extraordinary talent, and moreover, he would possess the right to inherit the throne. The group was taken aback. Why does the emperor keep him in the palace then? Another disciple shook his head. I do not know. The palace servants only spoke briefly before the managing steward discovered them and punished them. Silence fell. The rules of the mortal realm's palace indeed strict. In that case, let us refrain from discussing such provocative matters. Lu Yinsui spoke softly. You may return. I shall visit elsewhere. She intended to seek out Ming Yu. For if the emperor wished to investigate, their connections would not remain hidden. It would be better to lay everything bare, for there is nothing to shy away from. Ming Yu anticipated his arrival and waited with patience. After seeing the two of them for 2 consecutive days, anyone would harbor some doubts. Moreover, during that incident in Taishu, it seemed that everything was clarified. Who could say whether Lu Yinsui had not become obstinate? I have come with matters to discuss with you. Ming Yu raised his gaze, his expression indifferent. Young Master Lu, please proceed. Lu Yinsui suppressed the bitterness welling within him. After all, they were in the palace of the state of Chu, and caution was prudent. There were already disciples who had heard rumors regarding your identities, which could very well be a portent. Ming Yu, however, did not expect that Lu Yinsui was there to warn them. Chapter 102. Day of the Sacrifice, she bowed her hands in gratitude. Lu Yinsui felt a pang of acidity in his heart. Once, they had grown up together, but now they were worlds apart. You take care. After expressing his thanks once more, he departed. Yu Yinshu cleared his throat behind him, saying, He has left. No need to gaze after him. Ming Yu closed the door and set a barrier to prevent prying eyes. What scheme is the Chu emperor concocting now? The people within the palace would not spread rumors about your lineage without cause. Yu Yinshu chuckled. Perhaps they wish to see if I bear any grudges regarding past events. Let him be. It won't be long before he can no longer restrain himself. What do you mean? You will take action? Ming Yu made a gesture with her hand. Yu Yinshu nodded. According to his temperament, he will not tolerate me lingering under his nose. In 3 days, it will be the anniversary of my mother's passing. I suspect he will act then. But what will he use to harm you? Mortals cannot injure you, and those from Taishu would not aid him lightly. Sister, do you think the royal families of the mortal realm are the same as before? They have long since cultivated many practitioners for their own purposes. Moreover, this one has previously dared to collaborate with the demonic clan. A storm is brewing. Before a storm, there is always an unusual calm. Ming Yu remained secluded, diligently merging the inner cultivation techniques she had learned before, making further progress in her cultivation, which put her mind at ease. As for Lu Yinsui, they originally intended to seek clues within the Chu palace, but the palace's rules were stringent, and the servants were tight-lipped. After several days, there was little progress. In a few days, it would be the anniversary of Crown Prince Chengming's death. If there were still no leads by then, we shall withdraw from here. The events of that year are but a single thread. We cannot waste too much time on it. The anniversary of Crown Prince Chengming is observed annually within the palace. But this year, it is to be conducted on a grander scale. Although the current emperor of Chu ascended the throne later, the tales of Crown Prince Chengming shielding the people remain well known. Even among the common folk, spontaneous tributes are made in her honor on this day. This time of year is when the current emperor's temper is at its most volatile. The outside world may be unaware, but everyone within the palace knows this well. During this period, one must exercise extreme caution. Even the slightest error can lead to one's disappearance, and no one knows where they go. There are also rumors that the emperor selects a group of people each year to be buried alive as a tribute to Crown Prince Chengming, though such news is unverified, typically arising from the whispers of palace servants. A person as virtuous as Crown Prince Chengming, who died for the people, would never wish to see others sacrificed alongside her. This rumor eventually reached Ming Yu and Yu Yanshu. Ming Yu found it amusing, remarking, "This emperor, if he truly despises your mother, why then does he honor her annually, even praying for her? If he bears no hatred, why engage in such actions and propagate rumors of live sacrifices? What on earth is he thinking?" Human nature is inherently complex. One may kill out of momentary jealousy, yet spare another in a moment of compassion. However, once actions are taken, one must inevitably face the consequences. The day of the sacrifice was swiftly approaching. A few days prior, Yu Yanshu received garments from the palace tailor to his form, astonishingly made to the standards of a prince. Even he could not comprehend the emperor's intentions upon seeing the attire. Ming Yu also received several garments, all in soft hues and simple patterns, perfectly suited for the day of the sacrifice. As of now, they had gleaned nothing. The Chu emperor's defenses were exceedingly tight. They had not interacted with anyone in the palace, but Yu Yanshu had no intention of doing so. His initial aim was to wait for the emperor's move. What he feared was not the emperor's intentions, but rather the possibility of an action. If he were to strike, it would undoubtedly be tomorrow. "Sister, have you made your preparations? Even if we manage to escape, we will surely pay a price." Ming Yu did not respond directly, merely polishing the weapon in her hand to a brilliant shine. As fellow disciples, we should share life and death together. After all, this is merely a mortal royal palace. 3 days prior to the sacrifice, one must observe fasting and bathing, which both of them duly adhered to. On the day itself, the Chu emperor would lead the ministers to the Jing'an Hall to pay homage to the ancestral tablets and would suspend court for a day. The common folk would also spontaneously organize tributes, which was permitted in the palace. On the morrow, they would accompany the ministers to pay their respects. The emperor's insomnia had returned. He consumed a great deal of wine, yet it was of no avail. The more he drank, the more alert he became. "Is everything arranged?" He looked towards the individual kneeling in the center of the hall. The person, clad in black, appeared unremarkable, capable of blending into a crowd, and replied in a low voice, "Your Majesty, all is prepared. Tomorrow, he will be unable to leave." The emperor finally felt a measure of reassurance. "Very good. Once this is accomplished, I can provide you with everything you desire." After the man retreated, the emperor lit another incense stick and finally drifted into a deep sleep. He had known from the moment he collaborated with the Grand Sorcerer that this individual was no benign character. He had labored for years to safeguard against him. Yet, it mattered not. Using it against that man's son would also suffice. With one less major concern, the emperor would feel relief. In his dreams, he bore a satisfied smile, certain that he would sleep soundly that night. All his affairs were reported to He Shun, the Grand Sorcerer. "Shall we take action?" He Shun, indifferent, continued to carve the wood in his hands. "No need. Let him be. He is but a useless pawn. If he dies, it is an opportunity for another to rise." Once he received the response, he was about to withdraw when he was called back. "Wait. Send word to Jing Wei to return." After nurturing dozens of sorcerers, he truly believed they were his trump card. Perfect. Jing Wei had learned much in Taishu and would certainly govern the state of Chu better than before. Understood. In matters not of men. He Shun gazed at the wooden sculpture taking shape in his hands and suddenly smiled. Who among them had not labored for years? He regarded his wrinkled body, feeling weary even after a few steps, incapable of casting even simple spells. Yet it mattered not. It would be soon. A splendid vessel awaited him ahead, and he only needed to take a few gradual steps forward. Then, all the suffering and torment he had endured would be worth it. This night was destined to be one where everyone harbored their own thoughts. Chapter 103. Taking action from the hour of Z. The palace would toll the bell 6 times at every hour to signify morning. The sound of the bell resonated long, reaching even beyond the palace walls. At the start of the hour of C, both of them had already donned their garments, all in plain colors. Yu Yinshu tied up his hair completely, as respect was paramount on the day of sacrifice. Ming Yu styled her hair into a spiritual serpent bun, adorning it with a white jade hairpin, a gift from Yun Peng Peng from the island. She claimed it was a magical artifact capable of withstanding a strike from a practitioner at the Great Ascension stage. She wore it deliberately, for caution is the mother of safety. 2 individuals awaited at the grand entrance of the imperial palace, accompanied by attendants. As the royal carriage of the Chu emperor arrived, the gates swung open, and officials gathered to pay their respects, proceeding to the Jing'an Palace on the outskirts of the city for a ritual. Along the streets, many commoners donned white garments and wept openly, predominantly elderly, many of whom had been personally rescued by her in years past. Yu Yinshu rode his horse with unwavering focus, yet his mind wandered back to his childhood, a time when he had little inclination for learning, particularly regarding political texts such as the Mengzi. His mother would embrace him, meticulously explaining each word, imparting the notion that living entails responsibilities that one must bear, with the welfare of the populace being paramount. Should the day come when he must sacrifice himself, he must protect them, a duty inherent to the royal lineage. She embodied this responsibility and was met with the gratitude of the people. The Chu emperor slightly lifted the curtain, observing the mournful expressions of the crowd, feeling a flicker of disdain that he quickly suppressed, beckoning Yu Yinshu closer. Your father's virtuous reputation is esteemed beyond measure, and his dedication to the populace has garnered such respect. You must also conduct yourself in a similar manner. Yu Yinshu pressed his lips together, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. After more than half an hour of travel, they arrived at Jing'an Palace. Although somewhat remote in the southern corner of the city, it was a serene and tranquil locale, well guarded. As Ming Yu dismounted, she sensed that something had been arranged beneath the ground, albeit rudimentarily. The energy felt impure and superficial, easily detectable by anyone with a modicum of cultivation. Could it be that the Chu emperor intended to utilize this? Though perplexed, she maintained her composure, recognizing that Yu Yinshu had also perceived it. Upon entering the palace, the Chu emperor offered incense, with Yu Yinshu bowing respectfully behind him, while Ming Yu followed the officials outside to pay homage. After 3 bows, the chanting for blessings commenced, led by monks from the most revered temple in the Chu kingdom. Regardless of other matters, the ceremony was conducted with the utmost excellence. After all, the crown prince had not ascended the throne, and the tributes bestowed upon him in death were privileges that even some emperors could not enjoy. Yet, other matters were soon to unfold. As the chanting continued, a tremor rippled through the ground. Those with keen senses quickly noticed and inquired among their peers whether they felt the earth shaking. Some confirmed, others denied. Moments later, the tremors intensified, causing the stone statues lining the path to sway, igniting panic among the attendees. Within the palace, the sensation was similarly felt. However, the Chu emperor remained unperturbed, continuing his silent prayers. It was not until a flurry of commotion erupted outside, with attendants rushing in to report, "Your Majesty, the earth dragon stirs. We must flee," that he finally opened his eyes, rebuking, "What is there to panic about?" The attendant hastily organized personnel for evacuation. Yu Yinshu followed silently behind, exiting the palace to find portions of the ground had indeed collapsed. Chaos ensued, with many fleeing. Ming Yu had already rescued several individuals who had fallen into the pits and turned to lock eyes with Yu Yinshu from a distance. The earth quaked violently. The attendant hurriedly led the Chu emperor towards safety, the path before them cracking open, with fissures both large and small, posing a perilous risk of entrapment. Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu trailed closely behind, and, as expected, the moment the Chu emperor stepped out, the doors slammed shut behind him. Several ministers remained trapped within the courtyard, and exchanging a glance, the two began to rescue others. The tremors persisted, and there was no longer any safe haven. Ming Yu drew her weapon, infusing it with energy as she plunged it into the earth. Moments latte, avesli ol arupta. From the center of the courtyard emerged a monstrous creature, its massive jaws and horned head roaring towards them. Those remaining pointed and shouted, "It's the Earth Dragon! Everyone, flee!" Yet the doors remained firmly locked. Attempts to scale the walls were thwarted as arrows struck down those who tried. It seemed the Chu Emperor intended for them to be buried alongside him. The creature, colossal in size, caused the ground to tremor with every step, advancing towards Ming Yu. She leapt onto its head, spotting archers poised outside the courtyard. Signaling to Yu Yinshu, she thrust her sword downwards, but its hide was impervious, repelling her and sending her tumbling down. Outside, the Chu Emperor sat calmly in his chair, surrounded by cloaked sorcerers. "Once you deal with the beast, you may proceed to eliminate him," he instructed, and the sorcerers responded in unison, tightening their grips on their weapons. Meanwhile, Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu were focused on the beast. In terms of strength, slaying it was not an insurmountable task. However, the presence of numerous officials and attendants trapped here made any recklessness potentially disastrous. Yu Yinshu recognized this as well and descended, gripping the crimson-robed official S-arm. "Lead them to the rear palace for safety. Do not hinder us here." The official quickly grasped the urgency, calling out to several individuals to retreat towards the rear palace, prompting others to follow suit. As the courtyard began to clear, Ming Yu slashed her left palm, allowing her blood to flow as she chanted incantations. With a single hand raised downward, a magical array ascended, ensnaring the beast and immobilizing it. Yu Yinshu, positioned behind her, unsheathed his sword, the spectral form of a dragon accompanying Dragon Abyss as he thrust it into the creature's head. It let out a long, anguished howl before collapsing, its body dissipating into a shower of green light. Ming Yu reached out to touch it, sensing a confluence of diverse energies. Could it be that this creature was not a natural occurrence, but rather a deliberate creation? Before she could ponder further, a volley of arrows rained down from outside, prompting Yu Yinshu to form a protective barrier with one hand, shielding them both within a semicircular magical dome. The arrows were merely the precursor. Soon after, torches were hurled into the courtyard. With ample vegetation present, the flames ignited instantly, transforming the area into a blazing inferno. Amidst the flames, dozens of sorcerers surged in, encircling them completely. The gates swung wide open, revealing the Chu Emperor seated directly opposite, eager to witness Yu Yinshu's demise, hoping it would alleviate his own nightly torment. It was akin to the time he witnessed his own elder brother devoured piece by a horde of demons, leaving behind only a mangled corpse. A faint smile crept across his face as he silently mouthed a few words to Yu Yinshu. Yet, Yu Yinshu appeared oblivious, redirecting his focus to confront the sorcerers before him. Surrounded by dozens of formidable opponents, all possessing cultivation beyond the transformation stage. Had it not been for their prior experience with a thunderous tribulation, facing such numbers would have been a near-fatal endeavor. Standing back to back in the center of the courtyard, the encircling sorcerers began to weave their formations. Ming Yu ascended with her sword, its radiance piercing the heavens, cleaving through the nearly completed formation, sending one sorcerer flying with a single strike. Immediately, another took his place, while the outer ranks continued their relentless assault. These sorcerers possessed considerable skill, evidently having trained together for years, exhibiting remarkable synergy with unique techniques reminiscent of demonic arts rather than celestial spells. The two navigated their forms to evade attacks, taking down one sorcerer after another, only for new adversaries to replace them. This could not continue. Should their formation succeed, they would be unable to replenish their energy. Ming Yu dodged another attack, once again positioning themselves back to back with Yu Yinshu. Casting a glance at the still-seated Chu Emperor, Yu Yinshu urged, "We must find a way to breach his defenses." Thus, they combined their efforts, swiftly advancing toward a specific direction, soon revealing signs of a breakthrough. Chu Huang's expression subtly altered, and the guard beside him raised their bows once more. poised to unleash a volley of arrows at his command. At this moment, the sorcerer's formation had reached its zenith, with demonic energy surging skyward, ensnaring the two individuals, preventing any further advance. Indeed, this was the magic of the demon clan. Ming Yu lifted his gaze to the transformed sky. Yu Yanchu extended his hand, only to be scorched by the surrounding demonic energy. He withdrew, realizing that the powers of the demon clan had been fused with those of the celestial sect. What? Ming Yu was taken aback. How could this be? The magical systems of the demon clan and the celestial sect were fundamentally disparate. Throughout history, no individual had ever managed to master both simultaneously while maintaining their mental composure. Those who attempted this forceful cultivation often succumbed to madness and ultimately perished in self-immolation. How could they? At that instant, the formation shifted again, no longer merely confining them, but now initiating an assault. The mingling of demonic energy and spiritual power was astonishingly formidable. The two began to resist with all their might. Outside the formation, several individuals continued to bolster its power. Chu Huang observed the soaring purple beam of light and remarked, "Is this enough to slay him?" The sorcerer clasped his fists and assured, "Your Majesty, rest assured. This formation is the result of years of research by my brethren. Those ensnared within cannot draw upon any source of spiritual energy. Their internal power will gradually be siphoned away, and only those in the great ascension stage can break free. This place shall be his burial ground." A rare smile graced Chu Huang's face. "Very well. After this is accomplished, you shall receive all that you desire." The sorcerer, elated, bowed several times before rising and signaling to those still reinforcing the formation. They promptly received his cue, channeling more spiritual energy into the array. Within the formation, Ming Yu felt the loss of his internal energy accelerating alarmingly, and they could sense no other sources of energy. The formation had severed their connection to the outside world. Exchanging glances, they narrowly evaded another wave of attacks. Yu Yanchu, wielding his sword, deflected a surge of demonic energy, stating, "This formation is not overly complex. It merely merges two types of spells to accelerate the absorption of our spiritual energy. We must combine our efforts to break it." Ming Yu replied affirmatively, agreed. They simultaneously drew their swords, their movements, techniques, and steps synchronized, intertwining azure green and golden spiritual energies, enhancing the manifestation of the dragon form. The dragon, accompanied by green bamboo leaves, surged toward the periphery of the formation, launching repeated assaults. After several attempts, the formation exhibited signs of fissuring, yet their spiritual energy was nearly depleted. Outside the formation, each of their strikes caused the array to tremble. Chu Huang furrowed his brow, questioning, "Are you certain you can kill him?" The sorcerer hastily reassured him, "Your Majesty, they are merely struggling like cornered beasts." No sooner had he spoken than the formation shuddered again. This time, even Chu Huang could perceive something amiss. However, a prolonged silence ensued. Just when he believed Yu Yanchu had perished within, a dragon's roar erupted, and a golden light surged skyward, instantly repelling the black mist. The formation had shattered. All the sorcerers supporting the array were thrust back several meters, spitting blood, unable to rise. Ming Yu and Yu Yanchu emerged at the center of the courtyard, surrounded by fallen, black-robed sorcerers. Both bore injuries, their garments tattered, faint traces of blood visible on their pale attire, yet they exhibited no signs of distress. Instead, they radiated an air of formidable authority. Yu Yanchu raised his sword, pointing at the visibly flustered Chu Huang outside the courtyard, declaring, "Uncle, is it not rather presumptuous to think you could slay me with these ineffectual fools?" Chu Huang's hand trembled slightly, yet he commanded his guards to attack with a malevolent glare. At his command, a multitude of arrows was unleashed. As the arrows converged upon them, Ming Yu raised his hand, summoning a blue-green protective barrier that intercepted the projectiles entirely. Chu Huang was thrown into a state of panic, tumbling from his seat, and with the aid of his attendants, he began to flee. Yet, after only a few steps, Yu Yanchu appeared before him. "Uncle, the memorial ceremony has yet to conclude. Why do you seek to leave?" He brandished his sword, sending those who attempted to obstruct him sprawling several meters away, and seized Chu Huang's clothing. The crown had slipped from Chu Huang's head, rendering him a pitiful sight, his sanity wavering as he wept and laughed, muttering, "Brother, brother." Indeed, he had become mentally unhinged since Yu Yanchu had breached the formation. It was as though he beheld his elder brother, who in years past had similarly slain the demon clan before him, advancing step by step, blood dripping from the sword in her hand. Covered in blood, his others, and that of the demons, she had pulled him up, demanding, "What on earth are you doing? Do you regard the citizens of this city as mere pawns for your ascent? Have you lost your mind?" He was consumed by terror, wishing to apologize, yet inexplicably, a dagger had appeared in his hand, plunging it into his brother's abdomen. Chapter 105. Years past, he beheld the incredulity on his brother's face, yearning to withdraw the dagger. But for reasons unknown, he drove it deeper. Behind them, countless demons surged forth. He was paralyzed by fear, an ineffectual prince, perpetually inept, incapable even of handling minor matters. How could he hope to slay demons? Thus, he resorted to crawling forward, pushing her away and seeking refuge in a nearby house. When he dared to look outside again, he could only witness the demons overwhelming his brother, and amidst the carnage, a golden light erupted, shaking the entire city. At that moment, he understood not what it was, but later, upon hearing tales of the achievements of the Chongming Crown Prince throughout the three realms, he learned it was the self-immolation of a born spirit bone, igniting the flames of spirit bones to incinerate all demons. He should have been frightened, should have fled, yet he remained, watching the entire scene unfold, ultimately gazing upon a mangled corpse, reduced to mere flesh and blood. In that instant, an inexplicable sense of exhilaration flooded his heart. He felt liberated, unburdened by anyone's weight upon him, free from reprimands. Chu Huang had descended into madness, struggling desperately to grasp any object that could serve as a weapon against Yu Yanchu, all of his efforts thwarted. Yu Yanchu paid no heed to his intentions. Whether he had lost his mind or not, he simply dragged him into the courtyard, forcefully kicking open the doors of the Jing'an Hall. Inside, the memorial tablets lay scattered across the floor, the recent tremors having disordered the place, with several ministers cowering in corners, watching him, as if oblivious to their presence. He hurled Chu Huang into the space designated for kneeling, where the tablet of the Chongming Crown Prince had just fallen. "Uncle, were you not supposed to pray and mourn for her today? You may begin now." Trembling, Chu Huang grasped the tablet, placing it upon the table, and began to pray with his hands clasped together. His back trembled, his murmurs indistinct, yet Yu Yanchu remained indifferent. The ministers, seeking to evade calamity, either feigned ignorance or attempted to approach him with words of comfort, only to be hindered by their companions. Finally, one individual stepped forward. "This is the ruler of the Chu kingdom. You are merely the son of the former crown prince. How can you act in such a manner?" Yu Yanchu suddenly smiled, the sound echoing throughout the empty hall. "How can this be so? What have I done? I am merely fulfilling my uncle's wishes. Is this not true? Does he not pray for my father every year? I am assisting him." The minister, exasperated, flushed crimson, retorting, "Even if you just saved us, you cannot so insult his majesty." Yu Yanchu found this genuinely amusing, truly delightful. He kicked the mat upon which Chu Huang knelt, asking, "Uncle, do you perceive this as an insult?" The emperor of Chu continued to mutter, refusing to utter a single additional word. Yu Yanchu chuckled, nudging his back molar. "Lordly, you see, my uncle has no objections, so why are you in such a hurry?" Lordly was about to articulate further when his colleagues, rushing in from behind, covered his mouth and forcibly pulled him back. After a moment, Ming Yu entered the hall. Blood still dripped from her sword, leaving a long trail within the grand chamber. "Everything outside has been taken care of," Yu Yanchu nodded. "Thank you for your hard work." Ming Yu smiled and stood with her sword cradled in her arms. Yu Yanchu retrieved a box from his pouch and tossed it before the ministers, saying, "Surely, you have not seen these before. Let's take a look." Inside the box lay the findings of his recent investigations concerning past events and the Emperor of Chu's years-long search for ordinary people with spiritual roots to offer to the demon clan. Some ministers immediately rebuked him, exclaiming, "Nonsense! We were the ones who recommended His Majesty for the throne. How could it be his meticulous plotting?" Others fell silent, exchanging incredulous glances with those beside them. "Whether you believe it or not, it matters little to me. Our emperor is right here. You need only inquire to find out." The ministers exchanged glances, yet none stepped forward. Yu Yinshu smiled again. "Since no one wishes to ask, allow me." He stepped forward, directly pulling the Emperor of Chu over and kicking the brocade box in his line of sight. "Uncle, care to explain?" The Emperor remained silent, eyes closed. Yu Yinshu let out a light laugh. In the next moment, his sword pressed against the Emperor's neck. "Surely, you do not expect someone else to rescue you? Are you waiting for the Grand Sorcerer? You may be disappointed, for he has gone to welcome the new Emperor." The Emperor's eyes snapped open, filled with resentment and fury. "What do you intend to do? I wish to know everything that transpired back then." The Emperor gazed at Yu Yinshu's face, remarkably similar to that of Crown Prince Chengming, and coldly replied, "Very well, I shall tell you. Your father, my royal brother, was the one I personally pushed into the hands of the Demon Clan. How about that? The chaos of the Demon Clan was also instigated by me, and the downfall of the Yuchio family was a conspiracy I orchestrated alongside those in the cultivation world." As these words were spoken, the hall fell into a stunned silence. Everyone was in shock. Ming Yu looked at Yu Yinshu, who merely smiled, though his expression was chillingly cold. "Why?" The Emperor laughed maniacally. "Why do you ask me why? It is all because of her, because they are utterly detestable. It is merely a matter of being fortunate in the cycle of reincarnation. What is so remarkable about being a prince? Always lecturing me. What right does she have? Just a woman in male garb. Does she truly believe she can be emperor? My father was deceived by her, actually intending to pass the throne to her. On what grounds? Is there no one else who can be emperor besides her? So you conspired with the Demon Clan to kill her. Yes, not only her, but all the subjects who have benefited from her, those ministers who support her, and everyone in the cultivation world who believes she has great potential. I will kill them all. I want them all to know the consequences of choosing wrongly." The Emperor had completely lost his sanity, trampling on all the ancestral tablets within the hall. "What ancestors? What emperors? It's all nonsense. I am the Emperor. I shall rule everything, and everyone must obey me." Yu Yinshu pointed his sword at him again. "Since you have admitted it, I cannot let you go." The Emperor seemed to ignore this, continuing to stomp on the tablets, as if venting his grievances. Outside the hall, more guard arrived. The Grand Sorcerer had come. Alongside him was Su Jingwei. He had hurried back upon receiving the news, and as soon as he entered the city, he witnessed this scene. Chapter 106 ends. Su Jingwei leaped forward, drawing his sword at Yu Yinshu. "What are you doing? This is regicide. Do you understand?" Yu Yinshu scoffed coldly. "I am indeed killing him. Step aside." The two soon engaged in combat, their spiritual energy radiating, causing the already damaged hall to tremble once more. Though Su Jingwei was merely at the late stage of the Yuan-Ing realm and could not match Yu Yinshu, he was still full of spiritual energy, while Yu Yinshu had just emerged from a fierce battle and was depleted. As their fight intensified, their moves grew swifter. Yu Yinshu, consumed by rage, disregarded all restraint. With a flash of sword light and a dragon's roar, he sent Su Jingwei flying, positioning his sword at the Emperor's neck as he attempted to escape the hall. "Uncle, were you not just so arrogant? Why do you flee now?" Suddenly, the Emperor began to weep. "Xiao Chu, please spare your uncle. Spare me." "No, spare me. I was wrong. I held you when you were just born. I was the one who helped protect your mother during your birth. You should be grateful to me. You cannot kill me." Yu Yinshu chuckled lightly, his sword slicing through the air, with Su Jingwei's desperate cry of "Father." The Emperor collapsed within the hall like a torn cloth, blood gushing from the wound at his neck. He attempted to utter something, but only blood poured from his mouth. And in the end, he could not even lift his hand, collapsing there. Outside the hall, the Grand Sorcerer maintained his usual serene demeanor, entering the hall and addressing everyone. "Esteemed guests, His Majesty has passed away, leaving behind an edict for the fourth prince to ascend to the throne, with the coronation ceremony to be held in half a month." Su Jingwei was still engulfed in grief over the Emperor's death when he noticed everyone was looking at him. Momentarily stunned, he braced himself against the wall and rose, saying, I have attained immortality. How can I inherit the throne? Grand Sorcerer, perhaps you should choose another. Hishan merely smiled gently. The fourth prince is the child of destiny, as foretold by my observations of the heavens. How can we replace him? Suhingwei Fesaident. His hands stained with the emperor's blood, while Yu Yenshu remained within the hall. It was as if he suddenly remembered something, and he shouted, "Everyone, listen up. This person has conspired against the emperor. Capture this traitor." Yet none of the guards dared to move. He shouted angrily, "What are you all doing? Seize him." "Fine. If you will not act, I shall go myself," he declared, raising his sword and charging toward Yu Yenshu. Yu Yenshu, however, appeared oblivious, remaining utterly still. The sword reached his face, but could advance not a single step, for Ming Yu's sword was also poised at his neck. "Master Su, we have known each other for many years. Would you care to spar with me?" Su Jingwei swiftly reversed his grip, thrusting his sword forward, only to have it blocked once more. The two swords clashed repeatedly, and an astonished Su Jingwei realized that, despite their long separation, her swordsmanship had reached such a remarkable level that he could not break through. His anger flared once more. "Even if she was strong, having killed my father, I shall ensure both of you pay with your lives today." Each strike became more ferocious, yet Ming Yu remained unfazed, steadily countering every attack he launched. The years spent in the realm of emptiness had yielded little progress. Her teachings were still the same. Suddenly feeling a tinge of boredom, Ming Yu increased the force behind her strikes, and within a mere quarter of an hour, Su Jingwei was defeated. Yu Yenshu pulled out a cloth to wipe the blood from the Long Yuan sword and leisurely strolled over to Hishan. "Grand Sorcerer, were you involved in the chaos of those years?" Hishan bowed slightly. "Why do you ask such a thing, third prince?" Yu Yenshu smiled. "It matters not whether you participated. Just ensure you keep your secrets well. I do not trouble you now, as the state of Chu still requires your services. However, remember, one day you too will pay the price." Hishan smiled faintly. "Then I shall await that day, your highness." Afterward, he turned to leave with Ming Yu. Su Hingwei, once again raising his sword, charged at them from behind, only to be intercepted by a surge of spiritual energy descending from above. Lu Yinsui seized him. "What are you doing?" "Senior brother, let me go. They have killed my father. I must seek revenge." Jingwei. The two individuals did not return for anyone within the hall. Behind them, Su Jingwei continued to roar in anger. "What on earth are you doing? Do not let him leave. Kill him now." After the passing of Emperor Chu, a self-reprimanding edict was left behind, stating that the calamity of the past had been instigated by his own hand. For many years, he had been plagued by a guilty conscience, suffering greatly, which ultimately led him to take his own life. Following his death, he was denied entry into the imperial tomb, excluded from worship and offerings, left to be exposed, with a plea for future generations not to tread the same path. In the span of a single night, the Chu state was thrown into turmoil, with citizens gripped by fear and rebels rising, claiming that the Su royal family was unworthy of continuing to govern. Upon ascending the throne, Su Jingwei was faced with a series of significant matters, tirelessly attending to state affairs until the late hours. 3 days after his enthronement, he received a letter from Tai Su, personally sent by the third sect leader, Yu Wei. After reading the letter, Su Jingwei smashed half the items in his chamber. It became evident that all had been foreshadowed. "You had long since wished to be rid of me, hadn't you?" The following day, Lu Yinsui came to bid him farewell. The Demon Extermination Alliance could wait no longer. They had to return, and he should take care of himself. Su Jingwei did not attempt to retain them, as he no longer held the right to do so. Tai Su had announced that Su Jingwei's spiritual veins had been severed, and from that moment forth, he was no longer a member of the celestial sect. Within a palace of the Chu state, Hishan crushed the soundstone in his hand, exclaiming, "What a bold Yu Wei! How dare she play me like this? Do they think this will thwart me? Dream on." Someone, a servant, soon entered the hall. "Take all those with potential for cultivation left by our former majesty and send them to the witch's mansion. I shall refine them into pure and righteous spiritual veins. No one can stop me." The servant quickly departed, while Hishan's eyes glowed red in the darkness, his wrinkles deepening, exuding a faint stench of decay. Yu Yenshu and Ming Yu journeyed from the Chu state towards the realm of cultivation. The Demon Extermination Alliance was reignited. From where would they commence? Ming Yu, holding the Soundstone, replied, I do not know. Junior sister seems to be angry with us and has not responded to my messages. Yu Yinshu suddenly laughed. You have been gone for nearly 2 months and scarcely exchanged a few words with her. With her temperament, it is no surprise she is upset. Ming Yu shot him a glare, saying, Isn't it your fault? The Chu Emperor kept such a close watch. If I sent messages daily, wouldn't that just trouble you? Yu Yinshu quickly softened his tone to soothe her. I am well aware of how good junior sister is to me. Do not worry. I shall bear the brunt of the senior sister's scoldings. After all, I have grown accustomed to it over the years. Chapter 107. Reunion at the camp. Ming Yu burst into laughter. That is precisely what I was waiting to hear. A smile graced Yu Yinshu's face, a fleeting sentiment crossing his heart. As they neared Tianji sect, the two found a place to rest. During their meal, they overheard the table next to them discussing the reassembly of disciples from the celestial sect who were preparing for battle against the demon clan in the 10,000 mountains. They were both taken aback. Why was the demon clan re-emerging at this time? Ming Yu leaned over, pulling out some spiritual fruits to inquire. Do you gentlemen know why the demon clan has suddenly challenged us? They previously refused to appear. After consuming the spiritual fruits, the men felt indebted and began to enlighten her. The young lady must not have been outside recently. The demon clan broke through the seal of the 10,000 mountains half a month ago. They not only occupied half of the Yin Shan sect's territory, but also slaughtered many disciples from several other sections. Ming Yu exclaimed, Such a thing has occurred. The gentleman continued, The demon clan has grown increasingly arrogant in recent years, frequently crossing boundaries. It is said to be due to their so-called saintess, who acquired the legacy of an elder, giving them the confidence to break the seal and declare war. What shall we do now? Fear not. Does the celestial sect not have means to respond? The conversation grew more intense, leading to a debate, while Ming Yu quietly retreated to her table. Yu Yinshu offered her a cup of tea, asking, What is your opinion? The demon clan breached the seal half a month ago and occupied Yinshan sect's territory. I believe a mere demon saintess could not have achieved this. Yu Yinshu paused. Do you harbor doubts? Ming Yu nodded, Yes. I suspect they have found the time imprint left by Jiang Chongyu. Though we have taken the box, we cannot be certain he did not leave others elsewhere. Moreover, they specifically occupied Yinshan sect's territory. Yu Yinshu pondered for a moment. Do not think of the situation so direly. The Yinshan sect is located near the 10,000 mountains, with formations allowing direct access. Their occupation is, in fact, reasonable and may not necessarily relate to Jiang Chongyu or the time imprint. Ming Yu sighed inwardly. I hope that is so. Since war had been declared, the two ceased waiting for further news and directly headed towards the 10,000 mountains. Along the way, they indeed encountered many demons fleeing. The demon clan comprises various types. Some are humans who have either cultivated or fallen into darkness, while others are born without intellect, and still, others resemble ordinary citizens. The more malicious ones are usually the heavenly demons and human demons, while the earth demons tend to follow rules and shy away from venturing beyond their domain. Thus, among the 5 great demon lords and 3 great demon emperors, only one is an earth demon, known to be reclusive, preferring to cultivate within the demon realm. Numerous cultivators were actively exterminating demons, and the two readily rescued several individuals. With the seal broken, the magical energy of these heavenly demons was no longer contained, making them significantly more formidable than before. Among those saved were several injured cultivators. The magical energy of the demon clan had become much stronger, and the wounds inflicted were beyond the healing capabilities of regular practitioners. Although both had learned some healing skills on the island, they were merely superficial, so they decided to escort them to the nearest gathering of cultivators. Unexpectedly, they encountered Feng Weiming again, a remarkable coincidence. Feng Weiming was tasked with heading to the 10,000 mountains, but had sustained some injuries while rescuing others, and had come here to recuperate. He was pleasantly surprised to see Ming Yu again. However, upon noticing Yu Yinshu closely following her, a hint of melancholy flickered in his eyes, and he merely offered a polite nod. Miss Ming. Ming Yu returned the greeting, young Master Xiao. After exchanging pleasantries, They turned and went their separate ways. That evening, during dinner, they found themselves seated at the same table, arranged by one of the cultivators they had rescued. Although he was merely a lesser-known descendant of a prominent family, he had a sociable disposition and was familiar with various sects, including Fong Weiming. Without regard for any awkwardness, he raised his cup in gratitude. "Thank you both for saving my life." Afterward, he called for everyone to dine together, assuming Fong Weiming was refraining from eating to cultivate his body. He urged, "Fasting can be done any day. Today's meal is extraordinary as I personally hunted it. You must honor me by tasting it." Thus, a muddled gathering ensued, and the man brought out wine brewed from spiritual fruits to drink with Fong Weiming. Ming Yu, engrossed in her meal, did not raise her head to notice the tension at the table, thinking that once today was over, everyone would go their separate ways. Little did she know that the wine had a potent after-effect, and after finishing their drinks, the two became somewhat unruly. Fong Weiming, already burdened with sorrow, tried to convince himself to remain unfazed. However, witnessing Yu Yanchu's affectionate concern for Ming Yu, he could not help but feel a pang of jealousy. In a moment of weakness, he consumed a few more cups, gradually losing control, and began lamenting his feelings to the man beside him. Ming Yu felt a wave of dizziness, while Yu Yanchu, noticing the situation, clenched his fists. Ming Yu reassured him with a gentle pat, and the two quietly slipped away. Once outside the camp, Yu Yanchu continued to stride ahead, maintaining a small distance between them, though he was not abandoning her. Senior brother, senior brother." Ming Yu called out to him twice, but he paid her no heed. She decided not to call again, slowing her pace, and when they had distanced themselves from one another, Ming Yu suddenly let out a yelp. Yu Yanchu quickly turned back to find her sitting on a stone by the roadside, her eyes slightly reddened and one hand rubbing her ankle. "What happened?" Ming Yu nudged him, insisting it was none of his concern. Yu Yanchu approached her to inspect the situation, and only when she revealed her injury did he carefully examine her twice before feeling relieved that she was unharmed. Just as she was about to rise, Ming Yu pulled her down again, asking what had her so upset just now. Ming Yu lowered her head and replied, "I'm not upset." Ming Yu chuckled, "If you're not upset, why are you walking so fast?" Yu Yanchu fell silent again, prompting Ming Yu to wrap her arms around his neck. Being angry is detrimental to one's health, and jealousy is also not good. Suddenly encircled by her, Yu Yanchu felt his muscles tense, and after a moment, he replied, "All right." Seeing the flush of his ears, Ming Yu felt a surge of satisfaction. "Then let us return. We shall continue our journey tomorrow." Yu Yanchu, red-eared, responded, "All right." Ming Yu secretly rejoiced, realizing she should have employed this method with her third senior brother long ago, for it seemed he would heed her every word. Chapter 108. The cycle of time. Early the next morning, the two bid farewell to their companions and set off towards the Shawandishan once more. They traveled day and night, and upon reaching the Yenshin sect, there remained more than half a month before the scheduled meeting with the demon clan. Most of the disciples of the Xianmen had gathered here, while the others remained at their sect to guard against a potential ambush from the demons. The elite disciples were also largely present, many of whom were familiar faces. Jiang Zhimao spotted Ming Yu as soon as she entered the sect and joyfully waved at her. Ming Yu, intending to visit Zuanzhang Hengzhua with Yu Yanchu, nodded in acknowledgement. Lu Yansui stood beside Jiang Zhimao, their eyes meeting briefly before they quickly looked away. Zuanzhang Hengzhua had been waiting for them for quite some time. With the demon clan having broken the seal, half of the Yenshin sect had already fallen. Hengzhua remained calm and composed, waiting for their arrival in the hall, and even brewed a pot of bamboo leaf tea. "Please, my young friends, take a seat." After they exchanged greetings and settled down, Hengzhua scrutinized their faces and then smiled. "It has been many years. Do you both still remember me?" Ming Yu was taken aback, but did not respond immediately. Their last brief encounter had left little time for conversation. 20 years have passed. Have you both forgotten? 20 years? Ming Yu suddenly recalled their experience in the elusive realm of unfulfilled desires, realizing that Hengyan Zhejiang's disciple, the one who had led them to receive their sect attire, was indeed him. Hengzhua, noticing the change in Ming Yu's expression, smiled gently and pushed the brewed bamboo leaf tea toward them. "My tea-making skills cannot compare to my master's. Please do give a taste." After tasting, Ming Yu reflected that it indeed bore the same flavor as the tea from many years ago. You are too modest, Zuinzhong. This tea has not changed in taste over the years. Hengzhua smiled slightly. You two have come here to discuss the matter of the Demon Clan challenge. They nodded in agreement. He continued, There is a matter I must inform you of. Ming Yu felt a twinge of curiosity and urged, Zuinzhong, please go on. This is a matter of personal fault. Over 20 years ago, our Yinshan sect had a disciple of exceptional talent, youthful vigor, truly a leader of his generation, and the most favored disciple of my master. His name was Jiang Chengyu. Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu exchanged glances. The information about the Demon Clan was often shrouded in secrecy, and they had only heard that Jiang Chengyu was a disciple of a Yinshan sect who later fell to darkness. But they had not realized he was a disciple of Hong Yun Zuinzhong. Hence, it must have been Hong Yun Zuinzhong's tacit approval for him to reside within the sect's secret realm. During an excursion, my senior brother saved a young woman, and they fell in love. However, the girl was mute and of unclear origins, which the sect did not permit, leading my brother to depart with her from the sect. Surely, that girl must have been Yin Yang, something Jiang Chengyu could indeed accomplish. I had always understood my brother's temperament. I thought it was merely a moment of defiance. Little did I know that upon our next meeting, the girl was gone, and my brother had succumbed to darkness, becoming the foremost among the 5 demon lords. My master was furious and reprimanded him, and I happened to overhear. It turned out that the girl was a half-breed of human and demon, thus unable to speak. The two races had been at odds for a long time, and my master placed a curse upon my brother, confining him in the secret realm for self-reflection. Ming Yu felt a sharp pain in her heart, realizing it was the original owner's sentiment. The Shawandishan fell under the jurisdiction of a Yinshan sect, and the events from many years ago had gone unaddressed, ultimately leading to the tragic demise of an entire village, a burden she had carried within her heart. After the incident, Lu Yinsui had even brought her to seek help from the Yinshan sect, yet they had never even crossed the threshold. She had harbored resentment over this, not expecting the matter to be so rashly handled. This time, the Demon Clan had emerged en masse, entering the Yinshan sect through the passage in the Shawandishan. I suspect they may have discovered remnants of what my brother left behind. I have a reluctant request. The Demon Clan has likely found fragments of Time's order, so I implore you both to assist. You both were destined to come here many years ago, surely carrying a mandate of fate. The world is in peril. I am powerless to save it, and can only do my utmost. He bowed deeply. As the current leader of the Yinshan sect, they had no choice but to help him up quickly. Zuinzhong, you are being overly modest. This matter indeed relates to my senior brother and me. We shall certainly give our utmost effort. Once outside the hall, Ming Yu remained somewhat dazed. Everything Zuinzhong Hengzhua had conveyed today exceeded her imagination, revealing connections she had never anticipated. She had always thought her arrival in this narrative was mere coincidence, yet it seemed to be predestined. She had never considered that her presence could alter the fates of so many, wondering if she truly was the butterfly that sparked the tsunami. Suddenly, she yearned to meet the system, to discern the truth behind its words, and to understand her connection to this place. Would she ever return home? She felt an urgent need to know, even contemplating abandoning everything here to confront it on the island. Junior sister, what's wrong? Yu Yinshu noticed her unsteady stance and supported her with concern. Ming Yu shook her head slightly. I'm fine, senior brother. I'm just a bit tired and wish to rest for a while. All right, I will take you. Chapter 109. Inquiring Ming Yu dreamt once more of the original owner. In the dream, the small version of herself was being carried down the mountain by Lu Yinsui. The majestic Shirwanda mountain range presents a daunting terrain, fraught with countless unknown dangers lurking within the woods. The two travelers endured untold hardships before finally emerging from the mountains. The young original owner had never experienced such tribulations before. She wept softly on Lu Yinsui's back, her tears soaking his garments. Lu Yinsui comforted her, assuring her that soon they would reach Yanshengio, where her brother would protect her. Little did they know, this was merely the beginning of her suffering. The entrance to Yanshengio was blocked by a barrier, preventing their passage. They had no choice but to find nearby shelter and await an opportunity. The two children possessed no means of self-defense and were robbed of their scant belongings by passersby. Enduring hunger for several days became a commonplace ordeal. Eventually, Lu Yinsui took her on the road again. Before they departed, they gazed at the towering mountains in the distance, once their home, now possibly a place they could never return to. Upon awakening, tears still glistened on her face. The dawn had yet to break, and a faint white light emerged in the dim sky. Ming Yu rose to tidy herself and practice swordplay in the courtyard. Li Shi's Qing Feng sword technique was learned after she resolved to embrace her true self. She practiced it daily, now able to recall each move even with her eyes closed. In the half-light, the woman clad in azure danced with her sword, her movements swift and imbued with extraordinary sword intent. The frosty sword energy flew through the air. Each move felt like a gentle spring breeze, yet concealed a hint of chill. The sword's energy stirred the leaves on the trees, which should have been flourishing, now scattered all around. Ming Yu paused under the first rays of sunlight, already drenched in sweat. After bathing and re-emerging, Yu Yanshu had prepared breakfast. She realized she had yet to inquire about their current plans. Would they allow the demon clan to occupy their territory without retaliation? Yu Yanshu, serving porridge, replied, I have inquired. We shall reclaim our territory, but we must await the right moment. Ming Yu pouted, weary of this notion of timing. Yu Yanshu chuckled lightly. You retired early last night. I intercepted Miss Jiang. Will you meet her today? After contemplating, Ming Yu decided she had no pressing matters, so why not? As Ming Yu sought her out, she fortuitously encountered Lu Yinsui. Both wished to converse, yet found themselves at a loss for words. Just as the atmosphere grew unbearably awkward, Jiang Zhimiao returned. She was typically chatty around familiar faces, eagerly informing Ming Yu of the various happenings over the past few days. Now, with barely any demons left outside, news spread that they were all summoned back by the Saintess. What could they possibly be scheming? However, I must secretly inform you, Mingjia, that before the sect leader arrived, he issued a strict command to the senior brother to behead that Saintess. This was somewhat anticipated. After all, Chao Tianke suffered a significant setback at the hands of a mere fledgling girl. It was only natural for him to seek retribution. I am uncertain of his thought process, not to mention that the demon clan Saintess is reputed to be the most talented among them. Even against any demon lord or emperor, victory is not guaranteed. The young girl sighed deeply. I understand that as a member of the celestial sect, I should uphold justice and eliminate harm for the world. Yet, Mingjia, whether this battle against the demon clan is right or wrong, we truly do not know. Ming Yu gently patted her head, saying, children who think too much may not grow tall. Regardless of what is said in the future, let's act on what we wish to do now. By the way, how is your senior brother's injury? Much improved. He has been cultivating on the back mountain for a long time and has broken through his realm, so he should be fine. Ming Yu nodded, recognizing the male lead's resilience. Even without adhering to the original plot, he could devise solutions. So how shall we engage in this battle? Shall we truly go all out? Not at all. The senior brothers have plans, but I am not privy to the specifics. Ming Yu acknowledged that, as the male lead, he must have strategies in place. They conversed for a considerable time before wandering nearby and returning. Although Yan Shinjio had lost half its territory, it remained a picturesque locale. This is my first visit to Yan Shinjio. Yet I did not expect it to be in such a state, Jiang Zhimiao remarked, gazing at the tumultuous sea of clouds. Ming Yu chuckled softly, choosing not to respond. Upon returning, they encountered Lu Yinsui and Yu Yanshu, who had come searching for them. The four met quite unexpectedly. Yu Yanshu scrutinized them closely, ensuring they were unharmed before stating, did you not go out to meet someone? Why have you only just returned? Ming Yu stepped forward, feigning innocence indeed. We merely went to meet someone and took a stroll. We have returned now. Yu Yanshu lightly tapped her forehead and did not pursue the matter further. Jiang Zhimiao, however, fared worse. When Lu Yinsui said nothing, she took the initiative to admit her fault. Lu Yinsui cast her a cold glance and stated, going out without permission and failing to notify anyone will result in a penalty of transcribing the sect rules 30 times. Any future infractions will not be tolerated. Jiang Zhimiao could only mournfully acquiesce, lamenting why her senior brother could not be as gentle as Lu Yensui. Ming Yu accompanied Yu Yenshu back for a meal. Although mealtime had passed, Yu Yenshu had specially prepared a dish and waited for her return. "Did you discover anything outside?" Ming Yu inquired with a smile. "Why does brother think I made a discovery, and not that I was merely playing?" Yu Yenshu remained silent, casting her a teasing glance, implying that after so many years together, he knew her well. Ming Yu chuckled and eagerly recounted, "I found the demon clan's behavior to be quite unusual. Though they have occupied Yan Shinjio's territory, there is no trace of demonic energy there. Furthermore, I tested their defenses from a distance, and they seemed rather average, lacking in vigilance and barriers." Yu Yenshu paused. "That is indeed suspicious. However, you must not venture out alone next time. If we are to investigate, it must be together." Ming Yu raised her right hand in a gesture of promise, smiling. "I swear." Yu Yenshu could only shake his head with a smile. In the following days, the remaining disciples from various sects arrived, including many hidden sects that had previously refused to join the Demon Extermination Alliance. Ultimately, this matter concerned both realms. Even those reluctant to instigate conflict now found themselves compelled to devise countermeasures. Once everyone had gathered, Lu Yensui convened a brief meeting with the core disciples of each sect. The main agenda was to reclaim the territories lost to the Demon Clan before engaging in battle. Otherwise, they would be at a disadvantage. Ming Yu concurred, recognizing that the Demon Clan currently occupied the gateway to Shirwanda Mountain, which could pose unforeseen threats. Chapter 110. The box with plans nearing completion. Only the final battle remained. In the original narrative, the climactic confrontation was also against the Demon Clan. However, at that time, the male lead, Lu Yensui, had already amassed a harem of 3 or 4 beauties, temporarily held the position of the sect leader, and had approached the level of ascension. It was only through this that he could overcome his inner demons during the battle against the Demon Clan, successfully transcend, and achieve perfection in his cultivation. Ultimately, he became the foremost figure among the celestial sects, reviving his childhood sweetheart and becoming an unparalleled sword deity. Yet this was merely how it was penned in the original. Many readers criticized the ending as unsatisfactory, sending the author letters of complaint, demanding a revision, but the author remained unresponsive. Now, the storyline in this world has inadvertently progressed to this point. Although Lu Yensui has not temporarily taken on the role of sect leader, Yue has delegated most affairs to him, which could be considered a partial fulfillment of his role. The harem has not materialized. It remains uncertain whether it is due to the disruption of emotional arcs. For up to this point, the male lead has not even had a single romantic interest, and none of the original harem characters have succeeded. As for his cultivation, when Ming Yu encountered him, she sensed he was above her. If nothing unexpected occurred, he should be nearing the level of ascension. 2 out of the 3 criteria were met. Should they triumph in this battle, he would likely still become the unparalleled sword deity as before. How can one compel him to open the portal of reincarnation? Alternative methods must be devised. Perhaps it would be prudent to introduce the system to him. Ming Yu pondered. In any case, a storm is brewing. Just before the imminent clash of titans, Ming Yu was taken aback that Tai Palace had not dispatched Du Zhengyan this time. As the current master of Tai Palace, it was expected that he would personally attend such significant matters. Yet, Tai merely sent a pair of elite disciples, one of whom was indeed a capable leader. But something felt amiss. In response, Jiang Zhimiao speculated that Du Zhengyan must be feeling guilty, lacking the face to meet them, which is why he casually dispatched a few disciples. This assertion held some merit, yet Ming Yu couldn't shake the sense that something was off. The defenses of Yinshin sect had become increasingly stringent. Prior to reclaiming the lands seized by the demon race, they needed to safeguard their current territory. Although the vigilance had intensified considerably, Ming Yu discovered that the patrolling disciples were all mixed up, with different individuals assigned each time. Even in groups, there was no overlap with those from previous shifts. Yu Yenshu handed her the guard token, stating that he would be on night watch with others, and advised her to rest early. Ming Yu nodded, securing the token, and inquired, "When shall I go?" "That depends on the day's arrangements," he replied. "Day's arrangements?" Ming Yu was puzzled. They had deliberated and concluded that there must still be hidden agents of the demon race within the sect. hence the decision to mix up the patrols so that everyone remained unfamiliar with one another, fostering a sense of caution and enabling them to serve as witnesses should any incidents arise. Ming Yu understood. This tactic was clever, but only a temporary fix, and she wondered how long it could prove effective. Yu Yanchu seemed to read her thoughts and remarked, "Whatever duration it lasts. There cannot be many days left until the war with the demon race." Ming Yu smiled knowingly and assured him that she would indeed rest early that night and refrain from wandering. Yu Yanchu gently patted her head and chuckled. Little sister must keep her promise. That evening, Ming Yu did indeed honor her word. She extinguished the candle early, made her bed, and exited the courtyard. With Yu Yanchu absent, it was a fortuitous opportunity she could not let slip away. Since arriving at Xingluo Island, the two had been nearly inseparable. Initially, it was because Ming Yu needed Yu Yanchu to teach her swordsmanship, but later, they discovered that being together seemed to bring about unique opportunities. Now, both harbored a vague affection for one another, though neither dared to voice it. Ming Yu intended to experiment with the items left by Jiang Chongyu on the territory of Yenshin's sect, as she felt there was something she had overlooked. Merli à tentative exploration. It was best she went alone to prevent Yu Yanchu from making a fuss. Cloaked in black attire, she melded into the shadows. The defenses of the sect were indeed tight. The seemingly random arrangements concealed intricate strategies. Each team had a member of higher cultivation and several familiar or unfamiliar faces. The male protagonist was quite astute, Ming Yu admired, utilizing the Ruo Shui pearl to mask her presence. She slipped past the boundaries during the shift change and headed straight for the demon race's territory. In the secret realm, Jiang Chongyu had entrusted them with a box, which was secured with a puzzle lock requiring spiritual energy to unlock. Ming Yu had always suspected that Jiang Chongyu hailed from the modern world, as the lock bore contemporary simplified Chinese characters, akin to the inscriptions they had seen on the cave walls. The script in circulation in this world bore no resemblance. Thus few had managed to decipher it. Finding a secluded spot and ensuring no danger lurked nearby, she retrieved the box. An unremarkable wooden box, it began to levitate, revealing a combination of characters upon the infusion of spiritual energy. To her astonishment, the characters were the same as those on the plaque of Yenshin's sect. She mused that Jiang Chongyu was indeed considerate of his sect, as even the password was related to it. Quickly arranging the characters, the box let out a loud snap and opened, unleashing shards of temporal order that erupted into a dazzling light, projecting a beam into the night. Ming Yu cursed under her breath and swiftly tucked the box away, darting from the scene. Behind her, the demon race was already converging towards the light. Have they found it? Reporting to the master, they have fled. Pursue them at once. The radiant beam caught not only the attention of the demon race, but also that of the disciples of the sect. Some disciples stood in bewilderment, questioning, "What is that?" When Yu Yanchu sensed something amiss, he immediately signaled for everyone to fortify the perimeter. Sure enough, they encountered a team of demons attempting to infiltrate. Ming Yu fled swiftly, returning to her courtyard, confirming that no one had intruded. Calculating the time, she deduced that Yu Yanchu should be back soon. She promptly bathed, changed her attire, and retired to bed. After detaining the demon race, Yu Yanchu visited Lu Yinsui to discuss the event of the night before returning to his quarters. The lights within the room were extinguished, yet a single candle flickered in the courtyard, seemingly awaiting his return. He smiled and pushed the door to check on Ming Yu. She was sound asleep, her gentle and serene face illuminated by the moonlight, appearing most endearing. Yu Yanchu tucked a corner of the blanket around her before retreating to his own chamber. After he left, Ming Yu discreetly opened one eye, sighed in relief, and then settled back into a peaceful slumber. The following morning, Ming Yu was drawn from her sleep by the enticing aroma of food. Yu Yanchu had personally prepared breakfast, which, despite being mere home-style dishes, tasted far superior to many meals crafted by renowned chefs in taverns. She casually donned an outer garment and stealthily opened the food box to snatch a piece. Caught red-handed by Yu Yanchu, she received a playful rebuke. "Change your clothes first." "Oh," Ming Yu responded, devouring another piece before reluctantly going in to wash and change. By the time she emerged, Yu Yanchu had already set the table, awaiting her arrival. As cultivators often practiced fasting, there were limited ingredients available. Most of the meal was prepared from provisions stored in their spatial bags. Ming Yu ate heartily, her cheeks puffed like a little squirrel. Yu Yanchu teased her by offering a napkin to wipe her face, and then gently inquired, "What time did you sleep last night?" Ming Yu felt a pang of guilt but continued eating. "I went to bed early. It was quite dull without you here." Yu Yanchu added some pickled vegetables to her plate, smiling as he responded, "Is that so?" Ming Yu swallowed and asked, "Was anything significant happening last night?" Yu Yanchu's gaze remained fixed upon her. "Last night, someone discovered a treasure, and a beam of light shot into the sky, alarming even the demon race." "Did you not notice?" "I doubt it. I was probably fast asleep," she chuckled. Yu Yanchu smiled back, but then remarked, "The spiritual energy that erupted from that beam is something I'm well acquainted with. It was the shards of temporal order. Little sister, who besides Jiang Chongyu could possibly possess such fragments?" Ming Yu pressed her lips together, setting down her utensils, and lowered her head in admission. "Brother, I was wrong." It was now Yu Yanchu's turn to eat with a sense of satisfaction. "What was your mistake?" "I should not have sneaked out and opened the box left by Jiang Chongyu, drawing the attention of the demon race and putting myself in jeopardy. I acted irresponsibly. Your self-reflection is commendable. It seems you were prepared all along." Yu Yanchu leisurely set down his chopsticks and shot a glance at the still bowing Ming Yu. She glanced up and grinned, then shifted the conversation. "Last night, when you suddenly entered my room, I knew you must have discovered something." Yu Yanchu lightly tapped her forehead with his finger. "Had I known you were awake last night, I would have questioned you about your misdeeds right then." Ming Yu feigned a pout, covering her forehead, then narrowed one eye at him. "You wouldn't, would you?" She then moved behind him to give him a shoulder massage. "Shi Xiang has always been the most caring towards me, merely fearful of my safety. I assure you, there shall not be a next time." Upon noticing Yu Yanchu's desire to speak, I immediately tightened my grip and continued, "Henceforth, such matters must be communicated to Shi Xiang. I shall not recklessly endanger myself alone." Only then did a hint of a smile grace Yu Yanchu's face, questioning whether I truly meant what I said. Ming Yu raised one hand in a gesture of oath and affirmed, "Indeed, I shall act upon my word." The two exchanged a clap, and Yu Yanchu leisurely added, "Should you fail to uphold your promise, I shall be compelled to disclose all your actions to the Shiji. I am certain she will have the heart to teach you a lesson." Ming Yu pouted and let out a reluctant, "Very well." Yu Yanchu found her demeanor amusing and pressed her back down onto the chair, insisting, "Enough now. Let us eat well." After their meal, the two were to attend a meeting. Due to the inexplicable pillar of light from the previous night, the demon clan had crossed the boundary, capturing several of their kind, one of whom was actually a trusted aide of a demon lord. As most had gathered, Lu Yin's sway commenced the discussion. "You are all aware of the events that transpired last night, correct?" The crowd responded affirmatively, while Yu Yanchu cast a sidelong glance at Ming Yu, who retorted with a playful grimace. Their every action was keenly observed by Lu Yin's sway, who felt a tremor in his heart but feigned ignorance. Continuing, "The captured demons have been interrogated, and one with a loose tongue has revealed that a demon lord sent them. He stated that the Pillar of Light is related to the Order of Time, which compelled them to take the risk of breaching our defenses." The assembly engaged in prolonged discussion regarding the Order of Time. Ming Yu leaned in to whisper to Yu Yanchu, "Is it truly that easy for the demons to divulge information? Did they confess everything?" Yu Yanchu replied softly, "It is because someone employed the soul-searching technique. The demons were coerced into confessing." Ming Yu's eyes widened in astonishment. "Soul-searching?" She quickly covered her mouth, lowering her voice. "Who utilized the soul-searching technique? This is a forbidden art, particularly concerning the demon clan." Yu Yanchu signaled her with her gaze, prompting Ming Yu to internally marvel at the male protagonist's extraordinary capabilities. The righteous light has even resorted to the soul-searching technique. If other sects were to learn of this, how could he maintain his position as a vanguard? Indeed, someone soon questioned how the demons could so easily confess, suggesting it might merely be a feigned ploy to mislead them. This statement garnered immediate agreement from others. After all, everyone had interacted with the demon clan to some extent, and if they were so easily compelled to confess, the sects would not have suffered such heavy losses. Liu Yin Sui coldly remarked, "The demon clan certainly would not yield so easily, but I possess methods to elicit the truth from them." Now, were everyone's thoughts regarding the order of time? Liu Yin Sui's firm demeanor prompted an immediate shift in the discussion, and they began to deliberate on the order of time. The world's inception relied upon several fundamental elements, with the core of the world and the order of time being the most crucial. However, following the great war between immortals and demons, the divine realm was sealed, and the fortunes of the three realms inexplicably vanished, leading to the disappearance of the world's core and the fragmentation of the order of time overnight, scattering its remnants far and wide. Even though the immortal sects and the mortal realm exerted tremendous effort to repair it, they were unable to fully recover the fragments of the order of time, with the most recent sighting occurring in Jiang Chongyu's possession. This was something the immortal sects were well aware of privately, but the circumstances surrounding Jiang Chongyu's mysterious death remained unresolved. Now that fragments of the order of time have resurfaced, should they fall into the hands of the demon clan, it would undoubtedly spell great peril for the immortal sections. The discussions meandered through old tales, with no one presenting a viable solution to the current predicament. Liu Yin Sui found their bickering quite tiresome and decided to go around the room, asking each individual for their thoughts. The first to speak was from Lanning Pavilion. Chu Yu, still veiled, possessed strikingly beautiful eyes and a melodious voice, stated, "The demon clan's incursion indicates they are also in pursuit of the fragments. We can set a trap and strike first." This was indeed a commendable strategy, worthy of praise for the male protagonist strategist, Ming Yu thought to herself. However, it appeared somewhat risky, and before she could ponder further, someone promptly dismissed the idea. While our immortal sects are gathered here, the demon clan's strength remains uncertain. How can we take the initiative without knowing if this is merely a deception on their part? Ming Yu nodded in agreement, acknowledging the validity of this point, especially since the demon clan had proven to be quite formidable in the original narrative, ultimately retreating only back to the demon realm. Chu Yu, undeterred by the dismissal, remained composed, asserting that while it may be a gamble, if successful, it would greatly benefit the immortal sections. There are times when one must take risks. She turned her gaze to Liu Yin Sui, their eyes locking, revealing Chu Yu's unmasked ambition, while Liu Yin Sui remained inscrutable. He simply stated, "Next." Following her was Tianji sect, where Fong Wei Ming was pushed forward to speak. He had little to contribute, despite being a direct disciple and a young lord. Feng Lin had always embraced all, irrespective of their origins. He was present merely because he was still a disciple of the immortal sect, and he believed it prudent to proceed with caution. Our sect cannot afford any mistakes. Liu Yin Sui refrained from voicing any opinion and prompted, "Next." Soon, it was Ming Yu and Yu Yanchu's turn. Yin Peng Peng and Qi Huaido were still en route, and the confrontation between the immortal sect and the demon clan was unavoidable. Xing Luo Island, naturally, could not remain entirely uninvolved. The two did not speak immediately, and after a round of debate among the others, Yu Yin Chu stepped forward, declaring, "Xing Luo Island concurs with the idea of young Lord Chu. We shall lay an ambush to seize the initiative." Chu Yu's eyes flickered with surprise as she glanced over, but Yu Yin Chu did not notice. Indeed, the immortal sects could not afford to falter, yet simultaneously, we have no avenue for retreat. The demon clan has become increasingly audacious, and should we retreat, the three realms would fall into their dominion. It is better to take a bold stand. Success or failure hinges upon this moment. As silence enveloped the room, Liu Yin Sui raised his gaze, asking if anyone else wished to speak. No one responded, and he concluded, "Very well, let us lay the ambush." This matter was thus resolved, with Yu Yin Chu remaining behind to discuss the specifics, while Ming Yu slipped out. The fervent discussions within had left her somewhat dizzy, and she sought fresh air. Coincidentally, Fong Wei Ming also emerged, and they found themselves together. Their previous acquaintance allowed for straightforward conversation. Ming Yu approached to greet him, and Fong Wei Ming reciprocated immediately. "Do you find it stifling inside?" Ming Yu nodded. "Indeed, it is somewhat oppressive. I stepped out for some air." Fong Wei Ming smiled gently, then hesitated before speaking. The words I spoke earlier were not my true intent. It is merely the nature of Tianji sect that we must exercise caution in our dealings. Ming Yu replied with a smile. Young lord need not be so concerned. Since this is a discussion, it is natural for all to express their views. Only by pooling our collective strength can we resolve our current difficulties. A spark of understanding lit up Fong Wei Ming's eyes. Did the young lady truly think so? Ming Yu nodded, his ears turning slightly red. I thought you would not. Before he could finish, another figure emerged, Jiang Jimiao. Unable to endure the clamor inside any longer, she immediately positioned herself beside Ming Yu, exclaiming, Sister Ming, it is so noisy in there. Let's take a stroll outside. Without regard for Fong Wei Ming's reaction, she tugged Ming Yu along. As she turned back to make a playful face at him, Fong Wei Ming suppressed his irritation and retreated into the hall. After much commotion, it was ultimately Lu Yin Sui who finalized the plan. To safeguard the specifics from leaking, he would privately inform those tasked with execution, and thus the meeting dispersed. Fong Wei Ming followed the others outside, still able to hear a few voices grumbling. The current Tai Su cannot be considered the foremost among the immortal sects. Why does Lu Yin Sui still carry himself with such arrogance? Merely pretending to be oblivious. A few individuals secretly rejoiced for a moment before discussing when they could descend the mountain to indulge in some leisure. Once the crowd dispersed, he circled back to the rear. Inside the hall, Lu Yin Sui remained engrossed in the topographical map. In order to turn the tide, meticulous arrangements were imperative. The current situation was still unclear, and there were hidden insiders among them. He was uncertain how much longer his body could endure, thus caution was warranted. Bai Yu entered to confer with him, noticing the bloodshot eyes that indicated he had not closed them for days. With a sigh, he remarked that these matters could not be resolved in haste and urged Lu Yin Sui to take care of his health. Lu Yin Sui continued to study the map, responding perfunctorily that he understood. Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, he remarked that he remembered one of the reasons why the Yinshin sect had ceased external communications was due to Jiang Chongyu. Correct? Bai Yu nodded. With a plan forming in his mind, Lu Yin Sui expressed his desire to meet Venerable Hengzhua. Behind the hall, Fong Wei Ming lowered his gaze and, after a moment, vanished into the darkness. Within the confines of the demon realm, a figure suddenly appeared in the palace of Jieshing, clad in blue and purple garments of the celestial sect, hair neatly tied up and unceremoniously seeking a place to sit. Jieshing entered the palace without so much as a glance at him, directly beginning to remove her outer garment. The man approached, assisting her in shedding her clothing, and then pressed himself closely against her back. I have fulfilled the command of Her Highness the Saintess. The celestial sect poses no threat. His warm breath brushed against Jieshing's exposed skin, yet she seemed oblivious to it. She turned to caress his face, assuring him, Do not worry, I will report to Her Highness. This visage of yours is far more pleasing than your previous one. The man chuckled. Then I shall serve the demon emperor with this face tonight, shall I? Jieshing, with a sultry glance, deftly unfastened his clothing, and soon he swept her into his arms, the two vanishing within the palace. Later that evening, Lu Yin Sui personally visited the small courtyard, coinciding with mealtime. Ming Yu politely inquired if he would care to join them. Surprisingly, Lu Yin Sui actually sat down, prompting a swift change in Yu Yinchu's expression, while Ming Yu hurried to the kitchen to fetch dishes. I have something to entrust you with during your patrol tonight, Lu Yin Sui stated, and given the gravity of his words, Ming Yu readily accepted, urging him to continue. Lu Yin Sui pushed a jade pendant across the table, explaining that it could record all events that transpired, hinting at potential upheaval that night and expressing his distrust in others. Yu Yinshu furrowed her brow, contemplating whether to voice her concerns but ultimately refrained. Ming Yu, however, promptly accepted the pendant, assuring him she would manage it well. After a brief hesitation, Lu Yin Sui added, I do not intend to impose, but Ming Yu raised a hand. I understand your intent. Regardless, I am now a practitioner at the out-of-body stage, and there is no need for excessive worry. The calamity of the demon clan concerns me as well, and I shall exert my utmost effort. As night fell, the roster for the patrol was finally revealed. Ming Yu's name was indeed among them, along with Jiang Jimi and Fong Wei Ming. After the list was announced, all personnel were to assemble and prepare for their patrol. Yu Yanchu had already prepared everything she might need, repeatedly reminding her to prioritize safety until Ming Yu's ears felt sore. Ming Yu internally mused whether her senior brother was experiencing early onset menopausal syndrome at such a young age, though she dared not voice her thoughts, knowing it would lead to a scolding. Just as Yu Yanchu was about to repeat her caution for the 7th time, Ming Yu swiftly made an excuse about the time and dashed out, leaving Yu Yanchu alone in the courtyard to sigh and shake her head. Jiang Jimi had also received word that she would be accompanying Ming Yu that night. The young girl was in high spirits, the only blemish being the presence of the somewhat disagreeable Fong Weiming. Nevertheless, she was determined that he could not dampen her joyful mood. She had prepared early and awaited Ming Yu at the assembly point. "Sister Ming," she eagerly waved upon spotting Ming Yu. Then, like a child showcasing a treasure, playfully declared, "Sister, rest assured, my senior brother told me that tonight I will listen to everything you say and ensure your safety." Ming Yu couldn't help but smile. "All right then. I shall depend entirely on Miss Jiang for protection." Naturally, Jiang Jimi responded with pride. Within a quarter of an hour, the group had assembled. After Lu Yensui confirmed their numbers, he outlined their patrol route for the night and specifically provided Ming Yu with a map. "You will patrol the entire border, with Ming Yu of Xinglua Island leading the team. All matters outside will be at the discretion of the captain." Ming Yu stepped forward to accept the map, and the group prepared to set off. This team comprised a total of 20 individuals, hailing from various celestial sects and noble families. Ming Yu recognized several faces, having encountered them in various places. A few were even members of previous patrols, huddled together and engaged in conversation. Ming Yu paid little heed to their chatter, which likely revolved around her status as a disciple of the hidden sect and her unexpected assumption of the captaincy due to prior connections with Taishu. These thoughts were trivial enough that she dismissed them. What surprised her most was the presence of Fong Weiming among them. Lu Yensui had explicitly told her that aside from Jiang Jimi, no one in this group could be trusted. A chill ran down her spine. Surely he could not be the one. She meticulously recalled the original narrative, remembering that the male protagonist had indeed visited Fenglindu due to his junior sister's misdeeds, and he had come to handle the aftermath. In the original story, Fong Weiming was a minor character with merely half a page of involvement, so he should pose no issue, unless he too had been possessed. Perhaps sensing Ming Yu's gaze, Fong Weiming's ears flushed as he respectfully inclined his head from a distance. Ming Yu quickly returned the gesture. Just as Fong Weiming approached to exchange pleasantries, Jiang Jimi unexpectedly appeared and pulled Ming Yu away. Fong Weiming halted, a glimmer of coldness flashing in his eyes, before he resumed his prior demeanor and engaged with the others. "Sister Ming, be cautious while outside," Jiang Jimi warned. "My senior brother has informed me that there are definitely insiders among these people. Mingling with them could lead to a fate similar to that of the sect leader." After speaking, she felt her words were inappropriate, as a disciple of Taishu criticizing the sect leader was unbecoming, and she quickly covered her mouth. Ming Yu found Jiang Jimi's earnestness endearing, a stark contrast to the rebellious portrayal of her character in the original work. At merely 14 years of age, Jiang Jimi had already attained a level of cultivation that would be impressive for her peers, as most at her age would be fortunate to reach the golden core stage. However, she was born with a natural affinity for swords, achieving the golden core stage by 10, and now had reached the late nascent soul stage. If she were to encounter a life or death crisis, she might even possess the strength of a god transformation practitioner, though she was merely biding her time before breaking through. In the original narrative, she had entered Taishu shortly after the original protagonist's demise, becoming a disciple of the second elder, coincidentally around the same age as Ming Yu. The male lead had transferred all his guilt for his little green plum onto this junior sister. Having been coddled at home and gifted with extraordinary talent, she was revered and spoiled by all, and combined with the male lead's guilt, she naturally developed a self-centered disposition. However, it remained uncertain whether her arrival had altered the course of events. Although Lu Yensui also indulged her, it was within limits. Rather than compensation, it resembled the protective stance of an elder brother toward his sister. Jiang Jimi, though somewhat proud, was genuinely kind to those close to her. and her temperament was not nearly as volatile as depicted in the text. The relevance of the original story was gradually diminishing, as many facets had already diverged from the script. Moreover, Ming Yu, at that time, assumed the role of an observer while reading. As a junior editor, her analysis of the book revolved around its potential for maximum profitability. Her initial aim was quite simple: to ascertain how much revenue the adaptation of this book could generate and whether it aligned with the aesthetic preferences of the market. However, upon her inexplicable arrival in this world, her perspective shifted significantly. The myriad characters, both large and small, transformed into real individuals. They existed beyond the mere superficiality of a few lines in a novel. They breathed, thought, and erred. A virtuous person could falter, while a seemingly wicked one might display compassion. Suddenly, she found it impossible to entirely sever the connection between this realm and her reality. Even now, her greatest desire remained to return home. Yet, perhaps due to her prolonged stay, she began to struggle with recalling many aspects of her former life. Those days felt more like a hazy dream to her, leaving her to ponder, where indeed lay the boundary between dream and reality? Where did she truly belong? Ming Yu was uncertain. This enigma was one she had tirelessly pursued. At the first hour of the dog, everyone set out punctually. Although a few felt discontent towards Ming Yu, their captain, they refrained from expressing it immediately. They were determined to create some obstacles for her, yet they were unsure how to voice their grievances. As darkness gradually enveloped the sky, the group patrolled their designated area. Aside from their own team, other squads were also present, and with rotating guards, they faced minimal issues. Approaching the midnight hour, Ming Yu raised her hand to signal everyone to rest. They found nearby spots to sit, while Ming Yu leaned against a tree, closing her eyes to rejuvenate, her ears attuned to the sound around her. Chapter 114. Encounter. She listened intently, noticing the slightest movements, and naturally overheard the teasing remarks from the group surrounding them, who were not far away. Ming Yu rolled her eyes inwardly, and a quarter of an hour later, they resumed their patrol. The route deviated slightly from their usual one, requiring them to take a longer path that would lead them directly to the guards of the demon clan. As they approached, dissent arose. "We have never taken this route before during patrols. Ming Yu, is it wise to proceed?" Ming Yu ignored him, focusing on her map. Although this path brought them face to face with the demon clan, both sides were currently at a stalemate, and she anticipated no trouble. Seeing Ming Yu's disregard only heightened the man's irritation, prompting him to halt. "If you don't clarify your intentions today, I will not move another step." He leaned against a tree, adopting an obstinate stance. Ming Yu scoffed. "What? Are all disciples of the Wan Shou sect as immature as you? Must you resort to threats to get your way?" The man glared at her. "What did you say?" Ming Yu calmly folded her map. "If you wish to remain here, you may turn back now. With a disciple like you who flees at a critical moment, the Wan Shou sect's reputation will be in jeopardy." "You," the man, incensed, attempted to strike her, only to be restrained by those around him. Though she did not draw her sword, Jiang Jimiao's weapon subtly emerged from its sheath behind her. Ming Yu cast a glance at him, prompting her companions to offer some words of encouragement. Reluctantly, the man fell silent, trailing behind the group, his fists clenched tightly. As Ming Yu led the team, she kept a watchful eye on the man, who remained taciturn, refraining from conversing with anyone else. As expected, halfway through this path, they encountered the guards of the demon clan. Both groups tightened their grips on their weapons, but Ming Yu remained unfazed, merely casting a casual glance before signaling her team to continue. They passed each other without further incident, not to cross paths again. Just past midnight, they exchanged glances with the nearby, watching disciples. It was the time when human awareness wanes, and thus, Ming Yu allowed everyone to rest for a moment. Jiang Jimiao, feeling genuinely fatigued, leaned against a tree and dozed off. Ming Yu also settled down, realizing that the night's patrol had drained her mentally more than physically. She resolved to ask Yanshu for several hearty meals upon her return, as the energy expended that night surpassed that of the previous days combined. However, mere meals would not suffice. She craved something more. Her reverie was interrupted by the appearance of a water pouch. "Have some water," Fong Weiming offered with a smile, though a few onlookers in the distance chuckled at their exchange. his ears flushed red, his voice softer, as if he was being teased. Ming Yu smiled slightly, accepting the water pouch, thanking him, yet she did not open it. She harbored concerns about Fong Weiming. To be precise, she found him peculiar. Expecting him to leave after handing her the water, she was taken aback when he settled beside her. Unsure how to dismiss him, they sat in silence, a distance apart. Eventually, Fong Weiming broke the silence. "Why aren't you drinking?" Ming Yu looked up, her gaze questioning. He blushed again, his face reddening slightly, stammering, "Are you not thirsty?" Or, Ming Yu chuckled softly, taking a sip from the pouch before setting it aside. Unbeknownst to her, Fong Weiming's eyes gleamed with a hint of amusement as he observed her. A quarter of an hour swiftly passed, prompting Ming Yu to awaken Jiang Zhimiao and check on the others. Upon waking, Jiang Zhimiao immediately noticed Fong Weiming nearby, instinctively furrowing her brows. "What are you doing here?" Fong Weiming replied nonchalantly, "Just taking a break." "Is that not permissible?" Jiang Zhimiao rolled her eyes in exasperation and proceeded to find Ming Yu. The group set off once more. Only a short stretch remained. After completing this last hour, their patrol would conclude. A collective sigh of relief escaped the group. The continuous vigilance throughout the night had indeed drained their energy, especially with their proximity to the demon clan. Yet, Ming Yu remained more vigilant than ever. The final checkpoint leaned towards the Yin Shun sect's secret realm, notorious for being heavily guarded. The knowledge that this secret realm led directly to the 10,000 Great Mountains was widespread. Consequently, Liu Yin Sui had openly stationed numerous disciples there, with various direct disciples rotating in daily. To Ming Yu's surprise, it was Chu Yu who arrived tonight. She still wore a veil, adorned in a light purple dress, wielding a flute as her weapon. Upon their meeting, they exchanged formalities before transitioning to the task at hand. Although they had encountered each other numerous times, they had yet to forge a connection. The handover was swift, and Ming Yu led her team in retreat. As the group departed the handover point, it was the early hours of the rabbit. The sun was supposed to rise, yet the dawn was inexplicably delayed. The 20 individuals traversed the forest, feeling as though the journey was unusually prolonged. The horizon bore no hint of light. The distant woods loomed dark and ominous, signaling something amiss. Ming Yu raised her hand to signal a halt, drawing her sword and thrusting it into the encroaching darkness. The blade cleaved through the mist, revealing a towering figure clad in black robes, wielding 2 large blades. It was him. "Everyone, stay vigilant," Ming Yu commanded, and as her words fell, all drew their weapons. Those concealed in the shadows emerged. There were merely 20 of them, yet 2 demon lords appeared. Ming Yu chuckled softly, uncertain whether to feel gratified that she held some significance in the eyes of the demon clan. The other figure in black, gathering dark energy, began to advance. But the imposing man halted him. With a hoarse voice, he pointed at Ming Yu. "I want that one." The black-robed figure laughed. "Very well." Then the demonic energy surged in another direction. A chaotic battle ensued, with Ming Yu and the towering figure confronting each other. Although the man was shrouded in a cloak that obscured his features, the gaze concealed beneath was unmistakable, akin to that of one observing a cherished pet. 10 years ago, it was commendable that you managed to escape my grasp, but today, you must perish here. Ming Yu chuckled softly, asserting that it would depend on the prowess of the demon lord. With that, a silvery light enveloped her as she danced gracefully, her swordplay ethereal. The sword's aura slicing through the air like a gust of wind, directly aimed at him. Chapter 115. So it was you. The Qing Feng sword technique, as the name suggests, is gentle like a soft breeze, yet conceals profound mysteries within. In an instant, some felt as though they were not besieged by the demonic clan, fighting for their lives, but rather enjoying a delightful spring outing with friends amidst splendid scenery. However, beneath that gentle breeze, things suddenly took a turn. The soft zephyr transformed into a fierce wind, laced with lethal intent, slicing through the air and leaving slender wounds on the man's body. He staggered back, his exposed skin marred with cuts, glancing at his bloodied hands. He raised a finger to his mouth, the familiar yet foreign metallic taste flooding his senses. Suddenly, he erupted into laughter gripping his dual blades with renewed fervor. Little girl, you have grown considerably stronger and more amusing in the past 6 years. I quite like it. Will you accompany me back to the demon realm? Ming Yu scoffed, altering her sword stance, asserting that it would depend on his capabilities. The demon lord of the demonic clan was indeed as formidable as rumored, striking ruthlessly with profound cultivation. Jiang Jimiao's several attacks barely grazed the black-robed figure, revealing her own vulnerabilities instead. The black-robed man clearly intended to end the fight swiftly, showing no mercy in his strikes. After exchanging several blows, Jiang Jimiao found herself on one knee, spitting blood. Fang Weiming stepped in to shield her from an attack, supporting her while worry clouded his eyes. Are you all right? Jiang Jimiao shook her head, and upon seeing the man's next move, she pushed him aside and charged forward. Despite her extraordinary abilities at such a young age, she still struggled against her opponent's ferocity, repeatedly falling yet rising again. Fang Weiming stood behind her, lost in thought as he gazed at his hands, the very hands that had been pushed aside to evade danger rather than to shield her. He dropped his sword, fervently rubbing his hand, bewildered and distressed. This shouldn't be the case. It was not supposed to unfold this way. She should have propelled me forward instead. Before him, Jiang Jimiao was once again knocked to the ground, bloodied and trembling, barely able to grip her sword, yet she still sought to advance. The black-robed man seemed to have lost interest, remarking that her level of cultivation at her age was impressive, but regrettably, all of them would perish today. As he spoke, demonic energy gathered in his hand, directed towards Jiang Jimiao. Instinctively, she turned her head to evade, only to find a shadow before her. It was Ming Yu. Though she was not in a much better state, she still stood to block the attack. The clash of spiritual and demonic energies erupted with a tremendous noise, shaking the surrounding flora. Ming Yu furrowed her brow. This opponent was even stronger than the previous one, gathering energy again. The black-robed man, puzzled, turned his head, then laughed, saying, "This little girl is quite impressive, managing to injure my brother. But there are not just the two of us here. What are you waiting for?" At these words, Fang Weiming, who had been lost in thought, suddenly regained clarity. So what if he pushed her away? He had come this far and could not turn back now. Gripping his sword, he advanced slowly, his face smeared with blood that was not his own. Jiang Jimiao summoned every ounce of strength to lift her sword, but could only move it slightly. Meanwhile, Ming Yu continued to gather energy with one hand, opposing the demonic force. She slightly turned, observing Fang Weiming drawing closer, a strange emotion blossoming within her. So it was truly you. Fang Weiming's lips curled into a smile, one that should have been warm and gentle, yet in this mountain confrontation, it appeared ghostly and chilling. "Yes, it is I. Ming girl, hand over the fragment, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." Jiang Jimiao spat blood once more, cursing, "Delusional, you traitor. I will kill you, and you shall gain nothing." Fang Weiming, however, appeared unfazed, continuing forward. "Hand it over. What use is it to you? Surely you do not believe you can escape this wretched place with that fragment." Ming Yu's expression shifted slightly. "What do you mean?" "Nothing significant, merely revealing the truth." With a snap of his fingers, Ming Yu felt an unbearable pain in her abdomen, and her spiritual energy began to dwindle. You poison the water." Despite this, she persisted, refusing to fall. "It is merely a bit of sedative. It won't take your life, only prevent you from channeling your energy." He then pointed his blade at Ming Yu's neck, commanding, "Hand it over." Ming Yu gazed at the blade, mere inches from her throat, and suddenly laughed. Her spiritual energy continued to wane, and when the black-robed man struck, she was sent flying into a large tree, clutching her heart while blood poured from her mouth. The wound on her neck, inflicted as she was hurled away, continued to bleed profusely with every violent motion. She had become a mere specter of blood. Every inch of her marred. The surrounding disciples were captured. Some stood expressionless behind the demonic clan, their energy intertwined with wisps of demonic aura. Others, like her, lay grievously injured, swords aimed at their vital points. Some shouted in fury, others begged for mercy. The cacophony grew overwhelming, and Ming Yu suddenly experienced a ringing in her ears. She covered them with her hands, and after the piercing sound subsided, it seemed to quieten around her. Fong Weiming grasped her neck. Her petite frame was easily enveloped by his hand, controlling her lifeline. Yet, the expression on that familiar face was eerily foreign, twisted with malice and madness, his grip tightening as he roared. "Where is it? Where's that thing?" Ming Yu instinctively tried to pry his hand away, but could not budge it. She struggled to speak. Let go, I will tell you." Fong Weiming abruptly released his grip, and Ming Yu clutched her throat. Succumbing to a fit of coughing, unsure how long it lasted, he yanked her up again, demanding, "Where is it?" Ming Yu suddenly smiled, leaned closer, "And I shall tell you." As he leaned in, a gentle breeze stirred around them. Ming Yu's expression shifted, her energy gathering as she struck Fong Weiming away. Though he was prepared, he did not anticipate such a move and was sent stumbling several meters back. He chuckled as he rose, but the moment he straightened, he collapsed again, a sharp pain in his chest overwhelming him. Meanwhile, the fallen disciples immediately retaliated. The tide of battle had already begun to shift. Chapter 116. Counterattack. Fong Weiming was unable to suppress the pain in his chest, which rendered him incapable of standing upright, devoid of any surplus strength. "Where did you discover it?" Ming Yu, however, offered him not even a glance. Her sword rose again, enclosing the remaining demons, and she engaged in combat with the black-robed man. The black-robed figure was evidently more alert than Fong Weiming, continuously gathering demonic energy while being thwarted by Ming Yu's strikes. A glimmer of realization flashed in his eyes. This woman had been concealing her true strength. The dawn light had already begun to illuminate the horizon. Beneath the dense canopy of the forest, Ming Yu wielded his long sword with ferocity, each strike imbued with a palpable intent to kill, accompanied by the whispers of the forest breeze that seemed to threaten life itself. The figure in black robes was repeatedly repelled, unable to advance. Before him, all the demonic beings lay vanquished, and the robust man who had accompanied him had met his demise at Ming Yu's hand a half-hour prior. Anger surged within him, intensifying his movements. Yet Ming Yu stood resolute, engaging him in combat without retreat. A brilliant flash of the sword illuminated the surroundings, momentarily blinding those present. With a resounding crash, the black-robed figure was sent sprawling, and in an instant, Ming Yu surged forward, his blade poised at the man's heart. In the brief span of a quarter hour, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. Ming Yu wiped the blood from his lips, raising an eyebrow in disdain. "So, the Demon Lord, is he?" "Hardly impressive." As soon as the words left his lips, he delivered a swift blow that rendered the man unconscious, subsequently binding him with a mystical cord. Ming Yu then tended to the unconscious Jiang Zhimiao, administering a medicinal pill. After checking the pulses of the injured disciples and confirming their wounds were superficial, he exhaled in relief. A firework burst forth in the sky, distinctly visible. Within a mere quarter hour, Yu Yinshu arrived, his expression fraught with concern. Rushing forward in alarm upon seeing Ming Yu covered in blood, after a thorough examination and pulse check, his face darkened considerably. Ming Yu, however, smiled cheerfully, reassured him, "Senior brother, I am quite well, merely a slight depletion of my spiritual energy. A couple of days of rest will suffice." Yu Yinshu, his expression grim, chose silence, instead channeling his spiritual energy into her and compelling her to consume several medicinal pills. Lu Yinsui followed closely behind, approaching Ming Yu but halting in his tracks upon noticing Yu Yinshu. He turned his attention to Jiang Zhimiao, who bore some injuries but fortunately had avoided any critical harm and simply required time to recuperate. After assessing Jiang Zhimiao's condition, Ming Yu handed him a jade pendant, which recorded the events of the night. Observing her pale visage and the dried bloodstains on her garments, Lu Yinsui felt compelled to express gratitude. But all he managed was a terse thank you. Ming Yu offered a faint smile. "It was my duty, senior brother. Let's be on our way." The subsequent affairs were entrusted to Lu Yinsui, while Ming Yu comfortably recuperated in her quarters. The initial strategy had been devised by Yu Yinshu and Lu Yinsui, so it was only fitting that they handled the aftermath. However, her recovery necessitated assistance, leaving Lu Yinsui as her sole caretaker. Yu Yinshu brought her a bowl of soup, blowing gently to cool it before feeding her. After sipping a couple of mouthfuls, Ming Yu found it too greasy and refused to continue. As soon as Yu Yinshu set the bowl down, she contemplated her next move. There was still half a bowl left. How wasteful it would be not to finish it. "Senior brother, you should drink it," she said, batting her large eyes as if genuinely concerned about waste. Yu Yinshu chuckled softly. "Very well." He then finished the soup, demonstrating it to Ming Yu. "May I now retire for the night?" Ming Yu nodded, a hint of pride in her demeanor, indicating her approval. Yu Yinshu ensured she was tucked in comfortably before stepping outside. In the courtyard, Lu Yinsui awaited him. The interrogation of Fong Weiming and the black-robed demon would be conducted discreetly. Officially, they had indeed suffered a severe attack from the demon clan the previous night, resulting in significant losses. However, news of captured prisoners or traitors must not be leaked. Thus, all suspected traitors were reported to have returned to the sect under the guise of completing a mission, while they remained confined in a hidden chamber within the ancient sect. Fong Weiming and the demon were under strict surveillance. The black-robed demon, having fallen victim to Ming Yu's spell, would remain unconscious for the foreseeable future. Fong Weiming, however, remained awake. He had secretly drugged the water pouch that Ming Yu consumed, allowing her to expel it unnoticed and discreetly administering additional drugs during patrols. This particular concoction had been developed by both her and Yu Yinshu on the island. It was not lethal, yet those affected would endure excruciating pain as if their very organs were dissolving. Moreover, the agony persisted even after the effects of the drug wore off, lingering until the individual truly confronted their inner fears. Since being taken back, Fong Weiming had remained silent, refusing to cry out despite the agony, his determination apparent as he gritted his teeth against the pain. When Yu Yinshu entered, Fong Weiming appeared as though he had just been pulled from the water, drenched and bloodied from biting down on his own lip, with numerous red marks adorning his skin. Yu Yinshu furrowed his brow. This man was far more resilient than he had anticipated, presenting a formidable challenge. Lu Yinsui entered, equally concerned, clearly sharing the same thoughts. Despite the excruciating torment that made even breathing difficult, Fong Weiming stubbornly pushed himself up, leaning against the walls to salute them. His arms were taut with veins, and he staggered, embodying defiance. Yu Yinshu regarded him coldly and returned a formal greeting. Approaching, he grasped Fong Weiming's chin and forced a vial of medicine down his throat, causing Fong Weiming to collapse to the floor, trembling uncontrollably. "This medicine will temporarily alleviate your pain. To truly remedy your condition, only my junior sister can assist you," Yu Yinshu stated icily. After a prolonged moment on the ground, gasping for breath, Fong Weiming replied, "Thank you, but it's unnecessary. Miss Ming is unlikely to relieve me." Yu Yinshu exhibited no extraneous emotion, affirming, "You are correct. She detests betrayal above all, especially from friends." "Friends?" Fong Weiming laughed bitterly. "I believed I was merely an unrestrained suitor in her eyes." Yu Yinshu hesitated to divulge Ming Yu's sentiments, yet her current state compelled him to share. "She often evades you, but she does not harbor disdain. In fact, her initial reaction upon seeing you in the team is disbelief. However, you ultimately let her down." Fong Weiming continued to laugh, his mirth tinged with sorrow. "Disappointment? When has she ever held expectations for me? When have any of you regarded me?" Chapter 117. Interrogation. Fong Weiming glared furiously, the effects of the drug wearing off, causing the poison within him to flare up once more, leaving him in a daze. Yu Yinshu did not administer the medicine a second time. His gaze remained indifferent as he leaned against the chair, supporting his temples with one hand, as if regarding an inconsequential individual. "Since you feel this way, it seems unlikely we shall extract any useful information today. So, enjoy the poison for now." With that, he exited the dark chamber. Lu Yinsui emerged from another room, shaking his head at Yu Yinshu. A sense of unease settled within Yu Yinshu, though he quickly regained his composure. The demon clan had suffered the loss of 3 demon lords, and they would not relent easily. The truth could not remain concealed for long. Bai Yu, after speaking, turned to the 2 seated at the long table. One toyed with a teacup, lost in thought, while the other fervently scribbled away. Upon closer inspection, Yu Yinshu discovered the latter was writing a recipe, far less engaging than the former's activity. Given this state of affairs, had they devised any countermeasures? Liu Yinsui set his cup down, replying simply no. Bai Yu widened his eyes in disbelief, asking again no. Liu Yinsui replied earnestly, indeed, none. Bai Yu then turned to the other individual, who had just set down his pen. And you, young master Yu? Yinshu picked up the paper he had finished, blowing gently on the ink before responding seriously, I have none as well. Bai Yu's frustration mounted. You both have no plans, and yet remain so relaxed? Before his fury reached its zenith, Yu Yinshu stepped forward and threw an arm around his shoulders. Why so agitated, my brother? We may lack ideas, but others possess them. Who? My junior sister. Ming Yu had enjoyed several restful slumbers and was in high spirits. Yu Yinshu approached with a bowl of freshly made soup, and she graciously consumed it entirely. However, after finishing, Yu Yinshu continued to sit beside her without moving. Ming Yu was momentarily taken aback, pondering that there seemed to be nothing of importance to convey to him. Shi Xiao, aren't you busy? Yu Yinshu's face revealed signs of fatigue. I need to go, but I shall rest a while first. Ming Yu responded with an understanding tone, generously allowing him the room to recuperate. Then rest, I shall take a stroll. Just as she rose, she was once again grasped by Yu Yinshu's hand. Does Shimmy not wish to accompany me? Ming Yu mused inwardly, pondering the peculiar clinginess of this individual today. Was there something he desired? Aren't you weary? Then rest, and I will accompany you later. She gently withdrew her hand from his grasp, only to have it firmly seized again. However, I would prefer your company, Shimmy. With an expressionless demeanor, Ming Yu extricated herself from his hold and coldly remarked, Speak, what is it that you require of me? Yu Yinshu immediately changed his demeanor, urging her to sit down, fanning her and massaging her shoulders. Indeed, the clever Shimmy could discern the desires of others with ease. Ming Yu raised a hand, halting him. Do you wish for me to interrogate Fong Wei Ming? Ming Yu stood and brushed off his hand, stating I will not go. You know he recognizes me. Thus my abilities would hold little sway. Yet Yinshu once again placed a hand on her shoulder. Shimmy, do I not know you well? Is this not a matter of urgent necessity? I have faith that after all these years, you must have found a solution, correct? Ming Yu turned to meet his gaze, sighing internally. Very well, grant me some time. Liu Yinsui and Bai Yu awaited outside, and upon Yu Yinshu's emergence, they approached. How'd it go? She agreed, rest assured. Bai Yu breathed a sigh of relief, as if recalling something. Can Ming girl truly extract the information? Each of us is taught a unique technique upon entering the island, chosen by ourselves. Shimmy has learned illusion magic. Illusion magic? Indeed. Although she is trained in swordsmanship under my guidance, she has never neglected other disciplines. Her illusion magic has been honed quite well, allowing her to find opportunities within the illusions. Liu Yinsui reflected on their experiences in Lu Jia village's illusions, realizing why she could make decisions so swiftly within them. Since she has agreed, she will undoubtedly fulfill her promise. We need only await news. Ming Yu did not leave the courtyard until her health was fully restored. Fong Wei Ming had been imprisoned for several days, enduring torment that gnawed at his heart. Unable to find peace in sleep, his frame emaciated and frail from a distance. Ming Yu approached the dark chamber, signaling Yu Yinshu to administer the medicine. Fong Wei Ming did not resist, but rather anxiously swallowed the potion. Though it would not lead to death, the persistent agony was unbearable. He had anticipated that Ming Yu would come for him within 3 days, but he never expected her to be so unyielding. Young city lord, it has been a few days since we last met. Are you well? Fong Wei Ming struggled to ascend to a chair. Thanks to Miss Ming, I'm still holding on. Ming Yu ignored the sarcasm in his words. That is good. I have come here for a purpose, which I trust the young city lord is aware of. Fong Wei Ming chuckled lightly. I am indeed aware. But how can Miss Ming ensure that I will divulge everything you wish to know? Ming Yu propped her chin on her hand, observing that the young city lord had yet to grasp the gravity of his suffering. If that is the case, I shall return another day. She began to leave, snapping her fingers, causing Fong Wei Ming to fall painfully from his chair. Wait, Miss Ming, please. Ming Yu halted her steps. Had the young city lord come to a realization? Fong Wei Ming gasped. If Miss Ming wishes to inquire, Surely some form of exchange is required. Ming Yu genuinely laughed this time, stepping closer and pinching his chin. He appeared utterly disheveled, having lost more weight, his hair in disarray. Does the young city lord still fail to comprehend the situation? Do you think you possess the standing to negotiate with us? Fang Weiming smiled. What? Am I not qualified? As he spoke, dark energy surged toward Ming Yu, yet inexplicably, it could not harm her in the slightest, merely swirling around her as if in trepidation. Does the young city lord truly believe I came unprepared? As her words faded, the dark energy dissipated as if it had never existed, while Fang Weiming realized he could no longer summon any of his dark power. You are one of the 5 Dark Lords. If I hadn't team-made preparations, how could I dare to confine you for so long? Fang Weiming's vision blurred, the surroundings becoming indistinct, the figure before him receding into the distance as his strength waned until he collapsed to the ground. Ming Yu withdrew her hand, and Yu Yin Chu eagerly offered her a handkerchief to wipe her hands. Chapter 118. Speak without concealment. Is this settled? Ming Yu nodded while wiping her hands. It should be settled. Let us wait and see what transpires upon his awakening. When Fang Weiming next regained consciousness, Ming Yu's presence had vanished. In the dim chamber lit only by a single candle, whispers echoed, not merely a figment of imagination, but actual voices discussing him. They deemed him foolish, squandering the privilege of being of noble descent while lacking in every regard. There seemed to be admonishments as well. You are so foolish that you cannot even defeat a mere girl. How can you reclaim the glory that rightfully belongs to us? Within a month, if you do not reach the yuanying stage, you shall face the family as punishment. Why must he reach the yuanying stage? His cultivation had already surpassed all others, capable of making those who had humiliated him pay dearly. Pain surged through his body. Why did it hurt so acutely? It was unbearable. This is merely a lesson. Should there be a next time, it will not be so simple. Outside the dark chamber, several individuals frowned at the unfolding situation. Ming Yu gleaned the essence quickly, recognizing the young city lord's heightened vigilance, rendering the effects of her illusion magic less effective. I did not expect Fang Weiming to be quite resilient. Lu Yinsui interjected. He may not even be Fang Weiming. Indeed, the demon clan excels at possession. This person may not be Fang Weiming. If they could not extract any information, the truth would soon be revealed, as the pact with the demon clan had only a few days left. I understand, Ming Yu replied, before re-entering the dark chamber. Inside, Fang Weiming remained ensnared within the illusion, unable to extricate himself. The small room was dimly illuminated by a single candle, with a stick of incense burning in the corner. Fang Weiming curled up, drenched in cold sweat, a bloody mark etched on his hand from his struggle to maintain consciousness. Ming Yu sighed, turning her wrist to extinguish the incense, causing the fragrance to gradually dissipate, and Fang Weiming slowly regained awareness. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Ming Yu seated at a distance, his mind still clouded, unable to discern his surroundings. It was not until he could no longer support himself that he tumbled from the bed, finally realizing he was not in a place from years past, but trapped by the Xianmen. Why did you not intensify the illusion, but instead cease it? If you had deepened it, I would surely have succumbed. Ming Yu lifted her gaze to him. Would you truly? Are those past events not sources of shame and scars for you? Fang Weiming chuckled lightly. Indeed, but I doubt anyone can entirely cast aside the past. At the very least, I cannot. Have you now decided what you wish to tell me, young city lord? Fang Weiming shifted slightly, discovering that he no longer felt pain, though he was somewhat fatigued and could gather energy in his hands once more. If the poison has already been dispelled, young city lord, should you wish to engage me in combat, feel free to try. Fang Weiming took a seat. No, Miss Ming, what a skillful technique you possess. I shall certainly speak without concealment. He surveyed the lightless room and smiled. Let's begin with who I am. I am indeed not Fang Weiming. My name is Wu Jin, though you may continue to address me as young city lord. Wu Jin, that name sounds somewhat familiar. What a true Fang Weiming. Fang Weiming chuckled. Do you know the source of the demonic energy in the Mozu? It is desire. As long as humanity exists, the Mozu can never be extinguished. Each individual's tiny desires and resentments serve as the finest sustenance for the Mozu. Naturally, Fong Weiming has offered himself to me. Ming Yu felt a weight in her heart, for she knew some of the truth. Even in the original narrative, the male protagonist could not entirely eradicate the Mozu for this very reason. If there were ever a day when the Mozu vanished from the world, it would signify the simultaneous disappearance of humanity. Why would he offer himself to you? Fong Weiming appeared somewhat weary, resting his head on one hand, his gaze less clear. Naturally, he seeks something from me. We are quite alike, both ensnared by the expectations of others. From a young age, he was groomed by his father to enter the Xianmen. Unfortunately, his talent is limited. Despite the efforts of City Lord Fong to procure the finest elixirs, he could not alter his innate constitution. Do you know? He even practiced forbidden arts, but soon suffered backlash, severing all his meridians. Ming Yu recalled the demeanor of City Lord Fong, who was remarkably gentle and at odds with the person described by Fong Weiming. You don't believe me? Understandable. You have met him, and he is exceptionally skilled at disguise. In truth, your master knows him well, yet for reasons unknown, has never exposed him. When he was at his wit's end, he encountered me. He confided that if he could not enter the Xianmen as an inner disciple or a direct apprentice, his father would force him to his death. He was uncertain of what to do and sought my assistance. So you became his solution? Fong Weiming smiled slightly. Indeed, Miss Ming, you are astute. The Mozu's descent into the world is always subject to some heavenly constraints, whereas a mortal body faces no such troubles. How unfair it is. Why do you look at me that way? I did not coerce him. It was entirely his choice. He recognized my capabilities and implored me for help. I merely stipulated a condition. Becoming a direct disciple of Tianji sect was his specific request. I am naturally inclined to assist, so why would I refuse him? And you? Who are you? Where do you come from? How did you become the Demon Lord? Fong Weiming merely smiled at her. Today, I am in a good mood, so I shall share. As he spoke, demonic energy swirled in his palm, and the sword, Buku, reluctantly emerged from its sheath, seemingly resisting his approach. Ming Yu was taken aback and reached out to summon it back. Fong Weiming chuckled softly. So many years have passed, yet I did not anticipate encountering remnants of an old acquaintance in you. The level of Buku recognizing a master has not changed at all. Ming Yu's expression shifted. What do you mean? Remnants of an acquaintance? You mean Buku? Fong Weiming raised an eyebrow. Have you not seen me in the dreamscape of the fateful sword? Perhaps you have not. After all, in Li Shi's life, I was merely a defeated foe. Ming Yu scrutinized his features closely. Wu Jin. I am certain I have never heard that name. Wu Jin is the name I adopted after joining the Mozu. My original name was Li Shu Jin, a contemporary of Li Shi. Ming Yu's heart jolted. No wonder, after she saved him outside the Maple Forest City, he had remained by her side. Prior to that, he had shown no interest in her whatsoever. You bear a striking resemblance to her, which is why I have followed you. Chapter 119. You resemble her. Ming Yu closed her eyes tightly, steadying her mind. What you are saying has no bearing on my inquiries. You need not continue. Fong Weiming chuckled lightly. Are you afraid? Miss Ming, are you unwilling to listen? Then depart. I have no desire to speak further. Ming Yu, ignited by a surge of anger, abruptly stood and glanced toward the dark room's door, restraining her steps. You are not leaving? Then continue to listen to my tale. Li Shui was indeed exceptionally gifted, but she was overly intelligent. Did you know? She was born with a natural sword bone. Ha! How could such a treasure be found in her? She was merely the child of a concubine brought back by the main house. How could she surpass me? Although my swordsmanship may not match hers, I have other means. Ming Yu's mind flashed with the image of Li Shui and the scene of her arguing with the old matron. You propose the idea of her marriage? She asked, suppressing her fury, enunciating each word. Fong Weiming remained indifferent to her expression. I merely gave it a nudge. That old hag was too greedy. I merely mentioned it casually, yet she took it to heart. Are you angry? This is the first time I have seen you like this. How interesting, much like Li Shui when she was upset. I seem to have never witnessed her in this state. Perhaps I have, but it was so long ago that I have forgotten. Ming Yu internally cursed him, forcing herself not to look at him. Are you cursing me in your heart? Hearing this, Ming Yu shot him a glare, but Fong Weiming appeared unfazed, finding it even more amusing. Miss need not look at me that way. I cannot bear it. Ming Yu was genuinely angry, despite casting an illusion. Fong Weiming now appeared utterly deranged. Even the way he looked at her was no longer concealed, making her uncomfortable. You truly resemble her. In your actions, speech, and even appearance, there are striking similarities. At times, I often wonder if you are her reincarnation, but I have searched for so many years. And she is indeed long gone, her body and soul obliterated. Fong Weiming gazed at Ming Yu with a dazed look, as if he were seeing someone else through her. His eyes held traces of infatuation, resentment, and madness. Pervert! Ming Yu could no longer endure it. She stepped forward and kicked over his chair, grasping Fong Weiming by the throat. My patience has its limits, Demon Lord. It seems you're unwilling to divulge anything today, so let it be for another time. With that, she snapped her fingers. The walls and floor of the dark room flickered with faint light, forming an array. Fong Weiming was instantly bound by descending iron chains, which locked several of his major meridians. After Ming Yu departed, Fong Weiming stared at the empty chamber, seemingly reminiscing, and suddenly erupted into wild laughter. His laughter was loud enough for those outside to hear clearly. Yu Yinshu had already left for an urgent matter, leaving only Lu Yinsui waiting outside for news. How is it? He is the demon Lord Wu Jin. The true Fong Weiming has sacrificed himself to him. The rest remains unknown for now. We must wait a while longer. As he spoke, he recalled the look Fong Weiming had given her, tightening his fist unconsciously, until she returned to her courtyard. Ming Yu remained exceedingly furious. He, in his suffering, became the catalyst for others' pain, and yet he had the audacity to look at her with such eyes. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became, and she crushed a teacup in her hand. She then took out Buku, gently caressing it. The character for Shu had long since vanished after it recognized her as its master, replaced by the character for Yu. Yet Ming Yu could still sense the aura of Li Shui from the sword. She had always been present, never truly gone. If it were you, what would you do upon witnessing this scene today? That night, as she prepared for sleep, Ming Yu lit a calming incense to aid her rest, and indeed, she fell asleep swiftly. In her dreams, she found herself amidst verdant mountains and clear waters, a woman in white dancing with a sword in a bamboo grove. The swordplay was fierce, her form ethereal, like a startled swan. This sword technique felt so familiar. Yes, it was her. In the bamboo grove, there was another figure, a vague silhouette that was indistinct. Since you have come, show yourself. The woman's movements stilled as she sheathed her sword. The figure became visible, seemingly a man, though his face remained obscured. Your swordsmanship has improved. The woman, sipping water, glanced at him and replied, if you wish to catch up to me, you should practice your swordplay now, rather than linger here. The man scoffed coldly, stating that with her innate talent for swordsmanship, no amount of relentless practice could compare to even an hour of her training. The woman, however, found his words baffling. And then what? Will you cease your training? In this world, I am not the only one with a natural affinity for the sword. Many at a tender age possess extraordinary skills. With so many gifted individuals around, do you think that if you feel you cannot catch up, you should simply stop learning? If that is your mindset, you shall never surpass me. With that, she resumed her sword practice, while the man stood in a daze for a moment before vanishing into the bamboo grove. The scene shifted to a seaside location, one that felt eerily familiar. It was the secret realm where Li Shui met her demise. She drew her sword towards a figure, accusing him of relaying her whereabouts back. The figure across from her did not deny it, but merely smiled, urging her to accept her fate, for her struggle had failed. Yet, there was no resentment in Li Shui's gaze, only pity. The man, enraged, questioned her expression. She responded with a smile, do you not see? I pity you for being unable to break free from your inner demons, dragging others down with you. Pity that this is how your life will always be. Li Shui, the man exclaimed, even if I have failed, I have fought back, while you will forever remain a coward. Enraged, he drew his sword and advanced towards her, his sword energy palpable. Ming Yu observed keenly, recognizing not only the celestial energy, but also demonic aura surrounding him. It became evident that he had succumbed to darkness long ago. Awakening from her dream, Ming Yu pressed her hand to her chest, calming herself for a while. In the dark room, A faint light flickered beside her. She unsheathed her sword once more, questioning, "Is it you? What do you wish for me to convey to him?" The empty room offered no answers, so Ming Yu embraced her sword and fell into a deep sleep, this time without dreams. In the latter half of the night, she slept soundly and awoke in good spirits, though that was quickly dampened by a message from Fong Weiming. He had attempted to escape the previous night, but the formation she had set up in advance had ensnared him. He refused to speak unless she inquired further. Infuriated, Ming Yu shattered a cup in frustration. In Chapter 120, "I will only tell you," Ming Yu gestured to indicate she understood and decided to let him simmer for a while, refusing to act on his demands. Yu Yanchu then brought her two pieces of news, one good and one bad. Which would she prefer to hear first? After a brief internal conflict, she steeled herself and opted for the bad news. Her senior sister was en route and expected to arrive that night. Ming Yu inhaled sharply, causing the cup she had just picked up to shatter once again, this time an entire set of Tianshan jade teawares. Heartbroken, she lamented the loss of such a precious set. "And the good news?" she asked. It seemed her senior sister had also brought along her spiritual companion. "Spiritual companion? I have no such thing," Ming Yu protested. "Iuzanchu not that hapfi my see." A flicker of joy surged through Ming Yu's heart as she considered that if the system were present, it could provide her with more options. And there were indeed matters she wished to consult it about. Thus, she cheerfully messaged Yun Pang Pang, inquiring when she would arrive. As expected, no reply came. But Ming Yu remained confident in her ability to handle things. Later that evening, she went to visit Fong Weiming. He repelled anyone who attempted to approach him and refrained from healing his wounds, which were still fresh and exacerbated by his failed escape attempt. Only when Ming Yu entered did he muster a smile. "You came. I knew you would." Ming Yu regarded him coldly. "You are torturing yourself just to draw me here, aren't you?" Fong Weiming weakly smiled in affirmation. "Indeed, I long to see you. I can divulge everything you wish to know, but I can only tell you. No one else." This time, Ming Yu surprisingly refrained from berating him, choosing instead to fix her gaze upon him intently before suddenly making her move. She channeled her spiritual energy into his meridians, circulating it around his body. "I want to ask you a question." Fong Weiming raised an eyebrow. "Please ask away. What are your true feelings for Li Shui?" After a prolonged silence, Fong Weiming finally chuckled, his laughter echoing in the cramped room. "What feelings? I cannot say. I resent her for being so remarkable that it suffocates me. I envy her for being born with a natural talent for the sword, forcing me to chase after her day and night. Yet, I admire her for her courage to break free from all constraints, willing to risk it all. When I see her practice, I wonder how such a person exists. The sword in her hand ceases to be a weapon. It becomes an extension of her being, entirely under her command. Watching her flee feels as if I too have escaped. Yet why am I still trapped here, unable to find peace? How could she possibly love another?" Ming Yu abruptly turned. "What do you mean?" Fong Weiming smirked. "That is precisely what I mean." Unable to contain herself, Ming Yu struck him squarely on the face, exclaiming, "You are truly twisted. It is revolting." Fong Weiming, undeterred by her insult, merely laughed harder. "After all these years, I finally heard you call me that." Reeling back, Ming Yu's perception of him shifted from merely twisted to genuinely deranged. "You seek to know the plans of the demon clan? I shall enlighten you." Ming Yu regained her composure. "Why did the demon clan suddenly break the seal? What are you truly after?" Fong Weiming swallowed hard, because the saintess retrieved an item hidden by Jiang Chongyu, one capable of traversing time, thus enabling the seal's breach. "As for us, we seek to avenge our past humiliation. I know what you wish to ask, so listen closely. When the three realms first opened, all beings existed together. However, the divine realm, in its arrogance, looked down upon the demon clan, later allying with the human race to share their secret arts in a joint effort against the demon clan, sealing them underground. The demon clan saintess is the reincarnation of the leader who opposed the divine clan. Each reincarnation retains all past memories. Thus, when the saintess returns, the demon clan will seek vengeance." Jiang Chongyu scattered the item across various locations, but unfortunately, part of it inadvertently awakened the saintess. Therefore, upon her official return to the demon clan, she located that item, How many insiders do you have in the CMN? Fong Weiming pondered for a moment before replying. I do not know. Do not know? Many from the demon clan have secretly slipped out during the seal's weakening, living among mortals while possessing human vessels. It is not uncommon for some to join the Xianmen under fortunate circumstances. And Jiang Chongyu? What of him? Ming Yu hesitated before asking. Fong Weiming's gaze grew distant as he recalled, He died, saving that woman. Such a fool. He was tricked and remained oblivious. Tricked? Why was it so coincidental that he saved a person he fell in love with, and that person turned out to be a half-demon, shunned by society? Everything was meticulously orchestrated from the start. Only that woman softened her heart. Ming Yu gasped. If that is the case, then his fall into darkness. Speaking of which, you have met that woman, haven't you? Ming Yu frowned, recalling her encounter with Yin Yang in the secret realm. But how did Fong Weiming know? Forgotten? In the maple forest at Qianjin Pavilion. Suddenly, Ming Yu remembered the proprietor of Qianjin Pavilion, a woman of the demon clan, though her features did not match. Fong Weiming seemed to perceive her thoughts. Continuing, she changed her appearance. After Jiang Chongyu's death, she was liberated, thus altering her visage and venturing into the mortal realm. It was mere chance that led her to me. Ming Yu's heart sank. If Jiang Chongyu was merely a pawn in a grand scheme, then his fall into darkness and all he sacrificed were nothing but a farce. You must possess some of the fragments left by Jiang Chongyu, correct? You should hide them well. The Saintess has commanded all demons to search for the fragments, and once gathered, the demon clan will undoubtedly come seeking revenge. Fong Weiming's gaze became clear once more. Ming Gunyang, do you know when you resemble her the most? It is when you worry for others. She was always concerned for unrelated individuals. Ming Yu, no longer wishing to hear his words, turned and left the dark chamber. Outside, she added another layer of protection, determined to prevent anyone from approaching this place and to disregard him. In her heart, disbelief lingered. How could it be like this? Jiang Chongyu had clearly cherished her deeply, even sacrificing his own lifespan and abandoning his sect without a hint of regret. Yet what of her? Had she ever experienced remorse? No one knew, not Ming Yu, and perhaps that person herself was unaware. Some matters cannot simply be resolved through regret. Chapter 121. The Quest for Fragments the following day. He relayed that the demon clan Saintess had acquired some fragments left by Jiang Chongyu, which allowed her to break the seal. However, this was merely a portion. Now the entire demon clan sought the remaining pieces. Once united, it would herald the return of the divine demon war from 1,000 years past. But now we had no divine clan to shield us. Lu Yinsui furrowed her brow deeply, acknowledging the demon clan's treachery. Ming Yu pushed forth a box and then extended her hand to cast a protective barrier around the room. This is part of the fragment. You may examine it, and then send others to search. For now, we can only contain it this way. Lu Yinsui accepted the box, opening it to reveal a golden white light that swirled throughout the chamber. Ming Yu, having anticipated this, raised her hand to shield her eyes, but upon opening them, she discovered an additional hand beside her own. It belonged to Yu Yanchu. Ming Yu gently smiled, saying, Today, only the three of us are present, so I shall speak plainly. Jiang Chongyu's status is rather unique, and I obtained this information by chance. The assassination attempt by the demon clan that night was also aimed at this. The whereabouts of this object should not be widely publicized. Moreover, I suspect that the demon clan's occupation of a portion of Yanshinjio's territory is also to locate these fragments. Yet evidently, they have not succeeded. Lu Yinsui covered the box, casting a significant glance at Ming Yu. I understand your intent. The search for the fragments is indeed urgent. I would like you two to continue the pursuit. What do you think? Ming Yu and Yu Yanchu exchanged glances. That is acceptable, but will our departure affect the battle situation in a few days? Lu Yinsui waved her hand dismissively. A confrontation with the demon clan is unavoidable. Both of you possess considerable skill. However, valor alone does not suffice on the battlefield. I have my plans. The demon clan will undoubtedly dispatch elite forces to seek the fragments. If you two go quietly, it will allow you to evade detection. They clasped their fists in agreement. We will not fail your trust. As Ming Yu was about to depart, Lu Yinsui suddenly remarked, As long as you remain her, I shall never act against your interests. Ming Yu looked up at her, nodding slightly as she passed by, before leaving. In the now empty room, Lu Yinsui caressed the jade pendant at her waist, softly sighing. Xiao Yu. The two quickly gathered their belongings, preparing to leave that evening. Yin Peng Peng was already en route, but they would miss each other. Ming Yu sent her a message via the resonant stone, and the two departed silently. Where to first? Ming Yu pondered for a moment before replying, Fenglin Du. The flying boat arranged by Lu Yinsui would take just a day to reach their destination. However, aboard the vessel, Ming Yu found it impossible to sleep. She rose to knock on Yu Yanchu's door. Xixiang, are you asleep? Guoming. Conditions aboard the boat were limited, and the rooms were not spacious. Their chambers were adjacent. Ming Yu, unable to sleep, knew Yu Yanchu was fully aware of this, simply waiting for her to take the initiative. Have you learned something today? He asked. Observing her troubled expression, Ming Yu took a deep breath. Do you still remember the owner of Qianjin Pavilion in Fenglindu? After a moment of reflection, Yu Yanchu replied, I remember. What, that demon clan member? He poured her a cup of tea as he spoke. That person is Yunyang. Yu Yanchu paused, nearly losing grip on the teapot, spilling some of the water. Ming Yu quickly offered a handkerchief. Xixiang, take it easy. Yu Yanchu steadied himself. Did Feng Weiming tell you this? Ming Yu nodded. He said that Jiang Chongyu's encounter with Yunyang was orchestrated by the demon clan, intending to sow discord within the immortal sect. However, they did not anticipate that Jiang Chongyu would go to such lengths for Yunyang, even finding the order of time. Yu Yanchu shared her complex feelings. They had both witnessed Jiang Chongyu's affection for Yunyang. The man who once disregarded everyone now obeyed her every word. Once the pride of the heavens and the future leader of Yanshengjiu, he had now become a figure that neither the realms of gods nor demons wished to mention. It was uncertain if he had ever felt regret. Perhaps he had not. So, this journey to Fenglin is solely to find her? Ming Yu affirmed. She must possess something left by Jiang Chongyu. I just do not know its exact location. Yu Yanchu pondered. What we can think of, the demon clan can as well. This venture may yield no results. Ming Yu replied, I understand. But I refuse to believe she harbors no feelings for Jiang Chongyu. As long as she retains even a sliver of emotion, even if not love, even if guilt, she would not easily hand over the items to the demon clan. Furthermore, since she chose to survive in the mortal realm after Jiang Chongyu's death, there must be a rift between her and the demon clan. Yu Yanchu nodded. What else? Ming Yu, puzzled, asked, what do you mean? Your demeanor suggests it is not solely due to Jiang Chongyu. Ming Yu suddenly smiled. Xixiang, you truly understand me. Then her gaze fell upon the artifact in her hand, known as Buku, originally named Li Shujin, a cousin of Li Shui. His involvement in past events was evident. It was indeed laughable that he claimed to have searched for Li Shui for many years. Yu Yanchu approached her, covering her eyes. There are many people and events in this world that are inherently absurd. There is no need to pay them any heed. Ming Yu embraced Yu Yanchu, silently nodding. In the small room, under the glow of a few lamps, the two held each other, casting aside all worldly troubles, as time seemed to stand still in that moment. Fenglin Du, Tianjin Pavilion. In a dimly lit chamber, a woman adorned herself before a mirror. All her hair ornaments lay scattered on the vanity, a sight of exquisite treasures. Yet the comb she held appeared aged, its color faded, and the engraved patterns had become difficult to discern from frequent handling. Behind her, a figure lurked in shadows, reporting the situation outside. The demon emperor has sent another message, demanding the return of that item from years past. Yunyang scoffed. Do we not give them everything back then? What more do they desire? Send that message back. The figure continued. Recently, many strangers have arrived at the pavilion. It seems there are both demons and mortals among them. I fear. Yunyang halted her movements, placing the comb down. I understand. Inform those below to cease operations. We shall no longer conduct business. The figure clasped his fists. Understood. With that, he vanished from the room. Yunyang caressed the wooden comb, nostalgia flooding her gaze, before a mocking smile broke forth. I betrayed you back then, all to escape the demon clan. Now it seems fate has come full circle. Should the day come when we meet again, I wonder if you would wish to see me once more. Chapter 122. Finding someone as the flying boat docked. The two hurried into the city. Fenglin Du remained as it always had. However, Qianjin Pavilion was closed. They randomly found an inn to stay and inquired with the attendant. The news flows well here. Just a few days ago, there was a disturbance at Qianjin Pavilion, and they reportedly damaged quite a few items. The owner decided to shut the doors for a few days. If you wish to purchase something, you will have to wait. Ming Yu handed him some silver coins in gratitude. Once inside their room, she casually set up a protective barrier. Fong Weiming had been operating here for many years. There must be numerous demons present. It seemed they had already sought out Yin Yang, and her seclusion was her response. Yu Yinshu gazed towards the distant Qianjin Pavilion, where not a single window was ajar. To venture during the day would be too conspicuous. Let's go at night, she suggested. Ming Yu nodded, sharing the same sentiment. Although Fong Weiming presently remained under their control, the influence he had cultivated over the years was indeed serving the demonic realm. There's one more matter, Ming Yu continued, producing a jade pendant from her possession. This was taken from Fong Weiming. It can temporarily command his forces for our purposes. After resting for the afternoon, Ming Yu later visited a small shop on the street. The establishment, modest in size, offered a variety of goods, including alchemical potions from the cultivation realm, weapons from the mortal world, and several books on cultivation. Dust had settled over many items, carelessly displayed without any apparent attention. Upon entering, Ming Yu found no attendants. The shopkeeper was preoccupied with accounts, and the waiter was absent-mindedly dusting an empty shelf. Ming Yu casually picked up a book, flipping it open to reveal a narrative on the history of immortals and demons. The language was refreshingly original, and the story was well-crafted, though the book appeared somewhat worn. Beneath it lay a dagger, its ancient style captivating. However, upon inspection, it was dull, explaining its careless placement. After a lengthy wait, the waiter finally approached. "What may I assist you with, esteemed guest? Our shop carries goods from north to south, including numerous fine items." Intrigued, Ming Yu inquired, "What other fine items do you possess?" The waiter appraised her attire, noting her few hairpins yet recognizing their delicate design, suggesting they bore significant value. Her seemingly ordinary garments, upon closer inspection, revealed intricate patterns glimmering subtly under the light, indicating they were not of mundane quality. Particularly, the jade pendant at her waist suggested an extraordinary identity. "Please, esteemed guest, step inside. Such treasures require careful examination." Ming Yu chuckled lightly, tossing a coin pouch towards him. The waiter waited in his hand, his smile deepening as he ushered her into the inner chamber. The inner room was far cleaner and more orderly than the exterior. The waiter presented a box, and upon opening it, a small crystal shard radiating a faint yellow glow lay atop a satin cloth. To an untrained eye, it would seem that they were conducting unscrupulous business. Yet, Ming Yu's gaze remained fixated on the crystal. If she was not mistaken, it was a fragment of something significant. The waiter, now wearing a different demeanor, stated, "This is what our master commanded. Despite utilizing all our resources, we could only procure this piece." Ming Yu nodded in agreement. Recognizing its rarity, the waiter beamed with delight. After securing the item, Ming Yu casually tossed the jade pendant to him, instructing everyone to remain cautious. As it was indeed a tumultuous time, the waiter promptly complied. Ming Yu returned to the inn with the box, where Yu Yinshu awaited her eagerly. "How'd it go?" she asked. Ming Yu passed the box to him, stating success and an unexpected gain. Upon opening the box, Yu Yinshu was taken aback. Understanding his concern, Ming Yu reassured him. "As long as the fragment is in our possession, regardless of his intentions, we have secured what we sought." Meanwhile, within the shop, the waiter swiftly retrieved a spirit stone to communicate, moments later revealing a message. "Her every request shall be fulfilled." The city bustled with life in the evening, and the two ventured out to explore. Despite the dire circumstances outside, the townsfolk continued with their lives. The conflict between the immortals and demons was indeed terrifying. Yet the most dreadful fate was the inability to procure sustenance or pay taxes. As they roamed the city, both sensed an increased presence of demons, particularly around Qianjin Pavilion, likely sent as watchers. Nevertheless, they felt compelled to proceed. The Fenlin district had no curfew, and nighttime merchants profited more, allowing them to meander and acquire various items. Unbeknownst to them, as closing time approached, Ming Yu felt unfulfilled in her exploration, and they returned to the inn laden with goods, cleverly evading any followers. After changing their garments, they vanished within their room. In Qianjin Pavilion, Yunyang sat alone, indulging in wine, a nightly ritual for many years. The faintest sounds at the door went unnoticed as she continued to sip her drink. The visitor remained silent, standing behind her until finally breaking the stillness with a laugh. "Are you attempting to torment yourself for solace?" Yunyang turned to face the intruder, then returned her gaze, asking, "What brings you here?" The visitor examined her room, reminiscent of the one they had occupied years prior. What would Jiang Chongyu feel if he knew? Rather than express anger, Yunyang chuckled. "Have you finished? If so, leave." The figure stepped forward, seizing her throat. "Yunyang, how bold you have become, speaking to your elder sister this way." Despite being choked, Yunyang showed no emotion. "What are you to me, elder sister? My lowly bloodline cannot aspire to the status of the Holy Maiden. Please take your leave." Yilian Yevremovit Hadat, revealing a striking visage. "Where are the items left by Jiang Chongyu? Surrender them, and I shall not return." Yunyang smiled subtly. "Did you not take everything back then? Have you forgotten? You even used it to break the seal. Is that not sufficient?" Yiliani tilted her head slightly, her eyes turning crimson, increasing her grip. Soon, red marks appeared on Yunyang's neck. "Do not provoke me, Yunyang." Unfazed, Yunyang replied, "I've stated, I possess nothing." Suddenly, Yiliani released her, allowing Yunyang to collapse and cough on the floor. "I hope so. If I discover you have given those items to the immortal sect, Yunyang, you know the consequences." With that, Yiliani vanished. Yunyang remained on the ground, silent tears escaping her eyes, her expression oscillating between laughter and sorrow. Chapter 123. At last it arrives. The moon hung bright and clear, though the weather was not favorable, with clouds obscuring its glow and the presence of several figures. Ming Yu's silhouette materialized within Qianjin Pavilion, closely pressed against the wall alongside Yu Yanchu, separated only by a thin barrier from the suddenly appearing demonic guards. They both held their breath, remaining undetected as the guards vanished moments later. Guided by her memory, Ming Yu ascended to the top floor, where a dimly lit corridor led to a single room. Upon entering, it was evident that she had stumbled into a woman's bedroom. The bed curtains hung low, and several garments were haphazardly draped over a rack. The dressing table faced a window through which the moonlight streamed, creating a gentle luminescence. Despite the solitary candle flickering on the table, it illuminated the space sufficiently. Ming Yu entered and closed the door quietly. The room was empty, and she stood still. A sudden breeze swept through, accompanied by a swift movement behind her. Ming Yu sidestepped, avoiding the attack, only to find herself engaged in a struggle with her assailant, their forms twisting and turning within the confines of the room. After several exchanges, Ming Yu managed to restrain the individual's arm behind her back, bringing them closer. Yunyang turned to face her, a faint smile gracing her lips as she remarked, "You have finally arrived." Ming Yu released her grip, stepping back slightly. With a flourish of her sleeve, Yunyang reignited several candles, illuminating the entire room. It was then that Ming Yu recognized the layout was identical to the one they had encountered in the secret realm. Unfazed by Ming Yu's scrutiny, Yunyang calmly poured tea for her. Upon receiving the cup, Ming Yu noted its familiar flavor, a reminiscence of their shared past. Her gaze held a depth of meaning as she remarked, "It has been a long time. You have changed significantly." Yunyang smiled brightly. "After over a decade, who remains unchanged, yet you are still very much the same." Ming Yu lowered her gaze, opting for silence. Once, there was a woman who could not speak. Her eyes filled with tenderness. Now, despite her charming demeanor in front of everyone, the spark of brilliance in her gaze has long since faded. "I am aware of your purpose for coming here, but that item is not in my possession." Ming Yu's attention was drawn to an object on the dressing table, and Yunyang, following her gaze, smiled somewhat awkwardly. "I know you surely do not believe me. In fact, it is not only you, but also others who have sought me out. Yet, how could someone as astute as him not realize that keeping that object close would only bring calamity? Initially, I wronged him, and after his death, I was imprisoned for several years. Everything was meticulously examined before I could escape my clan and arrive at Fenglin City. How could something that went undiscovered for a decade suddenly resurface? Ming Yu finished her tea and stood up, pausing before leaving. Perhaps after 10 years it could indeed appear. After all, you have stated that he is a clever man. Yunyang, should you require assistance, you may find me at Mingyuan. Her silhouette swiftly departed from Qianjin Pavilion, where Yu Yinshu awaited her, and together they returned to the inn under the cloak of night. What do you think? Ming Yu shook her head, unwilling to divulge her thoughts. However, it mattered little. The item should not have fallen into the hands of the demon clan. Yu Yinshu fixed his gaze upon her, saying, Xiao Yu, time is running short. Ming Yu raised her eyes to the faint light of dawn breaking outside the window. I understand. After Ming Yu's departure, Yu Liani returned to Qianjin Pavilion once more. Yunyang remained in her usual posture, anticipating her arrival. I knew you would not be so foolish as to repeat the same mistake twice. Yunyang merely gazed out at the sky, where dawn was approaching. I have already said, the item is not with me. You may go. Yu Liani chuckled softly. Very well, I hope we shall never meet again in this lifetime. With Yu Liani's disappearance, the number of people in Qianjin Pavilion diminished significantly. Yunyang realized it was she who had withdrawn the demon guards. She then let out a self-deprecating laugh towards the window. As the sun passed noon, Ming Yu sat quietly in her room, counting the time. Suddenly, the door was pushed open, and a person stumbled in, disheveled and bloodied. It was Yunyang. Her sudden appearance, coupled with her injuries, made her momentarily relax upon seeing Ming Yu, her body losing its support and swaying precariously. Ming Yu swiftly moved to support her, checking her pulse, only to find that all her meridians were severed. After settling Yunyang and setting up a protective formation, Ming Yu took up her sword and ventured outside. In the backyard, Yu Yinshu faced off against a figure, both sides testing each other's strengths without making a move. When Ming Yu appeared, the other person's expression shifted momentarily before they quickly regained their composure and greeted her with a smile. Shiji, long time no see. Ming Yu silently drew her sword, unworthy of being addressed as Shiji by the Holy Maiden. I have never had a shimmy like you. Yu Liani smiled slightly. Why must you be so harsh, Shiji? After all, I have genuinely studied in Taishu for several years. Ming Yu scoffed coldly. What is the intent behind your actions today, Holy Maiden? Ye Lian Yu replied. It is quite simple. The person who just entered is one of my kin, and I intend to take her away. She is of impure blood and has always been regarded as a disgrace by the demon clan. What use is she to you? Yu Liani yawned with a hint of disinterest. Ming Yu, I do not wish to engage in idle chatter with you. Hand her over, and I shall refrain from making a move today. Last time, you summoned a calamity only to injure my avatar. It will not be so easy this time. Yu Yinshu interjected, blocking Ming Yu's advance, raising an eyebrow. The Holy Maiden has brought her avatar today, yet how can you be so certain of victory? Furthermore, if the Holy Maiden could harm her own half-sister, how can we trust your words? Yu Liani's countenance darkened. How do you know this? Yu Yinshu smiled slightly. The Holy Maiden was born of a mortal body, which grants her a semblance of mortal blood. Yet, she is acting in such a manner. Is it not akin to betraying her own lineage? Yu Liani, now furious, unleashed her demonic energy, which Ming Yu swiftly countered. Yu Liani laughed in rage. What do you know? My existence is decreed by fate. I emerged from the same womb as another, yet she succumbed to love and deceived me. Is it wrong for me to strike? Moreover, how could a mere mortal possibly relate to my bloodline? Yu Yinshu continued to chuckle lightly. The Holy Maiden in her current state reminds me of a saying. One will inevitably pursue what they could not attain in their youth. Surely, the Holy Maiden has endured much scrutiny due to this lineage, causing her to wish to sever ties. Yu Liani was thoroughly enraged and launched her attack without holding back. Chapter 124, Yunyang. Ming Yu and Yu Yinshu simultaneously evaded, their swords drawn, aimed at Yu Liani. Long Yuan and Buku struck in unison, their power formidable, forcing Yu Liani back several steps. Yu Liani glanced at the injury on her hand caused by the spiritual energy, which was instantly healed by her demonic energy. I underestimated you. In the distant sky, a burst of firework appeared, exceptionally conspicuous in the daylight. Yu Liani looked over, her expression shifting I've changed my mind. You may keep her. Just ensure her protection. Be wary of her escaping. Ming Yu, our next meeting shall not be so simple. A black mist surged from the ground, and Yi Lianyi's figure vanished in an instant. Byuku pursued, only to pierce through a wisp of smoke. Ming Yu summoned her sword back, glancing at Yu Yanshu, and the two ascended the stairs together. Yun Yang remained asleep, her injuries both internal and external. Ming Yu furrowed her brow, fearing their skills were insufficient to save her. After examining her pulse, Yu Yanshu shook his head in agreement. Ming Yu clenched her fists, channeling her spiritual energy to send a message to Yun Pengpeng. For now, only she could assist. When Yun Pengpeng received the message, she was en route, letting out a cold snort as she pocketed the communication stone, clearly unwilling to reply. Qi Huaid, observing from the side, found it amusing and could not help but ask, "What is Shiji doing?" Not replying will only cause them worry. Yun Pengpeng shot him an icy glance. She left without a word, and now that she needs something, she starts sending messages? Why should I respond? You're not allowed to reply either. Qi Huaid could only smile wryly in agreement. A hamster emerged from his arms. Plump and shiny, why are we still not there? You all are too slow. Qi Huaid offered it a fruit. We'll have to wait a bit longer. We're almost there. The system yawned, quickly devouring the fruit before burrowing back to sleep. Yun Pengpeng looked at him with exasperation. Even raising a spirit pet was a lazy endeavor, spending every day either eating or sleeping. Qi Huaid simply chuckled softly. Ming Yu and Yu Yanshu took turns channeling their spiritual energy to her, managing to stabilize her heart pulse temporarily. Fortunately, by evening, Yun Pengpeng arrived. As soon as she entered, she shot both of them a disdainful glance, then arrogantly demanded, "Where is she?" Ming Yu promptly pointed the way. "In my room, Shiji, I will take you in." Yun Pengpeng shot her a sidelong glance. "No need, stay outside." Once Yun Pengpeng entered, the two finally relaxed. It was clear that this person was not easily appeased. Qi Huaid followed them in, and a hamster popped out his arms. Upon seeing Ming Yu, it leaped onto her shoulder, nuzzling against her affectionately. Ming Yu smiled as she stroked its fur. It seems to have gained quite a bit of weight. Qi Huaid laughed. "Don't overthink it. Your Shiji is just like that." She rushed over as soon as she received your message, but she still has some lingering irritation. Ming Yu lowered her gaze, acknowledging, "It is my fault. I should have informed her before leaving." It was evident she was putting on a show for those inside the room. Yu Yanshu gently patted her back, explaining that it was his decision to bring his junior sister along, thus he should apologize to his senior sister. The sound of a table being moved echoed from within the room. Qi Huaid chuckled once more, suggesting they should let her heal in peace. The group descended the stairs, but the system clung tightly to Ming Yu, refusing to let go. Even when seated, it would not move to the table. Ming Yu found this somewhat amusing and took out a spiritual fruit to feed it before they began discussing their purpose. They came to retrieve the items left by Jiang Chongyu. Though they were uncertain of the exact location, it was likely in the possession of Yunyang. Qi Huaid nodded, recalling the name Jiang Chongyu, which he had not heard in quite some time. After a moment, he suddenly turned to Yu Yanshu and remarked that there was a certain connection between them. Yu Yanshu furrowed her brow, questioning the nature of this connection. Qi Huaid, fanning himself with a smile, explained that although the crown Prince Chengming had not entered the immortal sect, he had learned some techniques there, and among his instructors had been Jiang Chongyu. Ming Yu raised an eyebrow slightly, while Yu Yanshu remained expressionless, having never heard of such a figure. However, Qi Huaid seemed to find humor in the situation, noting that the reason the master had brought her to the island was partly due to Jiang Chongyu. Truly, it was a case of karmic retribution. Yu Yanshu shot him a glance, choosing to disregard his comments. After a while, Yun Pengpeng came downstairs, gathering her belongings. Her meridians had been severed for over a decade, leaving her incapable of harboring any spiritual energy or demonic aura. It seemed she survived by some means. Ming Yu and Yu Yanshu exchanged glances, realizing that perhaps the individual had awakened, but given the severity of the injury, her survival might not be long-lasting. Ming Yu felt a weight in her heart as she nodded, expressing her gratitude to her senior sister. She then ascended the stairs to check on the person. Yunyang had already regained consciousness for a while and was leaning against the bed in a daze. She greeted Ming Yu with a smile, saying, "You have come." Ming Yu replied with a soft acknowledgement as she took a seat. Yun Yang coughed lightly, revealing a crimson stain on her hand. "I am well aware of my own body. I have died once before, and it was he who forcibly brought me back to life, striving to keep me alive. I owe him greatly." Ming Yu remained silent, unsure of what to say. Honestly, she felt Jiang Chongyu was somewhat innocent. Yet the nature of their relationship was beyond the judgment of outsiders. "Although I have dwelled among mortals for so many years, my heart seems to have followed him. I have been waiting for you." Ming Yu was puzzled. "Waiting for us?" "You are correct. How could such an astute individual not have a plan? He left you something, and you must have received part of it." Ming Yu recalled the small courtyard within the secret realm and nodded. "The other part resides within me. They searched for it for so long back then because it has always been within me. Even with this tether, I cannot hold on much longer. Such is fate. How could a mere ant contend against it?" Ming Yu felt a pang of compassion. If this item could preserve her life, how could she bring herself to ask for it? "I know you cannot voice this request. It is I who must give it to you. Shall you? I ask of you one thing. He lies buried beside the Santu Chuan in the demon realm. If you have the chance, bring him back and let us be laid to rest together in the secret realm of the Yenshin sect." Tears welled in Ming Yu's eyes as she acquiesced. Yun Yang succumbed to another fit of coughing, the bloodstains on her hand becoming increasingly visible. "Karma is cyclical. He saved me back then, and now I return the favor, hoping that we may meet again in the next life." Chapter 125. There is only this one method. Ming Yu closed the door, granting Yun Yang solitude. Her current state was at the brink of collapse, sustained merely by fragments of the order of time. Yun Yang rolled up her sleeves, revealing a faint golden mark on her arm. This was the first mark to appear after her death, and she had always been aware of it. The demon race was never accepted by the world, and how could mortals entering the demon realm be any different? From the moment of her birth, she understood she was an unwelcome existence. Her birth was an accident, even siphoning nourishment meant for the saintess, forcing her to remain trapped in the demon realm for years. The mark on her arm flickered with light, and Yun Yang seemed to see a figure materialize beside her. His appearance remained unchanged, smiling as he extended his hand, just as he had years ago, saying, "I will take you away. From now on, I will protect you." The room suddenly filled with a golden glow, and when Ming Yu turned, her face was streaked with tears. Yun Yang lay calmly with a smile on her lips as 3 fragments of faint golden light slowly floated from her body. Ming Yu reached out, and the fragments flew into her hand. However, as the fragments departed, Yun Yang's body began to rapidly transform. Her once delicate skin quickly wrinkled, and with a gust of wind, her form dissipated like sand. Outside, the demon race had already surrounded the area. Yiliani appeared once more. Unlike before, this time she exuded a palpable difference, as she had come in her true form. Ming Yu carefully stored the fragments and summoned the system, instructing it to find a place to hide. Armed with her sword, she stepped outside. The inn was besieged by the demon race, the sky darkening with ominous clouds and the rumble of thunder. Yiliani, cloaked in black robes, faced Yu Yin Shu and the others with calmness until Ming Yu emerged, at which point she smiled and removed her hood. "Ming Yu, I have been waiting for you for a long time. Indeed, you have not disappointed me. Hand over the items willingly." Ming Yu looked up, saying, "You intentionally led her to find me and deliberately spared her." Yiliani laughed. "Correct. My sister is quite stubborn. I have attempted to take it from her several times without success. Even if I were to kill her, she would destroy the fragments to prevent me from obtaining them. But you are different. You have already met, and she will surely hand over the items to you." Ming Yu brandished her sword, declaring, "And why do you think I would not destroy them?" Yiliani laughed heartily. "Ming Yu, do you not wish to return home?" Ming Yu's expression turned cold. "What do you mean?" Yiliani continued to laugh. "I know where you come from, and I shall tell you this. It is not necessary for someone to cultivate into a deity to open the reincarnation gate. Simply gather the fragments of time's order, and it can be opened. Now, do you still wish to destroy them?" Ming Yu's expression hardened. She retorted, "You mentioned there are other methods. Yiliani simulated deep in it. Ming Yu, do you not understand? From the moment you arrived here, the core of the world vanished. The person you hope for cannot cultivate into a deity under the current circumstances. Your only hope lies in the fragments of time's order. Ming Yu's expression darkened, yet she maintained a steady grip on her sword. All eyes were upon her. Yi Lianyi awaited her decision, while Yu Yin-chu and the others were filled with concern. Suddenly, Ming Yu smiled. You are mistaken. There is still one method. With that, she unleashed a wave of sword energy, declaring, let all the fragments belong to me. Yi Lianyi sidestepped, still smiling. Very well. Let us see who can obtain them. The long sword was drawn, its azure light illuminating the surroundings as the sword energy surged skyward. Under the might of Bu Chu's sword energy, Long Yuan followed closely. The two energies, one soft and one hard, appearing discordant, yet in reality, they complemented each other as they charged toward Yi Lianyi. Yi Lianyi gathered demonic energy in her hands, forming a long sword to block the attack. Qi Huaid, with a flourish of his sleeves, conjured an ancient zither that appeared out of thin air. With a few casual plucks, streams of spiritual energy surged forth, instantly sending the surrounding demons flying. Yun Pangpang remained stationary, merely observing the battle. Since entering the island, Ming Yu had trained in swordsmanship under Yu Yin-chu's guidance, with every move and technique being taught by him. Their movements synchronized perfectly, their techniques mirroring one another. Had it not been for the differing colors of their spiritual energy, one might easily mistake them for the same person from distance. The sword energy surged like a tide, seemingly devoid of lethal intent. Yet each strike carried a chilling aura, surrounding Yi Lianyi entirely. She summoned her energy to resist, letting out a cold laugh, and then the demonic energy broke through the encirclement, rushing towards the two. Ming Yu extended her hand to block it, the turquoise spiritual power clashing with the blackish-purple demonic energy. After a moment, she was pushed back a few steps, stabilizing herself with one hand pressed against her lower back. Yi Lianyi flashed them a teasing smile, asking if they were still going to fight. Yun Pangpang scoffed disdainfully, stating that of course they were going to fight. As she spoke, she gathered her strength and struck forward with a punch. Yi Lianyi caught it with one hand, but a moment later, she was thrust back by a surge of spiritual power. She looked at herself in disbelief, her hand already bearing several scars from the spiritual energy. The demonic energy unable to restore itself. How could you? Yun Pangpang interrupted her impatiently. How could I what? If you want to fight, then let's fight. No need for idle chatter. With that, she flew forward again with another punch. Yi Lianyi dodged, but the punch sent the demonic creatures behind her flying. Some of the weaker ones instantly reduced to ashes. Ming Yu was equally stunned. She had always known that Yin Pongpong's cultivation was the strongest among the four of them. Yet, she had not anticipated her strength to be at this level. Yi Lianyi, at her peak, was comparable to a great ascendant undergoing tribulation. Yet Yun Pangpang held her own without losing ground. It was no wonder that even the third senior brother had to avoid her brilliance. There was a reason for it. Yun Pangpang and Yi Lianyi fought evenly, and with Ming Yu assisting from the side, Yi Lianyi found herself at a disadvantage. The demonic creatures she had brought were also being systematically eliminated by Qi Huaid and Yu Yanchu. In just the span of an hour, the battle reached its conclusion. Surrounded by the four, Yi Lianyi gripped her long sword tightly. Ming Yu raised an eyebrow. Your Highness, the Saintess, it is now my turn to request something from you. Yi Lianyi scoffed derisively, gathering demonic energy once more, and engaged in combat with the four. Although their techniques varied, as they were all disciples of the same master and had lived together for several years, their synergy was impeccable. Yi Lianyi was repeatedly forced to retreat, unable to withstand the combined strength of the four. She was struck back once more, her body bearing numerous spiritual burns that could not heal. I will say this one more time, hand over what you have. Yi Lianyi smiled disdainfully. You wish. Just as Ming Yu approached with her sword drawn, a surge of demonic energy descended from above, exploding the ground. As the dust settled, there was no trace of Yi Lianyi left. Chapter 126. The core of the world. Ming Yu covered her mouth and nose with her sleeve and fled. Yu Yanchu nodded at her, signaling that this was indeed the case. Yun Pangpang clicked her tongue in disdain. The saintess of the demonic clan is nothing special. It's just that you few haven't practiced diligently. The three immediately huddled together like quails, enduring Yin Pongpong's reprimands. Once she had vented her frustration, Yin Pang Pang felt refreshed and went off to sleep. The three, meanwhile, set up a formation in another room. Ming Yu pieced together several fragments, already possessing more than half. Though she was unsure how many fragments Yiliani had, the fragments automatically formed an image, faintly revealing several simplified characters. Qi Huai studied it for a moment before fanning himself. These characters are quite strange. They are simple, yet I have never seen them before. Ming Yu cast a deep glance at him, thinking to herself that these were simplified characters, and if he recognized them, it would indeed be a mystery. Yu Yinshu nodded in agreement. We once stumbled into a cave in the secret realm of the Yinshin sect, and the inscriptions on the walls were similar, though not quite the same. Ming Yu contemplated again. Her third senior brother had a good memory, as those characters were also simplified, but different from these. Suddenly, Yu Yinshu seemed to recall something and turned to Ming Yu. Xiao Yu, what do you think? Qi Huai also followed his gaze. Ming Yu picked up the system, which was soundly asleep in the corner, and shook it a bit until a box fell out of its embrace. It was the very box that Jiang Chongyu had used to store the fragments. The box's lock had been closed again. Ming Yu infused it with spiritual energy, causing several characters to float up. The three of them looked over simultaneously, and Ming Yu pointed at the characters, saying, these characters appeared in the secret realm of the Yinshin sect, meaning the spiritual manifestation of heaven and earth. Yu Yinshu frowned, recalling the four characters at the entrance of the Yinshin sect. Ming Yu nodded affirmatively. Indeed, the demonic clan probably never expected that Jiang Chongyu would set such a simple password. Yu Yinshu looked at her with profound meaning. This is not simple at all. Few people today can recognize these characters, yet, junior sister, you seem to know them well. Ming Yu choked on her tea, coughing a few times before clearing her throat. I do indeed recognize them. These are characters from my hometown. I suspect they were left behind by my ancestors. Qi Huai's eyes brightened. I didn't even know where my junior sister's hometown is. If we have the chance, we should visit it together. Ming Yu's expression stiffened. How could they visit? Her tone turned somber. I'm afraid that would disappoint second senior brother. My family has been nearly wiped out by the demonic clan over a decade ago. Now, it is but a ruin. At her words, Qi Huai's smile froze, and he struggled to find words of comfort, but could only manage. It's all in the past now. Yu Yinshu gazed at her intently, but said nothing. After Qi Huai left, Yu Yinshu continued to observe Ming Yu. Was what you said today true? Ming Yu lowered her gaze. Most likely. Then you, senior brother. Ming Yu looked at him. I wish to return home. But Xinglua Island is also my home. If I were to allow the three realms to become wasteland due to my selfishness, even if I returned, I would be plagued by guilt. Moreover, there are other ways. Yu Yinshu met her gaze for a moment before finally conceding. All right, do as you wish. I will go check on my senior brother. With that, Yu Yinshu left, and the system finally crawled out from beneath the table. It blinked its big eyes at Ming Yu. Are you really thinking like this? Ming Yu cradled it in her palm. Tell me the truth. Can Lu Yin Sui still become a deity? The system hesitated, glancing around. Actually, no. Is it because of me? The system hurriedly waved its hands. No. Then why? Ming Yu asked, confused. The system stammered for a while before finally revealing everything under Ming Yu's pressing inquiries. The weather suddenly changed. The once bright sun was now concealed by dark clouds, and thunder rolled ominously. Ming Yu wandered down the street, feeling an inexplicable brightness in her eyes despite the absence of sunlight. The system's words echoed in her ears. Actually, you did not come here by accident. You were chosen. What do you mean? Chosen by whom? Why me? By the core of the world. The core of the world is not a single entity. It is the intelligence that was born when this world came into existence. In other words, it possesses thought. As the world developed, it gradually formed a physical body, becoming a true person. The core of the world has lived for too long. It has witnessed everything in this world. Eventually, it developed human emotions. It fell in love with someone, didn't it? Yes. I know that person, don't I? Correct. That person is Jiang Chongyu, isn't it? Indeed. He defied the will of the world, traversing time and space to rescue Yunyang, causing the order of time to shatter. To rectify this, he collected all the fragments, hoping to restore the order of time. However, Due to his actions, the spiritual energy of this world is insufficient to achieve that. During one of his repairs, he accidentally glimpsed the future and saw you. Thus, he chose you to come here to collect all the time orders and take his place as the new core of the world. Then can I still go home? The system was silent for a moment. I'm sorry, Ming Yu, I don't know. I am the envoy managing the 3,000 worlds, but now I am also trapped here. I cannot help myself, nor can I assist you. Ming Yu took a deep breath. I understand. The rain, like the size of soybeans, had begun to fall, and the pedestrians on the street sought shelter from the downpour. Yet only Ming Yu continued to walk forward. She wished to ponder deeply about her next steps. As the rain intensified, the streets emptied of people. Ming Yu found refuge at a small stall, where, beneath the curtain of rain, a child at the adjacent table was playfully charming his grandfather. Suddenly, Ming Yu felt warmth in her eyes. She truly yearned to return home. However, she could not entirely disregard her surroundings. When Yu Yanshu arrived, Ming Yu had already calmed her emotions. The rain showed no signs of stopping, and she casually ordered a bowl of wontons at the stall. After savoring each bite, she noticed Yu Yanshu standing before her. They exchanged glances for a moment, and Yu Yanshu said, "Let us go home." Ming Yu nodded, placing a few copper coins on the table before following him back. Throughout their journey, Yu Yanshu asked nothing. He sensed that something was amiss, but since Ming Yu was unwilling to speak, he refrained from probing. On the surface, Ming Yu appeared unaffected, yet internally, she was in turmoil. Chapter 127. Returning Ming Yu felt feverish. It had been a long time since she had experienced such warmth. The body of a cultivator, tempered by the essence of heaven and earth, was distinct from that of a mortal, enabling swift recovery and minimal illness. Yet, after merely being caught in the rain, Ming Yu had developed a fever that lasted through the night. After Yin Pang Pang meticulously examined her, she went out to brew medicine. She tugged at Yu Yanshu, asking, "Did she meet anyone today?" Yu Yanshu shook his head, indicating there were likely no outsiders. Yin Pang Pang frowned, noting that while her physical condition was not grave, it seemed to stem from emotional distress. Upon hearing this, Yu Yanshu also frowned, pondering the idea of emotional turmoil. Suddenly, he recalled something and hastened in another direction. The system was still soundly asleep inside the house when Yu Yanshu tugged at its tail to awaken it. It blinked in surprise. "What are you doing?" Yu Yanshu regarded it with an inscrutable expression. "What did you discuss yesterday?" The system fell silent. Ming Yu, in a state between wakefulness and slumber, heard the voices of those nearby. It seemed to be Yu Yanshu, or perhaps someone else. With no time to contemplate, she drifted back to sleep. When she awoke again, night had fallen. A figure leaned against her bedside. It was Yu Yanshu. On the table lay congee and side dishes, presumably prepared for her to eat upon waking. Ming Yu stirred slightly, uncertain of how long she had been asleep and feeling utterly drained. Reaching for the water set aside, she struggled to steady her hand. The teacup fell, producing a crisp sound that roused the already dozing Yu Yanshu. He blinked in confusion before quickly regaining his composure, supporting Ming Yu and placing a cushion behind her. He then refilled her cup with water. "How do you feel?" he inquired. Ming Yu managed a smile. "Much better." Yu Yanshu, still concerned, reached out to check her forehead. It was warm but not alarmingly so. "After you take your medicine and rest properly, you will recover swiftly." He brought the medicine to her, intending to feed it to her, but she took it from him and drank it in one go. Not meeting Yu Yanshu's slightly exasperated gaze, she asserted, "There is no need to take it spoonful by spoonful. It's bitter, so it's best to finish it quickly." Yu Yanshu chuckled helplessly, then handed her some sugar-coated snacks. Watching her eyes light up with delight, he cautiously asked, "Is there something bothering you recently?" Ming Yu's smile faltered for a moment before she quickly resumed, "Not at all." However, Yu Yanshu was not easily deceived. "Shall you, if something is troubling you, I hope you can share it. Bottling it up will only make it harder." After a brief silence, Ming Yu forced another smile. "I understand, Shi Xiao." Ming Yu received the news the night after the great battle. Having been ill, she had been lethargic and missed much information. Even the celestial and demonic conflict was something she only learned about from passers-by. Realizing, oh, it has already begun, she heard that the situation for the celestial sect was favorable. "Favorable? What do you mean by that?" The demonic clan has only sent a few demon lords, and it's said that their saintess has yet to make an appearance. Are we not in peril? Ming Yu could hardly absorb their conversation, as the medicine she had taken began to take effect, leaving her utterly fatigued and unable to remain any longer. She mustered her strength to return to her room and took a brief nap until Yu Yanshu arrived. The great battle has begun? Yu Yanshu nodded. For now, we can still manage the situation. Focus on recuperating for the time being. Ming Yu fell silent. Her concern was not so much about the battle, but rather a desire to inquire, unsure if she should. What about Shiji? She is preparing medicine for you. Ming Yu nodded. I believe I will recover soon. Let us return to Shirwanda Mountain tomorrow. Yu Yanshu gazed seriously at Ming Yu, and she regarded him equally earnestly. Finally, he resignedly replied, Very well. The news of their return to Shirwanda Mountain was unilaterally dismissed by Yun Pangpang. You are still unwell. There is no need to go anywhere. Yu Yanshu remained stoic and expressionless. Shiji, it's enough. Yun Pangpang instantly became agitated. What do you mean, it's enough, Yanshu? Do you like her or not? If you do, will you let her ruin her health like this? Do you understand how frail she is right now? I understand, Yu Yanshu interrupted. Shiji, I know, and I do like her. Therefore, I must respect her decision and support her choice. After saying this, he turned to leave, adding as he exited, Thank you for your help, Shiji. If you do not wish to be involved, then it will just be the two of us. Once he left, Yun Pangpang was furious, resembling a raging beast ready to charge at Yu Yanshu. What do you mean you don't want to interfere? Why did I come all the way from the island to this wretched place? Now you act like you're so tough and dare to speak to me like this. If I don't teach you a lesson, will you even recognize me in the future? She was then restrained entirely in Chi Huai's embrace. Chi Huai, containing her fervor, attempted to soothe her. Yanshu was just momentarily impulsive. He likely won T forget you. Xiaoyu was quite aware, though the youngest. She always had her own opinions. Then she drove the furious Yun Pangpang out of the room. Chi Huai sighed, resigned to spend the night with Yu Yanshu. Yu Yanshu opened the door without even asking why he was there, seemingly having anticipated it, as he even placed an extra blanket on the bed. Chi Huai effortlessly removed his outer clothing and leaned against the bed, watching Yu Yanshu organize his belongings. Are we really going back? Yu Yanshu affirmed. Xiaoyu's health is indeed concerning. Returning to the island for recuperation is the best choice. Yu Yanshu continued his tasks, stating, She won't return, nor will I, Shi Xiao. Once we handle the matters here, we will certainly return to offer our apologies. Chi Huai sighed, conceding, Very well, let you both handle it. We shall leave together tomorrow. Xiaoyu requires the nourishment of soup and medicine. Yu Yanshu paused. Thank you. Chi Huai then suddenly expressed a curious thought. By the way, when did you start liking Xiaoyu? You've hidden it well. Yu Yanshu finished packing his luggage and sat down to look at him. When did Shi Xiang start liking Shiji? You've hidden it quite well, too. Chi Huai awkwardly touched his nose. Our master approved of it. Yu Yanshu replied, Oh, mine was also approved by our master. The two men's initial exchange ended in a stalemate, though Chi Huai appeared slightly at a disadvantage. Embarrassed, the second senior brother ordered him to extinguish the light and sleep. Yu Yanshu chuckled lightly as he blew out the candle flame. Chapter 128. Time is short. The following morning, Ming Yu appeared in the common area of the inn. Yu Yanshu had specially made her nourishing congee in the small kitchen, which she drank, resulting in her complexion improving slightly. Yun Pangpang sat nearby, eating breakfast while ignoring everyone. Chi Huai warmly poured her a glass of water, yet she feigned ignorance. He approached her again, fanning her and offering kind words, but Yun Pangpang merely responded with a dismissive grunt. Yu Yanshu was discussing the current state of the war with her. The latest news revealed that Lu Yansui had been injured, and they might need to hasten their journey. Ming Yu nodded. It was indeed unexpected that Lu Yansui could endure for so long. His injury would undoubtedly dampen the spirits of the Xian man, and they would lose a formidable cultivator. Furthermore, Zun Zhiheng Zhu was no longer present. Ming Yu paused, and upon seeing Yu Yanshu nod, her heart sank instantly. Over half of the fragments they possessed remained, with the others likely in the hands of the demon clan, who had already discovered how to utilize these fragments. Ming Yu mechanically began to contemplate their next steps. With Lu Yansui injured, There were few capable individuals in the Xianmen to take his place, with Bai barely qualifying. The longer the battle dragged on, the greater the losses for the Xianmen. Unfortunately, those truly powerful elders were reluctant to emerge. If they could infiltrate the Yin Shunjiao, perhaps they could first locate the cave to find the method of use and then reseal the demon clan. While Ming Yu was brainstorming, Yin Pang Pang slammed her chopsticks on the table, insisting that they should eat in peace without talking. Ming Yu collected her thoughts and resumed drinking her porridge. After finishing breakfast, the group boarded a flying vessel outside the city. Many young people aboard were also heading to the Shur Wandashan. The youngest among them was not even 15, and as Ming Yu observed their idealistic aspirations to save the world, she couldn't help but wonder if they would ever return. A strange emotion suddenly surged within her, akin to a thorn piercing her heart, causing her discomfort. Yu Yanchu noticed her pallor and assisted her back to her room. "We will arrive in a day. There's no need to worry. Rest well," he reassured her. Ming Yu nodded, took her medicine, and soon succumbed to sleep as the effects took hold. Yu Yanchu watched her furrowed brow even in slumber, and couldn't help but sigh. Ming Yu's sleep was restless, with an unidentifiable voice whispering in her ear. Initially faint, it gradually grew sharp and cacophonous, causing her head to throb. She covered her ears, but the sound persisted. It morphed into cries, pleas for help, and expressions of despair. Then, a familiar voice emerged, asking, "Ming Yu, have you made your decision?" "What decision?" She replied, "Time is running out. I apologize for dragging you into this, but everything is already fated." "What time? Speak clearly." "Ming Yu, I believe you can make the right choice." Ming Yu was eventually roused by Yu Yanchu, for they had arrived. Once a pristine land, Wushan now lay half consumed by raging flames, even from their flying vessel. The devastation below was evident. Some passengers were overwhelmed, vomiting, and others cried out to return home. Upon disembarking, Ming Yu ignored the distressed individuals. Yu Yanchu cast a sidelong glance at them before remarking, "If you wish to leave, now is your chance." Upon stepping into the territory of Yin Shunjiao, they could feel the spiritual energy emanating from the tremors of the formations deep within the earth, confirming the dire state of the battle. The group made their way to the main camp, where Lu Yin Sui remained behind. His injuries had aggravated old wounds, rendering him unable to circulate his energy. Jiang Zhimiao had been absent for 2 days. Lu Yin Sui wished to summon her back, yet no one else could take her place. Ming Yu lifted the curtain and entered, slamming her sword onto the table. "Bring Zhimiao back. I will go." Yu Yanchu furrowed his brow, but ultimately said nothing. With the sound of 3 drumbeats, Jiang Zhimiao returned a quarter of an hour later. She had not slept for 2 days, her clothing stained with blood, her own, that of comrades, and the demon claness. Upon seeing Ming Yu, she forced a smile and greeted her, "Sister Ming, you're back." Ming Yu resolved firmly to lead the next group of disciples across the line of defense. The Xianmen had reached the entrance of the secret realm, but could advance no further. The demon clan continuously transported monstrous beasts from the secret realm into the Shur Wandashan, leaving the Xianmen to struggle under the burden of 2 fronts, with dire consequences. The demon clan, backed by the passage, received reinforcements faster than the Xianmen, making their position increasingly precarious. However, the secret realm must be captured. All could only endure the onslaught. As yet another massive mutated beast charged forth from the secret realm, numerous Xianmen disciples were sent flying by its impact. In that moment, no one could stand in its way. The demon clan pressed forward, while the Xianmen exchanged glances, gripping their weapons for a desperate fight. Just as the beast was about to surge forward, a long sword descended from the heavens, plunging directly into the beast's skull. The mutated beast, transformed by the demon clan, exhibited hardened limbs that rendered conventional weapons ineffective. Even those below the Yuan-Ing level could not withstand its strike, and the majority present fell into this category. A streak of blue-green spiritual energy cleaved through the sky, embedding itself in the mutated beast's head. With a thunderous roar, the creature collapsed, utterly unable to resist. The figure behind the beast tightened their grip on their weapon and stepped forward. "A single strike, and you are formidable." Ming Yu and Yu Yanchu appeared before the crowd, and as she extended her hand, Buchu detached itself from the beast's body, flying back to her side. "Who are you, Demon Lord? Where is Jiesheng?" The man scoffed derisively. "With you lot. Does the Demon Emperor need to intervene?" Ming Yu chuckled softly. "Is that so? Then watch closely. It's not too late to summon her now." As she spoke, Long Yuan and Bu Chu had already taken flight, engaging the demon clan without needing to approach. The two swords, imbued with spirit, fought fiercely against the demons. The other Xianmen disciples, witnessing this, felt encouraged, gripping their weapons and surging towards the scattered demon minions. In an instant, the atmosphere was charged with murderous intent. Ming Yu and Yu Yin Chu remained still, observing the scene. The demon clan was pressed by Bu Chu and Long Yuan, finding themselves at a disadvantage. "Are you still not planning to summon her?" The man grunted, straining against the sword's might while issuing threats. "No need," Ming Yu replied with a light laugh. "All right, I've given you your chance. Now let us end this swiftly." Chapter 129. Making a choice as her words fell, Ming Yu leaped forward, sword raised to strike. Her speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, she stood before the man. Upon their initial clash, the demon's heart sank. Though youthful in appearance, her cultivation was already at the peak of the out-of-body stage. Within 300 moves, he was certain of his defeat. Yet he was not entirely unprepared. As their energies clashed, Ming Yu's sword strikes grew swifter, the skies visibly swirling with the spiritual energy from her movements. Her swordsmanship had reached a remarkable level. Under her sword intent, the demon found himself restricted, utterly incapable of retaliating. The demon's expression darkened. Her sword intent bore the aura of destiny, rendering him powerless to resist. "How could you?" he gasped. Ming Yu continued her relentless assault with an impassive countenance. "I already told you to summon Jiesheng. Since you refused to call her, then perish here." With that, she quickened her pace, her sword intent becoming even more piercing. The demon, overwhelmed, fell beneath her blade in less than half a stick of incense. Ming Yu pointed her sword at his throat, ripping open his cloak. Under the blazing sun, his visage was revealed. He was a creation of the heavenly demon, appearing no different from an ordinary person, yet incapable of enduring the sun's scorching rays. Soon, a faint darkness began to spread across his face, a manifestation of the demonic energy evaporating from within him. The man appeared to be greatly humiliated, his gaze filled with resentment as he looked at Ming Yu. Having reached the level of a demon lord, he naturally no longer feared the sunlight. However, the demon race had lived underground for so long that they were still unaccustomed to the external environment, and his body had yet to adjust. Ming Yu's actions were a profound disgrace to him. Clearly, she had not considered this aspect. Her curiosity about why demons consistently wore cloaks, even in battle, and why dark clouds would gather each time they fought, was now evidently justified. She lifted her sword and covered the man with the cloak once more, then unleashed a surge of spiritual power resembling hemp rope, binding him tightly. Turning to the observing Yin Chu, she said, "Let us go back." Upon her return, capturing a demon lord caused quite a stir within the Xianmen, significantly boosting morale. Many disciples eagerly sought to discover which sect he belonged to and what his name was. Numerous others inquired about her whereabouts, hoping for a chance encounter. Unbeknownst to her, she had gone in search of Fong Wei Ming. She had a pressing question that needed his insight. Fong Wei Ming had been trapped in a dark chamber, and aside from his initial attempt to escape, he showed no signs of wanting to leave, leading the guards to believe he had resigned himself to his fate. However, Ming Yu thought otherwise. If he were so easily resigned, Li Shu would not have met her demise so simply, nor would he have ascended to the rank of Demon Lord. Fong Wei Ming's reluctance to leave was indeed for a reason. He was waiting for Ming Yu's return. When she arrived, he was not surprised, as every one of her moves was relayed to him. He had prepared himself for her entrance into the dark chamber. "You've come," he remarked. Although imprisoned, he had not been tortured, and even his desires were catered to from the outside. The cramped dark chamber now resembled his private quarters, complete with a specially arranged tea set. Ming Yu approached and sat down. The tea, a common bamboo leaf brew from the Yenshin sect, was exceptionally fragrant due to the brewer's remarkable skill. "When I first learned the art of tea, I knew nothing, and it was Li Shu who taught me." She was incredibly intelligent, mastering many techniques quickly, while I struggled for ages with skills she could grasp in just a day or two. Ming Yu frowned slightly. I did not come here to discuss your complicated feelings for Li Shu Yi. Fang Wei Ming chuckled softly. Then what brings you here? Ming Yu relaxed a bit. What do you think about Wu Jin, the demon lord? Fang Wei Ming pondered for a moment. Ah, I understand now. You're here regarding Jiang Chongyu. However, he has a notoriously bad temper, and, even as a demon lord, seldom involves himself in demon affairs, preferring to remain secluded. If you've come to inquire about him, you may have sought the wrong person. Ming Yu raised her gaze slightly. How could that be? You instructed your subordinates to hand that shard to me. Wasn't he then invitation for me to seek you out? A playful smile appeared on Fang Wei Ming's face. Could it not be that I wish to assist you? After all, you are the one destined for greatness. Ming Yu's expression hardened. What do you truly know? Little girl, I've lived long enough alongside Li Shu Yi to discern a hint of destiny. Not to mention, you carry the aura of Jiang Chongyu. After saying this, he observed Ming Yu's increasingly frigid demeanor and cleared his throat. Very well, I shall share one more thing. Jiang Chongyu is actually not dead. Ming Yu was taken aback. What do you mean? Fang Wei Ming looked at her meaningfully, literally what I said. Then where is he? I don't know. When he was besieged, a celestial phenomenon occurred, and thereafter he vanished. The news of his death was something I spread to stabilize public sentiment. Ming Yu fell silent for a moment before replying, Thank you. Fang Wei Ming maintained his smile. No need for thanks. After her figure faded from his sight, he leisurely added, After all, I too am curious to see how you will choose. Once outside, Ming Yu hurried to another location where a demon lord was held captive. But this time, she was met only with silence. Since his capture, he had not uttered a single word. No matter the method, Liu Yin Sui could only keep him confined. Upon entering, the man did not even lift his eyes. Regarding Ming Yu's queries, he remained obstinately silent. Just as she was about to leave, he muttered, Your time is running out. Ming Yu's expression changed instantly as she rushed forward and seized his collar, demanding, What do you mean, time is running out? This time, he said nothing further, closing his eyes and allowing her question him. After departing, Ming Yu felt as though she were ensnared in an invisible web. She harbored numerous doubts, yet no one could provide her with answers. She was not foolish. She could clearly sense her body growing increasingly frail. But why? The system claimed Jiang Chongyu had chosen her as the new core of the world. Fang Wei Ming stated that Jiang Chongyu was not dead. Heng Yun Zunjia, Yu Qiu Wan, and many others asserted that she bore destiny. What is this destiny? What burden does she carry? Is it to alter the narrative or to save the world? No one could answer this question. All awaited her decision. Yet, she could not even see the path before her, let alone make a choice. Chapter 130. Re-entering Lu Jia village, Liu Yin Sui's condition was not as dire as initially anticipated. In fact, he seemed to be improving. After Yin Pang treated him, she remarked curiously, Why does this person seem to have a rather unique resilience? Chi Huida interjected, Unique in what way? Yin Pang shook her head. It's nothing. Perhaps I'm overthinking it. He simply has a robust recovery mechanism. Where is Xiaoyu now? Chi Huida gestured with his chin. She is probably resting. Yin Pang frowned. I'll go check on her. Upon reaching the door, she turned on her heel and did not enter. Iwaide, puzzled, asked why not go in. It's fine, perhaps next time. She needs some time to process. Ming Yu indeed required some solitude, but with so many matters at hand, she could not afford to linger. Jiangji Miao had been roused from her slumber to work again, and naturally, Ming Yu had to partake in the tasks as well. Liu Yin Sui shared the news he had gathered, revealing that the demon race had not dispatched many of their own, relying instead on the magical beasts they had refined. According to reports, the Saintess had taken them to another location within the 10,000 Great Mountains. A sense of foreboding crept into Ming Yu's heart. Where to? Liu Yin Sui looked at her, and after a moment, replied, Lu Jia Village. Both were startled. If they were headed to Lu Jia Village, it likely pertained to the altar and the heavenly spiritual map connected to Liu Yin Sui. Ming Yu steadied her mind. I understand. If possible, leave a portion of people here and deploy a team to infiltrate the 10,000 Great Mountains to ascertain their intentions. Liu Yin Sui nodded. I had the same thought. Even as they exited the tent, Ming Yu remained anxious. She returned to her room and promptly awakened the slumbering system, inquiring, "Is there something beneath Lu Jia village?" The system looked at her in confusion for a moment before responding. "What? Lu Jia village? Let me check." And its figure vanished from view. After a brief interval, a flash of white light appeared, and the system reappeared, landing in Ming Yu's hands. The author seems to have subtly indicated that Lu Jia village is unusual, possibly related to its origins or some treasure. This part wasn't elaborated upon, but it surely concerns the male lead's background. Ming Yu gave it a knowing glance, acknowledging the implication. The gathering of demons here must relate to its location and the items left behind by Jiang Chongyu, possibly even linked to the heavenly spiritual map. "Are you going there?" the system asked. Ming Yu nodded. "I must go." The system hesitated for a moment, then produced an object from its pocket. "Take this, just in case." Ming Yu was taken aback as she accepted it, realizing it appeared to be an ordinary stone, lacking any distinctive features. "Thank you." Ming Yu nodded and changed her clothes before heading out. The fastest route into the 10,000 Great Mountains was through the secret realm, yet it remained firmly under the control of the demon clan. Entering from the outside would take considerably longer, though it was relatively safer. 2 routes had been marked, and after reviewing them, Ming Yu inquired, "Are there no other paths?" Lu Yinsui shook her head, indicating that there were none at present. Ming Yu pursed her lips, suggesting, "Perhaps we should consult the disciples of the ancient sect. After all, the 10,000 Great Mountains originally fell under their jurisdiction, and they might know of routes unknown to us." Since the departure of the venerable Hongzhua, the disciples of the ancient sect had become increasingly scarce. Presently, the sect was overseen by Heng Luo, the foremost disciple of Hongzhua, who, though in his early 20s, exhibited only moderate prowess in both magical and musical arts. In an effort to preserve the ancient sect, he had commanded the disciples to act with caution, adhering strictly to the principles of Taishu. Although many mocked their cautiousness from the shadows, the ancient sect could scarcely withstand any further turmoil. With several formidable figures having passed away, the current priority for the ancient sect was survival rather than dominance. Ming Yu held no strong opinions on the matter, but she could not help but wonder if Jiang Chongyu had not succumbed to darkness. Would the ancient sect still resemble what it had become today? Or what thoughts might he harbor upon witnessing the current state of the sect? Heng Luo soon arrived, and after contemplating Lu Yinsui's query, he remarked, "There exists another route, but it is a secret of our sect, known only to the sect leader. It leads directly to another area of the 10,000 Great Mountains and is exceedingly concealed." Naturally, Lu Yinsui was delighted, as this revelation addressed their immediate concerns. "I will lead a team through this route, and I entrust the matters here to you, Shi Xiao." And Heng Shi Xiao. Heng Luo assured her that he would safeguard their position. Bai Yu furrowed his brow, but refrained from voicing any objections. "We shall depart tonight to ascertain the machinations of the demon clan." In Lu Jia village, Yi Liani had already been present for several days with her followers. The demons were unaccustomed to the climate outside, and she took advantage of the altar here to summon dark clouds and thunder. Having dwelled underground for a millennium, the demons had long forgotten their past, losing touch with the sensation of sunlight, and now even feared it. But why should it be so? Those insignificant mortals thrived in this realm, while her demon kin remained forever shrouded in darkness. Now an opportunity had arisen. A voice emerged from behind her. Clad in a form-fitting purple robe, her beauty captivating, "Saintess, everyone is gathered." Yi Liani responded, "What is the situation outside? The celestial sect must be aware of our presence. Should we set a trap?" "No need," she replied. "They're arriving just in time." As Yi Liani gazed at the altar before her, she lamented the lack of offerings. Yet now they had come. Lu Yinsui led the team, and all entered through a concealed passage of the ancient sect, using spirit stones to pave the way. A flash of white light indicated their arrival within the 10,000 Great Mountains. Ming Yu looked up at the distant sky, where the entire mountain range appeared cleaved in two. One side basked in bright sunlight, while the other was cloaked in storm clouds. "The demon clan resides there. We shall advance discreetly." Lu Yinsui gestured towards the darkened area ahead. The group stifled their presence and proceeded swiftly, halting as they neared Lujia village. Ming Yu signaled for everyone to rest while she conferred with Lu Yinsui on their entry strategy. Many of the original paths had been rendered impassable due to the village's destruction. On her last visit, she had only managed to clear a main route. Can we circle around from the back? Ming Yu frowned, uncertain if that route remained viable. I suggest we scout ahead before entering. Lu Yinsui concurred, and Ming Yu partnered with Yu Yanshu for reconnaissance. The two had ventured to the back mountain during their previous visit to Lujia village and had left markers. This time, they could check if their markings had been disturbed and devise alternative strategies. Chapter 131. The sacrificed Lujia village was entirely encircled by the demon clan. It seemed that half of the demons were congregated here. Clearly, the treasures within Lujia village held immense significance for them, prompting such a stronghold. Ming Yu and Yu Yanshu exchanged a signal and concealed their traces within the forest. Surrounded by demons, finding a breakthrough to enter would not be easy. Lu Yinsui casually sketched several symbols in the dirt, noting that the altar was of utmost importance based on their previous vision. Ming Yu snapped off a twig, recognizing that the main routes through the village were too conspicuous. The back mountain was also under watch, but there was a single point they could enter quietly. Lu Yinsui met her gaze. You mean? Ming Yu nodded. From the river. There's a short distance from there to the village, and it allows for better concealment. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Yinsui instructed, 2 individuals shall remain here for support. The rest prepare to enter the river. Lujia village was strategically positioned, backed by a great mountain with a small creek flowing nearby, nourishing the fertile land. Ideal for seclusion. Even after years of abandonment, the remnants of houses hinted at the village's former splendor. The guards by the river were notably fewer. The demons naturally avoided water, and the river was shallow enough that no one anticipated their sudden emergence from it. After neutralizing the guards, they changed their attire and infiltrated the village. Inside, the village was teeming with demons, and upon their entry, all activity came to an abrupt halt. Yu Liani stood before the altar and turned to greet them. Shi Xiao. It has been a long time. The group was momentarily taken aback, and then Lu Yinsui lowered her cloak, her expression frosty. The saintess has returned to her true form. Why continue to don my junior sister's visage? Yu Liani smiled lightly. I have grown accustomed to this face, so I continue to use it. Does Shi Xiang disapprove? Lu Yinsui met her gaze with a steely glare. My junior sister, Yu Liani, is the sole daughter of the sect leader and bears no connection to the demon clan. Yu Liani chuckled. Regardless, I was your junior sister for several years. Must you be so impolite in your speech? Lu Yinsui, unwilling to indulge in nostalgia, remarked. The saintess must have anticipated our arrival. Surely, you have matters to discuss with us. Please, proceed. Yu Liani smiled. Shi Xiao, you are quite astute. I indeed have business to negotiate. Both you and Shiji are residents here, so you must be well aware of the altar's purpose. She gestured towards the altar. This object can connect heaven and earth, forged by my demon clan. A millennium ago, when the demons retreated from the mortal realm to the demon domain, some of our kin severed ties with the clan, striking bargains with mortals to never emerge from the 10,000 great mountains. This altar was created during that time. Do you know why the demon clan seal, once unbreakable, has now been shattered? She continued. The heart of the formation has vanished, the heart being the villagers of your entire community. Those fools, seeking to avoid being driven underground, willingly sacrificed their bodies to forever suppress the demons here. They betrayed the demon clan. Thus, their demise is justified. Ming Yu, growing impatient, interjected, so, what is it that you wish for us to do? Yu Liani appeared unfazed by the interruption, her demeanor brightening. Look. The layers of white cloth behind the altar were lifted, revealing the corpses of all the villagers of Lujia. Clearly, I have buried them all. I have exhumed them and restored their appearances. Yu Liani beamed with delight, while Lu Yinsui and Ming Yu clenched their fists, ready to advance. I understand your anger, but today I intend to use their corpses to activate this altar. The world shall ultimately return to the hands of my demon clan. You have truly lost your mind. Yu Liani's smile deepened. And no, there was one more matter to inform you. Mere corpses of the deceased are insufficient. I require the flesh and blood of both of you to activate the formation. You both possess this bloodline and the cultivation of the immortal sect. One bears the heavenly spirit diagram within, while the other is burdened with destiny. Perfect sacrifices indeed. Ming Yu has already drawn her sword. Let us see if you possess the capability. Yi Liani sneered, commanding them to be subdued. Countless demons surged toward them like a colossal wave. Yet they numbered but 8. Ming Yu, with the blade of Buku, sliced in her palm, blood flowing along the sharp edge into the ground. With the infusion of spiritual energy, the underground formation abruptly manifested. A pale golden formation arose from the 8 of them, and moments later, it unleashed a tremendous wave of spiritual power, toppling the approaching demons. Yi Liani's eyes sparkled. Is this truly an ancient formation? Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. Onward we go. Waves of demons charged forth, seemingly impervious to pain, only to be struck down again and again. Ming Yu's complexion quickly paled. This formation was forcibly activated by her blood and spiritual energy. And time was of the essence. She was nearing her limit. Yu Yanchu swiftly noticed her pallor and grasped her arm just as she was about to wound herself again. This approach is futile. These demons are mere puppets she has crafted, and they are endless. Jiang Zhijiao tentatively swung her sword outward. Wherever the sword energy reached, demons fell, only to rise again and continue their advance. Furthermore, our spells cannot harm them. Yu Yanchu glanced at Yi Liani, who was smiling at the altar, realizing that to capture the thief, one must first seize the king. Controlling her would allow us to master these puppets. Ming Yu once more erected a protective barrier as the frenzied demons surged toward them. Senior brother, you and Lu Yinsui go. The rest of US will hold off these demons here. Yu Yanchu nodded, while Ming Yu tightened her grip on Buku, closing her eyes. When she opened them again, they gleamed with a bluish-green light. In a surge of spiritual energy, 2 figures charged forth beneath the sword's radiance. The sword intent bore down upon Yi Liani, who smiled and retreated. It seemed but a small step, yet when they arrived, her figure had vanished from its original spot. Senior brother, although your combined cultivation rivals that of the crossing tribulation stage, you are still somewhat lacking against me. Lu Yinsui paid no heed, pressing forward with his sword. Each swing of his blade was domineering, toppling nearby structures and trees. The 2 pursued Yi Liani relentlessly, not losing a single step. Amidst the tide of demons, Ming Yu struck again, causing the ground to crack deeply. Countless demons fell into the fissures, unable to move freely. A flash of inspiration struck Ming Yu, and she urged everyone to strike downward. Their attacks targeted the demons' lower bodies, causing the ground to shatter. Many demons were buried in the earth, while deeper ones came into contact with the formation, incinerated by overwhelming spiritual energy. Ming Yu's eyes brightened as she called out to Jiang Zhijiao, understanding her intent. Jiang Zhijiao nodded slightly, and together they descended with their blades. The immense spiritual power instantaneously shattered the ground, revealing the pale, golden formation adorned with ancient, bizarre symbols. At the center of the formation lay a box-sized void, but before Ming Yu could observe it closely, the formation suddenly blazed with golden light, obliterating all nearby demons. The formation ascended from the earth, its brilliance blinding, compelling everyone to shield their eyes from its radiance. Even Lu Yinsui and Yu Yanchu were forced to halt, turning their heads away to evade the golden glare. In the wake of the golden light, the village of Lu had become littered with the remnants of demons. Yi Liani, bearing unknown wounds, continued to laugh maniacally, exclaiming that the divine beings were indeed formidable, seemingly having anticipated such a calamity and deliberately establishing this formation. However, she questioned whether they had foreseen her intent to bury the entire 3 realms alongside her. With swift gestures, she conjured 3 shards from within her, which fell into the altar like shooting stars. Once more the ground trembled. A wave of black mist began to rise beneath the altar. The sky abruptly darkened. Yi Liani chuckled lightly, launching herself toward Ming Yu, only to be intercepted by Jiang Zhijiao. With a fierce motion, she struck Jiang Zhijiao aside and engaged Ming Yu in combat. Ming Yu's complexion had turned pale. She had exhausted too much spiritual energy, her body faltering, yet she continued to fight back. However, in a moment of distraction, Yilian you sees it had Kurists. The blade was poised at Ming Yu's throat. Do not move. Lu Yinsui and Yu Yinshu were compelled to halt. Senior brother, do not move. Or else. As she spoke, a crimson line appeared on Ming Yu's slender neck. What do you intend to do? Yilian yi lafit manyanjali. Adre sink Lu Yansui. Do you wish to save her? Then how about this? You take your own life at the altar, and I shall release her. After a moment of shared gaze, Lu Yinsui replied, very well, and flew to the altar. Behind him, black mist surged forth, shaking the heavens and the earth. He swung his sword toward his own neck, and just as the blade was about to descend, Ming Yu's spiritual energy surged. She grappled with Yi Liani, and they quickly separated. Byuku radiated with brilliant light, enveloping both of them. Yu Yinshu rushed forward, striking with her sword. Yet, with another resounding crash, both were hurled backward. Yi Liani had transformed. A fearsome beast of black mist materializing behind her. Today, you must perish here. She extended her hand, and a wave of black mist seized Lu Yinsui by the throat, lifting him off the ground. As he struggled, Yi Liani's expression grew increasingly deranged. Senior brother, this is the consequence of your choice to reject me. I offered you a chance, yet you failed to seize it. Ming Yu gripped Byuku tightly, charging once more, her sword intense soaring, powerful yet unable to approach the beast. Yu Yinshu also advanced with her sword, but they were both knocked to the ground, the black mist pressing them down, rendering them immobile. What is this? Yi Liani regarded them as if they were mere ants. This is the ancient beast Taowu, the very deity your kin have long revered. Lu Yinsui, to die at the hands of a deity, you may consider your life well spent. As she spoke, she tightened her grip further, and Lu Yinsui's vitality began to wane. Ming Yu's heart hardened as she cast all the shards of time toward him. Upon contact, the shards fused with the heavenly spirit diagram within Lu Yinsui, unleashing a brilliant golden light and a celestial phenomenon. As Lu Yinsui touched the shards, memories not his own began to surface in his mind. There was no resurrected Ming Yu, only his mechanical vengeance and battles against the demons, forming connections with one woman after another, leveraging fortuitous encounters to establish himself within the immortal sect. Ultimately, he perished upon the battlefield against the demons, with Ming Yu's visage lingering in his sight. No, that is not me. I would not reminisce about her while incessantly seeking solace in others. That is not me. Ming Yu's eyes were now filled with tears. Lu Yinsui. Behind the phenomenon, Lu Yinsui's form began to change, and when he opened his eyes again, his pupils gleamed golden. The long sword in his grasp, imbued with golden spiritual energy, cleaved through the beast, shaking the earth with a mere wave. The formation ascended, as if in accordance with his will, binding Yi Liani and the beast together. Yi Liani struggled, furiously cursing and screaming in disbelief, yet found herself utterly powerless. Lu Yinsui had ascended to divinity, achieving the unparalleled status of a sword god. At that moment, the sky rumbled with thunder, and flashes of white light erupted. Ming Yu seemed to hear the voice of the system calling to her. Ming Yu, hurry. Seize this opportunity. Turn to look at Yu Yinshu. She found him calm, his hands weaving a spell that lifted Ming Yu into the air with a surge of spiritual energy. Ming Yu felt immobilized, desperate to articulate her thoughts, but only able to open her mouth in silence, unable to emit a sound. With a gentle smile, Yu Yinshu guided her into the extraordinary phenomenon, whispering, "Shall you wait for me? I will come for you." Thunder rumbled across the horizon, and beams of white light pierced through the dark clouds, enveloping Ming Yu. As the brilliance intensified, her figure vanished from this world. When Ming Yu opened her eyes again, she found herself in a stark white room, and 4 drip inserted into her hand, with medical devices beeping incessantly nearby. She reached out to touch something, but lacking strength, collapsed onto the floor. A person who entered the room helped her up. Ming Yu, are you all right? Do you feel any pain? Ming Yu croaked, "Where am I?" The individual assisted her back to the hospital bed and called for a doctor. "You were in the hospital. You were in a car accident on your way home and have been in a coma. Thank heaven you have finally awakened. You have no idea how worried I was." Ming Yu gazed out at the bustling traffic outside. She had truly returned home. But what about the others? What had become of them? Darkness enveloped her once more, And when she awoke again, a doctor in a white coat stood beside her, masked, revealing only a pair of eyes. "Hello, I am your attending physician. My surname is Yu." Ming Yu felt a wave of emptiness wash over her mind, and mechanically responded, "Dr. Yu, hello." Outside, the world was tranquil, and a novel on the table fluttered in the wind, revealing a few words. The story concluded.